guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Talking viral. I just need this thought spiral. Get it off your chest. Get it off my desk. I feel he's creeping up on me.
Taylor Swift fans are in a lavender haze this morning. The singer releasing this new music video at midnight. Her co-star and dance partner is openly transgender model Laith Ashley, who Taylor said she adored working with.
All right, who do you think the most handsome man in the world is? Well, it is official by these standards. Bridgerton's Regé-Jean Page. And it's not subjective after all, it is actually backed by science. His face was analyzed using the golden ratio of Beauty Phi standards, and it was 93.65% accurate. The runners-up include Chris Hemsworth, Michael B. Jordan, Harry Styles, and English footballer Jude Bellingham. So if he scored a 93, 0.65%. What is 100%?
I don't know.
And
because
guys
no
across the board?
face is perfectly symmetrical, right? And that's sort of what that science is, but pretty close.
Yeah, that's as close as you're going to get, I guess.
Right. And guess what? We're close to something that a lot of people have been waiting for, which is Succession. We are back in business.
We wanted to do something together. This is not about getting back at Dad. But if it hurts him, it doesn't bother me.
I mean, it's a tightrope walk on a straight razor. 500-foot reputational drop.
Why is that making you smile? That shouldn't make you smile. Who likes tightrope walking a straight razor?
That was our first look at Season 4 of the HBO hit show. The creators aren't saying whether this is the last season, but we'll find out soon. The Roy family Battle Royale returns on March 26th, and I'm counting down the days.
I always love having the discussions on who's your favorite character because it's so fun to talk about why someone's your favorite character on that show. All right, well, your favorite shows and movies give you real estate envy. We've got an inside scoop into how much they might be worth. According to estimates from California-based La Jolla Realtors, Carrie Bradshaw's Manhattan brownstone apartment would go for $700,000. Kevin from Home Alone would be defending his family's $3.5 billion house outside of Chicago.
And in Tennessee, a dog was abandoned at a shelter along with a heartbreaking note. The owner saying she is homeless and has 2 children and can't afford to take care of little Lilo. The note and the dog went viral, and then the McCamey Animal Center in Chattanooga managed to find the owner. The two were reunited, and they are now working to get the dog a permanent home.
Oh, looking for that forever home.
That's right.
They deserve it.
And thanks for ending your work week with Early Today. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Friday, and we'll see you here on Monday.
Each of the 5 individuals played a different role in the incident in question. The actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyree Nichols, and they are all responsible.
5 Memphis officers facing murder charges this morning for the violent arrest of Tyree Nichols, who later died from his injuries. The city on edge and fearing fallout after the release of video from the traffic stop today.
More twists from the trial of Alec Murdaugh, the testimony from the first witnesses at the scene of the double murder.
A quick nap turns into a carjacking nightmare. The stunning footage as police race to track down the man who stole a car with a woman sleeping in the back seat.
And not a great way to start your day. A woman leaving for work before dawn walks straight into a sinkhole and later takes some friends with her.
And Taylor Swift fans waking up in a lavender haze. The fresh new video to kick off your Friday. Early Today starts right now.
Good Friday morning to you. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
And I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with breaking news. The city of Memphis is bracing for today's release of Tyree Nichols' arrest video. Nichols was hospitalized and died 3 days after the traffic stop. Last night during a vigil, his mother called for peaceful protests, saying she doesn't want anyone to tear up their cities, adding that it's not what her son stood for. Our Priscilla Thompson starts us off.
5 former Memphis police officers have been charged with second-degree murder in the deadly arrest of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols.
While each of the 5 individuals played a different role in the incident in question, the actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyree Nichols, and they are all responsible.
All 5 officers also charged with aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, and official misconduct charges.
What happened here does not at all reflect proper policing. This was wrong. This was criminal.
The announcement comes amid rising tension ahead of the release of video from the deadly traffic stop.
He was a human piñata for those police officers. It was an unadulterated, unabashed, nonstop beating of this young boy for 3 minutes.
Oh my God.
Tyree's mother, heartbroken. Her son was a dad and loved to skateboard.
You all had an opportunity to view this video.
I watched about a minute of it, but I couldn't. Once I heard my son say, "What did I do?" I lost it, and I couldn't.
Police say they stopped Nichols for reckless driving on January 7th and that 2 confrontations ensued, after which Nichols complained of shortness of breath. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and died 3 days later.
We're better than this. We're better than the egregious conduct and actions of those police officers.
Nearly 2 weeks after the incident, all 5 officers were fired after an internal investigation found they violated multiple department policies, including excessive use of force, duty to intervene, and duty to render aid. The attorneys representing 2 of the officers saying their clients plan on pleading not guilty.
No one out there that night intended for Tyree Nichols to die. No one.
2 Memphis Fire Department personnel who helped care for Nichols have also been relieved of duty, pending an investigation, the department says. The Shelby County District Attorney's Office, the FBI, and Department of Justice are all now investigating.
And our thanks to Priscilla for that report.
Here in New York, the jury handed down the verdict for an ISIS-inspired truck attack in 2017. The attacker, Sefalo Sepov, was found guilty on all counts. Prosecutors say he drove a rented truck along a busy bike path on Halloween, striking and killing 8 people. It was the deadliest terror attack in New York since 9/11. He could face the death penalty.
The U.S. military has taken out a top ISIS leader in Somalia. U.S. officials say the raid killed Bilal al-Sudani and 10 ISIS fighters in the mountains of northern Somalia. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said al-Sudani guided the growth of ISIS in Africa and its funding worldwide, including Afghanistan.
At least 11 people have been killed in Russian airstrikes across Ukraine. The barrage came right after both the U.S. and Germany announced they'd be sending dozens of tanks to help with the Ukrainian war effort. Here's Rafe Sanchez.
Russia's revenge. Just hours after the U.S. and European allies announced they'll send tanks to Ukraine, Russia unleashing airstrikes targeting Ukraine's power grid and ripping apart these homes. My life is broken. Why has it all happened to us, she says. Ukraine says at least 11 people were killed in attacks across the country, with thousands more fleeing to shelters. This blast in Kyiv captured by Sky News cameras.
Where was it?
President Zelensky saying today we withstood another massive missile strike by terrorists. The strikes come just a day after President Biden announced the U.S. will send 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine. Though they won't arrive for many months, Germany's 14 Leopard 2 tanks could be here by the end of March. Meanwhile, in eastern Ukraine, the war means new isolation.
This bridge was the lifeline for Ukrainian villages on the far side of this river, but destroyed during the war, and now the only way across is this narrow walkway.
Donated food, fuel, and winter clothes all now carried on foot. Irina Korolenko's parents live on the far side, seeing them now a journey over icy water.
This is scary to walk across.
Scary, yes.
Families divided by war, but finding a way to stay together. And the Kremlin says the U.S. and European countries sending tanks are now directly involved in the war here, but Ukraine isn't stopping at tanks. Officials say they hope the next step is American-made F-16 fighter jets. Back to you.
Roth, thank you.
Jurors in the double murder trial against Alec Murdaugh heard testimony from the policemen who were the first to arrive on the scene. The court also played the gut-wrenching 911 call made by Murdaugh when he found his wife and son dead. Prosecutors claim that he killed them. Our Katie Beck is in Walterboro, South Carolina.
The jury heard the chilling 911 call.
No, ma'am. Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son? My wife and my son.
And from first responders recounting a gruesome crime scene. Standing near it, a distraught Alec Murdaugh.
Did you ever see him, any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir, that's what it looks like.
Seen and heard by the jury the police body camera footage from that night, and by Murdaugh, who became emotional several times, especially as witnesses described his son's injuries. On tape, almost immediately, Murdaugh tells police the reason he believes his son was a target.
This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck months back. He's been getting threats. I know that's what it is.
Murdaugh also mentioned that theory to the 911 dispatcher, referring to the 2019 boat crash that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. Paul Murdaugh, charged with 3 counts of boating under the influence in the incident, had pleaded not guilty and was awaiting trial. Defense on cross, highlighting the lack of blood on Murdaugh's clothing. Also questions about preserving evidence.
Do your best not to contaminate anything.
And this is your best.
Both the prosecution and the defense are using the lack of blood on Alec Murdaugh's clothing to bolster their case. The defense saying that if Murdaugh did the crime, he would have had blood on his clothes. And prosecutors saying if Murdaugh checked the victims for signs of life, as he said he did, he wouldn't have been so clean. In Walterboro, South Carolina, I'm Katie Beck for NBC News.
In Colorado, a man is facing attempted murder charges after plowing into the lobby of a police department. Take a look here. This was at Grand Junction. The 42-year-old rammed his truck right into the building. He told police he drove into the lobby because he didn't want to be killed. According to the arrest affidavit, he called police 90 times over the last few years, reporting, quote, strange happenings. But all of those calls were unfounded.
All right, what's in store for the weekend? How good is it going to be? Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. It all depends where you're going to be. East Coast, no problems. Middle of the country, that's where there's going to be some issues with rain, snow, and even some high wind. So we have about 7 million people that are going to be impacted by 2 systems. We have one that's a clipper system. Right now, it's like 44-mile-per-hour gusts in Grand Forks. It's all blizzard conditions with blowing snow north of Fargo. So that's with the clipper system. And then all of these areas colored in here with winter weather advisories and warnings throughout much of the Rockies. That's the storm that's going to come Saturday into Sunday. So for today, we go from Wisconsin into Michigan with areas of light snow, gusty winds, falling temperatures behind that storm. And then the storm that's going to be coming into the northwest today. Then tomorrow, we're going to take this into areas of the middle of the country. A narrow area of heavy snow. Sioux Falls could get it. Des Moines into areas around Chicago, maybe eventually Detroit. Not a lot of snow, but enough that'll cause you some travel issues. And then by the time we get to Sunday, some heavy rain in areas of the southeast. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So there's that shot of cold air coming in behind our little clipper storm. 12 degrees for a high today in Fargo. Wind chill will feel much worse than that. No signs of any cold, though, from Texas all the way through the Carolinas. Beautiful for this time of year. We'll have that whole weekend forecast coming up for you, and still doesn't feel like January in many areas.
Sure doesn't. Maybe we'll stay that way.
Maybe, who knows? We're halfway through.
Well, the kids are dying for snow, so we're waiting for some of it at least.
Well, today marks International Holocaust Remembrance Day. The United Nations headquarters is observing it with a new installation, Yad Vashem, or Book of Names. Inside is the personal information of 4.8 million people killed by the Nazis. There are also blank pages representing the more than 1 million people whose names we don't know who have been murdered. We're back on Early Today with a carjacking while passengers are sleeping in the back seat.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
New video this morning showing the terrifying moments of a Wisconsin carjacking. Police say a man got out of his car at a gas station while his wife was sleeping in the back seat. That's when the suspect got in the driver's seat and drove off. Police chased the car before it crashed into a guardrail, and the woman on the phone with 911 during the chase.
I'm really scared, you know. You should get back. Please, no.
Okay, I'm going back.
No, you are not. No, you're not turning around. You take the car from the gas station.
They're following us.
Who's following us? My husband. Of course, it's my car.
The suspect, Kyle Wagner, is being held on $40,000 bond and faces a long list of charges, including false imprisonment and possession of meth.
Now to Long Island, New York, where 3 people really got their morning started on the wrong foot. 2 men and a woman found themselves sucked into a giant hole just in their front lawn. In desperate need of a rescue, Greg Sergel with our New York station has this story.
Personal items like clothing and shoes were still being pulled from the sinkhole hours after drama began. Doorbell video shows a woman leaving for work before dawn when suddenly the ground beneath her feet gave way. A woman and man in the home then ran out to try and help, but they too ended up falling into that sinkhole.
So you just walked out and they're all in the hole? Yeah, like 3 together.
Homeowner Benjamin Arengo was the last man standing. The others all stuck in mud above their knees.
Really scary. They were thinking about it, keep on going down. I tell them, don't move. Because you never know. You move, it's like quicksand, right?
Arengo grabbed this extension cord and a ladder, and with the help of 2 Suffolk police officers, rescued his wife and the 2 others. No one was seriously hurt. Luz Bedoya was the first to plunge into that sinkhole. Her daughter took the 71-year-old home from the hospital with minor injuries, but still very shaken. Bedoya had actually used her cell phone to call for help from inside the sinkhole.
As soon as I arrive over here, I find her, it's like, oh my God, thanks, It was really scary.
You could say 8 feet.
The sinkhole measured about 8 feet deep and 10 feet wide. Huntington Town inspectors say it may have been caused by the combination of a water pipe leak and heavy rain.
Everybody's doing okay, thank God. It could have been worse.
Thank goodness, that's a scary situation. And our thanks to Greg Sergel for that report.
Still to come on early today, another midnight debut from Taylor Swift. Get ready to stay in that lavender haze.
And science confirms what we already knew. Bridgerton star Regé-Jean Page is officially gorgeous. We didn't know that. We knew that already. We'll be right back.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Talking, go viral. I just need this stop spiral. Get it off your chest. Get it off my desk.
And Taylor Swift fans are in a lavender haze this morning. The singer releasing this new music video at midnight. Her co-star and dance partner is openly transgender model Laith Ashley, who Taylor said she adored working with. Can't wait to see the whole video.
I love it. Kids waking up, teens, my daughter waking up and having this whole little treat. It makes for an extra special Friday. All right, it is official, as if we didn't already know. The most handsome man in the world is this guy, Bridgerton's Regé-Jean Page. This isn't subjective, it's actually backed by science. His face was analyzed using the golden ratio of beauty 5 standards, and it was 93.65% accurate. Well, the runners-up include Chris Hemsworth, Michael B. Jordan, Harry Styles, and English footballer Jude Bellingham. So yeah, when it comes to just the symmetry, right, of an aesthetic face, it's all in numbers from what they say.
Right.
And apparently they fit that equation exactly.
But I did like that graphic. I think I might try to print that out and put it near my computer because that was a good lineup there.
Yeah, as long as you're not making wallpaper out of it, too. You can print out, it's good. Wallpaper, maybe.
Shoot. Well, there it is again. Thank you. Do the homes in your favorite shows and movies give you real estate envy? Well, we've got an inside scoop into how much they might be worth. According to estimates from California-based La Jolla Realtors, Carrie Bradshaw's Manhattan brownstone apartment, remember that one? It would go for about $700,000. Kevin from Home Alone would be defending his family's $3.5 million house outside Chicago. And the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air mansion came out to a whopping $9 million in today's market.
Yeah, all that kind of lines up. The New York City ones on TV shows, I never buy it, especially the Friends apartment. I'm like, come on, no.
That was huge. Yeah, There's no way they were getting that.
All right, still to come, Bill is tracking flood threats in the weekend weather forecast.
And the Roy family is back and ready to backstab. A new look at the 4th season of Succession. It's happening.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back to Early Today. Looking at your weekend forecast, we're going to be watching some cold air in the northern plains and some light snow on Saturday from areas of Iowa heading to Chicago by the time we get to Saturday night. And then on Sunday, all eyes will be on the south with another heavy rain event in areas for Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. We'll be right back.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We wanted to do something together. This is not about getting back at Dad. But if it hurts him, it doesn't bother me.
I mean, it's a tightrope walk on a straight razor. 500-foot reputational drop.
Why is that making you smile? That shouldn't make you smile. Who likes tightrope walking a straight razor?
Can't wait. That was our first look at season 4 of Succession. The creators aren't saying whether this is the last season of the HBO hit show, but we'll find out soon enough. The Roy family Battle Royale returns March 26th.
I sure hope it's not the last season. Well, we can barely contain ourselves over this last story about a selfie star that never saw a camera he didn't like. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
People come to Boulder for its rugged beauty and breathtaking views, a picture-perfect landscape for a selfie, or perhaps a few hundred of them. Clearly not shy and maybe a little vain, it seems this black bear likes its angles, all of them.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I haven't, but this bear definitely seemed very curious, a little bit playful perhaps.
Goofy, provocative, and even pensive, the enthusiastic photo shoot, some 400 selfies, triggered a range of reactions, headlines, and love online.
People are very excited about all of the bear images that we captured.
And the bear put in legwork for the headshots, finding one of 9 motion sensor cameras on 46,000 acres of open space wasn't easy. Hoping to snap birds, prairie dogs, and mountain lions, this bear barely left any room for photos of other curious critters.
People being aware of what's out there is very important, and being able to coexist.
To be fair, animal selfies aren't just monkey business. The most famous of them all ended up in a lawsuit over who owned the rights. And while we all love a good selfie, it turns out even a bear can be a camera hog. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
I think animal selfies are way cuter
than
the humankind. All right, the NFL will set the stage for Super Bowl 57 this weekend. The Bengals and Chiefs rematch in the AFC Championship game. And it's the 49ers and Eagles. They battle in the NFC title game. All 4 teams have been to the Super Bowl in the last 5 seasons. The NFC Championship game kicks off at 3 p.m. Eastern Sunday in Philadelphia, followed by the AFC title game at 6:30 Eastern. So I know a lot of us football fans and families, we are all making our schedules around those games.
We are, and I should have worn green today because, of course, I'll be rooting for the Eagles.
There you go. It's your shout out. We'll do it in itself. Thanks for kicking off your Friday with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Erin O'Hearn. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. Go Eagles. All eyes on Memphis after 5 officers are charged with murder for the death of Tyree Nichols. The young black man died 5 days after a violent arrest. The city on edge with just hours until the release of footage from the traffic stop.
Healthcare hoax, the major crackdown on the Florida nursing schools that sold thousands of fake diplomas.
Smaller gun, bigger problem. Lawmakers set their sights on an assault weapon they say is marketed to kids.
A waking nightmare. Police chased down a man who stole a car while a woman was napping in the back seat.
I'm really scared, you know. You should get back. Please, now.
The phone call that potentially saved her life.
And signs of quiet quitting growing louder. Why more American employees are feeling checked out. It is Friday. Let's get to work. Early Today starts right now. Good morning and happy Friday. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. The city of Memphis is bracing for today's release of Tyre Nichols' arrest video. Nichols was hospitalized and died 3 days after the traffic stop last night. Nichols' mom spoke out during the vigil for her son.
I don't want us burning up our cities, tearing up the streets.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's not what my son stood for.
Yes,
and if you guys are here for me and Tyree, then you will protest peacefully.
Now to NBC's Jay Gray for more.
We all want the same thing. We want justice for Tyre Nichols.
5 recently fired Memphis police officers now murder suspects in the beating death of Tyre Nichols.
In a word, it's absolutely appalling. Let me be clear. What happened here does not at all reflect proper policing. This was wrong. This was criminal.
The men face a string of felony charges, including second-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, and assault.
There is no way, no one out there that night intended for Tyre Nichols to die. Tyre Nichols to die. No one. No one. And it's shocking. That's shocking to the officers.
During a traffic stop just blocks from his home, Nichols was involved in 2 confrontations with police and died 3 days later from his injuries. The chief of police in Memphis has called her former officer's actions heinous, reckless, and inhumane. Nichols' family and attorneys have seen police video of the incident and described the alleged attack as savage. The 29-year-old reportedly tased, pepper sprayed, restrained, hit, and kicked. His mother says she had to turn away.
I didn't need to see a video to see what they did. I saw him in person where my son had lumps on his head and his neck was broke and his head was so swollen till it was starting to split open. That was enough for me to see as his mother.
The video is expected to be released publicly. Law enforcement agencies in the Memphis area and across the country now watching the situation closely while preparing for the possibility of protest and unrest. Jay Gray, NBC News.
The double murder trial against Alec Murdaugh had its first day of testimony. Jurors also heard the gut-wrenching 911 call made by Murdaugh after the former attorney discovered his wife and son dead. The prosecution claims he killed them. Our Katie Beck is in Walterboro, South Carolina.
The jury heard the chilling 911 call.
No, ma'am. Okay, you said it's your wife and your son? My wife and my son.
And from first responders recounting a gruesome crime scene. Standing near it, a distraught Alec Murdaugh.
Did you ever see him, any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir, that's what it looks like.
Seen and heard by the jury the police body camera footage from that night, and by Murdaugh, who became emotional several times, especially as witnesses described his son's injuries. On tape, almost immediately, Murdaugh tells police the reason he believes his son was a target.
This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. I know that's what it is.
Murdaugh also mentioned that theory to the 911 dispatcher, referring to the 2019 boat crash that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. Paul Murdaugh, charged with 3 counts of boating under the influence in the incident, had pleaded not guilty and was awaiting trial. Defense on cross, highlighting the lack of blood on Murdaugh's clothing. Also questions about preserving evidence.
Do your best not to contaminate anything.
And this is your best.
Both the prosecution and the defense are using the lack of blood on Alec Murdaugh's clothing to bolster their case. The defense saying that if Murdaugh did the crime, he would have had blood on his clothes. And prosecutors saying if Murdaugh checked the victims for signs of life, as he said he did, he wouldn't have been so clean. In Walterboro, South Carolina, I'm Katie Beck for NBC News.
Federal authorities have arrested at least 25 people behind a scheme where schools in Florida sold thousands of fake nursing degrees. NBC's Stephen Romo has the full story.
Shocking allegations. A $100 million scheme selling thousands of nursing diplomas, now called fake by federal prosecutors.
Our healthcare professionals play an important role in our public health system. We therefore expect our healthcare professionals to be who they claim they are.
More than 24 people, a group of school administrators and recruiters, have been accused in a wire fraud operation to sell phony nursing degrees, creating what prosecutors describe as a shortcut around educational requirements set by the state nursing boards.
They prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to sit for nursing board examinations.
The investigation, known as Operation Nightingale, feds issued warrants in 5 states and say that 3 schools were involved, all in Florida: Sacred Heart Institute, Siena College of Health, and Palm Beach School of Nursing. All 3 institutions have since shut down, so efforts to reach them were unsuccessful. But federal investigators allege between 2016 and 2021, more than 7,600 students obtained fake degrees, paying out about $15,000 each for a total of $114 million.
These allegedly fraudulent documents may have allowed nurses to serve in critical healthcare roles.
More disturbing, authorities estimate about 1/3 of the people that received fake diplomas, or nearly 2,300 people, are actually practicing nursing right now.
We have not learned of nor uncovered any evidence of patient harm stemming from these individuals potentially providing services to patients.
The DOJ says this isn't just about the training of those nurses involved, but the public's potential loss of trust in the healthcare industry.
When we take an injured son or daughter to a hospital emergency room, we don't expect, really cannot imagine, that the licensed practical nurse or registered nurse treating our child took a shortcut around educational and licensing requirements.
And our thanks to Stephen for that report.
Senate Democrats are calling for the FTC to investigate the company behind the JR-15 rifle, saying the smaller and lighter version of the AR-15 was marketed toward children.
We must stop the raining of bullets across the nation and stop this horrible marketing campaign, not only so it stops, but so that others don't do it. Because if this is left alone, others are likely to do it as well.
In criticizing the marketing tactics of the company, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer also made explicit reference to this month's shooting of a teacher by a 6-year-old boy at a Virginia elementary school.
Okay, time now to get a look at your weekend forecast with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. And who's going to get some snow, some rain, or whatever in between, Bill? Good morning.
Yeah, there's a little bit of everything out there. Nothing horrible, though. No tornadoes. We're not going to see anything too destructive. We do have about 7 million people under winter weather advisories, and we kind of have 2 storms. We have one that's going to go through today, which is a little clipper low, cold temperatures behind it, a little bit of snow showers heading through areas of Wisconsin and Michigan. And then we're having a new storm that's coming in today into the northern Rockies. We're going to see heavy snow in the mountainous areas. Great for the ski resorts this weekend if you can get to them. And then we'll take this on Saturday. Light snow for areas like Sioux Falls, Des Moines, and towards Chicago. Only about 1 to about 3 inches. Nothing horrible out there. And then we'll watch on Sunday heavy rain developing in areas of the southeast. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So not a lot of cold air on the weather map today, but there is a little piece of Arctic air coming down into areas around Fargo and down diving through North Dakota. No signs of any cold, though, from Florida to Texas to the Carolinas. Just a beautiful Friday. Yeah, I'd take 50 and sunny like the South today. It's all right.
I'd take 30 and sunny. I haven't seen the sun in a long
sunny,
time.
right?
Yeah. All right, thanks, Bill. Coming up next, a man rams his truck into a police station. The wild video in just 60 seconds.
Plus, the terrifying moment a man steals a car with a woman in the back seat.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
New this morning in Colorado, a man is facing attempted murder charges after plowing into the lobby of a police department. Watch this. This was in Grand Junction. The 42-year-old rammed his truck right into the building. He told police he drove into the lobby because he didn't want to be killed. According to the arrest affidavit, he called police 90 times over the last few years, reporting strange happenings, but those calls were unfounded.
Newly released video captures the terrifying moments where a man in Wisconsin steals a car while a woman sleeps in the back seat. NBC's Maggie Vespa has all those details.
A frantic woman's nightmarish carjacking, the high-speed chase captured on dash cameras.
I was sleeping and he's in my car and I don't know when he's taking me.
Just after 3 in the morning, deputies say the unnamed victim woke up to terror after a total stranger stole her car from a gas station as she napped in the back seat. Her husband had just gone inside.
I'm really scared, you know, you should get back.
The helpless victim bravely calling 911, begging in the back seat with deputies say a drug-fueled carjacker behind the wheel.
Please, no.
Okay, I'm going back.
No, you are not. No, you're not turning around.
Investigators just releasing video of the January 14th chase through Columbia County, Wisconsin, north of Madison. Authorities say that stranger, 51-year-old Kyle Wagner of New York, drove and swerved at speeds up to 90 miles an hour.
I don't know, he's driving like crazy.
You were hugely impressed by this victim.
Yes, I think other people might just jump out of the car. Well, it's moving, not thinking. You want to flee that type of situation. So instead of doing that, she was able to call 911. She remained composed. She engaged the offender.
Per a criminal complaint, Wagner told the woman he was a truck driver and there was a conspiracy that people wanted to kill them, so he was saving her. Also in that complaint, Wagner telling the woman if her husband was worried about her, he would be calling. But he's not calling because he's already dead. Wagner later admitted to deputies having used meth and fentanyl. The heart-stopping ordeal only ending when a patrol car knocked Wagner off course, a chase tactic. He then crashed into a guardrail, the car, as you'll see, nearly flipping over. The victim runs from the back seat, sobbing.
I was scared. I don't know who's this guy. Who's this guy?
A narrow escape from a nightmare she never saw coming.
Tonight, Kyle Wagner is being held on $40,000 bond and faces a long list of charges, including false imprisonment, attempting to flee or elude an officer, and possession of methamphetamine. He has yet to file a plea, and authorities say the victim is doing well. Back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you.
When we return, remote reversal. Companies dial back working from home, and it's not going so well with employees.
And ahead from Bridgerton fame to most handsome man, why science is backing this one up. Stay tuned.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
How you doing, Lester?
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
It is International Holocaust Memorial Day. Coming up on Today, our Harry Smith will introduce us to the powerful play on Broadway that pays tribute and remembers the Holocaust in vivid detail.
More companies are requiring their employees to spend more time in the office, but many workers are unhappy about it. Some say the long commutes are impacting their work-life balance. Here's Emily Ikeda.
The days of working from home are fading for more employees, now being called back to the office. Disney recently announcing its employees will be required to spend 4 days a week on site. CEO Bob Iger writing in a letter, nothing can replace the ability to connect, observe, and create with peers that comes from being physically together. The media giant among the latest to ramp up time in person in recent months, a move met by frustration from some.
When your job that was once work from home starts making everyone go back into the office multiple times a week.
Despite high demand, the number of remote roles is rapidly shrinking, according to LinkedIn, making up 13% of job postings compared to 21% less than a year ago.
And a lot of that has to do with employers starting to pull back, starting to say, we are still hiring, but we want you on site. We want you in place.
In search of a hybrid work model, among other things, tech researcher Alicia Takaoka expanded her job search beyond the U.S.
What good is having a house if you don't get to spend it there because you're commuting to work? And what good is having a job if you can't enjoy any time off?
The mounting pressure in the U.S. to return to the office comes as surveys suggest some workers are dialing it back on the job. A new Gallup poll found less than a third of workers are engaged with their position, compared to 36% in 2020.
Are you asking me to overwork myself? It's 2023, Karen. Minimum wage equals minimal effort.
Hashtags like work your wage and quiet quitting catching fire.
You can't expect people to show up, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but then also ask them to work unreasonable hours and take on tasks that are way outside the scope of their roles.
Career coach Mandy Woodruff Santos says it's all about striking a balance.
Are you finding more people are valuing work-life balance?
1,000%. What people are valuing more than ever is their own version of what they want their work and their personal lives to look like.
And our thanks to Emily for that report.
And coming up next, Bill's got your weekend forecast.
And the heartbreaking note that leads to a happy ending for one pup and his owner.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back to Early Today. Looking at the weekend and the beginning of next week, we don't have any huge storms that are coming, but we have some areas that are going to get some snow and wintry weather to be driving with. So on Saturday, we have that light snow moving through areas of Iowa into areas of southern Wisconsin, some Milwaukee, even Chicago will get some light snow Saturday afternoon, maybe like 1 to maybe 3 inches at most. By the time we get to Sunday, that kind of weakens. There's not a lot of snow heading to New England, maybe northern New England, some snow showers, but we will see some rainy weather, maybe an isolated chance of some flash flooding as we go through Louisiana, especially the areas that got a lot of rain earlier this week with that storm system into Mississippi too. And then as far as the rainfall goes, again, the highest totals, yellow is 1 inch, 2 inches in orange, even southern Georgia possibly could get some significant rain. And then looking ahead towards next week, that Arctic air sags a little bit to the south. The northern edge of this, Monday into Tuesday, we could have some wintry weather to drive in once again in areas of Arkansas, Missouri, and the Ohio Valley. But that's next week, so we'll worry about that.
Okay, I can imagine a lot of haze in that forecast as well. And up next, Taylor Swift has us all wrapped up in a lavender one.
Good transition.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, Lighten your load every single morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Talking, go viral. I just need this thought spiral. Get it off your chest. Get it off my desk. I feel he's creeping up on me.
Taylor Swift fans are in a lavender haze this morning. The singer releasing this new music video at midnight. Her co-star and dance partner is openly transgender model Laith Ashley, who Taylor said she adored working with.
All right, who do you think the most handsome man in the world is? Well, it is official by these standards. Bridgerton's Regé-Jean-Page. And it's not subjective after all, it is actually backed by science. His face was analyzed using the golden ratio of Beauty Phi standards, and it was 93.65% accurate. The runners-up include Chris Hemsworth, Michael B. Jordan, Harry Styles, and English footballer Jude Bellingham. So if he scored a 93, 0.65%. What is 100%?
I don't know,
because
no
across the board,
face is perfectly symmetrical, right? And that's sort of what that science is, but pretty close.
Yeah, that's as close as you're gonna get, I guess.
Right. And guess what? We're close to something that a lot of people have been waiting for, which is Succession. We are back in business.
We wanted to do something together. This is not about getting back at Dad, but if it hurts him, it doesn't bother me.
I mean, it's a tightrope walk on a straight razor. 500-foot reputational drop.
Why is that making you smile? That shouldn't make you smile. Who likes tightrope walking a straight razor?
That was our first look at season 4 of the HBO hit show. The creators aren't saying whether this is the last season, but we'll find out soon. The Roy family Battle Royale returns on March 26th, and I'm counting down the days.
I always love having the discussions on who's your favorite character because it's so fun to talk
is.
about why someone's your favorite character on that show. All right, well, your favorite shows and movies give you real estate envy. We've got an inside scoop into how much they might be worth. According to estimates from California-based La Jolla Realtors, Carrie Bradshaw's Manhattan brownstone apartment would go for $700,000. Kevin from Home Alone would be defending his family's $3.5 billion house outside of Chicago.
And in Tennessee, a dog was abandoned at a shelter along with a heartbreaking note. The owner saying she is homeless and has 2 children and can't afford to take care of little Lilo. The note and the dog went viral, and then the McCamey Animal Center in Chattanooga managed to find the owner. The 2 were reunited, and they are now working to get the dog a permanent home.
Oh, looking for that forever home.
That's
They
right.
deserve it.
And thanks for ending your work week with Early Today. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Friday, and we'll see you here on Monday.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, tension in Tennessee and across the country. This morning, 5 former Memphis police officers are facing murder charges after a violent traffic stop confrontation that killed 29-year-old Tyree Nichols.
The actions of all of them resulted in the death
of Tyree Nichols, and they are all responsible.
Now, the city of Memphis bracing for unrest ahead of police body cam video being released today. We have team coverage. Warning to the West this morning, new developments from the war in Ukraine as Russia reacts to the U.S. and Germany's plans to send battle tanks to help Ukrainian forces. Plus, we're learning more about yesterday's mass missile strikes in Kyiv. History and heritage, a story of hope on this Holocaust Remembrance Day. How state-of-the-art technology is using long-lost photos to connect families with their loved ones who suffered through the Holocaust. And turbulence on the tarmac for Southwest Airlines over that Christmas-time meltdown that canceled thousands of flights and left millions of travelers stranded for the holiday. Our one-on-one with the CEO about the investigation underway, plus his apology to customers. Good morning, everybody. Glad you're with us. We're going to begin this morning in Memphis with new developments in the investigation into the death of Tyree Nichols. And this morning, that city is on edge.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are now facing second-degree murder charges in connection to Nichols' alleged killing. Those officers, Justin Smith, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., Demetrius Haley, and Tadarius Bean. Authorities say the men were all involved in a traffic stop that led to Nichols' death. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy announced the charges yesterday at a news conference. He was joined by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
While each of the 5 individuals played a different role in the incident in question, the actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyree Nichols, and they are all responsible.
Nichols' family was shown the footage of the January 7th traffic stop earlier this week. They say it shows officers beating the 29-year-old for 3 minutes. Their legal team is comparing it to the 1990s police beating of Rodney King in Los Angeles. Authorities say Nichols died from his injuries 3 days later. Attorneys for 2 of the police officers, Martin and Mills, are also speaking out. They're calling for a fair trial for their clients. They say they intend to plead not guilty.
I would just caution the public to reserve judgment. Know that there's always more to the story.
No one out there that night intended for Tyree Nichols to die. No one. That's shocking. That's shocking to the officers.
Still, the charges won't erase the pain felt across Memphis and across the country over Nichols' death. More than 300 people gathered last night for a candlelight vigil in Nichols' memory. This as Memphis authorities prepare to release the footage from the traffic stop. That'll be released later today. Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis says she expects citizens to be outraged. Nichols' mother is calling for peaceful protests. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos is here to help break down the investigation for us. We're going to talk with him in a moment, but we're going to start with the latest on the investigation with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, who's in Memphis. We're also joined by Mark Claxton, a retired NYPD detective and director of the Black Law Enforcement Alliance. Sam, let's start with you. We don't have many details right now about this traffic stop, but what has the district attorney revealed so far?
Right. So the district attorney, Joe, discussed the fact that we are in the midst right now of an inhumane series of consequential actions. Videotape that captured what he described as something that should never happen to another human being. In fact, those are the same words from the city's police chief, C.J. Davis, as well. And that, of course, that indictments followed from that. 5 second-degree murder charges, one for each of the 5 police officers who were involved in this seizure. And as you mentioned, the district attorney there, Mr. Mulroy, said that they all played a role. They didn't have the exact same reaction, but all of them, in his words, led to the death of a 29-year-old man who was stopped for a traffic violation. Speaking with the president of the NAACP, he told me, when would a traffic violation lead to a death sentence? That's not how things are supposed to work in America. Now, Joe, bear with me for a second. Behind me is the Shelby County Jail. And for a period of time, 5 police officers were in there. Right now, 4 out of 5 of them, Joe, have bonded out. So clearly that may create some tension here in the city of Memphis. If there is one thing, though, that we know to be true, it's the fact that those murder charges came down prior to the video being released. Can you imagine what the environment would be like in Memphis if there were not charges against these particular officers, and you did see video that was so visceral and so painful, as has been described by authorities and the family members of Tyree Nichols who have already viewed it. Now, it is also telling that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that led this probe, they described, the director, how he would characterize this video in one word. Listen to what he said.
I'm shocked.
I'm sickened by what I saw and what we've learned through our extensive and thorough investigation. I've seen the video, and as DA Morley stated, you will too. In a word, it's absolutely appalling.
Joe, there is the potential that we could be seeing additional charges against other members of the Memphis Police Department. There were also EMTs involved, fire department members as well. So we'll see how wide this scope ultimately gets. But right now, the city of Memphis is on edge, waiting to see what this video will actually reveal.
Mark, Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis released a video statement on social media. Let's go ahead and listen to that. We'll get your reaction.
This is not just a professional failing. This is a failing of basic humanity toward another individual. This incident was heinous, reckless, and inhumane.
What do you make of her statements there, Mark, and how this investigation has played out so far?
Chief Davis, Mr. Nichols are a large reason why the pace of this investigation has sped up significantly and outside of what is normal, what we normally expect with law enforcement investigations. So she's a well-respected law enforcement professional, well-respected nationally in the law enforcement community, super well-respected within the Black law enforcement community, and her actions in many ways are the reasons why some of these steps, the arrest, were kind of rapid as opposed to what we're accustomed to.
Sam, this body camera footage is set to be released after 6 p.m. local time. How's the community reacting and really bracing for its release later today?
So as one woman who is an associate minister in this community described it to me, it's like preparing yourself for a car crash that you've already seen it, right? You know that it's happened, but you haven't felt the impact yet. That's how folks here are feeling, because they just know that they are going to be totally beside themselves to see this level of inhumanity and pain inflicted on another person. And so it's just a series of, as she said, metabolizing bits of information that they can understand in their mind, but how they absorb it in their hearts is a completely different matter. Here's what she told me.
We have compounded grief right now. There's a grief that's happening because Tyree's life was already taken. There's a grief that we're holding with this family, and then there's a anticipated grief that is mixed with rage and pain in advance for a video that should not exist, meaning it should never have happened.
So the video shouldn't exist because it never should have happened. And you're looking right now at a dynamic where the NAACP president told me, if this doesn't create some sort of national change, and we're talking about legislation at the congressional level that would establish a national standard of training for police officers. He said you can't have, say, 5,000 cities with 5,000 different potential guidelines for police officers. There needs to be something uniform. There needs to be a database, he says, that tracks police misconduct, because oftentimes what you find are a small percentage of officers who commit infractions and then they just move on to another agency after the fact. And Joe, that is relevant here in the sense that the one officer who was still behind bars, Demetrius Haley, was involved in a prison assault several years ago in which one of the people there ended up unconscious, and he ended up then moving on to the Memphis Police Department. So there's a lot of questions that are coming out of this, but this community right now bracing for the hours ahead.
Mark, do you agree with what the NCAA president told Sam about there needing to be a national database like this? I mean, I know that we have the Brady list that's available via public information request. And also I want to talk about these specialized units. It's our understanding that many of these officers, if not all of them, were involved in a so-called Scorpion unit. The police chief says that these specialized units will be under review. What might that look like?
That would look like additional supervision, perhaps dismantling of that particular unit. Oftentimes, law enforcement agencies will rename these type of units if they're found to be problematic and oftentimes violating some constitutional law. So that's all window dressing, and I agree with the NAACP in regards to the need for police reform, comprehensive police reform. I think most importantly, what needs to happen is there needs to be a shifting from what we have understood to be the traditional policing model of run, catch them, lock them up, and throw away the key, and more towards a public safety model, which incorporates so many different disciplines, where you have some attention to the economic impact in communities, financial hardships, social issues that crop up, psychologists that deal with and address mental health issues, more of a comprehensive approach. And then also, finally, you have to stop police departments from being the main enforcers for some of the most simplest of offenses. Not every offense, not even a criminal act, not every offense needs police intervention. And we found that these car stops are high on the list of interactions that too often result in fatal encounters, specifically and especially for Black and brown people.
Mark Claxton and Sam Brock, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We really appreciate your time.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. So, Danny, good morning. First of all, I saw you were nodding along to what Mark was saying there in terms of some of these traffic stops. Let's talk right now about this video and the anticipation of its release and what investigators are going to be looking for. I mean, they've already seen it, but what are you going to be looking for example, as somebody with a legal background?
Right. There's going to be apparently a number of different videos because there were a number of different body cams. But in addition, there are what they call pole cams. The city of Memphis uses a company, I believe it's called Sky Cop, but they install on poles, video cameras that are triggered sometimes by a gunshot or maybe movement, whatever the case may be. But reportedly, they caught this encounter. So you're going to get two different angles at least, one from body cam and one from the pole cam. The reason that's significant is that sometimes body cam, it's amazing if it's high def for picking up furtive movements or maybe anything else that may be disputed during a car stop, but they can be jostled pretty easily if the police officers are wrestling with someone. That pole cam, assuming it caught the entire encounter, might give us even more perspective, even if it's removed maybe even by 50 yards or so.
So, Danny, yesterday we heard from two attorneys representing some of the officers. Let's listen a little more to what one of them had to say. We'll talk about it on the other side.
We obviously have started to think about potential defenses. We are getting to know our clients. Unfortunately, we've all over the last couple of years seen videos where there's police brutality involved. And so I would just caution the public to reserve judgment. You're going to feel things, you're going to experience emotions, but know that there's always more to the story.
So keeping in mind you have not seen the body camera footage yet, but what could we expect from the defense attorneys here as possible defenses?
Well, those defense attorneys are going chapter and verse with the what to say when you don't know what you're going to do about your case yet. You hear a lot of the standard language there. You've only heard one side of the story. Hold out and wait till you hear both sides. That's what I would be doing if I was sitting in their spot, which is they've got a really difficult, high-profile case with defendants who are not popular, and they know nothing about what's in discovery yet. All they know is they're about to get hit with a sledgehammer when that video gets released. So they're in a very unenviable position there, trying to come up with some initial defense, which really at this point could just be wait until all the facts come out.
Right, but one of the defense attorneys we heard at the top of the show said nobody intended for Tyre Nichols to die. Do prosecutors have to prove intent?
They don't have to prove specific intent to kill. Second-degree murder in Tennessee is actually a very concise statute. It basically says whoever kills with knowledge. And a knowing killing is one that occurs when you do something that is substantially likely that death will result. So you may hit somebody with a bottle and say, well, I was only intending to hurt them. But if they fall over and hit their head and they succumb to their injuries, then if you knew that hitting someone with a bottle, for example, is likely to cause death, you can be guilty of second-degree murder, at least in Tennessee, as that statute defines it.
Danny Savalas, thank you.
Turning now to Ukraine, where the country is dealing with the aftermath of yesterday's Russian air attacks. Ukrainian authorities say at least 11 people were killed across the country. The capital, Kyiv, also recorded its first war-related death of the year. NBC News foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now. So, Richard, yesterday's strikes came just a day after the U.S. and Germany announced they agreed to send their tanks to Ukraine. What's the situation like over there this morning? Especially, what are you hearing in and around the capital?
So there have been attacks once again in and around the capital, Kyiv, and that first death of the year. Kyiv is quite far from the front lines. Kyiv is a city that is experiencing power cuts, serious problems with running water, serious problems with heat, but there haven't been very many casualties because most of the Russian attacks have been against the infrastructure, against power plants, against treatment facilities that are generally on the outskirts of the city. So this is a more deliberate attempt by Russia to bring the fight right to the center, right to the capital. But it is not the only attacks. We are still seeing a very active front line all throughout the east, all throughout the south. And Ukrainians recognize that this is why they need the weapons. If they needed any more evidence, they just got it. They say we need weapons, we need air defenses, they need tanks, and some tanks are going to be on their way. And they are now asking for aircraft. So if you watch the progression here over the last year, and we're almost at the 1-year anniversary, first they started out asking for weapons. Then they started asking for air defenses. Then it was more advanced artillery, then tanks, and now they want fighter jets, F-16s.
Richard, explosions were also reportedly heard near the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's according to UN monitors there. What more can you tell us about what we're hearing about that?
So this goes back to an incident that happened yesterday. So there are many nuclear sites in Ukraine, the most famous of all being Chernobyl, which led to the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown. And it is extremely dangerous to have so many nuclear power plants, nuclear facilities in an active war zone. And the international community is so concerned about that the IAEA has sent monitors to these locations. But the IAEA, the monitors who are there, part of their mandate is just to record incidents, but not who was responsible. So if there is an explosion, they will write down and say, we heard explosions, our windows rattled, and that's what they reported yesterday. The Russians, the occupying Russian forces, control the Zaporizhzhia plant. And the Russians came out very angrily and condemned the IAEA, saying you shouldn't be making these allegations. You're making it look like the Russians aren't in full control of the facility. You're making it look like the Russians are acting irresponsibly. What the IAEA is asking for are safe zones, that these nuclear facilities, not just Zaporizhzhia, but all of them across the country, be declared war-free zones. But so far that hasn't happened, and there have been numerous strikes carried out very close to the facilities, and that's what we saw yet again overnight.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Time now for a look at your morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is joining us. It's been a busy week. How are we looking for the weekend?
It has been a busy week. I was just thinking, this is the last weekend of January already. Like, I don't know how that happened. I mean, I was tracking, like, tornadoes and winter storms all month, it seems. And, yeah, here we are. And one thing we haven't been talking about a lot is big Arctic outbreaks. Remember back around Christmas, we had really cold temperatures throughout much of the country? We haven't had an Arctic outbreak since then. Well, now we're going to watch that changing as we go into February. Nothing dramatic, but it is going to get much colder. So we're going to set the stage this weekend. We do have a clipper system going through the Great Lakes. That just brings a little bit of light snow, and it also brings colder temperatures. And then behind it, we have another storm. Already winter storm warnings are up. We're going to get nailed in the mountains in the northern Rockies. And then watch this little narrow strip. It's going to extend out here into the plains. Areas like Sioux City, you're going to get a decent little snowfall out of this, but not much to your north and not much to your south either. Cedar Rapids will get some, and eventually this will head towards areas like Chicago too, which will be nice. I think Chicago, it looks like the timing for your snow is going to be as we go through Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening, possibly around 1, maybe 2 inches of snow for you, but just enough out there on the roads to make things very slippery. So that'll be one issue that we'll be watching. And some of the other things, of course, we got some football games this weekend too. The game in Kansas City is going to be cold and chilly, maybe some snow showers, but the game in Philadelphia on Sunday, no problems whatsoever, increasing clouds, and it looks like a light wind. So for 2 outdoor games this time of year, you couldn't really ask for anything much better than that, guys. So yeah, the weekend forecast really shaping up really nice.
And Bill, I just realized next week is your favorite holiday.
That little rodent's going to pop up, and everyone's going to pay all attention. And I'm going to sit here saying whatever. Everyone's going to ignore me. But, yep, little rodent will get all the headlines.
Bill calls it Rodent Day, not Groundhog Day. Rodent Day.
Wow, unbelievable.
Strong words from Bill. There's fighting words. All right, Bill, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, dramatic new developments in the murder trial of a high-profile attorney accused of killing his wife and son.
Up next, the new evidence presented to the jury, including the chilling 911 call Murdaugh made. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We are back with dramatic testimony in the murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, the prominent South Carolina attorney accused of killing his wife and child. The jury viewed harrowing police body camera video from the scene and heard Murdaugh's emotional call to 911. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has the details.
On the first full day of testimony in the Murdaugh murder trial, first responders detail a gruesome scene.
Your Honor, permission to publish this exhibit to...
The jury heard the chilling 911 call. And from first responders recounting a gruesome crime scene. Standing near it, a distraught Alec Murdaugh.
Did you ever see him, any tears, any physical tears? I did not.
Is the official that they're dead?
Yes, sir, that's what it looks like.
Seen and heard by the jury the police body camera footage from that night, and by Murdaugh, who became emotional several times, especially as witnesses described his son's injuries. On tape, almost immediately, Murdaugh tells police the reason he believes his son was a target.
This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. I know that's what it is.
Murdoch also mentioned that theory to the 911 dispatcher, referring to the 2019 boat crash that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. Paul Murdoch, charged with 3 counts of boating under the influence in the incident, had pleaded not guilty and was awaiting trial. The defense on cross highlighting the lack of blood on Murdoch's clothing. Also questions about preserving evidence.
Do your best not to contaminate anything. And this is your best.
Both the prosecution and the defense are using the lack of blood on Alec Murdaugh's clothing to bolster their case. The defense saying that if Murdoch did the crime, he would have had blood on his clothes. And prosecutors saying if Murdoch checked the victims for signs of life, as he said he did, he wouldn't have been so clean. In Walterboro, South Carolina, I'm Katie Beck for NBC News.
All right, Katie, thank you.
Now to a major announcement from the Justice Department. An FBI crackdown on one of the world's most notorious hacker rings, accused of carrying out major ransomware attacks across the world. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
The major ransomware attacks targeted schools, hospitals, and critical infrastructure. The FBI says it infiltrated one of the world's most prolific hacker gangs and shut down its site on the dark web.
Simply put, using lawful means, we hacked the hackers.
Investigators say the group, known as Hive, would partner with independent hackers, extorting more than $100 million worldwide. For years now, there have been headlines of Hive going after school districts in the U.S., like Norman Public Schools in Oklahoma, and a network of hospitals in Ohio, that had to cancel urgent surgeries while its staff moved to paper charts.
This network targeted more than 1,500 victims around the world since June of 2021.
Ransomware hackers extort victims by breaking into their online networks, then either encrypting their files, making their computers unusable, or stealing the files and threatening to leak them. The victims are told they can only get their files back by paying a huge ransom. Still, with no arrests in this case, cybercrime experts question the long-term impact of Hive's dismantling.
The criminal marketplace is extremely resilient, so Hive has competitors who are literally waiting in the wings to replace them.
Hackers linked to other ransomware attacks have often been based out of Russia. The Attorney General would not comment on whether this group was, citing an ongoing investigation. Back to you.
Thank you. In international headlines, a top Islamic State leader is dead after a U.S. military raid in Somalia.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, 2 administration officials confirmed that a senior leader of the Islamic State plus 10 other ISIS fighters were killed in that U.S. military operation in Somalia on Wednesday. The ISIS leader was named as Bilal al-Sudani, who, according to the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, was responsible for fostering the growing presence of ISIS in Africa and funding the group's operation worldwide, including in Afghanistan. And let's go to Afghanistan, where more than 160 people have died from the cold this month, 84 of them in the past week alone. Authorities say that this is the coldest winter in more than a decade, and with temperatures well below freezing, many residents have been unable to afford fuel to heat their homes. Let's move to Australia, where the father of tennis star Novak Djokovic said he will not attend his son's semi-final match today after he was photographed alongside pro-Putin supporters holding a Russian flag on Wednesday. After the images attracted a barrage of criticism, Djokovic's father decided not to attend Friday's match, as he has no intention of causing headlines or disruptions. Guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Coming up, 8 decades of history unlocked by technology.
After the break, a story of hope on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, how new technology is bringing old photos of lost loved ones back to their families after all this time. This is Morning News Now.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and we want to bring you a story about history, heritage, and technology being used for good.
An organization is helping people discover images of relatives who suffered through or were lost in the Holocaust, all by using facial recognition. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the story.
Every face has a story. But in these photos from the 1940s, only 3 people are officially identified. So to most of the world, these images are a vault.
This is I, and this is Micheline.
But Blanche Fixler has the keys, unlocking almost 80 years of history with a melody. She's remembering what her roughly 10-year-old self sang at this French children's home and how she wound up there.
What do you think about when you look at that little girl?
That little girl went through hell. Well,
she made it through.
She made it through with the help of God. Only with the help of God.
Blanche Fixler survived the Holocaust with memories of terror as the Nazis hunted her Jewish family, along with millions more people. But until last year, she had no idea these photos even existed. They show Blanche soon after the war, a connection made thanks to From Numbers to Names, an organization which says it uses artificial intelligence to identify people. The AI takes photos people upload online and compares them to established digital collections, including from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and Israel's Yad Vashem Museum. From Numbers to Names ran this photo of a young Blanche through its facial recognition program. The search turning up a pair of images appearing to show the same little girl, but in these photos, she's nameless. Then Blanche took a look.
I recognized myself right away.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a photo with just one name listed online has a longer caption, a deeper history.
And here is Rabbi Mintz, and here is my aunt, and here is my cousin Ruth.
What was that like to realize he had found you?
Well, it was very emotional, but you know what? I never got over the fact of not having a mother. Never, never. Till this day. Till this day. Yeah.
Can't replace that.
It was not the same.
Blanche says her mother, brother, and sister were all murdered by the Nazis. Her father fled their native Poland and headed east. So Blanche's aunt watched over her, hiding the roughly 6-year-old in a bed, moving her to an orphanage, helping her flee the country. This technology has unlocked fresh details from the darkest of times for Hollywood star Josh Gad and his family, too. Gad now has a photo of his great-grandmother who was killed in the Holocaust, someone whose face he had never seen.
You've heard of Sarah Rosenberg, but to see her, what does that do?
It was elation, sadness, a feeling, an overwhelming feeling of closure.
Gad says another trackdown image is a clearer version of a photo showing his grandmother.
Having this big yellow star on her that you could see with such, again, clarity. That was equally painful. That was equally emotional.
Gad is sharing his family's story in interviews and across social media at a time when he says Holocaust education is so important, with anti-Semitism festering. We tested the technology ourselves using my own family photo of my grandfather, Jack Kirsch, a Jewish-American prisoner of war held by the Nazis. These were the 10 most likely suggestions from the AI. Unfortunately, none of them a match.
It wouldn't make sense for my grandfather to have been in these settings.
But From Numbers to Names expects there may be millions more photos out there still unanalyzed. The innovation is opening up more memories that are emotional, but also hard evidence that Holocaust deniers cannot brush aside.
A picture is a real thing. It's not drawn by an artist, you know, it's not out of the figment of the imagination. It's a real thing. And if something is real, you cannot deny it.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Let's continue our conversation of International Holocaust Remembrance Day with Jonathan Greenblatt. He is the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League. Jonathan, good morning. First, I just want to get your reaction to Jesse's story there on this facial recognition technology. I mean, how important are projects like this?
Well, look, I mean, Jesse's piece, I mean, I was moved just watching it and seeing his own grandfather's story. Technology can transform our lives in so many ways. And on this day, when we remember 77 years to the date, when the Allied forces, when American troops liberated Auschwitz-Birkenau, this death camp that centered so much suffering, that was sort of ground zero for Hitler's campaign of systematic annihilation of the Jewish people, you know, across countries, across continents, this transnational effort to exterminate a race. To see Jesse's piece, to see how technology is opening up doors today and allowing people to recover those that they lost. I mean, I sit here with you as the grandson of a Holocaust survivor myself. My paternal grandfather, his family was literally incinerated in those gas chambers, you know, suffocated in the gas chambers, incinerated in the furnaces of Auschwitz. And so I lost everything in terms of memory. So when I see what AI and technology can do to revive real stories, real people, that makes the 6 million human and accessible in a manner that I think is just incredibly moving.
So much was taken away, and this is just giving a little bit, just a memory, like you said, Jonathan. Yeah. So we've talked a lot about the past. Let's talk about the present day and the fact that the ADL is still tracking reports of anti-Semitic activity around the world. You guys are going to release your audit of anti-Semitic incidents soon. And your blog talks about the fact that it seemed as if anti-Semitism had reached a crisis point in the U.S. last year. Can you give us a snapshot of what we can expect and where we are right now?
Sure. I mean, the ADL is the oldest anti-hate organization in America. We've been tracking anti-Semitic attitudes since the 1960s. We've been auditing incidents, acts of harassment, hate, and violence since the 1970s. In terms of the actual acts themselves, yes, I mean, we have seen the numbers surge since 2016. 2021 was the highest total we've ever seen. And while we're finalizing the 2022 numbers, I expect they will be at that level, if not higher. Now, we also monitor attitudes. As I said, we've been looking at attitudes for almost 60 years. After a long kind of period of a plateau of very low numbers, in 2022, anti-Semitic attitudes in the U.S. nearly doubled. So offline, we're seeing attitudes and incidents go in the wrong direction. And what we know about anti-Semitism is it starts with the Jews, but it never ends with the Jews. It's a kind of conspiracy to see how the world works. And when you start blaming the Jewish people or the Jewish state for all the world's ills, that's dangerous for us. And it typically augurs hate against, you know, people based on their race or their national origin, how they pray, where they're from, who they love. So anti-Semitism, I would say, is reaching epidemic levels, but that's not just a Jewish problem. It's everyone's problem, because it's a sign of a sort of societal decay that if we don't address, will spread and touch us all.
Jonathan, we only have about 30 seconds left here, but along those lines, you've recently launched the ADL tracker. What is that, and how can the public use it?
Look, you can see it on Twitter at ADL_tracker. We're simply trying to track the dizzying rise of hate. The only way we beat hate is by educating people, helping them understand. So whether it's educating them about what's happening online or bringing Holocaust education into classrooms across the country, only when we all understand, that's the antidote to intolerance, anti-Semitism, and all forms of hate.
Such an important conversation. Jonathan Greenblatt, we're thankful that you joined us this morning on this International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for covering the story.
All right, coming up, Finding a Silver Lining. A new docuseries is shining a spotlight on a high school football team forced to face tragedy off the field.
Up next, my conversation with the filmmaker behind the project ahead of today's final episode. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with more on the Southwest Airlines meltdown over the holidays, which is now being investigated by the Department of Transportation. Nearly 17,000 flights were canceled during the peak of the holiday travel season, costing the airline hundreds of millions of dollars. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt sat down with Southwest CEO Bob Jordan to discuss what happened.
It was a December debacle for Southwest Airlines, the cancellation of nearly 17,000 flights, causing millions of missed vacations and celebrations. The airline announcing an $800 million price tag for the 10 days of canceled flights. At the same time, Southwest finds itself in the government's crosshairs with an investigation into whether the number of flights scheduled was realistic.
Let me begin by asking you, do you think a Department of Transportation investigation into December's debacle is warranted?
Number one, we want to cooperate and collaborate with our oversight committees, with the Department of Transportation, and their goals. If you think the DOT, it's to make sure our consumers and our customers are taken care of. We share those goals.
This investigation will look at the possibility that the airline deceived passengers, unrealistically scheduling flights that it knew were impossible to fulfill. How do you respond to that?
Well, if you look at our flight schedule, we were fully staffed to fly our December flight schedule. If you look before the event and since, we've been operating really well. With the month of January as an example, we are #1 in terms of on-time performance here in the industry.
Right, but you have to understand, and I think you'll agree that most people are going to measure you on what happened on your worst days, those last few days of December.
You know, I've got to start with, we really messed up. I almost cannot apologize enough to our customers and our people at Southwest Airlines. We let them down when they needed us the most. We had a huge storm that impacted so much of the country. That led to an incredible number of cancels, more than we have ever seen. That led to an incredible number of aircraft reroutings, an historic level. Ultimately, that led to a huge level of crew reroutings, far more than we have ever seen, and that just overwhelmed our systems and our processes. I'm not making excuses, but it really was an extraordinary event.
Well, you've already talked about, and others have talked about, this software used for scheduling your flight attendants and your pilots, your crews, wasn't up to task given the circumstances that you were facing. Have you fixed that?
You know, the technology is called SkySolver. It actually performed as designed, as did our processes. You're trying to solve a routing that occurred hours ago. The software was never designed for that. They actually have a new version of the software that has been developed. It's in test right now, and that'll fix that problem.
We're in winter for at least another couple of months here. Granted, there's no major holidays on the immediate horizon, but I think what people wonder when they book with you now, will you be able to fulfill the obligation?
Well, we'll do everything short-term, now, immediate, long-term, to make sure that this does not happen again. We've already put things in place like an extraordinary level of monitoring in our network operational center. We've spun up a group of about 100 extra crew schedulers that we can use on demand. We're looking at our de-icing procedures top to bottom. We're buying extra engine covers in case of tremendously cold weather. We've got a 51-year track record of being a terrific operator, delivering for our customers, loving on our customers and loving on our people, and we are going to fulfill that.
All right, Lester, thank you.
CEO of Southwest Airlines.
Thanks, Lester.
More financial news now. Toy maker Hasbro is now the latest company to announce some major layoffs.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Hasbro will cut 15% of its workforce this year, or 1,000 jobs. The toy maker also warning sales from the holiday quarter will be well below Wall Street's forecasts as demand for its toys and games is weakening. Hasbro joins a growing list of companies to cut jobs amid threats of a recession this year. In October, the company warned demand was starting to slip ahead of the holiday shopping season. And Bed Bath & Beyond says it doesn't have the cash to repay loans from its banks. The retailer received a default notice from JP Morgan this week. The company warned earlier this month it was running low on funds and was exploring a bankruptcy filing. A default notice is unusual for a company facing bankruptcy, as they typically reach a deal with lenders, putting a pause on repaying their debt. And TikTok now lets you get direct messages from everyone, just like Instagram. TikTok has offered direct messaging on the platform, but it previously only worked for people who follow themselves. Now you can open your inbox to anyone, so you'll be able to send messages beyond your circle of friends if you open your inbox to the public. TikTok wants to ensure more users will share videos directly on the app rather than using another social network. Guys, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Pippa.
Tonight, Showtime will air the final chapter of a 4-part documentary called Boys in Blue, a series that's as timely as ever in the wake of Tyree Nichols' death. It chronicles the high school football team in North Minneapolis, a neighborhood where crime and gang violence are everyday realities. So are tensions with police, especially in the wake of George Floyd's murder. Yet several of the team's coaches are current or former police officers. Filmmaker Pete Berg read about the team in the New York Times and knew he had to tell this story. Never imagining what would happen while they were documenting the Minneapolis North Polars.
Most of the community around North, they protect that football field. That's kind of like a sanctuary, because when football games are going on, they want to be safe.
It was my belief that something pretty positive was happening in this community.
And what did you find, especially within the community where there are so many negative experiences with police, but then these young men
have their coaches who are officers.
We hear about the importance of community policing and having police officers actually live and be a part of the communities that they're supposed to be serving and protecting. We hear about that. What we experienced in that neighborhood, in the North community, was real, straight up community policing, where these cops know the kids, know their families. The families know the cops. They all live in the same neighborhood.
I'm a police officer for North Minneapolis and coach for North High School.
Kind of weird, but I'm building bonds with police.
It's not a perfect system, but it works pretty damn well. And we observed, I think, something quite special happening in the Minneapolis North community.
But for Berg's crew and the entire Minneapolis North community, the reality of violence hit home with just a couple weeks left of filming. Star quarterback Deshaun Hill Jr., who was featured heavily in the documentary, was shot and killed.
It was the most intense experience that I've ever had in, 32 years of being in this business. Never in my wildest imagination thought that one of these beautiful young men was going to be murdered right in the middle of our shooting.
His mother worried deeply about that very possibility, didn't she?
She does. I mean, the series always opened up with a scene in Deshaun Hill's living room with Tuesday, his mom, and Deshaun Sr. and D. Hill there with his two little sisters. And his mother was talking about her greatest fear is that he will be killed leaving school, going to the bus stop. You hear about how dangerous life is in so many of our cities. You hear it, but you don't quite feel it. You don't quite get it. And to have his mother sort of foreshadowing and trying to raise the alarm and ask for help, saying, like, we are in danger here. One of the blessings, I think, is that in Boys in Blue, one of the things we did was capture just how beautiful this young man was. This was an extraordinary young man, no criminal gang activity, no drugs, honor roll student, extremely gifted athlete, just coming into his own, would have had a college career playing football, no question. And at the very least, we were able to capture him. And it's something that his family, his sisters, his friends will be able to have for the rest of their lives.
We don't lose until we lose. So all I'm asking y'all, don't ever give up on me, because I won't give up on y'all.
For viewers who watch Boys in Blue, what do you hope they take away from it?
A sense of the nuance and complexity that exists in communities like Minneapolis North, where people might have stereotypes or preconceived notions about what it means to grow up in a rough neighborhood, being able to spend time with families who are struggling but determined to give their kids the best opportunities they can. Spending time with other people is very healthy and very helpful. And it's very hard for us to do that with people out of our circle. And Boys in Blue, I believe, can take people into a new circle. It took me into one.
Our thanks to Pete Berg for taking the time to talk with us. The finale of Boys in Blue airs tonight at 8 p.m. on Showtime. And a quick update. Just yesterday, a jury found Cody Forencamp guilty of second-degree murder in the death of Deshaun Hill Jr. He faces up to 40 years in prison. After the verdict, Hill's family said they could finally begin their journey toward healing. We'll be back after this.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Archaeologists in Egypt have discovered what may in fact be the country's oldest and most complete mummy. It was announced yesterday that a 4,300-year-old man was uncovered near the capital of Cairo. It was held for millennia in a limestone sarcophagus sealed in mortar. The body was located at the bottom of a 50-foot shaft contained in a tomb close to what's known as the Step Pyramid and was part of a recently uncovered group of tombs from the 5th and 6th dynasties, some of which belonged to high-ranking officials of the time, though for our newly resurfaced friend, it's unknown what sort of role he played in the country's distant past, at least for now. Maybe they'll figure it out.
Wow, 4,300 years.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible. Finally, this hour yesterday, we told you about the black bear who became a selfie star after he was captured on wildlife cameras in hundreds of photos. We just couldn't get enough of this story. So NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer spoke to a wildlife expert about whether they've ever seen anything like this.
People come to Boulder for its rugged beauty and breathtaking views, a picture-perfect landscape for a selfie, or perhaps a few hundred of them. Clearly not shy and maybe a little vain, it seems this black bear likes its angles, all of them.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I haven't, but this bear definitely seemed very curious, a little bit playful perhaps.
Goofy, provocative, and even pensive, the enthusiastic photo shoot, some 400 selfies, triggered a range of reactions, headlines, and love online.
People are very excited about all of the bear images that we captured.
And the bear put in legwork for the headshots, finding one of 9 motion sensor cameras on 46,000 acres of open space wasn't easy. Hoping to snap birds, prairie dogs, and mountain lions, this bear barely left any room for photos of other curious critters.
People being aware of what's out there is very important, and being able to coexist.
To be fair, animal selfies aren't just monkey business. The most famous of them all ended up in a lawsuit over who owned the rights. And while we all love a good selfie, it turns out even a bear can be a camera hog. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Provocative.
Well,
I think we're attaching a lot of emotions to this bear, but it is fun to see.
You reckon there's a lot of people that LA Bureau selfie?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Everybody?
All our old friends in the LA Bureau. Good to get them
ground.
on. They like to be in front of the camera just as much as the bear. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, bracing for unrest. Today, the city of Memphis is preparing for the release of body camera video showing the traffic stop beating that led to the death of Tyre Nichols. 5 former police officers are now charged with second-degree murder. Investigators say the video will show why they chose to press charges.
What happened here does not at all reflect proper policing. This was wrong. This was criminal.
We're in Memphis with what we know about the investigation so far and how that city is preparing for the response to what we'll see in that body camera video. Russia's revenge. Russia steps up attacks in Ukraine, launching airstrikes and targeting the country's power grid. All this comes just days after more Western countries pledged new support for Ukraine, including the U.S. sending tanks to the country. We have the latest from Ukraine with the impact the new fighting is having on everyday people there. Mixed messages. We now know the economy grew in the last part of 2022 despite high inflation, but layoffs are still happening and concerns of a recession are still real. So what do all these mixed messages mean for your wallet? We'll explain. Plus, on the ice, the U.S. and the European Ice Skating Championships are underway, and who better to break it all down for us than a former champ himself. Adam Rapon joins us later this hour with a look at the big winners so far and the next generation of skaters.
Looking forward to that conversation.
Yes, it's always fun to chat with Adam. We are going to begin this morning in Memphis with new developments in the investigation into the death of Tyre Nichols.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are facing second-degree murder charges in connection to Nichols' alleged killing. Those officers, Justin Smith, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., Demetrius Haley, and Tadarius Bean. Attorneys for 2 of the police officers, Martin and Mills, say their clients intend to plead not guilty. The city of Memphis and the country remain on edge ahead of the release of that traffic stop footage later today. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Tom Yamas has the latest on the investigation.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation put it simply, this was wrong, this was criminal, and later today we'll find out exactly why when they release footage of the incident. Now, that video is coming from 3 different places: police body cam, police dash cam, and also surveillance video, poll cams from the area that apparently captured some of what happened. We now know that at least 4 of the 5 officers have bonded out of jail. They've been charged with second-degree murder and other crimes. This as Tyre Nichols' family, including his 4-year-old child, are demanding justice. Even President Biden is weighing in on the situation, asking for calm here in Memphis.
This morning, Memphis bracing and officials begging for peace as video is set to be released showing how 29-year-old Tyre Nichols ended up like this and later dying while in police custody.
Our family is grief-stricken.
Overnight, a prayer vigil at one of Nichols' favorite spots, a Memphis skate park. His mother sending this message to the city.
I didn't see it, but from what I hear, it's going to be horrific. But I want each and every one of you to protest in peace.
5 fired Memphis police officers have now been charged with several crimes, including second-degree murder, aggravated assault, and kidnapping.
The actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyre Nichols, and they are all responsible.
The footage, which has been viewed by Nichols' family and their attorneys, but not yet made public, shows a January 7th traffic stop and a confrontation with those officers. Then, an alleged beating the family describes as similar to what happened to Rodney King. According to the family's attorneys, an independent autopsy found Tyre suffered from extreme bleeding caused by a severe beating. But it's still unclear exactly what happened. Police say they pulled Nichols over for reckless driving around 8:30 p.m. that night. A confrontation followed. Pepper spray was used, and Nichols fled on foot.
There was another altercation at a nearby location at which the serious injuries were experienced by Mr. Nichols. After some period of time of waiting around afterwards, he was taken away by an ambulance.
Nichols would die 3 days later. The incident now being investigated by local, state, and federal authorities. 2 members of the Memphis Fire Department who were part of Nichols' initial patient care were also fired while an internal investigation continues.
He absolutely will plead not guilty.
Defense attorney Blake Ballin is representing former officer Desmond Mills Jr., who posted bail overnight.
You haven't seen the video, but I'm sure you've seen that photo of Tyre Nichols in the hospital.
I have.
When you saw that, what did you think?
It looks like somebody crossed a line, and I believe the proof will show that Mr. Mills is not one of the officers that crossed that line.
The Memphis community angered, saying true justice goes beyond these charges.
This is not about race or color. This is about a race against the injustices that's called police brutality.
We also know that at least one of the other police officers, Emmett Martin, plans to plead not guilty. That, according to his attorney. NBC News has also learned that several of the officers were part of Memphis PD's Scorpion unit, which targets auto theft and gang-related activity. But investigators have not said why it was that unit that stopped Nichols. Reporting from Memphis, Tom Yamas. Now back to you.
Tom, thank you. For more, we are joined by NBC News law enforcement analyst and retired Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best. Chief Best, thank you so much for your time. I want to ask you what your thoughts are on what you've seen so far. I mean, we know the video is going to be released tonight. There are major concerns this could turn violent. What do you make of this call for calm?
Well, you know, we haven't seen the video yet, but we have indication from sources that have, certainly the chief and others, that it is absolutely, in their words, horrific. So we know that's going to elicit an emotional and visceral response from the public when they see it. Again, we haven't seen it yet, but all indications are it's pretty bad. The call for calm, I think, is a good thing. People have every right to be upset, and they will be. We anticipate that there'll be protests and demonstrations and potentially civil unrest. So law enforcement, not only in Memphis, but all across the country, is preparing for the reaction to this horrible beating and ultimately death of this individual. I will say that the chief and the district attorney acted quickly in terminating the employment and getting charges filed and making sure that they are well on their way to accountability and justice being served in this case.
Chief Best, I want to ask you more about that. I mean, Tyree Nichols died on January 10th. The officers were charged yesterday. That's 16 days later. I mean, that seems pretty fast compared with similar cases we've seen in the past, doesn't it? I mean, what does that tell us potentially about the case against the officers?
Yeah, it's very swift. And in many cases, people are placed on paid leave and not terminated right away because there's union issues and other things. But what it says is that once they were able to look at all of the video and what happened, particularly after the death of someone who was in custody, they were very quick to determine that it was excessive force and get those officers' employment terminated, and then have the district attorney look at, potential charging. All of it done at really what is somewhat record speed to have just about 2 weeks go by from start to finish.
The Memphis police chief has emphasized her department's commitment to transparency, but as a former police chief, do you think they've done enough to set expectations and be upfront about not only how painful people say this video is, but also that they'll treat this in the manner it needs to be?
I do. I know the chief, full disclosure. I know Chief Davis. I think she's absolutely upstanding and outstanding person. She was quick to make sure that once she had the evidence that the justice was served in terms of the termination of their employment and get that information over to the prosecutor's office for their determination. So these things, as you know, sometimes they can linger for some time, but they've been upfront about it. They've said it's horrific. They understand that there'll be a reaction, but they're asking for people, to not be violent in their angst about what has occurred.
Chief Carmen Best, thanks for joining us.
Authorities in Ukraine say at least 11 people were killed in yesterday's Russian air attack. Moscow carried out the latest round of airstrikes just a day after the United States and Germany committed to sending their battle tanks to the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kharkiv with the latest. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Some areas of Ukraine still struggling to get the electricity back on after those Russian strikes targeting the power grid yesterday. President Zelensky says this is a deliberate tactic by the Russians to hurt civilians in what is turning out to be a cold and punishing winter.
This morning, Ukraine battered but defiant, and picking up the pieces after a wave of deadly Russian missile strikes launched just hours after the West's decision to give battle tanks. 11 people killed, according to officials, and the attacks aimed mainly at Ukraine's power grid. President Zelensky saying every Russian missile against our cities, every Iranian drone used by terrorists is an argument why we need more weapons. The president also telling Sky News about family life during wartime.
I think that they love me. And it's not about thinking, I feel it.
His young kids, who he sees rarely, forced to grow up fast.
All our children, adults, and all of them, they speak about war.
As heavy fighting rages, a race against time to get NATO tanks into action. The German Leopard 2 is likely to reach the battlefield by the end of March, according to Germany's defense minister. The American M1 Abrams, many months, perhaps even a year from reaching Ukraine, U.S. officials say. Before the war, Serhiy Kozub was a tour guide. Today, he's a military volunteer, and his tours showcase Russia's destruction in Kharkiv.
This is a tailor shop totally destroyed by a Russian missile.
But then he takes us to a place you won't find in the guidebook.
So we can't show you the outside of this building in case it helps the Russians target it, but this is a warehouse where volunteers are stockpiling supplies.
Inside, medical supplies, blankets, even baby food, sometimes the easiest meal for soldiers in the trenches. Whatever we get for the Ukrainian army immediately goes to the front line, he says. The moment we get it, we ship it immediately. Ordinary people pulling together and working for victory.
And the Kremlin today suggesting President Biden could end this war and end it quickly by putting pressure on Ukraine to surrender. That is, of course, something the president has said he will not do. Joe.
All right, Raph, thank you so much. Now to mixed messages on the economy. At a rate of 2.9%, the GDP beat expectations yesterday.
And while we keep hearing of layoffs in the tech sector, Walmart is raising its minimum wage by $2 to $14 an hour to try and retain workers.
So what does it all mean for your bottom line? Well, NBC's Tom Costello is here to help us break it down. So, Tom, let's start with that GDP report. Was it good news or bad news for the economy?
Well, the overall day yesterday, we had so much economic news coming at us, mixed news, but the bottom line is that data shows the economy remains resilient, at least for now. A bit of a mixed bag, though. Here is a concern, of course, about a potential recession. That concern continues to loom, but that 2.9% GDP stat was better than expected. The economy still growing at the end of 2022. Another good sign, consumer spending was still strong. Most indicators suggest inflation is cooling. It's well off the 40-year highs that we saw mid-year. We also got good news on the jobs front, you guys. New jobless claims last week, lower than expected. But as the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates 7 times now to tame inflation, we are seeing layoffs, especially big waves of layoffs in the tech sectors. And we have some others. Dow Chemical, IBM, and Hasbro, for example. Overall, there are still more jobs than workers to fill them. The unemployment rate at a 50-year low. So as we said, a mixed picture, layoffs, but low unemployment, rising interest rates, but solid economic growth.
Well, you mentioned consumer spending. What about consumer saving? Are people able to sock anything away right now?
You know, the evidence suggests that people are starting to burn through their cash reserves, and maybe they're starting to build up that credit card debt. And if people are getting laid off, the concern is that they could, again, burn through their cash and then also burn through any severance. So rising credit card debt, probably not a good sign.
And finally, you know, we're just days away from the Fed's next decision on interest rates. We know we're expecting a few more hikes in the future, but what are economists anticipating is going to happen now?
Doesn't it always feel like we're waiting on another Fed hike? I know. Listen, we're looking at probably another quarter-point hike next week, and experts think we could see yet another one after that. But as we said, you know, the economy is clearly cooling. If the Fed hikes too many times, the concern is that that could push us into negative territory. We could go into a recession sometime this year. That's what most people are betting on, a recession, but maybe it will be mild and not too deep.
All right. Tom Costello. Tom, thanks for breaking it down. We appreciate that.
You bet.
Now for your morning news now weather forecast.
Bill Cairns joins us now. Good morning, Bill. What can we expect this weekend?
This weekend has a little bit of everything, but no tornadoes. I've had enough of those this January, so we'll take a break from that. But we will be watching some areas of snow and also a little flood threat in the south towards the end of the weekend. So we have an Alberta clipper. We call them these because these storms originate up in Canada. They don't have a lot of moisture to work with, and so we call them clipper systems as they move fast. They only give you a brief period of light snow, and it gets windy and cold behind it. And that's it. And that's what's happening today in the areas of the Dakotas. We already had Grand Forks already gusted up to 50 miles per hour earlier this morning. So that Arctic air is coming in, and with it maybe an inch of snow as it goes through areas like Chicago today. Not a huge ordeal, but the temperatures will plunge. This will be the coldest air we've seen since Christmas. Now, this is like what we normally would see during the winter, but it's been so mild. So the temperatures will dip from the teens all the way to the negative numbers later on tonight, especially when you get the wind chill factor in the northern plains. Then this area of snow sneaks in. So we get the cold and then the snow. This will be a serious snowstorm if you're traveling anywhere in the high elevations of the northern and central Rockies. And then we'll get a narrow band of snow as we go through Saturday. Chicago, Milwaukee, it looks like maybe 2 to 3 inches. So you get 1 inch today, maybe another 2 or 3 tomorrow. Just make, if you're driving, especially right around sunset tomorrow, is when it'll probably be the most slippery. And then by the time the storm gets to the east, it's too warm. It just turns to rain. We'll still be watching a lot of rain in areas of the south. So this is at 8 p.m. on Sunday. The heaviest rain will be down here in areas of through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Not severe, but it's been so wet in this area that we do have a chance of getting some flash flooding. So here's how the snowfall forecast looks. And you can kind of pinpoint all the pink in here. That's around 6 to 8 inches of snow, mostly in the mountainous areas of northern Colorado, all through Wyoming. So this is great. We need this for when we get to the summer season, when we melt all this snow. Some of it will get into the Colorado River Basin, which we've had a million stories on how, dried up it's been. But it's been a banner winter for snow in the west. Not in the east. We can't buy snow in the east. There is no snow in the forecast once again from New York southwards. And of course, New York City only has 3 more days to go. And then we break the all-time record for the longest snow drought in Central Park history, which goes back about 150 years. Pretty long period of record. And then northern portions of New England is where we're going to see the areas of snow, and also in areas of Michigan. So here's your weekend forecast. Still pretty mild. 57 in Atlanta. That's a gorgeous Saturday. 62 around Charleston. No problems whatsoever. And then that rain develops. That'll be problematic as we go into your Sunday. So if you have weekend plans and you have a choice of Saturday or Sunday, any outdoor activities, especially in the Deep South, you want to choose Saturday and not heading into your Sunday. But we can't buy snow in the east. And New York City, also, besides the no snow, this is our second warmest January on record ever recorded. Many areas of the eastern half of the country are top 5 warmest January. So it's not just, it's true. It has been a very easy winter in the east.
It has been so weird because I'll walk home most days through the park and I'm like, this is not January. I don't know what's going on here.
Eventually it's going to get cold, or maybe another winter, and it'll be like, wow, this is really rough.
In April. It'll be cold in April. That's what's going to happen. All right.
We'll pay for it.
Exactly.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, the U.S. military kills a top ISIS leader.
But we're learning about the raid that took him down and the terror that leader was said to be responsible for. That's coming up next.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like? It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back with more on that U.S. military raid that killed a senior ISIS leader and 10 fighters in Somalia.
And that's according to 2 senior administration officials who revealed details of the operation to NBC News. Let's get to NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby on this. So, Courtney, walk us through what those officials said about the operation.
So they said very little about what actually occurred on the ground. What we know is it was in northern Somalia. It was day before yesterday. It was an operation, a mission that was ordered by President Biden and approved, recommended by both Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley. This was against Bilal al-Sudani. So he's a very senior ISIS leader in Somalia. According to the senior administration officials who spoke with us, again, on condition of anonymity, they said that he was targeted because he was not only an ISIS leader there in Somalia, but he was trying to export the ISIS terror ways outside of both Somalia and even outside of the region, with his reach as far away as Afghanistan, the ISIS group there known as ISIS Khorasan. And that was both facilitating operations and even in some cases trying to facilitate finances for the terror group. That's why this was something that was carried out. You guys, I'm sure that you guys know that when there's a strike, especially in Somalia or in some of these places against some ISIS fighters or Al-Qaeda fighters, we often hear about a drone strike. In this case, it was a ground operation, an assault operation. That often indicates just the significance of the individual that they're trying to go after. It can also indicate that they may have actually been trying to capture al-Sudani in this raid. What we found, though, was once they got on the ground, both sides were exchanging some sort of gunfire or something, and it resulted in his death.
Let's talk more about that significance. What more do we know about this senior leader who was killed? What do American officials say that he was responsible for?
So he's been on their radar for more than a decade now, both for his affiliations there in Somalia with the terror group Al-Shabaab. It's a group that is closely aligned with Al-Qaeda, and then more recently with his very strong affiliation and then leadership role within ISIS. So I think what we're going to hear going forward, particularly from the Biden administration, is the reason that this was such a significant, that they were able to find him and then ultimately kill him, was that he was one of the ones who was trying to grow the ISIS network back. We heard a lot, of course, over years about ISIS trying to gain a foothold and then actually holding territory in Iraq and Syria. That ended pretty much with the death of Baghdadi in 2019 and with the end of the caliphate not long before that. But ISIS still exists. The ideology still exists, and it exists in many different regions. He was one of the people who was really trying to grab a foothold of it there in Somalia and then in the region in Africa. It's important to point out, though, that U.S. officials still believe it was a small ISIS presence, but they were trying to not only grow it there, and they were trying to build it and to export it to other areas, like I said, like Afghanistan.
Courtney, did the raid yield any further intelligence about ISIS and its operations?
Yeah, so that was my exact question when we first learned about it, too, because that's one of the things, again, rather than a drone strike, when they're there on the ground, they often have the opportunity to what the military calls to exploit the scene. And that means they'll go in after the kinetic action is over. They'll try to grab up everything they can. If it's hard drives, cell phones, anything that they can possibly do. In some cases, it's actually taking people into custody to be able to interrogate them. One of the senior administration officials said that the intelligence community is very hopeful that they'll be able to exploit some of the information there, but he wouldn't get into any of the specifics of about what that means. Why this could be particularly significant, though, is because if Bilal al-Sudani had ties to ISIS Khorasan, which is that affiliate there in Afghanistan, remember the U.S. is completely withdrawn from there and has been for about 18 months now. They have very little intelligence collection in Afghanistan right now about what's going on with ISIS in that area. If this was able to provide them any kind of a window into what's actually going on there on the ground, it could have been a very significant raid.
Okay, Courtney, thank you.
More international news now. Tensions are rising in the Middle East after Israeli jets struck Gaza overnight.
Claudia Lamanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Israel carried out multiple air attacks on the Gaza Strip in the early hours of Friday, soon after 2 rockets were fired towards Israel. This latest cross-border exchange of fire came after at least 9 Palestinians were killed during an Israeli raid on a refugee camp in the West Bank on Thursday, the highest single-day death toll in years. Let's go to South Korea, where the authorities say entry restrictions for people traveling from China will remain in place at least until the end of February, over concerns that the Lunar New Year's holiday will lead to a surge of COVID-19 there. South Korea requires all passengers from China, Hong Kong and Macau to submit proofs of negative tests before their arrival and put them through tests again once they arrive. Let's move to South Africa, where the Environment Department said it will send dozens of African cheetahs to India over the next decade. The first 12 will be sent over the next month, and many more will follow in the future. Asian cheetahs became extinct in India in the late 1940s due to excessive hunting and loss of habitat, guys.
All right, Fabio, thank you so much.
In honor of International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the Illinois Holocaust Museum is making sure survivors' stories are not forgotten through virtual reality and immersive storytelling. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett gives us an inside look at this new technology and a warning some of what you're about to see and hear may be disturbing.
I'm hoping the young people are going to grow up and be strong and not allow these kind of tragedies to happen again.
Fritzi was one of the millions of Jews persecuted during World War II. And despite passing in 2021, she continues to share her story with students every day in the Illinois Holocaust Museum's virtual reality exhibit. Opportunities to speak with living Holocaust survivors is dwindling as the population ages. It's estimated that less than 50,000 living survivors remain in the U.S. The Illinois Holocaust Museum is working diligently with remaining survivors like George Brent and Gary Berkovich to preserve their stories through different educational avenues. These 2 survivors were as eager to learn about each other's journeys just as they were to share their own.
On May the 20th, 1944, we were the last vestige of Hungarian Jews that were deported and taken to concentration camps. The train stopped for a moment, and my father looked through the barbed wire window, and it says Auschwitz. When I got off the train, I couldn't say goodbye to my mother and my brother. I saw them getting off the train, and that's the last I saw of them. Later on, I knew that all women who had small children and wouldn't give up the child, even though they were able to work, were immediately taken and gassed.
George and his father were forced to work at Auschwitz. He was then transported to various camps and managed to avoid selections. But despite that, George witnessed many atrocities, like abuse and starvation.
There was the famous or infamous camp called Mauthausen, an awful place. But they killed people by overwork them, by having to climb up those stairs, some 96 stairs, every day after day after day, carrying these huge 50-pound boulders on their backs. Most of the people who've been there in Auschwitz or Birkenau for a while looked emaciated. You could count their bones without them taking their clothes off.
My experience is very different from the George. He was not that lucky as I was, because I was born much later and I was in a different country.
Gary was born in Kharkiv, Ukraine in 1935, hundreds of miles away from George. When the war reached Gary, he and his family were forced to flee.
During that time, I experienced very horrible stuff. Our train was bombed.
He details his experience in Never Heard, Never Forget. The book puts a spotlight on Holocaust survivors from the former Soviet Union.
We were put in a teeny dugout, a hole in the ground slightly larger than the kitchen of our Kharkov apartment, and slightly deeper than the grandfather height.
And when his family moved to Turkestan, Gary says poverty was widespread amongst Jewish refugees, so much so that they starved to death.
So every morning I saw a picture like that. It was a two-wheel car. They were collecting dead bodies, put them in a cart, and went to nearby ravine, and they put them there in a massive grave. Sometimes when I do remember, I I may cry.
Like Gary, George's story will also live forever through the museum's virtual reality exhibit.
It's so amazing that I am sitting there in awe to see myself on the screen and all the places that I've been to. I am not forever, but the film may be here forever, or for at least for a very, very long time.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that reporting. The Journey Back, a VR experience, is an ongoing exhibit at the Illinois Holocaust Museum.
Very powerful. All right, coming up, the latest on the high-profile attorney who's on trial, accused of killing his wife and son. What happened in a South Carolina courtroom when prosecutors described the moments after police were called to the scene?
Plus, 20 years since the Columbia disaster. We'll have more on how NASA is remembering the astronauts killed on the mission.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with the very latest on the double murder trial of former attorney Alec Murdaugh, who's accused of killing his wife and son. Today, anchor Craig Melvin reports on the new evidence and dramatic testimony unfolding in the courtroom.
This morning, new evidence in the Murdaugh double murder trial. Prosecutors presenting body cam videos showing the crime scene and the weapon they say was used in the killings for the first time, and also playing Alec Murdaugh's unsettling 911 call for the jury.
Are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
The prosecution offered the first witness testimony of the case.
There appeared to be a large amount of blood around each of them.
First responders describing a horrific crime scene.
Did he ask you to confirm if they were dead?
He did. He asked multiple times while I was on scene.
With Alec Murdaugh standing nearby.
Is that their dead? Yes, that's what it looks like.
Murdaugh, the son of a powerful legal dynasty in South Carolina, had support from family members in court and was visibly emotional at times. But first responders telling the jury he did not cry that night.
Did you ever see him any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries.
On the tape, Murdaugh tells police the reason he believes his son was a target almost immediately.
This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck months back. He's been getting threats. I know that's what it is.
Murdaugh also mentioned that theory to the 911 dispatcher. Murdaugh referring to a 2019 boat crash that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. His late son, Paul Murdaugh, charged with 3 counts of boating under the influence. He had pleaded not guilty and was awaiting trial. Meanwhile, the defense questioning witnesses about how potential evidence was handled at the crime scene.
Will you do your best not to contaminate anything?
And this is your best, to walk in an area where there's blood.
And prosecutors honing in on what they argue is a discrepancy. Despite telling 911 he checked his wife and son's pulses, prosecutors say there was no blood on Murdaugh.
If you were going to try to check his pulse, be it wrist or neck, would your hands be bloody?
If I had attempted, they would have been, yes.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. Alec Murdaugh denies the charges and maintains his innocence.
NASA is remembering and paying tribute all of the astronauts who have died over the decades in horrific accidents.
This as the agency prepares to mark the 20th anniversary next week of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. NBC's Tom Costello covers NASA and space for us and joins us from Washington. And Tom, it is hard to believe it's been 2 decades since the Columbia tragedy.
Yeah, and all 7 astronauts on board died, just like the 7 who were on board the Space Shuttle Challenger and the 3 who were on board Apollo 1. You know, we usually focus on the next mission and the milestones, right? The returning to the moon mission, landing on Mars. But NASA is now pausing to remember the 17 astronauts who have died over the years, reaching for the heavens.
By the dawn's early light.
From the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to Arlington National Cemetery, a poignant tribute to the men and women who gave their lives as America reached for the stars.
It is a day for us to remember not only these wonderful people, but also for us to remember the lessons.
It was 1967 when the crew of Apollo 1 was caught in a flash fire inside their space capsule.
The accident occurred at Cape Kennedy.
Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee all died.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
The Space Shuttle Challenger exploded on a cold morning in 1986. Dick Scobie, Judith Resnick, Michael Smith, Allison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, Ronald McNair, and teacher Krista McAuliffe were all killed.
There are reports that the Space Shuttle Columbia has indeed exploded over Dallas, Texas.
17 years later, Columbia was lost as it returned to Earth. On board, William McCool, Michael Anderson, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Laurel Clark, Elon Ramon, and Commander Rick Husband.
It's been tough. Every time Laura and Matthew have a milestone in their life, it breaks my heart Rick's not there to share that. It really does.
Past 20 years have been a parallel train track of joy and grief.
In all 3 accidents, investigators found human error played a role.
I absolutely did not want to become bitter. That's not going to bring the crew back.
Today's NASA leaders insist the crews and what they accomplished will never be forgotten.
We must not let the lessons of Apollo 1, Challenger, and Columbia show up in another investigation report.
Think about my dad every day, but it's not always a sad day or a sad thought.
So life goes on. We're good. I'm glad I know where he's at, and I don't worry about that. But they were moms and dads and husbands, and they lived a very balanced, loving life with their families here in Houston. And so that's the memory that I want to remain.
Imagine losing your husband, your wife, your father, your mother, your child, and losing them in such a public way with the whole world watching. But these families say they also felt the embrace and the love of the country, and to this day they receive emails and letters from people who just want to reach out and send them a hug. You guys?
That is good to hear. An incredible strength from those families there. Yeah. Tom, thanks so much.
You bet.
All right, coming up, a big weekend of football ahead. We're going to find out who's going to go to the Super Bowl. And coming up, we've got a sneak peek at some of the biggest and priciest commercial spots that'll play during this year's big game.
Plus, one of the biggest names in ice skating joins us next. Adam Rippon will break down the latest from the U.S. and the European Championships and talk about his new adventure off the ice in just a few minutes.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Super Bowl is still 2 weeks away, but we're already getting a look at some of the ads you're going to see during the big game.
NBC's Kaylee Hartung has a sneak peek at the major star power in those 30-second spots.
Hey there. Before we even know who's playing on Super Bowl Sunday, top brands are already drumming up anticipation for their biggest stage. The game is expected to generate a record $450 million in ad spending. Now, by dropping these expertly crafted teasers, ad agencies are hoping it will drive up excitement.
Fans have come to expect supersized ads for the Super Bowl.
Oh, don't judge me, Anton.
But this year, big brands are shelling out even bigger bucks, with 30-second spots going for a record $7 million.
Getting 100 million eyeballs on your ad at one time is so valuable, and that's what drives the cost. There's no other event during the year that measures up to it.
In a trend that's continued to grow, a who's who of A-list stars has been tapped for the campaigns.
You know, I've been waiting to collab.
Rappers Jack Harlow and Missy Elliott are collaborating on an ad for Doritos.
Is it true about the love triangle?
Maybe. While Meghan Trainor is popping Pringles.
I'm not gonna flood it.
Breaking Bad's Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul are reuniting for Frito-Lay's Popcorners.
That, to my ear, sounds distinctly like flooding.
And Ozzy Osbourne is dusting off his acting skills for software company Workday.
Which one are you wants a piercing?
Some brands are leaning into nostalgia, which ad agencies say plays to a wider audience. John Travolta will reprise his role of Danny Zuko for T-Mobile, performing the iconic number Summer Nights, along with Scrubs co-stars Zach Braff and Donald Faison. And Michelob Ultra is running a Caddyshack-inspired campaign, starring Serena Williams, Succession's Brian Cox, and Tony Romo.
Young Cinderella story happening right in front of our eyes.
For the first time in more than 30 years, Anheuser-Busch will no longer be the exclusive alcohol advertiser for the big game, opening the door to competitors like Heineken and Crown Royal.
No way.
M&M's is replacing their spokes candies with Maya Rudolph for their Super Bowl ads.
I love M&M's, and you and I love me.
The comedian stepping in following the far-right media backlash last year, after the company swapped their female M&M's high heels with more sensible shoes. Downy Unstoppables is taking a different approach, keeping their star a secret.
It's pretty obvious who you are.
Hush your mouth, Super Bowl puppy. You don't know me.
While FanDuel is betting big on a familiar face, four-time Super Bowl champ Rob Gronkowski.
What the heck is Kick of Destiny?
The retired tight end will attempt to kick a field goal live during the ad.
Wait, I don't kick, I catch.
Brands emptying the playbook to keep viewers in their seats and hoping to score big.
We mentioned the cost of the ad buys themselves, but add to those budgets 7- and 8-figure salaries for big-name directors and actors, and you have got a lot of money on the line here. Back to you.
We both chuckled at Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, exactly.
Kaylee Hartung, thanks.
All right, keep the sports team going here. The U.S. and European figure skating championships are underway.
And all this week, the NBC family has been bringing you live coverage from the competitions. Joining us right now is Olympic figure skating medalist Adam Rippon, who is providing commentary for the European Figure Skating Championships. Adam, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are so good. So good to see you.
We're so excited to have you that in the tease video we put an exclamation point after your name. So that is how excited we are.
I have to tell you that I noticed that and I really appreciated that. I went, wow, they're so excited to talk to me.
It's true. No lies detected. Okay, I'm excited to talk to you about this. So what are you seeing right now in terms of new skaters? What are you excited about?
Well, right now at the U.S. Championships in San Jose, California, the ladies have already begun. The young teenager, Isabel Levito, she's leading the short program by the slightest of margins ahead of former U.S. champion and Olympic bronze medalist Brady Tennell. I'm really excited about Star Andrews. She had a really great season so far, and she's really keeping it up through the championships. I'm very much looking forward to seeing, hopefully, another quad axel by Ilya Malinin. And really, the competition, especially in a year that's right after the Olympics, to see so much good skating is really, really exciting.
Let's talk about what you're covering, the 2023 European Figure Skating Championships, which are also taking place right now. What are you seeing there at the competition in Finland?
Okay, so in Finland, there's a lot going on. Right now, my eye in the men's is all on Adam Suohimfa from France. He has been so solid, so good, so consistent, and he has an over 10-point lead heading into the free skate that we're going to be calling later today. In the women's, the very favorite, the reigning world silver medalist Luna Hendricks from Belgium, had a rough go. She had one major mistake in her short program, and she's right now behind the Georgian Anastasia Gubanova, who had a fantastic short program. And really, it was just a great event.
All right, so we've talked skating. Let's talk about another one of your passions, your new podcast. It's called Normalize This, and you look at shifting trends in American culture. What can you tell us about it?
What can't I tell you about it? So basically, you know, that's our podcast right there. I co-host it with my phenomenal friend. Her name is Danielle Young. And, you know, we talk about different topics and we normalize them and we have really great open conversations about them. We talk about boundaries, hitting rock bottom. What is it like dating and what is it like dating online? And we're both actually legally so stupid that we have a lot of fun and we like laugh the whole time. So we have a great time. So you should definitely listen to it.
How is one legally certified as stupid?
I have the if I had more time, I would go get the certificate that I was given, the legal document that goes, you're dumb.
What's your favorite episode so far?
I think my favorite episode so far, you know, we've done so many so far. I love the ones where we laugh a lot, but I think we recently did one about hitting rock bottom and talking about how those moments of where you feel you're at your lowest, a lot of times we look back at those moments and we reflect and we go, I'm so glad that that happened because it made me pivot. It made me redirect my focus and my energy and change my goals up. And so we have really great conversations, and Danielle is so fantastic. So we have so much fun together.
All right, Adam Rapon, or as we like to say here at News Now, Adam Rapon. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to actually get that changed on my driver's license now.
The same place where you got the stupid papers, you can probably get that changed too. So.
They do it at the same place, yes.
All right, gosh. You two should do a podcast together. This energy is amazing.
Listen, I'm ready. This is the pitch.
Have Joe on.
I'll be a guest. All right. Adam, thank you so much. So good to have
Thanks,
you on.
guys.
All right, coming up, switching gears, another scare for comedian Jay Leno, recovering this morning from another injury just months after suffering severe burns.
But we're learning about the latest accident that sent him to the hospital and an update on his condition. You're watching Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This morning, we're learning that comedian Jay Leno has been in yet another major accident, once again involving one of his vintage vehicles. This latest injury comes just months after the famed auto enthusiast received third-degree burns while working on a car. NBC's Dylan Dreyer has the latest.
After 2 months of recovering from serious burn injuries, comedian Jay Leno is back on the mend following a second accident. The late-night legend telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal he's suffering from a broken collarbone, 2 broken ribs, and 2 cracked kneecaps. After a test ride on a vintage motorcycle went haywire earlier this month. According to the Journal, he noticed the scent of leaking gas, forcing him to cut through a parking lot. That's when he noticed, quote, some guy had a wire strung across the parking lot with no flag. I didn't see it until it was too late, he says, and boom, knocked me off the bike. Back in November, Leno, a car enthusiast, endured second- and third-degree burns across his upper body and face after trying to fix a clogged fuel line on a 1907 white steam car.
Suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas, and then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire.
Hoda catching up with the former Tonight Show host last month in his first TV interview since the accident.
Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like.
Leno spent 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center receiving hyperbaric oxygen therapy and skin grafts.
As you can see, these got burned pretty bad.
In good spirits, Leno telling Hoda at the time nothing will keep him from his passions.
Do you have now any skittishness about...
No. Did I learn from this? Of course not.
A sentiment now recently echoed with his new injuries, telling the Journal, I'm okay. I'm working this weekend.
Leno also told the newspaper he did not want to disclose this latest accident, which happened 10 days ago now, because of the huge amount of coverage that his last accident received. NBC News did reach out to Jay Leno and his team for comment, but have yet to hear back. Either way, of course, we wish him a speedy recovery.
Certainly. All right. As awards season rolls on, the Grammys have announced its first set of performers. It is indeed a star-studded lineup. We're talking Bad Bunny, Mary J. Blige, Brandi Carlile, Luke Combs, Steve Lacy, Lizzo, Kim Petras, and Sam Smith. And again, that was only the first wave announced. The show's going to be hosted by comedian Trevor Noah on February 5th at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. I don't even know who my favorite would be. Maybe Brandi.
Yeah,
who I'm most looking forward to.
Brandy's great. I mean, I love the Grammys because it's just a cool concert, basically.
Yeah.
They sprinkle in a couple of awards here and there, but it's mostly the music. They give the awards out before the show. So, yeah. All right, let's keep the entertainment theme going here. Get your popcorn or your coffee ready because it's Friday, which means it's time for our Can't Miss list.
All the movies, TV, and music you should check out this weekend.
Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers and NBC News entertainment contributor, joins us again. We didn't scare you away with the Oscar nominations earlier this week. So I'm still trying to catch up on Oscar movies, so my brain can't even wrap around new movies coming out, but there are new ones, Maybe I Do and Infinity Pool, that might be worth catching.
These are coming to theaters, and Maybe I Do, it's, Valentine's Day is around the corner, so it's kind of the season of love. This is one of those rom-coms you don't want to miss. You got a bunch of legends in this. Susan Sarandon, William H. Macy, Richard Gere, and Diane Keaton. They play 2 different couples who are a hot mess. Their marriages are unraveling, lots of infidelity, and they keep their personal lives under wraps until their children, played by Emma Stone and Luke Bracey, fall in love. Then everything kind of gets out in the open. Emma Roberts is the niece of Julia Roberts, so she got Auntie on the phone she can call to learn how to slay in a rom-com. It's a great movie. The other one is a little bit of a turn. This one's called Infinity Pool. This one had everyone talking at the Sundance Film Festival this week, you guys. It's a psychological horror film starring Alexander Skarsgård. It's just about a couple that follows a random woman outside of the grounds of resort. And things get really crazy really quick in this one. They wind up in a culture filled with violence, heathenism, and horror. And it's being described as surreal, sophisticated, and sometimes sickening. And I think Alexander Skarsgård does that so well.
Yeah,
you watch them in
the
Big
whole
Little
family.
Lies.
He's brooding. Is that the word
Yes.
I'm looking for?
Look at you, Joe. Come on with
He
the
also,
descriptors.
I think he lived in my neighborhood in L.A. because I would always see him at the diner.
Oh, I would have totally stalked him.
We need a segment on that.
Yeah.
What was his order?
Yes, I wasn't looking back closely. But anyway,
You need to do your research. All right, let's talk about streaming for those of us with babies and can't go to the theater. What should we be watching?
Okay, this one's called Poker Face. Please ring the alarm, y'all, because I watched this last night. I'm obsessed. My new favorite show. Okay, it stars Natasha Lyonne. She plays a crime-solving Vegas casino waitress on the run. Her character, Charlie, has this gift of knowing when someone's lying, and this gift gets her in trouble. Every episode, she almost gets killed. You got a lot of great folks in this. Dasha Polanco from Orange is the New Black in the first episode. Adrian Brody, Judith Light, Stephanie Sue, who just got an Oscar nomination this week. But she's kind of giving you Columbo and a mix of Murder, She Wrote. Great, great show. Next up, a film on Netflix is called You People. It's Eddie Murphy. It's a heartwarming, hilarious new comedy. It's about a young couple from two totally different backgrounds.
And Jonah
lots
Hill,
of culture, yes, lots of culture clashes, lots of family drama. You got Jonah Hill, Lauren London, and Eddie Murphy plays the father of the bride. Then Julia Louis-Dreyfus plays the mother of Jonah Hill's character. It's so funny. There's great chemistry. And Eddie and Julia, they were in SNL in the 80s together, so it's kind of a reunion for them. Then the last one is Shrinking. It's a TV series on on Apple TV. This is a comedy from the folks that did Ted Lasso, also for Apple TV, so they know what they're doing. Jason Segel plays a grieving therapist. His wife dies, and he stops going by the books and begins telling folks what he really wants to say.
Oh my gosh.
Which is hilarious and changes a bunch of folks' lives. It also stars Harrison Ford, who is now doing TV. He plays Jason Segel's boss.
But he's never going to retire, is he? My goodness.
No.
Harrison Ford is just everywhere.
So that's an episode. That's episodic. That's not a movie.
Yeah, and it's from the folks that did Ted Lasso, so you don't want to miss that.
All right, let's finally talk about music, and Friday's big for albums, music videos, even concert movies, right?
Yes. So the first one is an album from Sam Smith. You guys mentioned he's got a Grammy nomination at the Grammys. This is his fourth studio album. It's called Gloria, and he hosted
Is it the song Gloria?
Well, but there's a song called Gloria on the album that they did. His pronoun is they. That they did at SNL this past weekend. But this is just an album dedicated to the song from Gloria Branigan back in the day. Gloria. That was kind of like an anthem for them when they were growing up.
Okay.
So it's a great album. Just came out today. I played it all the way down when I was coming down here. It's excellent. And I'm still getting over the SNL performance. Did you guys watch last weekend? Please go look it up.
I need to.
So good.
I need to.
And then
we have to talk about Taylor.
Okay, Taylor Swift. We'll go to that one. Lavender Haze. She has a video that dropped at midnight. It is the third single from her album that you guys know broke all the records.
Yep.
This one's about her ex-boyfriend that she was in for 6 years in a relationship, and she was kind of in a lavender haze.
Yeah.
I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt.
I love that song. I love that
It
song.
already has 2.5 million views in just a few hours since being dropped at midnight.
All right, very good.
You
Chris
have
Witherspoon.
convinced me to listen to and watch all of it.
And you know what you're doing this weekend now.
This weekend now.
All right.
Yes.
I got plans.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, tension in Tennessee and across the country. This morning, 5 former Memphis police officers are facing murder charges after a violent traffic stop confrontation that killed 29-year-old Tyree Nichols.
The actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyree Nichols, and they are all responsible.
Now the city of Memphis bracing for unrest ahead of police body cam video being released today. We have team coverage. Warning to the West this morning, new developments from the war in Ukraine as Russia reacts to the U.S. and Germany's plans to send battle tanks to help Ukrainian forces. Plus, we're learning more about yesterday's mass missile strikes in Kyiv. History and heritage, a story of hope on this Holocaust Remembrance Day. How state-of-the-art technology is using long-lost photos to connect families with their loved ones who suffered through the Holocaust. And turbulence on the tarmac for Southwest Airlines over that Christmas time meltdown that canceled thousands of flights and left millions of travelers stranded for the holiday. Our one-on-one with the CEO about the investigation underway, plus his apology to customers. Good morning, everybody. Glad you're with us. We're going to begin this morning in Memphis with new developments in the investigation into the death of Tyre Nichols. And this morning, that city is on edge.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are now facing second-degree murder charges in connection to Nichols' alleged killing. Those officers, Justin Smith, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., Demetrius Haley, and Tadarius Bean. Authorities say the men were all involved in a traffic stop that led to Nichols' death. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy announced the charges yesterday at a news conference. He was joined by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
While each of the 5 individuals played a different role in the incident in question, the actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyre Nichols, and they are all responsible.
Nichols' family was shown the footage of the January 7th traffic stop earlier this week. They say it shows officers beating the 29-year-old for 3 minutes. Their legal team is comparing it to the 1990s police beating of Rodney King in Los Angeles. Authorities say Nichols died from his injuries 3 days later. Attorneys for 2 of the police officers, Martin and Mills, are also speaking out. They're calling for a fair trial for their clients. They say they intend to plead not guilty.
I would just caution the public to reserve judgment. Know that there's always more to the story.
No one out there that night intended for Tyre Nichols to die. No one. That's shocking. That's shocking to the officers.
Still, the charges won't erase the pain felt across Memphis and across the country over Nichols' death. More than 300 people gathered last night for a candlelight vigil in Nichols' memory. This as Memphis authorities prepare to release the footage from the traffic stop. That'll be released later today. Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis says she expects citizens to be outraged. Nichols' mother is calling for peaceful protests. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos is here to help break down the investigation for us. We're going to talk with him in a moment, but we're going to start with the latest on the investigation with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, who's in Memphis. We're also joined by Mark Claxton, a retired NYPD detective and director of the Black Law Enforcement Alliance. Sam, let's start with you. We don't have many details right now about this traffic stop, but what has the district attorney revealed so far?
Right, so the district attorney, Joe, discussed the fact that we are in the midst right now of an inhumane series of consequential actions. Videotape that captured what he described as something that should never happen to another human being. In fact, those are the same words from the city's police chief, C.J. Davis, as well. And that, of course, that indictments followed from that. 5 second-degree murder charges, one for each of the 5 police officers who were involved in this seizure. And as you mentioned, the district attorney there, Mr. Mulroy, said that they all played a role. They didn't have the exact same reaction, but all of them, in his words, led to the death of a 29-year-old man who was stopped for a traffic violation. Speaking with the president of the NAACP, he told me, when would a traffic violation lead to a death sentence? That's not how things are supposed to work in America. Now, Joe, bear with me for a second. Behind me is the Shelby County Jail. And for a period of time, 5 police officers were in there. Right now, 4 out of 5 of them, Joe, have bonded out. So clearly that may create some tension here in the city of Memphis. If there is one thing, though, that we know to be true, it's the fact that those murder charges came down prior to the video being released. Can you imagine what the environment would be like in Memphis if there were not charges against these particular officers, and you did see video that was so visceral and so painful, as has been described by authorities and the family members of Tyre Nichols who have already viewed it. Now, it is also telling that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that led this probe, they described, the director, how he would characterize this video in one word. Listen to what he said.
I'm shocked. I'm sickened by what I saw. And what we've learned through our extensive and thorough investigation. I've seen the video, and as D.A. Mulroy stated, you will too. In a word, it's absolutely appalling.
Joe, there is the potential that we could be seeing additional charges against other members of the Memphis Police Department. There were also EMTs involved, fire department members as well. So we'll see how wide this scope ultimately gets. But right now, the city of Memphis is on edge, waiting to see what this video will actually reveal.
Mark, Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis released a video statement on social media. Let's go ahead and listen to that. We'll get your reaction.
This is not just a professional failing. This is a failing of basic humanity toward another individual. This incident was heinous, reckless, and inhumane.
What do you make of her statements there, Mark, and how this investigation has played out so far?
Chief Davis, Mr. Nichols, are a large reason why the pace of this investigation has sped up significantly and outside of what is normal, what we normally expect with law enforcement investigations. So she's a well-respected law enforcement professional, well-respected nationally, law enforcement community, super well-respected within the Black law enforcement community, and her actions in many ways are the reasons why some of these steps, the arrest, were kind of rapid as opposed to what we're accustomed to.
Sam, this body camera footage is set to be released after 6 p.m. local time. How is the community reacting and really bracing for its release later today?
So as one woman who is an associate minister in this community described it to me, it's like preparing yourself for a car crash that you've already seen it, right? You know that it's happened, but you haven't felt the impact yet. That's how folks here are feeling, because they just know that they are going to be totally beside themselves to see this level of inhumanity and pain inflicted on another person. And so it's just a series of, as she said, metabolizing bits of information that they can understand in their mind, but how they absorb it in their hearts is a completely different matter. Here's what she told me.
We have compounded grief right now. There's a grief that's happening because Tyree's life was already taken. There's a grief that we're holding with this family, and then there's a anticipated grief that is mixed with rage and pain in advance for a video that should not exist, meaning it should never have happened.
So the video shouldn't exist because it never should have happened. And you're looking right now at a dynamic where the NAACP president told me, if this doesn't create some sort of national change, and we're talking about legislation at the congressional level that would establish a national standard of training for police officers. He said you can't have, say, 5,000 cities with 5,000 different potential guidelines for police officers. There needs to be something uniform. There needs to be a database, he says, that tracks police misconduct, because oftentimes what you find are a small percentage of officers who commit infractions and then they just move on to another agency after the fact. And Joe, that is relevant here in the sense that the one officer who was still behind bars, Demetrius Haley, was involved in a prison assault several years ago in which one of the people there ended up unconscious, and he ended up then moving on to the Memphis Police Department. So there's a lot of questions that are coming out of this, but this community right now bracing for the hours ahead.
Mark, do you agree with what the NCAA president told Sam about there needing to be a national database like this? I mean, I know that we have the Brady list that's available via public information request. And also I want to talk about these specialized units. It's our understanding that many of these officers, if not all of them, were involved in a so-called Scorpion unit. The police chief says that these specialized units will be under review. What might that look like?
That would look like additional supervision, perhaps dismantling of that particular unit. Oftentimes, law enforcement agencies will rename these type of units if they're found to be problematic and oftentimes violating some constitutional law. So that's all window dressing, and I agree with the NAACP in regards to the need for police reform, comprehensive police reform. I think most importantly, what needs to happen is there needs to be a shifting from what we have understood to be the traditional policing model of run, catch them, lock them up, and throw away the key, and more towards a public safety model, which incorporates so many different disciplines, where you have some attention to the economic impact in communities, financial hardships, social issues that crop up, psychologists that deal with and address mental health issues, more of a comprehensive approach. And then also, finally, you have to stop police departments from being the main enforcers for some of the most simplest of offenses. Not every offense, not even a criminal act, not every offense needs police intervention. And we found that these car stops are high on the list of interactions that too often result in fatal encounters, specifically and especially for Black and brown people.
Mark Claxton and Sam Brock, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We really appreciate your time.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. So, Danny, good morning. First of all, I saw you were nodding along to what Mark was saying there in terms of some of these traffic stops. Let's talk right now about this video and the anticipation of its release and what investigators are going to be looking for. I mean, they've already seen it, but what are you going to be looking for example, as somebody with a legal background?
Right. There's going to be apparently a number of different videos because there were a number of different body cams. But in addition, there are what they call pole cams. The city of Memphis uses a company, I believe it's called Sky Cop, but they install on poles, video cameras that are triggered sometimes by a gunshot or maybe movement, whatever the case may be. But reportedly, they caught this encounter. So you're going to get two different angles at least, one from body cam and one from the pole cam. The reason that's significant is that sometimes body cam, it's amazing if it's high def for picking up furtive movements or maybe anything else that may be disputed during a car stop, but they can be jostled pretty easily if the police officers are wrestling with someone. That pole cam, assuming it caught the entire encounter, might give us even more perspective, even if it's removed maybe even by 50 yards or so.
So, Danny, yesterday we heard from two attorneys representing some of the officers. Let's listen a little more to what one of them had to say. We'll talk about it on the other side.
We obviously have started to think about potential defenses. We are getting to know our clients. Unfortunately, we've all over the last couple of years seen videos where there's police brutality involved. And so I would just caution the public to reserve judgment. You're going to feel things, you're going to experience emotions, but know that there's always more to the story.
So keeping in mind you have not seen the body camera footage yet, but what could we expect from the defense attorneys here as possible defense?
Well, those defense attorneys are going chapter and verse with the what to say when you don't know what you're going to do about your case yet. You hear a lot of the standard language there. You've only heard one side of the story. Hold out and wait till you hear both sides. That's what I would be doing if I was sitting in their spot, which is they've got a really difficult high-profile case with defendants who are not popular and they know nothing about what's in discovery yet. All they know is they're about to get hit with a sledgehammer when that video gets released. So they're in a very unenviable position there, trying to come up with some initial defense, which really at this point could just be wait until all the facts come out.
Right, but one of the defense attorneys we heard at the top of the show said nobody intended for Tyre Nichols to die. Do prosecutors have to prove intent?
They don't have to prove specific intent to kill. Second-degree murder in Tennessee is actually a very concise statute. It basically says whoever kills with knowledge. And a knowing killing is one that occurs when you do something that is substantially likely that death will result. So you may hit somebody with a bottle and say, well, I was only intending to hurt them. But if they fall over and hit their head and they succumb to their injuries, then if you knew that hitting someone with a bottle, for example, is likely to cause death, you can be guilty of second-degree murder, at least in Tennessee, as that statute defines it.
Danny Savalas, thank you.
Turning now to Ukraine, where the country is dealing with the aftermath of yesterday's Russian air attacks. Ukrainian authorities say at least 11 people were killed across the country. The capital, Kyiv, also recorded its first war-related death of the year. NBC News foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now. So, Richard, yesterday's strikes came just a day after the U.S. and Germany announced they agreed to send their tanks to Ukraine. What's the situation like over there this morning? Especially, what are you hearing in and around the capital?
So there have been attacks once again in and around the capital, Kyiv, and that first death of the year. Kyiv is quite far from the front lines. Kyiv is a city that is experiencing power cuts, serious problems with running water, serious problems with heat, but there haven't been very many casualties because most of the Russian attacks have been against the infrastructure, against power plants, against treatment facilities that are generally on the outskirts of the city. So this is a more deliberate attempt by Russia to bring the fight right to the center, right to the capital. But it is not the only attacks. We are still seeing a very active front line all throughout the east, all throughout the south. And Ukrainians recognize that this is why they need the weapons. If they needed any more evidence, they just got it. They say we need weapons, we need air defenses, they need tanks, and some tanks are going to be on their way. And they are now asking for aircraft. So if you watch the progression here over the last year, and we're almost at the 1-year anniversary, first they started out asking for weapons. Then they started asking for air defenses. Then it was more advanced artillery, then tanks, and now they want fighter jets, F-16s.
Richard, explosions were also reportedly heard near the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's according to UN monitors there. What more can you tell us about what we're hearing about that?
So this goes back to an incident that happened yesterday. So there are many nuclear sites in Ukraine, the most famous of all being Chernobyl, which led to the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown. And it is extremely dangerous to have so many nuclear power plants, nuclear facilities in an active war zone. And the international community is so concerned about that the IAEA has sent monitors to these locations. But the IAEA, the monitors who are there, part of their mandate is just to record incidents, but not who was responsible. So if there is an explosion, they will write down and say, we heard explosions, our windows rattled, and that's what they reported yesterday. The Russians, the occupying Russian forces, control the Zaporizhzhia plant. And the Russians came out very angrily and condemned the IAEA, saying you shouldn't be making these allegations. You're making it look like the Russians aren't in full control of the facility. You're making it look like the Russians are acting irresponsibly. What the IAEA is asking for are safe zones, that these nuclear facilities, not just Zaporizhzhia, but all of them across the country, be declared war-free zones. But so far that hasn't happened, and there have been numerous strikes carried out very close to the facilities, and that's what we saw yet again overnight.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Time now for a look at your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is joining us. It's been a busy week. How are we looking for the weekend?
It has been a busy week. I was just thinking, this is the last weekend of January already. Like, I don't know how that happened. I mean, I was tracking, like, tornadoes and winter storms all month, it seems. And, yeah, here we are. And one thing we haven't been talking about a lot is big Arctic outbreaks. Remember back around Christmas, we had really cold temperatures throughout much of the country? We haven't had an Arctic outbreak since then. Well, now we're going to watch that changing as we go into February. Nothing dramatic, but it is going to get much colder. So we're going to set the stage this weekend. We do have a clipper system going through the Great Lakes. That just brings a little bit of light snow, and it also brings colder temperatures. And then behind it, we have another storm. Already winter storm warnings are up. We're going to get nailed in the mountains of the northern Rockies. And then watch this little narrow strip. It's going to extend out here into the plains. Areas like Sioux City, you're going to get a decent little snowfall out of this, but not much to your north and not much to your south either. Cedar Rapids will get some, and eventually this will head towards like areas like Chicago too, which will be nice. I think Chicago, it looks like the timing for your snow is going to be as we go through Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening, possibly around 1, maybe 2 inches of snow for you, but just enough out there on the roads to make things very slippery. So that'll be one issue that we'll be watching. And some of the other things, of course, we got some football games this weekend too. The game in Kansas City is going to be cold and chilly, maybe some snow showers, but the game in Philadelphia on Sunday, no problems whatsoever, increasing clouds, and it looks like a light wind. So for 2 outdoor games this time of year, you couldn't really ask for anything much better than that, guys. So yeah, the weekend forecast really shaping up really nice.
And Bill, I just realized next week is your favorite holiday.
that little rodent's going to pop up, and everyone's going to pay all attention. And I'm going to sit here saying whatever. Everyone's going to ignore me. But, yep, little rodent will get all the headlines.
Bill calls it Rodent Day, not Groundhog Day. Rodent Day.
Wow,
unbelievable.
strong
words from Bill. There's fighting words. All right, Bill, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, dramatic new developments in the murder trial of a high-profile attorney accused of killing his wife and son.
Up next, the new evidence presented to the jury, including the chilling 911 call Murdaugh made. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
We are back with dramatic testimony in the murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, the prominent South Carolina attorney accused of killing his wife and child. The jury viewed harrowing police body camera video from the scene and heard Murdaugh's emotional call to 911. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has the details.
On the first full day of testimony in the Murdaugh murder trial, first responders detail a gruesome scene.
Your Honor, permission to publish this exhibit to...
The jury heard the chilling 911 call.
You okay? Okay, is that your wife and your son? My wife and my son.
And from first responders recounting a gruesome crime scene. Standing near it, a distraught Alec Murdaugh.
Did you ever see him, any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir, that's what it looks like.
Seen and heard by the jury the police body camera footage from that night, and by Murdaugh, who became emotional several times, especially as witnesses described his son's injuries. On tape, almost immediately, Murdaugh tells police the reason he believes his son was a target.
This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. I know that's what it is.
Murdaugh also mentioned that theory to the 911 dispatcher, referring to the 2019 boat crash that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. Paul Murdaugh, charged with 3 counts of boating under the influence in the incident, had pleaded not guilty and was awaiting trial. The defense on cross, highlighting the lack of blood on Murdaugh's clothing. Also questions about preserving evidence.
Do your best not to contaminate anything. And this is your best.
Both the prosecution and the defense are using the lack of blood on Alec Murdaugh's clothing to bolster their case. The defense saying that if Murdaugh did the crime, he would have had blood on his clothes. And prosecutors saying if Murdaugh checked the victims for signs of life, as he said he did, he wouldn't have been so clean. In Walterboro, South Carolina, I'm Katie Beck for NBC News.
All right, Katie, thank you.
Now to a major announcement from the Justice Department. An FBI crackdown on one of the world's most notorious hacker rings, accused of carrying out major ransomware attacks across the world. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
The major ransomware attacks targeted schools, hospitals, and critical infrastructure. The FBI says it infiltrated one of the world's most prolific hacker gangs and shut down its site on the dark web.
Simply put, using lawful means, we hacked the hackers.
Investigators say the group, known as Hive, would partner with independent hackers, extorting more than $100 million worldwide. For years now, there have been headlines of Hive going after school districts in the U.S., like Norman Public Schools in Oklahoma, and a network of hospitals in Ohio, that had to cancel urgent surgeries while its staff moved to paper charts.
This network targeted more than 1,500 victims around the world since June of 2021.
Ransomware hackers extort victims by breaking into their online networks, then either encrypting their files, making their computers unusable, or stealing the files and threatening to leak them. The victims are told they can only get their files back by paying a huge ransom. Still, with no arrests in this case, cybercrime experts question the long-term impact of Hive's dismantling.
The criminal marketplace is extremely resilient, so Hive has competitors who are literally waiting in the wings to replace them.
Hackers linked to other ransomware attacks have often been based out of Russia. The Attorney General would not comment on whether this group was, citing an ongoing investigation. Back to you.
Thank you. In international headlines, a top Islamic State leader is dead after a U.S. military raid in Somalia.
Claudio Levanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, two administration officials confirmed that a senior leader of the Islamic State plus 10 other ISIS fighters were killed in that U.S. military operation in Somalia on Wednesday. The ISIS leader was named as Bilal al-Sudani, who, according to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, was responsible for fostering the growing presence of ISIS in Africa and funding the group's operation worldwide, including in Afghanistan. And let's go to Afghanistan, where more than 160 people have died from the cold this month, 84 of them in the past week alone. Authorities say that this is the coldest winter in more than a decade, and with temperatures well below freezing, many residents have been unable to afford fuel to heat their homes. Let's move to Australia, where the father of tennis star Novak Djokovic said he will not attend his son's semi-final match today after he was photographed alongside pro-Putin supporters holding a Russian flag on Wednesday. After the images attracted a barrage of criticism, Djokovic's father decided not to attend Friday's match, as he has no intention of causing headlines or disruptions. Guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Coming up, 8 decades of history unlocked by technology.
After the break, a story of hope on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, how new technology is bringing old photos of lost loved ones back to their families after all this time. This is Morning News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and we want to bring you a story about history, heritage, and technology being used for good.
An organization is helping people discover images of relatives who suffered through or were lost in the Holocaust, all by using facial recognition. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the story.
Every face has a story. But in these photos from the 1940s, only 3 people are officially identified. So to most of the world, these images are a vault.
This is I, and this is Micheline.
But Blanche Fixler has the keys, unlocking almost 80 years of history with a melody. She's remembering what her roughly 10-year-old self sang at this French children's home and how she wound up there.
What do you think about when you look at that little girl?
That little girl went through hell. Well,
she made it through.
She made it through with the help of God. Only with the help of God.
Blanche Fixler survived the Holocaust with memories of terror as the Nazis hunted her Jewish family, along with millions more people. But until last year, she had no idea these photos even existed. They show Blanche soon after the war, a connection made thanks to From Numbers to Names, an organization which says it uses artificial intelligence to identify people. The AI takes photos people upload online and compares them to established digital collections, including from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and Israel's Yad Vashem Museum. From Numbers to Names ran this photo of a young Blanche through its facial recognition program. The search turning up a pair of images appearing to show the same little girl, but in these photos, she's nameless. Then Blanche took a look.
I recognized myself right away.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a photo with just one name listed online has a longer caption, a deeper history.
And here is Rabbi Mintz, and here is my aunt, and here is my cousin Ruth.
What was that like to realize he had found you?
Well, it was very emotional, but you know what? I never got over the fact of not having a mother. Never, never. Till this day. Till this day. Yeah.
Can't replace that.
It was not the same.
Blanche says her mother, brother, and sister were all murdered by the Nazis. Her father fled their native Poland and headed east. So Blanche's aunt watched over her, hiding the roughly 6-year-old in a bed, moving her to an orphanage, helping her flee the country. This technology has unlocked fresh details from the darkest of times for Hollywood star Josh Gad and his family, too. Gad now has a photo of his great-grandmother who was killed in the Holocaust, someone whose face he had never seen.
You've heard of Sarah Rosenberg, but to see her, what does that do?
It was elation, sadness, a feeling, an overwhelming feeling of closure.
Gad says another tracked down image is a clearer version of a photo showing his grandmother.
Having this big yellow star on her that you could see with such, again, clarity. That was equally painful. That was equally emotional.
Gad is sharing his family's story in interviews and across social media at a time when he says Holocaust education is so important, with anti-Semitism festering. We tested the technology ourselves using my own family photo of my grandfather, Jack Kirsch, a Jewish-American prisoner of war held by the Nazis. These were the 10 most likely suggestions from the AI. Unfortunately, none of them a match.
It wouldn't make sense for my grandfather to have been in these settings.
But from numbers to names expects there may be millions more photos out there still unanalyzed. The innovation is opening up more memories that are emotional, but also hard evidence that Holocaust deniers cannot brush aside.
A picture is a real thing. It's not drawn by an artist, you know, it's not out of the figment of the imagination. It's a real thing. And if something is real, you cannot deny it.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Let's continue our conversation of International Holocaust Remembrance Day with Jonathan Greenblatt. He is the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League. Jonathan, good morning. First, I just want to get your reaction to Jesse's story there on this facial recognition technology. I mean, how important are projects like this?
Well, look, I mean, Jesse's piece, I mean, I was moved just watching it and seeing his own grandfather's story. Technology can transform our lives in so many ways. And on this day, when we remember 77 years to the date, when the Allied forces, when American troops liberated Auschwitz-Birkenau, this death camp that centered so much suffering, that was sort of ground zero for Hitler's campaign of systematic annihilation of the Jewish people, you know, across countries, across continents, this transnational effort to exterminate a race. To see Jesse's piece, to see how technology is opening up doors today and allowing people to recover those that they lost. I mean, I sit here with you as the grandson of a Holocaust survivor myself. My paternal grandfather, his family was literally incinerated in those gas chambers, you know, suffocated in the gas chambers, incinerated in the furnaces of Auschwitz. And so I lost everything in terms of memory. So when I see what AI and technology can do to revive real stories, real people, that makes the 6 million human and accessible in a manner that I think is just incredibly moving.
So much was taken away, and this is just giving a little bit, just a memory, like you said, Jonathan. Yeah. So we've talked a lot about the past. Let's talk about the present day and the fact that the ADL is still tracking reports of anti-Semitic activity around the world. You guys are going to release your audit of anti-Semitic incidents soon. And your blog talks about the fact that it seemed as if anti-Semitism had reached a crisis point in the U.S. last year. Can you give us a snapshot of what we can expect and where we are right now?
Sure. I mean, the ADL is the oldest anti-hate organization in America. We've been tracking anti-Semitic attitudes since the 1960s. We've been auditing incidents, acts of harassment, hate, and violence since the 1970s. In terms of the actual acts themselves, yes, I mean, we have seen the numbers surge since 2016. 2021 was the highest total we've ever seen. And while we're finalizing the 2022 numbers, I expect they will be at that level, if not higher. Now, we also monitor attitudes. As I said, we've been looking at attitudes for almost 60 years. After a long kind of period of a plateau of very low numbers, in 2022, anti-Semitic attitudes in the U.S. nearly doubled. So offline, we're seeing attitudes and incidents go in the wrong direction. And what we know about anti-Semitism is it starts with the Jews, but it never ends with the Jews. It's a kind of conspiracy to see how the world works. And when you start blaming the Jewish people or the Jewish state for all the world's ills, that's dangerous for us. And it typically augurs hate against, you know, people based on their race or their national origin, how they pray, where they're from, who they love. So anti-Semitism, I would say, is reaching epidemic levels, but that's not just a Jewish problem. It's everyone's problem, because it's a sign of a sort of societal decay that if we don't address, will spread and touch us all.
Jonathan, we only have about 30 seconds left here, but along those lines, you've recently launched the ADL tracker. What is that, and how can the public use it?
Look, you can see it on Twitter at ADL, at ADL_tracker. We're simply trying to track the dizzying rise of hate The only way we beat hate is by educating people, helping them understand. So whether it's educating them about what's happening online or bringing the Holocaust education into classrooms across the country, only when we all understand, that's the antidote to intolerance, anti-Semitism, and all forms of hate.
Such an important conversation. Jonathan Greenblatt, we're thankful that you joined us this morning on this International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for covering the story.
All right, coming up, Finding a Silver Lining. A new docuseries is shining a spotlight on a high school football team forced to face tragedy off the field.
Up next, my conversation with the filmmaker behind the project ahead of today's final episode. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now. This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now with more on the Southwest Airlines meltdown over the holidays, which is now being investigated by the Department of Transportation. Nearly 17,000 flights were canceled during the peak of the holiday travel season, costing the airline hundreds of millions of dollars. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt sat down with Southwest CEO Bob Jordan to discuss what happened.
It was a December debacle for Southwest Airlines, the cancellation of nearly 17,000 flights, causing millions of missed vacations and celebrations. The airline announcing an $800 million price tag for the 10 days of canceled flights. At the same time, Southwest finds itself in the government's crosshairs with an investigation into whether the number of flights scheduled was realistic. Let me begin by asking you, do you think a Department of Transportation investigation into December's debacle is warranted?
Number one, we want to cooperate and collaborate with our oversight committees, with the Department of Transportation,
And their goals, if you think the DOT, it's to make sure our consumers and our customers are taken care of. We share those goals.
This investigation will look at the possibility of that the airline deceived passengers, unrealistically scheduling flights that it knew were impossible to fulfill. How do you respond to that?
Well, if you look at our flight schedule, we were fully staffed to fly our December flight schedule. If you look before the event and since, we've been operating really well. With the month of January as an example, we are #1 in terms of on-time performance here in the industry.
Right, but you have to understand, and I think you'll agree that most people are going to measure you on what happened on your worst days, those last few days of December.
You know, I've got to start with, we really messed up. I almost cannot apologize enough to our customers and our people at Southwest Airlines. We let them down when they needed us the most. We had a huge storm that impacted so much of the country. That led to an incredible number of cancels, more than we have ever seen. That led to an incredible number of aircraft reroutings, an historic level. Ultimately, that led to a huge level of crew reroutings, far more than we have ever seen, and that just overwhelmed our systems and our processes. I'm not making excuses, but it really was an extraordinary event.
Well, you've already talked about, and others have talked about, this software used for scheduling your flight attendants and your pilots, your crews, wasn't up to task given the circumstances that you were facing. Have you fixed that?
You know, the technology, it's called SkySolver. It actually performed as designed, as did our processes. You're trying to solve a routing that occurred hours ago. The software was never designed for that. They actually have a new version of the software that has been developed. It's in test right now, and that'll fix that problem.
We're in winter for at least another couple of months here. Granted, there's no major holidays on the immediate horizon, but I think what people wonder when they book with you now, will you be able to fulfill the obligation?
Well, we'll do everything short-term, now, immediate, long-term, to make sure that this does not happen again. We've already put things in place like an extraordinary level of monitoring in our network operational center. We've spun up a group of about 100 extra crew schedulers that we can use on demand. We're looking at our de-icing procedures top to bottom. We're buying extra engine covers in case of tremendously cold weather. We've got a 51-year track record of being a terrific operator, delivering for our customers, loving on our customers and loving on our people, and we are going to fulfill that.
Part of my conversation with the CEO of Southwest Airlines.
Thanks, Lester.
More financial news now. Toy maker Hasbro is now the latest company to announce some major layoffs.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Hasbro will cut 15% of its workforce this year, or 1,000 jobs. The toy maker also warning sales from the holiday quarter will be well below Wall Street's forecasts as demand for its toys and games is weakening. Hasbro joins a growing list of companies to cut jobs amid threats of a recession this year. In October, the company warned demand was starting to slip ahead of the holiday shopping season. And Bed Bath & Beyond says it doesn't have the cash to repay loans from its banks. The retailer received a default notice from JP Morgan this week. The company warned earlier this month it was running low on funds and was exploring a bankruptcy filing. A default notice is unusual for a company facing bankruptcy, as they typically reach a deal with lenders, putting a pause on repaying their debt. And TikTok now lets you get direct messages from everyone, just like Instagram. TikTok has offered direct messaging on the platform, but it previously only worked for people who follow themselves. Now you can open your inbox to anyone, so you'll be able to send messages beyond your circle of friends if you open your inbox to the public. TikTok wants to ensure more users will share videos directly on the app rather than using another social network. Guys, back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Pippa.
Tonight, Showtime will air the final chapter of a 4-part documentary called Boys in Blue, a series that's as timely as ever in the wake of Tyree Nichols' death. It chronicles the high school football team in North Minneapolis, a neighborhood where crime and gang violence are everyday realities. So are tensions with police, especially in the wake of George Floyd's murder. Yet, several of the team's coaches are current or former police officers. Filmmaker Pete Berg read about the team in the New York Times and knew he had to tell this story. Never imagining what would happen while they were documenting the Minneapolis North Polars.
Most of the community around North, they protect that football field. That's kind of like a sanctuary, because when football games are going on, they want to be safe.
It was my belief that something pretty positive was happening in this community.
And what did you find, especially within the community where there are so many negative experiences with police, but then these young men have their coaches who are officers?
We hear about the importance of community policing and having police officers actually live and be a part of the communities that they're supposed to be serving and protecting. We hear about that. What we experienced in that neighborhood, in the North community, was real, straight up community policing, where these cops know the kids, know their families. The families know the cops. They all live in the same neighborhood.
I'm a police officer for North Minneapolis and coach for North High School.
Kind of weird, but I'm building bonds with police.
It's not a perfect system, but it works pretty damn well. And we observed, I think, something quite special happening in the Minneapolis North community.
But for Berg's crew and the entire Minneapolis North community, the reality of violence hit home with just a couple weeks left of filming. Star quarterback Deshaun Hill Jr., who was featured heavily in the documentary, was shot and killed.
It was the most intense experience that I've ever had in, 32 years of being in this business. Never in my wildest imagination thought that one of these beautiful young men was going to be murdered right in the middle of our shooting.
His mother worried deeply about that very possibility, didn't she?
She does. I mean, the series always opened up with a scene in Deshaun Hill's living room with Tuesday, his mom, and Deshaun Sr. and D. Hill there with his two little sisters. And his mother was talking about her greatest fear is that he will be killed leaving school, going to the bus stop. You hear about how dangerous life is in so many of our cities. You hear it, but you don't quite feel it. You don't quite get it. And to have his mother sort of foreshadowing and trying to raise the alarm and ask for help, saying, like, we are in danger here. One of the blessings, I think, is that in Boys in Blue, one of the things we did was capture just how beautiful this young man was. This was an extraordinary young man, no criminal gang activity, no drugs, honor roll student, extremely gifted athlete, just coming into his own, would have had a college career playing football, no question. And at the very least, we were able to capture him. And it's something that his family, his sisters, his friends will be able to have for the rest of their lives.
We don't lose until we lose. So all I'm asking y'all, don't ever give up on me, because I won't give up on y'all.
For viewers who watch Boys in Blue, what do you hope they take away from it?
A sense of the nuance and complexity that exists in communities like Minneapolis North, where people might have stereotypes or preconceived notions about what it means to grow up in a rough neighborhood. Being able to spend time with families who are struggling but determined to give their kids the best opportunities they can. Spending time with other people is very healthy and very helpful. And it's very hard for us to do that with people out of our circle. And Boys in Blue, I believe, can take people into a new circle. It took me into one.
Our thanks to Pete Berg for taking the time to talk with us. The finale of Boys in Blue airs tonight at 8 p.m. on Showtime. And a quick update. Just yesterday, a jury found Cody Forencamp guilty of second-degree murder in the death of Deshaun Hill Jr. He faces up to 40 years in prison. After the verdict, Hill's family said they could finally begin their journey toward healing. We'll be back after this.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Archaeologists in Egypt have discovered what may in fact be the country's oldest and most complete mummy. It was announced yesterday that a 4,300-year-old man was uncovered near the capital of Cairo. It was held for millennia in a limestone sarcophagus sealed in mortar. The body was located at the bottom of a 50-foot shaft contained in a tomb close to what's known as the Step Pyramid and was part of a recently uncovered group of tombs from the 5th and 6th dynasties, some of which belonged to high-ranking officials of the time, though for our newly resurfaced friend, it's unknown what sort of role he played in the country's distant past, at least for now. Maybe they'll figure it out.
Wow, 4,300 years.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible. Finally, this hour yesterday, we told you about the black bear who became a selfie star after he was captured on wildlife cameras in hundreds of photos. We just couldn't get enough of this story. So NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer spoke to a wildlife expert about whether they've ever seen anything like this.
People come to Boulder for its rugged beauty and breathtaking views, a picture-perfect landscape for a selfie, or perhaps a few hundred of them. Clearly not shy and maybe a little vain, it seems this black bear likes its angles, all of them.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I haven't, but this bear definitely seemed very curious, a little bit playful perhaps.
Goofy, provocative, and even pensive, the enthusiastic photo shoot, some 400 selfies, triggered a range of reactions, headlines, and love online.
People are very excited about all of the bear images that we captured.
And the bear put in legwork for the headshots, finding one of 9 motion sensor cameras on 46,000 acres of open space wasn't easy. Hoping to snap birds, prairie dogs, and mountain lions, this bear barely left any room for photos of other curious critters.
People being aware of what's out there is very important, and being able to coexist.
To be fair, animal selfies aren't just monkey business. The most famous of them all ended up in a lawsuit over who owned the rights. And while we all love a good selfie, it turns out even a bear can be a camera hog. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Provocative.
Well,
I think we're attaching a lot of emotions to this bear, but it is fun to see.
You reckon there's a lot of people that LA Bureau selfie?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Everybody?
All our old friends in the LA Bureau. Good to get them
ground.
on. They like to be in front of the camera just as much as the bear. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, bracing for unrest. Today, the city of Memphis is preparing for the release of body camera video showing the traffic stop beating that led to the death of Tyre Nichols. 5 former police officers are now charged with second-degree murder. Investigators say the video will show why they chose to press charges.
What happened here does not at all reflect proper policing. This was wrong. This was criminal.
We're in Memphis with what we know about the investigation so far and how that city is preparing for the response to what we'll see in that body camera video. Russia's revenge. Russia steps up attacks in Ukraine, launching airstrikes and targeting the country's power grid. All this comes just days after more Western countries pledged new support for Ukraine, including the U.S. sending tanks to the country. We have the latest from Ukraine with the impact the new fighting is having on everyday people there. Mixed messages. We now know the economy grew in the last part of 2022 despite high inflation, but layoffs are still happening and concerns of a recession are still real. So what do all these mixed messages mean for your wallet? We'll explain. Plus, on the ice, the U.S. and the European Ice Skating Championships are underway, and who better to break it all down for us than a former champ himself. Adam Rapon joins us later this hour with a look at the big winners so far and the next generation of skaters.
Looking forward to that conversation.
Yes, it's always fun to chat with Adam. We are going to begin this morning in Memphis with new developments in the investigation into the death of Tyre Nichols.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are facing second-degree murder charges in connection to Nichols' alleged killing. Those officers, Justin Smith, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., Demetrius Haley, and Tadarius Bean. Attorneys for 2 of the police officers, Martin and Mills, say their clients intend to plead not guilty. The city of Memphis and the country remain on edge ahead of the release of that traffic stop footage later today. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Tom Yamas has the latest on the investigation.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation put it simply, this was wrong, this was criminal, and later today we'll find out exactly why when they release footage of the incident. Now, that video is coming from 3 different places: police body cam, police dash cam, and also surveillance video, poll cams from the area that apparently captured some of what happened. We now know that at least 4 of the 5 officers have bonded out of jail. They've been charged with second-degree murder and other crimes. This as Tyre Nichols' family, including his 4-year-old child, are demanding justice. Even President Biden is weighing in on the situation, asking for calm here in Memphis. This morning, Memphis bracing and officials begging for peace as video is set to be released showing how 29-year-old Tyre Nichols ended up like this and later dying while in police custody.
Our family is grief-stricken.
Overnight, a prayer vigil at one of Nichols' favorite spots, a Memphis skate park. His mother sending this message to the city.
I didn't see it, but from what I hear, it's going to be horrific. But I want each and every one of you to protest in peace.
5 fired Memphis police officers have now been charged with several crimes, including second-degree murder, aggravated assault, and kidnapping.
The actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyre Nichols, and they are all responsible.
The footage, which has been viewed by Nichols' family and their attorneys, but not yet made public, shows a January 7th traffic stop and a confrontation with those officers. Then, an alleged beating the family describes as similar to what happened to Rodney King. According to the family's attorneys, an independent autopsy found Tyre suffered from extreme bleeding caused by a severe beating. But it's still unclear exactly what happened. Police say they pulled Nichols over for reckless driving around 8:30 p.m. that night. A confrontation followed. Pepper spray was used, and Nichols fled on foot.
There was another altercation at a nearby location at which the serious injuries were experienced by Mr. Nichols. After some period of time of waiting around afterwards, he was taken away by an ambulance.
Nichols would die 3 days later. The incident now being investigated by local, state, and federal authorities. 2 members of the Memphis Fire Department who were part of Nichols' initial patient care were also fired while an internal investigation continues.
He absolutely will plead not guilty.
Defense attorney Blake Ballin is representing former officer Desmond Mills Jr., who posted bail overnight.
You haven't seen the video, but I'm sure you've seen that photo of Tyre Nichols in the hospital.
I have.
When you saw that, what did you think?
It looks like somebody crossed a line, and I believe the proof will show that Mr. Mills is not one of the officers that crossed that line.
The Memphis community angered, saying true justice goes beyond these charges.
This is not about race or color. This is about a race against the injustices that's called police brutality.
We also know that at least one of the other police officers, Emmett Martin, plans to plead not guilty. That, according to his attorney. NBC News has also learned that several of the officers were part of Memphis PD's Scorpion unit, which targets auto theft and gang-related activity. But investigators have not said why it was that unit that stopped Nichols. Reporting from Memphis, Tom Llamas. Now back to you.
Tom, thank you. For more, we are joined by NBC News law enforcement analyst and retired Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best. Chief Best, thank you so much for your time. I want to ask you what your thoughts are on what you've seen so far. I mean, we know the video is going to be released tonight. There are major concerns this could turn violent. What do you make of this call for calm?
Well, you know, we haven't seen the video yet, but we have indication from sources that have, certainly the chief and others, that it is absolutely, in their words, horrific. So we know that's going to elicit an emotional and visceral response from the public when they see it. Again, we haven't seen it yet, but all indications are it's pretty bad. The call for calm, I think, is a good thing. People have every right to be upset, and they will be. We anticipate that there'll be protests and demonstrations and potentially civil unrest. So law enforcement, not only in Memphis, but all across the country, is preparing for the reaction to this horrible beating and ultimately death of this individual. I will say that the sheriff, the chief and the district attorney acted quickly in terminating the employment and getting charges filed and making sure that they are well on their way to accountability and justice being served in this case.
Chief Best, I want to ask you more about that. I mean, Tyree Nichols died on January 10th. The officers were charged yesterday. That's 16 days later. I mean, that seems pretty fast compared with similar cases we've seen in the past, doesn't it? I mean, what does that tell us potentially about the case against the officers?
Yeah, it's very swift. And in many cases, people are placed on paid leave and not terminated right away because there's union issues and other things. But what it says is that once they were able to look at all of the video and what happened, particularly after the death of someone who was in custody, they were very quick to determine that it was excessive force, and get those officers' employment terminated, and then have the district attorney look at, potential charging. All of it done at really what is somewhat record speed to have just about 2 weeks go by from start to finish.
The Memphis police chief has emphasized her department's commitment to transparency, but as a former police chief, do you think they've done enough to set expectations and be upfront about not only how painful people say this video is, but also that they'll treat this in the manner it needs to be?
I do. I know the chief, full disclosure. I know Chief Davis. I think she's absolutely upstanding and outstanding person. She was quick to make sure that once she had the evidence that the justice was served in terms of the termination of their employment and get that information over to the prosecutor's office for their determination. So these things, as you know, sometimes they can linger for some time, but they've been upfront about it. They've said it's horrific. They understand that there'll be a reaction, but they're asking for people, to not be violent in their angst about what has occurred.
Chief Carmen Best, thanks for joining us.
Authorities in Ukraine say at least 11 people were killed in yesterday's Russian air attack. Moscow carried out the latest round of airstrikes just a day after the United States and Germany committed to sending their battle tanks to the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kharkiv with the latest. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Some areas of Ukraine still struggling to get the electricity back on after those Russian strikes targeting the power grid yesterday. President Zelensky says this is a deliberate tactic by the Russians to hurt civilians in what is turning out to be a cold and punishing winter.
This morning, Ukraine battered but defiant, and picking up the pieces after a wave of deadly Russian missile strikes launched just hours after the West's decision to give battle tanks. 11 people killed, according to officials, and the attacks aimed mainly at Ukraine's power grid. President Zelensky saying every Russian missile against our cities, every Iranian drone used by terrorists is an argument why we need more weapons. The president also telling Sky News about family life during wartime.
I think that they love me. And it's not about thinking, I feel it.
His young kids, who he sees rarely, forced to grow up fast.
all our children, adults, and all of them, they speak about war.
As heavy fighting rages, a race against time to get NATO tanks into action. The German Leopard 2 is likely to reach the battlefield by the end of March, according to Germany's defense minister. The American M1 Abrams, many months, perhaps even a year from reaching Ukraine, U.S. officials say. Before the war, Serhiy Kozub was a tour guide. Today, he's a military volunteer, and his tours showcase Russia's destruction in Kharkiv.
This is a tailor shop totally destroyed by a Russian missile.
But then he takes us to a place you won't find in the guidebook.
So we can't show you the outside of this building in case it helps the Russians target it, but this is a warehouse where volunteers are stockpiling supplies.
Inside, medical supplies, blankets, even baby food, sometimes the easiest meal for soldiers in the trenches. Whatever we get for the Ukrainian army immediately goes to the front line, he says. The moment we get it, we ship it immediately. Ordinary people pulling together and working for victory.
And the Kremlin today suggesting President Biden could end this war and end it quickly by putting pressure on Ukraine to surrender. That is, of course, something the president has said he will not do. Joe.
All right, Raph, thank you so much. Now to mixed messages on the economy. At a rate of 2.9%, the GDP beat expectations yesterday.
And while we keep hearing of layoffs in the tech sector, Walmart is raising its minimum wage by $2 to $14 an hour to try and retain workers.
So what does it all mean for your bottom line? Well, NBC's Tom Costello is here to help us break it down. So, Tom, let's start with that GDP report. Was it good news or bad news for the economy?
Well, the overall day yesterday, we had so much economic news coming at us, mixed news, but the bottom line is that data shows the economy remains resilient, at least for now. A bit of a mixed bag, though. Here is a concern, of course, about a potential recession. That concern continues to loom, but that 2.9% GDP stat was better than expected. The economy still growing at the end of 2022. Another good sign, consumer spending was still strong. Most indicators suggest inflation is cooling. It's well off the 40-year highs that we saw mid-year. We also got good news on the jobs front, you guys. New jobless claims last week, lower than expected. But as the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates 7 times now to tame inflation, we are seeing layoffs, especially big waves of layoffs in the tech sectors. And we have some others. Dow Chemical, IBM, and Hasbro, for example. Overall, there are still more jobs than workers to fill them. The unemployment rate at a 50-year low. So as we said, a mixed picture, layoffs, but low unemployment, rising interest rates, but solid economic growth.
Well, you mentioned consumer spending. What about consumer saving? Are people able to sock anything away right now?
You know, the evidence suggests that people are starting to burn through their cash reserves, and maybe they're starting to build up that credit card debt. And if people are getting laid off, the concern is that they could, again, burn through their cash and then also burn through any severance. So rising credit card debt, probably not a good sign.
And finally, you know, we're just days away from the Fed's next decision on interest rates. We know we're expecting a few more hikes in the future, but what are economists anticipating is going to happen now?
Doesn't it always feel like we're waiting on another Fed? I know. Listen, we're looking at probably another quarter-point hike next week, and experts think we could see yet another one after that. But as we said, you know, the economy is clearly cooling. If the Fed hikes too many times, the concern is that that could push us into negative territory. We could go into a recession sometime this year. That's what most people are betting on, a recession, but maybe it will be mild and not too deep.
All right. Tom Costello. Tom, thanks for breaking it down. We appreciate that.
You bet.
Now for your morning news now weather forecast.
Bill Cairns joins us now. Good morning, Bill. What can we expect this weekend?
This weekend has a little bit of everything, but no tornadoes. I've had enough of those this January, so we'll take a break from that. But we will be watching some areas of snow and also a little flood threat in the south towards the end of the weekend. So we have an Alberta clipper. We call them these because these storms originate up in Canada. They don't have a lot of moisture to work with, and so we call them clipper systems as they move fast. They only give you a brief period of light snow, and it gets windy and cold behind it. And that's it. And that's what's happening today in the areas of the Dakotas. We already had Grand Forks already gusted up to 50 miles per hour earlier this morning. So that Arctic air is coming in, and with it maybe an inch of snow as it goes through areas like Chicago today. Not a huge ordeal, but the temperatures will plunge. This will be the coldest air we've seen since Christmas. Now, this is like what we normally would see during the winter, but it's been so mild. So the temperatures will dip from the teens all the way to the negative numbers later on tonight, especially when you get the wind chill factor in the northern plains. plains. Then this area of snow sneaks in. So we get the cold and then the snow. This will be a serious snowstorm if you're traveling anywhere in the high elevations of the northern and central Rockies. And then we'll get a narrow band of snow as we go through Saturday. Chicago, Milwaukee, it looks like maybe 2 to 3 inches. So you get 1 inch today, maybe another 2 or 3 tomorrow. Just if you're driving, especially right around sunset tomorrow, is when it'll probably be the most slippery. And then by the time the storm gets to the east, it's too warm. It just turns to rain. We'll still be watching a lot of rain in areas of the south. So this is at 8 p.m. on Sunday. The heaviest rain will be down here in areas of through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Not severe, but it's been so wet in this area that we do have a chance of getting some flash flooding. So here's how the snowfall forecast looks. And you can kind of pinpoint all the pink in here. That's around 6 to 8 inches of snow, mostly in the mountainous areas of northern Colorado, all through Wyoming. So this is great. We need this for when we get to the summer season, when we melt all this snow. Some of it will get into the Colorado River Basin, which we've had a million stories on how, dried up it's been. But it's been a banner winter for snow in the west. Not in the east. We can't buy snow in the east. There is no snow in the forecast once again from New York southwards. And of course, New York City only has 3 more days to go. And then we break the all-time record for the longest snow drought in Central Park history, which goes back about 150 years. Pretty long period of record. And then northern portions of New England is where we're going to see the areas of snow, and also in areas of Michigan. So here's your weekend forecast. Still pretty mild. 57 in Atlanta. That's a gorgeous Saturday. 62 around Charleston. No problems whatsoever. And then that rain develops. That'll be problematic as we go into your Sunday. So if you have weekend plans and you have a choice of Saturday or Sunday, any outdoor activities, especially in the deep south, you want to choose Saturday and not heading into your Sunday. But we can't buy snow in the east. And New York City, also, besides the no snow, this is our second warmest January on record ever recorded. Many areas of the eastern half of the country are top 5 warmest January. So it's not just, it's true. It has been a very easy winter in the east.
It has been so weird because I'll walk home most days through the park and I'm like, this is not January. I don't know what's going on here.
Eventually it's going to get cold, or maybe another winter, and it'll be like, wow, this is really rough.
In April. It'll be cold in April. That's what's going to happen. All right.
We'll pay for it.
Exactly.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, the U.S. military kills a top ISIS leader.
But we're learning about the raid that took him down and the terror that leader was said to be responsible for. That's coming up next.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with more on that U.S. military raid that killed a senior ISIS leader and 10 fighters in Somalia.
And that's according to 2 senior administration officials who revealed details of the operation to NBC News. Let's get to NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby on this. So, Courtney, walk us through what those officials said about the operation.
So they said very little about what actually occurred on the ground. What we know is it was in northern Somalia. It was day before yesterday. It was an operation, a mission that was ordered by President Biden and approved, recommended by both Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley. This was against Bilal al-Sudani. So he's a very senior ISIS leader in Somalia. According to the senior administration officials who spoke with us, again, on condition of anonymity, they said that he was targeted because he was not only an ISIS leader there in Somalia, but he was trying to export the ISIS terror ways outside of both Somalia and even outside of the region, with his reach as far away as Afghanistan, the ISIS group there known as ISIS Khorasan. And that was both facilitating operations and even in some cases trying to facilitate finances for the terror group. That's why this was something that was carried out. You guys, I'm sure that you guys know that when there's a strike, especially in Somalia or in some of these places against some ISIS fighters or Al-Qaeda fighters, we often hear about a drone strike. In this case, it was a ground operation, an assault operation. That often indicates just the significance of the individual that they're trying to go after. It can also indicate that they may have actually been trying to capture al-Sudani in this raid. What we found, though, was once they got on the ground, both sides were exchanging some sort of gunfire or something, and it resulted in his death.
Let's talk more about that significance. What more do we know about this senior leader who was killed? What do American officials say that he was responsible for?
So he's been on their radar for more than a decade now, both for his affiliations there in Somalia with the terror group Al-Shabaab. It's a group that is closely aligned with Al-Qaeda, and then more recently with his very strong affiliation and then leadership role within ISIS. So I think what we're going to hear going forward, particularly from the Biden administration, is the reason that this was such a significant, that they were able to find him and then ultimately kill him, was that he was one of the ones who was trying to grow the ISIS network back. We heard a lot, of course, over years about ISIS trying to gain a foothold and then actually holding territory in Iraq and Syria. That ended pretty much with the death of Baghdadi in 2019 and with the end of the caliphate not long before that. But ISIS still exists. The ideology still exists, and it exists in many different regions. He was one of the people who was really trying to grab a foothold of it there in Somalia and then in the region in Africa. It's important to point out, though, that U.S. officials still believe it was a small ISIS presence, but they were trying to not only grow it there, and they were trying to build it and to export it to other areas, like I said, like Afghanistan.
Courtney, did the raid yield any further intelligence about ISIS and its operations?
Yeah, so that was my exact question when we first learned about it, too, because that's one of the things, again, rather than a drone strike, when they're there on the ground, they often have the opportunity to what the military calls to exploit the scene. And that means they'll go in after the kinetic action is over. They'll try to grab up everything they can. If it's hard drives, cell phones, anything that they can possibly do. In some cases, it's actually taking people into custody to be able to interrogate them. One of the senior administration officials said that the intelligence community is very hopeful that they'll be able to exploit some of the information there, but he wouldn't get into any of the specifics of about what that means. Why this could be particularly significant, though, is because if Bilal al-Sudani had ties to ISIS Khorasan, which is that affiliate there in Afghanistan, remember the U.S. is completely withdrawn from there and has been for about 18 months now. They have very little intelligence collection in Afghanistan right now about what's going on with ISIS in that area. If this was able to provide them any kind of a window into what's actually going on there on the ground, it could have been a very significant raid.
Okay, Courtney, thank you.
More international news now. Tensions are rising in the Middle East after Israeli jets struck Gaza overnight.
Claudio Labanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Israel carried out multiple air attacks on the Gaza Strip in the early hours of Friday, soon after 2 rockets were fired towards Israel. This latest cross-border exchange of fire came after at least 9 Palestinians were killed during an Israeli raid on a refugee camp in the West Bank on Thursday, the highest single-day death toll in years. Let's go to South Korea, where the authorities say entry restrictions for people traveling from China will remain in place at least until the end of February, over concerns that the Lunar New Year's holiday will lead to a surge of COVID-19 there. South Korea requires all passengers from China, Hong Kong and Macau to submit proofs of negative tests before their arrival and put them through tests again once they arrive. Let's move to South Africa, where the Environment Department said it will send dozens of African cheetahs to India over the next decade. The first 12 will be sent over the next month, and many more will follow in the future. Asian cheetahs became extinct in India in the late 1940s due to excessive hunting and loss of habitat, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
In honor of International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the Illinois Holocaust Museum is making sure survivors' stories are not forgotten through virtual reality and immersive storytelling. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett gives us an inside look at this new technology and a warning some of what you're about to see and hear may be disturbing.
I'm hoping the young people are going to grow up and be strong and not allow these kind of tragedies to happen again.
Fritzi was one of the millions of Jews persecuted during World War II. And despite passing in 2021, she continues to share her story with students every day in the Illinois Holocaust Museum's virtual reality exhibit. Opportunities to speak with living Holocaust survivors is dwindling as the population ages. It's estimated that less than 50,000 living survivors remain in the U.S. The Illinois Holocaust Museum is working diligently with remaining survivors like George Brent and Gary Berkovich to preserve their stories through different educational avenues. These 2 survivors were as eager to learn about each other's journeys just as they were to share their own.
On May the 20th, 1944, we were the last vestige of Hungarian Jews that were deported and taken to concentration camps. The train stopped for a moment, and my father looked through the barbed wire window, and it says Auschwitz. When I got off the train, I couldn't say goodbye to my mother and my brother. I saw them getting off the train, and that's the last I saw of them. Later on, I knew that all women who had small children and wouldn't give up the child, even though they were able to work, were immediately taken and gassed.
George and his father were forced to work at Auschwitz. He was then transported to various camps and managed to avoid selections. But despite that, George witnessed many atrocities, like abuse and starvation.
There was the famous or infamous camp called Mauthausen, an awful place. But they killed people by overwork them, by having to climb up the stairs, some 96 stairs, day after day after day, carrying these huge 50-pound boulders on their backs. Most of the people who've been there in Auschwitz or Birkenau for a while looked emaciated. You could count their bones without them taking their clothes off.
My experience is very different from the George. He was not that lucky as I was, because I was born much later and I was in a different country.
Gary was born in Kharkiv, Ukraine in 1935, hundreds of miles away from George. When the war reached Gary, he and his family were forced to flee.
During that time, I experienced very horrible stuff. Our train was bombed.
He details his experience in Never Heard, Never Forget. The book puts a spotlight on Holocaust survivors from the former Soviet Union.
We were put in a teeny dugout, a hole in the ground slightly larger than the kitchen of our Kharkov apartment, and slightly deeper than the grandfather height.
And when his family moved to Turkestan, Gary says poverty was widespread amongst Jewish refugees, so much so that they starved to death.
So every morning I saw a picture like that. It was a 2-wheel car. They were collecting the dead bodies, put them in a cart, and went to nearby ravine, and they put them there in a massive grave. Sometimes when I do remember, I may cry.
Like Gary, George's story will also live forever through the museum's virtual reality exhibit.
It's so amazing that I am sitting there in awe to see myself on the screen and all the places that I've been to. I am not forever, but the film may be here forever, or for at least for a very, very long time.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that reporting. The Journey Back, a VR experience, is an ongoing exhibit at the Illinois Holocaust Museum.
Very powerful. All right, coming up, the latest on the high-profile attorney who's on trial, accused of killing his wife and son. What happened in a South Carolina courtroom when prosecutors described the moments after police were called to the scene?
Plus, 20 years since the Columbia disaster, we'll have more on how NASA is remembering the astronauts killed on the mission.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with the very latest on the double murder trial of former attorney Alec Murdaugh, who's accused of killing his wife and son. Today, anchor Craig Melvin reports on the new evidence and dramatic testimony unfolding in the courtroom.
This morning, new evidence in the Murdaugh double murder trial. Prosecutors presenting body cam videos showing the crime scene and the weapon they say was used in the killings for the first time, and also playing Alec Murdaugh's unsettling 911 call for the jury.
Are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
The prosecution offered the first witness testimony of the case.
There appeared to be a large amount of blood around each of them.
First responders describing a horrific crime scene.
Did he ask you to confirm if they were dead?
He did. He asked multiple times while I was on scene.
With Alec Murdaugh standing nearby.
Is that they're dead? Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Murdaugh, the son of a powerful legal dynasty in South Carolina, had support from family members in court and was visibly emotional at times. But first responders telling the jury he did not cry that night.
Did you ever see him any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries.
On the tape, Murdaugh tells police the reason he believes his son was a target almost immediately.
This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. I know that's what it is.
Murdaugh also mentioned that theory to the 911 dispatcher. Murdaugh referring to a 2019 boat crash that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach, His late son, Paul Murdaugh, charged with 3 counts of boating under the influence. He had pleaded not guilty and was awaiting trial. Meanwhile, the defense questioning witnesses about how potential evidence was handled at the crime scene.
Will you do your best not to contaminate anything?
And this is your best, to walk in an area where there's blood.
And prosecutors honing in on what they argue is a discrepancy. Despite telling 911 he checked his wife and son's pulses, prosecutors say there was no blood on Murdaugh.
If you were going to try to check his pulse, be it wrists or neck, would your hands be bloody?
If I had attempted, they would have been, yes.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. Alec Murdaugh denies the charges and maintains his innocence.
NASA is remembering and paying tribute all of the astronauts who have died over the decades in horrific accidents.
This as the agency prepares to mark the 20th anniversary next week of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. NBC's Tom Costello covers NASA and space for us and joins us from Washington. And Tom, it is hard to believe it's been 2 decades since the Columbia tragedy.
Yeah, and all 7 astronauts on board died, just like the 7 who were on board the Space Shuttle Challenger and the 3 who were on board Apollo 1. You know, we usually focus on the next mission and the milestones, right? The returning to the moon mission, landing on Mars. But NASA is now pausing to remember the 17 astronauts who have died over the years reaching for the heavens.
By the dawn's early light.
From the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to Arlington National Cemetery, a poignant tribute to the men and women who gave their lives as America reached for the stars.
It is a day for us to remember not only these wonderful people, but also for us to remember the lessons.
It was 1967 when the crew of Apollo 1 was caught in a flash fire inside their space capsule.
The accident occurred at Cape Kennedy.
Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee all died.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
The Space Shuttle Challenger exploded on a cold morning in 1986. Dick Scobie, Judith Resnick, Michael Smith, Allison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, Ronald McNair, and teacher Krista McAuliffe were all killed.
There are reports that the Space Shuttle Columbia has indeed exploded over Dallas, Texas.
17 years later, Columbia was lost as it returned to Earth. On board, William McCool, Michael Anderson, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Laurel Clark, Elon Ramon, and Commander Rick Husband.
It's been tough. Every time Laura and Matthew have a milestone in their life, it breaks my heart Rick's not there to share that. It really does.
The past 20 years have been a parallel train track of joy and grief.
In all 3 accidents, investigators found human error played a role.
I absolutely did not want to become bitter. That's not going to bring the crew back.
Today's NASA leaders insist the crews and what they accomplished will never be forgotten.
We must not let the lessons of Apollo 1, Challenger, and Columbia show up in another investigation report.
Think about my dad every day, but it's not always a sad day or a sad thought.
So life goes on. We're good. I'm glad I know where he's at, and I don't worry about that. But they were moms and dads and husbands, and they lived a very balanced, loving life with their families here in Houston. And so that's the memory that I want to remain.
Imagine losing your husband, your wife, your father, your mother, your child, and losing them in such a public way with the whole world watching. But these families say they also felt the embrace and the love of the country, and to this day they receive emails and letters from people who just want to reach out and send them a hug. You guys?
That is good to hear. An incredible strength from those families there. Yeah. Tom, thanks so much.
You bet.
All right, coming up, a big weekend of football ahead. We're going to find out who's going to go to the Super Bowl. And coming up, we've got a sneak peek at some of the biggest and priciest commercial spots that'll play during this year's big game.
Plus, one of the biggest names in ice skating joins us next. Adam Rippon will break down the latest from the U.S. and the European Championships and talk about his new adventure off the ice in just a few minutes.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The Super Bowl is still 2 weeks away, but we're already getting a look at some of the ads you're going to see during the big game.
NBC's Kaylee Hartung has a sneak peek at the major star power in those 30-second spots.
Hey there. Before we even know who's playing on Super Bowl Sunday, top brands are already drumming up anticipation for their biggest stage. The game is expected to generate a record $450 million in ad spending. Now, by dropping these expertly crafted teasers, ad agencies are hoping it will drive up excitement.
Fans have come to expect supersized ads for the Super Bowl.
Oh, don't judge me, Anton.
But this year, big brands are shelling out even bigger bucks, with 30-second spots going for a record $7 million.
Getting 100 million eyeballs on your ad at one time is so valuable, and that's what drives the cost. There's no other event during the year that measures up to it.
In a trend that's continued to grow, a who's who of A-list stars has been tapped for the campaigns.
You know, I've been waiting to collab.
Rappers Jack Harlow and Missy Elliott are collaborating on an ad for Doritos.
Is it true about the love triangle? Maybe.
While Meghan Trainor is popping Pringles.
I'm not gonna run it.
Breaking Bad's Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul are reuniting for Frito-Lay's Popcorners.
That, to my ear, sounds distinctly like flooding.
And Ozzy Osbourne is dusting off his acting skills for software company Workday.
Which one of you wants a piercing?
Some brands are leaning into nostalgia, which ad agencies say plays to a wider audience. John Travolta will reprise his role of Danny Zuko for T-Mobile, performing the iconic number Summer Nights, along with Scrubs co-stars Zach Braff and Donald Faison. And Michelob Ultra is running a Caddyshack-inspired campaign, starring Serena Williams, Succession's Brian Cox, and Tony Romo.
Young Cinderella story happening right in front of our eyes.
For the first time in more than 30 years, Anheuser-Busch will no longer be the exclusive alcohol advertiser for the big game, opening the door to competitors like Heineken. and Crown Royal.
No way.
M&M's is replacing their spokes candies with Maya Rudolph for their Super Bowl ads.
I love M&M's, and you and I love me.
The comedian stepping in following the far-right media backlash last year, after the company swapped their female M&M's high heels with more sensible shoes. Downy Unstoppables is taking a different approach, keeping their star a secret.
It's pretty obvious who you are.
Hush your mouth, Super Bowl puppy. You don't know me.
While FanDuel is betting big on a familiar face, four-time Super Bowl champ Rob Gronkowski.
What the heck is Kick of Destiny?
The retired tight end will attempt to kick a field goal live during the ad.
Wait, I don't kick, I catch.
Brands emptying the playbook to keep viewers in their seats and hoping to score big.
We mentioned the cost of the ad buys themselves, but add to those budgets 7- and 8-figure salaries for big-name directors and actors, and you have got a lot of money on the line here. Back to you.
Wow, we both chuckled at Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks.
All right, keep the sports team going here. The U.S. and European figure skating championships are underway.
And all this week, the NBC family has been bringing you live coverage from the competitions. Joining us right now is Olympic figure skating medalist Adam Rippon, who is providing commentary for the European Figure Skating Championships. Adam, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are so good. So good to see you.
We're so excited to have you that in the tease video we put an exclamation point after your name. So that is how excited we are.
I have to tell you that I noticed that and I really appreciated that. I went, wow, they're so excited to talk to me.
It's true. No lies detected. Okay, I'm excited to talk to you about this. So what are you seeing right now in terms of new skaters? What are you excited about?
Well, right now at the U.S. Championships in San Jose, California, the ladies have already begun. The young teenager, Isabel Levito, she's leading the short program by the slightest of margins ahead of former U.S. champion and Olympic bronze medalist Brady Tennell. I'm really excited about Star Andrews. She had a really great season so far, and she's really keeping it up through the championships. I'm very much looking forward to seeing, hopefully, another quad axel by Ilya Malinin. And really, the competition, especially in a year that's right after the Olympics, to see so much good skating is really, really exciting.
Let's talk about what you're covering, the 2023 European Figure Skating Championships, which are also taking place right now. What are you seeing there at the competition in Finland?
Okay, so in Finland, there's a lot going on. Right now, my eye in the men's is all on Adam Suohimfa from France. He has been so solid, so good, so consistent, and he has an over 10-point lead heading into the free skate that we're going to be calling later today. In the women's, the very favorite, the reigning world silver medalist Luna Hendricks from Belgium, had a rough go. She had one major mistake in her short program, and she's right now behind the Georgian Anastasia Gubanova, who had a fantastic short program. And really, it was just a great event.
All right, so we've talked skating. Let's talk about another one of your passions, your new podcast. It's called Normalize This, and you look at shifting trends in American culture. What can you tell us about it?
What can't I tell you about it? So basically, you know, that's our podcast right there. I co-host it with my phenomenal friend. Her name is Danielle Young. And, you know, we talk about different topics and we normalize them and we have really great open conversations about them. We talk about boundaries, hitting rock bottom. What is it like dating and what is it like dating online? And we're both actually legally so stupid that we have a lot of fun and we like laugh the whole time. So we have a great time. So you should definitely listen to it.
How is one legally certified as stupid?
I have the If I had more time, I would go get the certificate that I was given, the legal document that goes, you're dumb.
What's your favorite episode so far?
I think my favorite episode so far, you know, we've done so many so far. I love the ones where we laugh a lot, but I think we recently did one about hitting rock bottom and talking about how those moments of where you feel you're at your lowest, a lot of times we look back at those moments and we reflect and we go, I'm so glad that that happened because it made me pivot. It made me redirect my focus and my energy and change my goals up. And so we have really great conversations, and Danielle is so fantastic. So we have so much fun together.
All right, Adam Rippon, or as we like to say here at News Now, Adam Rippon.
With an X, yeah, I'm going to actually get that changed on my driver's license now.
The same place where you got the stupid papers. You can can probably get that changed too. So.
They do it at the same place, yes.
Oh my gosh. You two should do a podcast together. This energy is amazing.
Listen, I'm ready. This is the pitch.
Have Joe on.
I'll be a guest. All right. Adam, thank you so much. So good to have
Thanks,
you on.
guys.
All right, coming up, switching gears, another scare for comedian Jay Leno, recovering this morning from another injury just months after suffering severe burns.
But we're learning about the latest accident that sent him to the hospital and an update on his condition. You're watching Morning News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This morning, we're learning that comedian Jay Leno has been in yet another major accident, once again involving one of his vintage vehicles. This latest injury comes just months after the famed auto enthusiast received third-degree burns while working on a car. NBC's Dylan Dreyer has the latest.
After 2 months of recovering from serious burn injuries, comedian Jay Leno is back on the mend following a second accident. The late-night legend telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal he's suffering from a broken collarbone, 2 broken ribs, and 2 cracked kneecaps. After a test ride on a vintage motorcycle went haywire earlier this month. According to the Journal, he noticed the scent of leaking gas, forcing him to cut through a parking lot. That's when he noticed, quote, some guy had a wire strung across the parking lot with no flag. I didn't see it until it was too late, he says, and boom, knocked me off the bike. Back in November, Leno, a car enthusiast, endured second and third degree burns across his upper body and face after trying to fix a clogged fuel line on a 1907 white steam car.
Suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire.
Hoda catching up with the former Tonight Show host last month in his first TV interview since the accident.
Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like.
Leno spent 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center receiving hyperbaric oxygen therapy and skin grafts.
As you can see, these got burned pretty bad.
In good spirits, Leno telling Hoda at the time nothing will keep him from his passions.
Do you have now any skittishness?
No. Did I learn from this? Of course not.
A sentiment now recently echoed with his new injuries, telling the Journal, I'm okay. I'm working this weekend.
Leno also told the newspaper he did not want to disclose this latest accident, which happened 10 days ago now, because of the huge amount of coverage that his last accident received. NBC News did reach out to Jay Leno and his team for comment, but have yet to hear back. Either way, of course, we wish him a speedy recovery.
Certainly. All right. As awards season rolls on, the Grammys have announced its first set of performers. It is indeed a star-studded lineup. We're talking Bad Bunny, Mary J. Blige, Brandi Carlile, Luke Combs, Steve Lacy, Lizzo, Kim Petras, and Sam Smith. And again, that was only the first wave announced. The show's going to be hosted by comedian Trevor Noah on February 5th at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. I don't even know who my favorite would be. Maybe Brandi.
Yeah,
who I'm most looking forward to.
Brandy's great. I mean, I love the Grammys because it's just a cool concert, basically.
Yeah.
They sprinkle in a couple of awards here and there, but it's mostly the music. They give the awards out before the show. So, yeah. All right, let's keep the entertainment theme going here. Get your popcorn or your coffee ready because it's Friday, which means it's time for our Can't Miss list.
All the movies, TV, and music you should check out this weekend.
Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers and NBC News entertainment contributor, joins us again. We didn't scare you away with the Oscar nominations earlier this week. So I'm still trying to catch up on Oscar movies, so my brain can't even wrap around new movies coming out, but there are new ones, Maybe I Do and Infinity Pool, that might be worth catching.
These are coming to theaters, and Maybe I Do, it's, Valentine's Day is around the corner, so it's kind of the season of love. This is one of those rom-coms you don't want to miss. You got a bunch of legends in this, Susan Sarandon, William H. Macy, Richard Gere, and Diane Keaton. They played two different couples who are a hot mess. Their marriages are unraveling, lots of infidelity, and they keep their personal lives under wraps until their children, played by Emma Stone and Luke Bracey, fall in love. Then everything kind of gets out in the open. Emma Roberts is the niece of Julia Roberts, so she got Auntie on the phone she can call to learn how to slay in a rom-com. It's a great movie. The other one is a little bit of a turn. This one's called Infinity Pool. This one had everyone talking at the Sundance Film Festival this week, you guys. It's a psychological horror film starring Alexander Skarsgård. It's just about a couple that follows a random woman outside of a grounds of a resort, and things get really crazy really quick in this one. They wind up in a culture filled with violence, heathenism, and horror. And it's being described as surreal, sophisticated, and sometimes sickening. And I think Alexander Skarsgård does that so well.
Yeah, he
watched him in
the
Big
whole
Little
family.
Lies.
He's brooding. Is that the word they're looking for?
Look at you, Joe. Come on with the descriptors.
I think he lived in my neighborhood in LA because I would always see him at the diner.
I would have totally stalked him.
We need a segment on that.
Yeah.
What was his order?
Yes, I wasn't looking back closely. But anyway,
do your research. All right, let's talk about streaming for those of us with babies and can't go to the theater. What should we be watching?
Okay, this one's called Poker Face. Please ring the alarm, y'all, because I watched this last night. I'm obsessed. My new favorite show. Okay, it stars Natasha Lyonne. She plays a crime-solving Vegas casino waitress on the run. Her character Charlie has this gift of knowing when someone's lying, and this gift gets her in trouble. Every episode, she almost gets killed. You got a lot of great folks in this. Dasha Polanco from Orange is the New Black in the first episode. Adrian Brody, Judith Light, Stephanie Sue, who just got an Oscar nomination this week. But she's kind of giving you Columbo and a mix of Murder, She Wrote. Great show. Next up, a film on Netflix is called You People. It's Eddie Murphy. It's a heartwarming, hilarious new comedy. It's about a young couple from two totally different backgrounds.
And Jonah
lots
Hill,
of culture, lots of culture clashes, lots of family drama. You got Jonah Hill, Lauren London, and Eddie Murphy plays the father of the bride. Then Julia Louis-Dreyfus plays the mother of Jonah Hill's character. It's so funny. There's great chemistry. And Eddie and Julia, they were in SNL in the 80s together, so it's kind of a reunion for them. Then the last one is Shrinking. It's a TV series on on Apple TV. This is a comedy from the folks that did Ted Lasso, also for Apple TV, so they know what they're doing. Jason Segel plays a grieving therapist. His wife dies, and he stops going by the books and begins telling folks what he really wants to say.
Oh my gosh.
Which is hilarious and changes a bunch of folks' lives. It also stars Harrison Ford, who is now doing TV. He plays Jason Segel's boss.
But he's never going to retire, is he? My goodness.
No.
Harrison Ford is just everywhere.
So that's an episode. That's episodic. That's not a movie.
Yeah, and it's from the folks that did Ted Lasso, so you don't want to miss that.
All right, let's finally talk about music, and Friday's big for albums, music videos, even concert movies, right?
Yes. So the first one is an album from Sam Smith. You guys mentioned he's got a Grammy nomination at the Grammys. This is his fourth studio album. It's called Gloria, and he hosted this.
Is it the song Gloria?
Well, no, but there's a song called Gloria on the album that they did. His pronoun is they. That they did at SNL this past weekend. But this is just an album dedicated to the song from Gloria Branigan back in the day. Gloria. That was kind of like an anthem for them when they were growing up.
Okay.
So it's a great album. Just came out today. I played it all the way down when I was coming down here. It's excellent. And I'm still getting over the SNL performance. Did you guys watch last weekend? Please go look it up.
I need to.
So good.
I need to.
And then
we have to talk about Taylor.
Okay, Taylor Swift, we'll go to that one. Lavender Haze. She has a video that dropped at midnight. It is the third single from her album that you guys know broke all the records.
Yep.
This one's about her ex-boyfriend that she was in for 6 years in a relationship, and she was kind of in a lavender haze.
Yeah.
I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt.
I love that song. I love that
It already
song.
has 2.5 million views in just a few hours since being dropped at midnight.
All right, very good.
You
Chris
have
Witherspoon.
convinced me to listen to and watch all of it.
And
Thank
we know
so
what
much.
you're doing this weekend now.
This weekend now.
All right.
Yes.
I got plans.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, bracing for unrest. Today, the city of Memphis is preparing for the release of body camera video showing the traffic stop beating that led to the death of Tyree Nichols. 5 former police officers are now charged with second-degree murder. Investigators say the video will show why they chose to press charges.
What happened here does not at all reflect proper policing. This was wrong. This was criminal.
We're in Memphis with what we know about the investigation so far and how that city is preparing for the response to what we'll see in that body camera video. Russia's revenge. Russia steps up attacks in Ukraine, launching airstrikes and targeting the country's power grid. All this comes just days after more Western countries pledged new support for Ukraine, including the U.S. sending tanks to the country. We have the latest from Ukraine with the impact the new fighting is having on everyday people there. Mixed messages. We now know the economy grew in the last part of 2022 despite high inflation, but layoffs are still happening and concerns of a recession are still real. So what do all these mixed messages mean for your wallet? We'll explain. Plus, on the ice, the U.S. and the European Ice Skating Championships are underway, and who better to break it all down for us than a former champ himself. Adam Rapon joins us later this hour with a look at the big winners so far and the next generation of skaters.
Looking forward to that conversation.
Yes, it's always fun to chat with Adam. We are going to begin this morning in Memphis with new developments in the investigation into the death of Tyree Nichols.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are facing second-degree murder charges in connection to Nichols' alleged killing. Those officers, Justin Smith, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills Jr., Demetrius Haley, and Tadarius Bean. Attorneys for 2 of the police officers, Martin and Mills, say their clients intend to plead not guilty. The city of Memphis and the country remain on edge ahead of the release of that traffic stop footage later today. NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Tom Yamas has the latest on the investigation.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation put it simply, this was wrong, this was criminal, and later today we'll find out exactly why when they release footage of the incident. Now, that video is coming from 3 different places: police body cam, police dash cam, and also surveillance video, poll cams from the area that apparently captured some of what happened. We now know that at least 4 of the 5 officers have bonded out of jail. They've been charged with second-degree murder and other crimes. This as Tyree Nichols' family, including his 4-year-old child, are demanding justice. Even President Biden is weighing in on the situation, asking for calm here in Memphis.
This morning, Memphis bracing and officials begging for peace as video is set to be released showing how 29-year-old Tyree Nichols ended up like this and later dying while in police custody.
Our family is grief-stricken.
Overnight, a prayer vigil at one of Nichols' favorite spots, a Memphis skate park. His mother sending this message to the city.
I didn't see it, but from what I hear, it's going to be horrific. But I want each and every one of you to protest in peace.
5 fired Memphis police officers have now been charged with several crimes, including second-degree murder, aggravated assault, and kidnapping.
The actions of all of them resulted in the death of Tyree Nichols, and they are all responsible.
The footage, which has been viewed by Nichols' family and their attorneys, but not yet made public, shows a January 7th traffic stop and a confrontation with those officers. Then, an alleged beating the family describes as similar to what happened to Rodney King. According to the family's attorneys, an independent autopsy found Tyree suffered from extreme bleeding caused by a severe beating. But it's still unclear exactly what happened. Police say they pulled Nichols over for reckless driving around 8:30 p.m. that night. A confrontation followed. Pepper spray was used, and Nichols fled on foot.
There was another altercation at a nearby location at which the serious injuries were experienced by Mr. Nichols. After some period of time of waiting around afterwards, he was taken away by an ambulance.
Nichols would die 3 days later. The incident now being investigated by local, state, and federal authorities. 2 members of the Memphis Fire Department who were part of Nichols' initial patient care were also fired while an internal investigation continues.
He absolutely will plead not guilty.
Defense attorney Blake Ballin is representing former officer Desmond Mills Jr., who posted bail overnight.
You haven't seen the video, but I'm sure you've seen that photo of Tyree Nichols in the hospital.
I have.
When you saw that, what did you think?
It looks like somebody crossed a line, and I believe the proof will show that Mr. Mills is not one of the officers that crossed that line.
The Memphis community angered, saying true justice goes beyond these charges.
This is not about race or color. This is about a race against the injustices that's called police brutality.
We also know that at least one of the other police officers, Emmett Martin, plans to plead not guilty. That, according to his attorney. NBC News has also learned that several of the officers were part of Memphis PD's Scorpion unit, which targets auto theft and gang-related activity. But investigators have not said why it was that unit that stopped Nichols. Reporting from Memphis, Tom Yamas. Now back to you.
Tom, thank you. For more, we are joined by NBC News law enforcement analyst and retired Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best. Chief Best, thank you so much for your time. I want to ask you what your thoughts are on what you've seen so far. I mean, we know the video is going to be released tonight. There are major concerns this could turn violent. What do you make of this call for calm?
Well, you know, we haven't seen the video yet, but we have indication from sources that have, certainly the chief and others, that it is absolutely, in their words, horrific. So we know that's going to elicit an emotional and visceral response from the public when they see it. Again, we haven't seen it yet, but all indications are it's pretty bad. The call for calm, I think, is a good thing. People have every right to be upset, and they will be. We anticipate you know, that there'll be protests and demonstrations and potentially civil unrest. So law enforcement, not only in Memphis, but all across the country, is preparing for, you know, the reaction to this, this horrible beating and ultimately death of this individual. I will say that the sheriff, the chief and the district attorney acted quickly in terminating the employment and getting charges filed and making sure that they are well on their way to accountability and justice being served in this case.
Chief Best, I want to ask you more about that. I mean, Tyree Nichols died on January 10th. The officers were charged yesterday. That's 16 days later. I mean, that seems pretty fast compared with similar cases we've seen in the past, doesn't it? I mean, what does that tell us potentially about the case against the officers?
Yeah, it's very swift. And in many cases, you know, people are placed on paid leave and not terminated right away because there's union issues and other things. But what it says is that once they were able to look at all of the video and what happened, particularly after the death of someone who was in custody, they were very quick to determine that it was excessive force, and get those officers' employment terminated, and then have the district attorney look at, you know, potential charging. All of it done at really what is somewhat record speed to have just about 2 weeks go by from start to finish.
The Memphis police chief has emphasized her department's commitment to transparency, but as a former police chief, do you think they've done enough to set expectations and be upfront about not only how painful people say this video is, but also that they'll treat this in the manner it needs to be?
I do. You know, I know the chief, full disclosure. I know Chief Davis. I think she's absolutely upstanding and outstanding person. She was quick to make sure that once she had the evidence that the justice was served in terms of the termination of their employment, and get that information over to the prosecutor's office for their determination. So these things, as you know, sometimes they can linger for some time, but they've been upfront about it. They've said it's horrific. They understand that there'll be a reaction, but they're asking for people, to not be violent in their angst about what has occurred.
Chief Carmen Best, thanks for joining us.
Authorities in Ukraine say at least 11 people were killed in yesterday's Russian air attack. Moscow carried out the latest round of airstrikes just a day after the United States and Germany committed to sending their battle tanks to the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kharkiv with the latest. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Some areas of Ukraine still struggling to get the electricity back on after those Russian strikes targeting the power grid yesterday. President Zelensky says this is a deliberate tactic by the Russians to hurt civilians in what is turning out to be a cold and punishing winter. This morning, Ukraine battered but defiant, and picking up the pieces after a wave of deadly Russian missile strikes launched just hours after the West's decision to give battle tanks. 11 people killed, according to officials, and the attacks aimed mainly at Ukraine's power grid. President Zelensky saying every Russian missile against our cities, every Iranian drone used by terrorists is an argument why we need more weapons. The president also telling Sky News about family life during wartime.
I think that they love me. And it's not about thinking, I feel it.
His young kids, who he sees rarely, forced to grow up fast.
All our children, adults, and all of them, they speak about war.
As heavy fighting rages, a race against time to get NATO tanks into action. The German Leopard 2 is likely to reach the battlefield by the end of March, according to Germany's defense minister. The American M1 Abrams, many months, perhaps even a year from reaching Ukraine, U.S. officials say. Before the war, Serhiy Kozub was a tour guide. Today, he's a military volunteer, and his tours showcase Russia's destruction in Kharkiv. This is a tailor's shop, totally destroyed by a Russian missile. But then he takes us to a place you won't find in the guidebook. So we can't show you the outside of this building in case it helps the Russians target it, but this is a warehouse where volunteers are stockpiling supplies. Inside, medical supplies, blankets, even baby food, sometimes the easiest meal for soldiers in the trenches. Whatever we get for the Ukrainian army immediately goes to the front line, he says. The moment we get it, we ship it immediately. Ordinary people pulling together and working for victory. And the Kremlin today suggesting President Biden could end this war and end it quickly by putting pressure on Ukraine to surrender. That is, of course, something the president has said he will not do. Joe.
All right, Raf, thank you so much. Now to mixed messages on the economy. At a rate of 2.9%, the GDP beat expectations yesterday.
And while we keep hearing of layoffs in the tech sector, Walmart is raising its minimum wage by $2 to $14 an hour to try and retain workers.
So what does it all mean for your bottom line? Well, NBC's Tom Costello is here to help us break it down. So, Tom, let's start with that GDP report. Was it good news or bad news for the economy?
Well, the overall day yesterday, we had so much economic news coming at us, mixed news, but the bottom line is that data shows the economy remains resilient, at least for now. A bit of a mixed bag, though. Here is a concern, of course, about a potential recession. That concern continues to loom, but that 2.9% GDP stat was better than expected. The economy still growing at the end of 2022. Another good sign, consumer spending was still strong. Most indicators suggest inflation is cooling. It's well off the 40-year highs that we saw mid-year. We also got good news on the jobs front, you guys. New jobless claims last week, lower than expected. But as the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates 7 times now to tame inflation, we are seeing layoffs, especially big waves of layoffs in the tech sectors. And we have some others. Dow Chemical, IBM, and Hasbro, for example. Overall, there are still more jobs than workers to fill them. The unemployment rate at a 50-year low. So as we said, a mixed picture, layoffs, but low unemployment, rising interest rates, but solid economic growth.
Well, you mentioned consumer spending. What about consumer saving? Are people able to sock anything away right now?
You know, the evidence suggests that people are starting to burn through their cash reserves, and maybe they're starting to build up that credit card debt. And if people are getting laid off, the concern is that they could again, burn through their cash and then also burn through any severance. So rising credit card debt, probably not a good sign.
And finally, you know, we're just days away from the Fed's next decision on interest rates. We know we're expecting a few more hikes in the future, but what are economists anticipating is going to happen now?
Doesn't it always feel like we're waiting on another Fed hike? I know. Listen, we're looking at probably another quarter-point hike next week, and experts think we could see yet another one after that. But as we said, you know, the economy is clearly cooling. If the Fed hikes too many times, the concern is that that could push us into negative territory. We could go into a recession sometime this year. That's what most people are betting on, a recession, but maybe it will be mild and not too deep.
All right. Tom Costello. Tom, thanks for breaking it down. We appreciate that.
You bet.
Now for your morning news now weather forecast.
Bill Cairns joins us now. Good morning, Bill. What can we expect this weekend?
This weekend has a little bit of everything, but no tornadoes. I've had enough of those this January, so we'll take a break from that. But we will be watching some areas of snow and also a little flood threat in the south towards the end of the weekend. So we have an Alberta clipper. We call them these because these storms originate up in Canada. They don't have a lot of moisture to work with, and so we call them clipper systems as they move fast. They only give you a brief period of light snow, and it gets windy and cold behind it. And that's it. And that's what's happening today in the areas of the Dakotas. We already had Grand Forks already gusted up to 50 miles per hour earlier this morning. So that Arctic air is coming in, and with it maybe an inch of snow as it goes through areas like Chicago today. Not a huge ordeal, but the temperatures will plunge. This will be the coldest air we've seen since Christmas. Now, this is like what we normally would see during the winter, but it's been so mild. So the temperatures will dip from the teens all the way to the negative numbers later on tonight, especially when we get the wind chill factor in the northern plains. Then this area of snow sneaks in. So we get the cold and then the snow. This will be a serious snowstorm if you're traveling anywhere in the high elevations of the northern and central Rockies. And then we'll get a narrow band of snow as we go through Saturday. Chicago, Milwaukee, it looks like maybe 2 to 3 inches. So you get 1 inch today, maybe another 2 or 3 tomorrow. Just if you're driving, especially right around sunset tomorrow, is when it'll probably be the most slippery. And then by the time the storm gets to the east, it's too warm. It just turns to rain. We'll still be watching a lot of rain in areas of the south. So this is at 8 p.m. on Sunday. The heaviest rain will be down here in areas of through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Not severe, but it's been so wet in this area that we do have a chance of getting some flash flooding. So here's how the snowfall forecast looks. And you can kind of pinpoint all the pink in here. That's around 6 to 8 inches of snow, mostly in the mountainous areas of northern Colorado, all through Wyoming. So this is great. We need this for when we get to the summer season, when we melt all this snow. Some of it will get into the Colorado River Basin, which we've had a million stories on how, you know, dried up it's been. But it's been a banner winter for snow in the west. Not in the east. We can't buy snow in the east. There is no snow in the forecast once again from New York southwards. And of course, New York City only has 3 more days to go. And then we break the all-time record for the longest snow drought in Central Park history, which goes back about 150 years. Pretty long period of record. And then northern portions of New England is where we're going to see the areas of snow, and also in areas of Michigan. So here's your weekend forecast. Still pretty mild. 57 in Atlanta. That's a gorgeous Saturday. 62 around Charleston. No problems whatsoever. And then that rain develops. That'll be problematic as we go into your Sunday. So if you have weekend plans and you have a choice of Saturday or Sunday, any outdoor activity, especially in the deep south, you want to choose Saturday and not heading into your Sunday. But we can't buy snow in the east. And New York City, also, besides the no snow, this is our second warmest January on record ever recorded. Many areas of the eastern half of the country are top 5 warmest January. So it's not just, it's true. It has been a very easy winter in the east.
It has been so weird because I'll walk home most days through the park and I'm like, this is not January. I don't know what's going on here.
Eventually it's going to get cold, or maybe another winter, and it'll be like, wow, this is really rough.
In April. It'll be cold in April. That's what's going to happen. All right.
We'll pay for it.
Exactly.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, the U.S. military kills a top ISIS leader.
But we're learning about the raid that took him down and the terror that leader was said to be responsible for. That's coming up next.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester? The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We're back with more on that U.S. military raid that killed a senior ISIS leader and 10 fighters in Somalia.
And that's according to 2 senior administration officials who revealed details of the operation to NBC News. Let's get to NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby on this. So, Courtney, walk us through what those officials said about the operation.
So they said very little about what actually occurred on the ground. What we know is it was in northern Somalia. It was day before yesterday. It was an operation, a mission that was ordered by President Biden and approved, recommended by both Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley. This was against Bilal al-Sudani. So he's a very senior ISIS leader in Somalia. According to the senior administration officials who spoke with us, again, on condition of anonymity, they said that he was targeted because he was not only an ISIS leader there in Somalia, but he was trying to export the ISIS terror ways outside of both Somalia and even outside of the region, with his reach as far away as Afghanistan, the ISIS group there known as ISIS Khorasan. And that was both facilitating operations and even in some cases trying to facilitate finances for the terror group. That's why this was something that was carried out. You guys, I'm sure that you guys know that when there's a strike, especially in Somalia or in some of these places against some ISIS fighters or Al-Qaeda fighters, we often hear about a drone strike. In this case, it was a ground operation, an assault operation. That often indicates just the significance of the individual that they're trying to go after. It can also indicate that they may have actually been trying to capture al-Sudani in this raid. What we found, though, was once they got on the ground, both sides were exchanging some sort of gunfire or something, and it resulted in his death.
Let's talk more about that significance. What more do we know about this senior leader who was killed? What do American officials say that he was responsible for?
So he's been on their radar for more than a decade now, both for his affiliations there in Somalia with the terror group Al-Shabaab. It's a group that is closely aligned with Al-Qaeda, and then more recently with his very strong affiliation and then leadership role within ISIS. So I think what we're going to hear going forward, particularly from the Biden administration, is the reason that this was such a significant, that they were able to find him and then ultimately kill him, was that he was one of the ones who was trying to grow the ISIS network back. We heard a lot, of course, over years about ISIS trying to gain a foothold and then actually holding territory in Iraq and Syria. That ended pretty much with the death of Baghdadi in 2019 and with the end of the caliphate not long before that. But ISIS still exists. The ideology still exists, and it exists in many different regions. He was one of the people who was really trying to grab a foothold of it there in Somalia and then in the region in Africa. It's important to point out, though, that U.S. officials still believe it was a small ISIS presence, but they were trying to not only grow it there, and they were trying to build it and to export it to other areas, like I said, like Afghanistan.
Courtney, did the raid yield any further intelligence about ISIS and its operations?
Yeah, so that was my exact question when we first learned about it, too, because that's one of the things, again, rather than a drone strike, when they're there on the ground, they often have the opportunity to what the military calls to exploit the scene. And that means they'll go in after the kinetic action is over. They'll try to grab up everything they can. If it's hard drives, cell phones, anything that they can possibly do. In some cases, it's actually taking people into custody to be able to interrogate them. One of the senior administration officials said that the intelligence community is very hopeful that they'll be able to exploit some of the information there, but he wouldn't get into any of the specifics of about what that means. Why this could be particularly significant, though, is because if Bilal al-Sudani had ties to ISIS Khorasan, which is that affiliate there in Afghanistan, remember the U.S. is completely withdrawn from there and has been for about 18 months now. They have very little intelligence collection in Afghanistan right now about what's going on with ISIS in that area. If this was able to provide them any kind of a window into what's actually going on there on the ground, it could have been a very significant raid.
Okay, Courtney, thank you.
More international news now. Tensions are rising in the Middle East after Israeli jets struck Gaza overnight.
Claudio Lubanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Israel carried out multiple air attacks on the Gaza Strip in the early hours of Friday, soon after 2 rockets were fired towards Israel. This latest cross-border exchange of fire came after at least 9 Palestinians were killed during an Israeli raid on a refugee camp in the West Bank on Thursday, the highest single-day death toll in years. Let's go to South Korea, where the authorities say entry restrictions for people traveling from China will remain in place at least until the end of February, over concerns that the Lunar New Year's holiday will lead to a surge of COVID-19 there. South Korea requires all passengers from China, Hong Kong and Macau to submit proofs of negative tests before their arrival and put them through tests again once they arrive. Let's move to South Africa, where the Environment Department said it will send dozens of African cheetahs to India over the next decade. The first 12 will be sent over the next month, and many more will follow in the future. Asian cheetahs became extinct in India in the late 1940s due to excessive hunting and loss of habitat, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
In honor of International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the Illinois Holocaust Museum is making sure survivors' stories are not forgotten through virtual reality and immersive storytelling. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett gives us an inside look at this new technology and a warning some of what you're about to see and hear may be disturbing.
I'm hoping the young people are going to grow up and be strong and not allow these kind of tragedies to happen again.
Fritzi was one of the millions of Jews persecuted during World War II. And despite passing in 2021, she continues to share her story with students every day in the Illinois Holocaust Museum's virtual reality exhibit. Opportunities to speak with living Holocaust survivors is dwindling as the population ages. It's estimated that less than 50,000 living survivors remain in the U.S. The Illinois Holocaust Museum is working diligently with remaining survivors like George Brent and Gary Berkovich to preserve their stories through different educational avenues. These 2 survivors were as eager to learn about each other's journeys just as they were to share their own.
On May the 20th, 1944, we were the last vestige of Hungarian Jews that were deported and taken to concentration camps. The train stopped for a moment, and my father looked through the barbed wire window, and it says Auschwitz. When I got off the train, I couldn't say goodbye to my mother and my brother. I saw them getting off the train, and that's the last I saw of them. Later on, I knew that all women who had small children and wouldn't give up the child, even though they were able to work, were immediately taken and gassed.
George and his father were forced to work at Auschwitz. He was then transported to various camps and managed to avoid selections. But despite that, George witnessed many atrocities, like abuse and starvation.
There was the famous or infamous camp called Mauthausen and Affelpace. But they killed people by overwork them, by having to climb up the stairs, some 96 stairs, day after day after day, carrying these huge 50-pound boulders on their backs. Most of the people who've been there in Auschwitz or Birkenau for a while looked emaciated. You could count their bones without them taking their clothes off.
My experience is very different from the George. He was not that lucky as I was, because I was born much later and I was in a different country.
Gary was born in Kharkiv, Ukraine in 1935, hundreds of miles away from George. When the war reached Gary, he and his family were forced to flee.
During that time, I experienced very horrible stuff. Our train was bombed.
He details his experience in Never Heard, Never Forget. The book puts a spotlight on Holocaust survivors from the former Soviet Union.
We were put in a teeny dugout, a hole in the ground slightly larger than the kitchen of our Kharkov apartment, and slightly deeper than the grandfather height.
And when his family moved to Turkestan, Gary says poverty was widespread amongst Jewish refugees, so much so that they starved to death.
So every morning I saw a picture like that. It was a two-wheel car. They were collecting dead bodies, put them in a cart, and went to nearby ravine, and they put them there in a massive grave. Sometimes when I do remember, I may cry.
Like Gary, George's story will also live forever through the museum's virtual reality exhibit.
It's so amazing that I am sitting there in awe to see myself on the screen and all the places that I've been to. I am not forever, but the film may be here forever, or for at least for a very long time.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that reporting. The Journey Back, a VR experience, is an ongoing exhibit at the Illinois Holocaust Museum.
Very powerful. All right, coming up, the latest on the high-profile attorney who's on trial, accused of killing his wife and son. What happened in a South Carolina courtroom when prosecutors described the moments after police were called to the scene?
Plus, 20 years since the Columbia disaster, we'll have more on how NASA is remembering the astronauts killed on the mission.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We're back with the very latest on the double murder trial of former attorney Alec Murdaugh, who's accused of killing his wife and son. Today, anchor Craig Melvin reports on the new evidence and dramatic testimony unfolding in the courtroom.
This morning, new evidence in the Murdaugh double murder trial. Prosecutors presenting body cam videos showing the crime scene and the weapon they say was used in the killings for the first time, and also playing Alec Murdaugh's unsettling 911 call for the jury.
Are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
The prosecution offered the first witness testimony of the case.
There appeared to be a large amount of blood around each of them.
First responders describing a horrific crime scene.
Did he ask you to confirm if they were dead?
He did. He asked multiple times while I was on scene.
With Alec Murdaugh standing nearby.
Is that they're dead? Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Murdaugh, the son of a powerful legal dynasty in South Carolina, had support from family members in court and was visibly emotional at times. But first responders telling the jury he did not cry that night.
Did you ever see him any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries.
On the tape, Murdaugh tells police the reason he believes his son was a target almost immediately.
This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck months back. He's been getting threats. I know that's what it is.
Murdaugh also mentioned that theory to the 911 dispatcher. Murdaugh referring to a 2019 boat crash that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. His late son, Paul Murdaugh, charged with 3 counts of boating under the influence. He had pleaded not guilty and was awaiting trial. Meanwhile, the defense questioning witnesses about how potential evidence was handled at the crime scene.
Well, you do your best not to contaminate anything.
Ooh. And this is your best, to walk in an area where there's blood.
And prosecutors honing in on what they argue is a discrepancy. Despite telling 911 he checked his wife and son's pulses, prosecutors say there was no blood on Murdaugh.
If you were going to try to check his pulse, be it wrist or neck, would your hands be bloody? If I had attempted, they would have been, yes.
Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. Alec Murdaugh denies the charges and maintains his innocence.
NASA is remembering and paying tribute all the astronauts who have died over the decades in horrific accidents.
This as the agency prepares to mark the 20th anniversary next week of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. NBC's Tom Costello covers NASA and space for us and joins us from Washington. And Tom, it is hard to believe it's been 2 decades since the Columbia tragedy.
Yeah, and all 7 astronauts on board died, just like the 7 who were on board the Space Shuttle Challenger and the 3 who were on board Apollo 1. You know, we usually focus on the next mission and the milestones, right? The returning to the moon mission, landing on Mars. But NASA is now pausing to remember the 17 astronauts who have died over the years reaching for the heavens.
By the dawn's early light.
From the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to Arlington National Cemetery, a poignant tribute to the men and women who gave their lives as America reached for the stars.
It is a day for us to remember not only these wonderful people, but also for us to remember the lessons.
It was 1967 when the crew of Apollo 1 was caught in a flash fire inside their space capsule.
The accident occurred at Cape Kennedy.
Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee all died.
Challenger, go with throttle up.
The Space Shuttle Challenger exploded on a cold morning in 1986. Dick Scobie, Judith Resnick, Michael Smith, Allison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, Ronald McNair, and teacher Krista McAuliffe were all killed.
There are reports that the Space Shuttle Columbia has indeed exploded over Dallas, Texas.
17 years later, Columbia was lost as it returned to Earth. On board, William McCool, Michael Anderson, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Laurel Clark, Elon Ramon, and Commander Rick Husband.
It's been tough. Every time Laura and Matthew have a milestone in their life, it breaks my heart Rick's not there to share that. It really does.
The past 20 years have been a parallel train track of joy and grief.
In all three accidents, investigators found human error played a role.
I absolutely did not want to become bitter. That's not going to bring the crew back.
Today's NASA leaders insist the crews and what they accomplished will never be forgotten.
We must not let the lessons of Apollo 1, Challenger, and Columbia show up in another investigation report.
Think about my dad every day, but it's not always a sad day or a sad thought.
So life goes on. We're good. I'm glad I know where he's at, and I don't worry about that. But they were moms and dads and husbands, and they lived a very balanced, loving life with their families here in Houston. And so that's the memory that I want to remain.
Imagine losing your husband, your wife, your father, your mother, your child, and losing them in such a public way with the whole world watching. But these families say they also felt the embrace and the love of the country, and to this day they receive emails and letters from people who just want to reach out and send them a hug. You guys?
That is good to hear. An incredible strength from those families there. Tom, thanks so much.
You bet.
All right, coming up, a big weekend of football ahead. We're going to find out who's going to go to the Super Bowl. And coming up, we've got a sneak peek at some of the biggest and priciest commercial spots that'll play during this year's big game.
Plus, one of the biggest names in ice skating joins us next. Adam Rippon will break down the latest from the U.S. and the European Championships and talk about his new adventure off the ice in just a few minutes.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The Super Bowl is still 2 weeks away, but we're already getting a look at some of the ads you're going to see during the big game.
NBC's Kaylee Hartung has a sneak peek at the major star power in those 30-second spots.
Hey there. Before we even know who's playing on Super Bowl Sunday, top brands are already drumming up anticipation for their biggest stage. The game is expected to generate a record $450 million in ad spending. Now, by dropping these expertly crafted teasers, ad agencies are hoping it will drive up excitement. fans have come to expect supersized ads for the Super Bowl.
Oh, don't judge me, Anton.
But this year, big brands are shelling out even bigger bucks, with 30-second spots going for a record $7 million.
Getting 100 million eyeballs on your ad at one time is so valuable, and that's what drives the cost. There's no other event during the year that measures up to it.
In a trend that's continued to grow, a who's who of A-list stars has been tapped for the campaigns.
You know, I've been waiting to collab.
Rappers Jack Harlow and Missy Elliott are collaborating on an ad for Doritos.
Is it true about the love triangle?
Maybe.
While Meghan Trainor is popping Pringles.
I'm not gonna flood it.
Breaking Bad's Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul are reuniting for Frito-Lay's Popcorners.
That, to my ear, sounds distinctly like flooding.
And Ozzy Osbourne is dusting off his acting skills for software company Workday.
Which one of you wants a piercing?
Some brands are leaning into nostalgia, which ad agencies say plays to a wider audience. John Travolta will reprise his role of Danny Zuko for T-Mobile, performing the iconic number Summer Nights, along with Scrubs co-stars Zach Braff and Donald Faison. And Michelob Ultra is running a Caddyshack-inspired campaign, starring Serena Williams, Succession's Brian Cox, and Tony Romo.
Young Cinderella story happening right in front of our eyes.
For the first time in more than 30 years, Anheuser-Busch will no longer be the exclusive alcohol advertiser for the big game, opening the door to competitors like Heineken and Crown Royal.
No way.
M&M's is replacing their spokes candies with Maya Rudolph for their Super Bowl ads.
I love M&M's, and you and I love me.
The comedian stepping in following the far-right media backlash last year, after the company swapped their female M&M's high heels with more sensible shoes. Downy Unstoppables is taking a different approach, keeping their star a secret.
It's pretty obvious who you are. Hush your mouth, Super Bowl puppy. You don't know me.
While FanDuel is betting big on a familiar face, four-time Super Bowl champ Rob Gronkowski.
What the heck is Kick of Destiny?
The retired tight end will attempt to kick a field goal live during the ad.
Wait, I don't kick, I catch.
Brands emptying the playbook to keep viewers in their seats and hoping to score big. We mentioned the cost of the ad buys themselves, but add to those budgets 7- and 8-figure salaries for big-name directors and actors, and you have got a lot of money on the line here. Back to you.
Wow, we both chuckled at Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, exactly.
Love
her. All right, keep the sports team going here. The U.S. and European figure skating championships are underway.
And all this week, the NBC family has been bringing you live coverage from the competitions. Joining us right now is Olympic figure skating medalist Adam Rippon, who is providing commentary for the European Figure Skating Championships. Adam, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are so good. So good to see you.
We're so excited to have you that in the tease video we put an exclamation point after your name. So that is how excited we are.
I have to tell you that I noticed that and I really appreciated that. I went, wow, they're so excited to talk to me.
It's true. No lies detected. Okay, I'm excited to talk to you about this. So what are you seeing right now in terms of new skaters? What are you excited about?
Well, right now at the U.S. Championships in San Jose, California, the ladies have already begun. The young teenager, Isabel Levito, she's leading the short program by the slightest of margins ahead of former U.S. champion and Olympic bronze medalist Brady Tennell. I'm really excited about Star Andrews. She had a really great season so far, and she's really keeping it up through the championships. I'm very much looking forward to seeing, hopefully, another quad axel by Ilya Malinin. And really, the competition, especially in a year that's right after the Olympics, to see so much good skating is really, really exciting.
Let's talk about what you're covering, the 2023 European Figure Skating Championships, which are also taking place right now. What are you seeing there at the competition in Finland?
Okay, so in Finland, there's a lot going on. Right now, my eye in the men's is all on Adam Suohimfa from France. He has been so solid, so good, so consistent, and he has an over 10-point lead heading into the free skate that we're going to be calling later today. In the women's, the very favorite, the reigning world silver medalist Luna Hendricks from Belgium, had a rough go. She had one major mistake in her short program, and she's right now behind the Georgian Anastasia Gubanova, who had a fantastic short program. And really, it was just a great event.
All right, so we've talked skating. Let's talk about another one of your passions, your new podcast. It's called Normalize This, and you look at shifting trends in American culture. What can you tell us about it?
What can't I tell you about it? So basically, you know, that's our podcast right there. I co-host it with my phenomenal friend. Her name is Danielle Young. And, you know, we talk about different topics and we normalize them and we have really great open conversations about them. We talk about boundaries, hitting rock bottom. What is it like dating and what is it like dating online? And we're both actually legally so stupid that we have a lot of fun and we like laugh the whole time. So we have a great time. So you should definitely listen to it.
How is one legally certified as stupid?
I have the document. If I had more time, I would go get the certificate that I was given, the legal document that goes, you're dumb.
What's your favorite episode so far?
I think my favorite episode so far, you know, we've done so many so far. I love the ones where we laugh a lot, but I think we recently did one about hitting rock bottom and talking about how those moments of where you feel you're at your lowest, a lot of times we look back at those moments and we reflect and we go, I'm so glad that that happened because it made me pivot. It made me redirect my focus and my energy and change my goals up. And so we have really great conversations, and Danielle is so fantastic. So we have so much fun together.
All right, Adam Rapon, or as we like to say here at News Now, Adam Rapon. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to actually get that changed on my driver's license now.
The same place where you got the stupid papers, you can probably get that changed too. So.
They do it at the same place, yes.
All right, gosh. You two should do a podcast together. This energy is amazing.
Listen, I'm ready. This is the pitch.
Have Joe on.
I'll be a guest. All right. Adam, thank you so much. So good to have
Thanks,
you on.
guys.
All right, coming up, switching gears, another scare for comedian Jay Leno, recovering this morning from another injury just months after suffering severe burns.
But we're learning about the latest accident that sent him to the hospital and an update on his condition. You're watching Morning News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This morning, we're learning that comedian Jay Leno has been in yet another major accident, once again involving one of his vintage vehicles. This latest injury comes just months after the famed auto enthusiast received third-degree burns while working on a car. NBC's Dylan Dreyer has the latest.
After 2 months of recovering from serious burn injuries, comedian Jay Leno is back on the mend following a second accident. The late-night legend telling the Las Vegas Review-Journal he's suffering from a broken collarbone, 2 broken ribs, and 2 cracked kneecaps. After a test ride on a vintage motorcycle went haywire earlier this month. According to the Journal, he noticed the scent of leaking gas, forcing him to cut through a parking lot. That's when he noticed, quote, some guy had a wire strung across the parking lot with no flag. I didn't see it until it was too late, he says, and boom, knocked me off the bike. Back in November, Leno, a car enthusiast, endured 2nd and 3rd degree burns across his upper body and face after trying to fix a clogged fuel line on a 1907 white steam car.
Suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas, and then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire.
Hoda catching up with the former Tonight Show host last month in his first TV interview since the accident.
Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like.
Leno spent 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center receiving hyperbaric oxygen therapy and skin grafts.
As you can see, these got burned pretty bad.
In good spirits, Leno telling Hoda at the time nothing will keep him from his passions.
Do you have now any skittishness?
No. Did I learn from this? Of course not.
A sentiment now recently echoed with his new injuries, telling the Journal, I'm okay. I'm working this weekend.
Leno also told the newspaper he did not want to disclose this latest accident, which happened 10 days ago now, because of the huge amount of coverage that his last accident received. NBC News did reach out to Jay Leno and his team for comment, but have yet to hear back. Either way, of course, we wish him a speedy recovery.
Certainly. All right. As awards season rolls on, the Grammys have announced its first set of performers. It is indeed a star-studded lineup. We're talking Bad Bunny, Mary J. Blige, Brandi Carlile, Luke Combs, Steve Lacy, Lizzo, Kim Petras, and Sam Smith. And again, that was only the first wave announced. The show's going to be hosted by comedian Trevor Noah on February 5th at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. I don't even know who my favorite would be. Maybe Brandi.
Yeah,
who I'm most looking forward to.
Brandy's great. I mean, I love the Grammys because it's just a cool concert, basically. Yeah. They sprinkle in a couple of awards here and there, but it's mostly the music. They give the awards out before the show. So, yeah. All right, let's keep the entertainment theme going here. Get your popcorn or your coffee ready because it's Friday, which means it's time for our Can't Miss list.
All the movies, TV, and music you should check out this weekend.
Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers and NBC News entertainment contributor, joins us again.
Morning,
we didn't scare you away with the Oscar nominations earlier this week. So I'm still trying to catch up on Oscar movies, so my brain can't even wrap around new movies coming out, but there are new ones, Maybe I Do and Infinity Pool, that might be worth catching.
These are coming to theaters, and Maybe I Do, it's, Valentine's Day is around the corner, so it's kind of the season of love. This is one of those rom-coms you don't want to miss. You got a bunch of legends in this. Susan Sarandon, William H. Macy, Richard Gere, and Diane Keaton. They play 2 different couples who are a hot mess. Their marriages are unraveling, lots of infidelity, and they keep their personal lives under wraps until their children, played by Emma Stone and Luke Bracey, fall in love. Then everything kind of gets out in the open. Emma Roberts is the niece of Julia Roberts, so she got Auntie on the phone she can call to learn how to slay in a rom-com. It's a great movie. The other one is a little bit of a turn. This one's called Infinity Pool. This one had everyone talking at the Sundance Film Festival this week, you guys. It's a psychological horror film starring Alexander Skarsgård. It's just about a couple that follows a random woman outside of the grounds of a resort, and things get really crazy really quick in this one. They wind up in a culture filled with violence, heathenism, and horror. And it's being described as surreal, sophisticated, and sometimes sickening. And I think Alexander Skarsgård does that so well.
Yeah,
you watch them,
the whole family. He's brooding. Is that the word you're looking for?
Look at you, Joe. Come on with the descriptors.
I think he lived in my neighborhood in LA because I would always see him at the diner.
I would have totally stalked him.
We need a segment on that.
Yeah. What was his order?
Yes, I wasn't looking that closely. But anyway.
Do your research. All right, let's talk about streaming for those of us with babies and can't go to the theater. What should we be watching?
Okay, this one's called Poker Face. Please ring the alarm, y'all, because I watched this last night. I'm obsessed. My new favorite show. Okay, it stars Natasha Lyonne. She plays a crime-solving Vegas casino waitress on the run. Her character, Charlie, has this gift of knowing when someone's lying, and this gift gets her in trouble. Every episode, she almost gets killed. You got a lot of great folks in this. Dasha Polanco from Orange Orange is the New Black in the first episode. Adrian Brody, Judith Light, Stephanie Sue, who just got an Oscar nomination this week. But she's kind of giving you Columbo and a mix of Murder, She Wrote. Great, great show. Next up, a film on Netflix is called You People. It's Eddie Murphy. It's a heartwarming, hilarious new comedy. It's about a young couple from two totally different backgrounds.
And Jonah
lots
Hill,
of culture, yes, lots of culture clashes, lots of family drama. You got Jonah Hill, Lauren London, and Eddie Murphy plays the father of the bride. Then Julia Louis-Dreyfus plays the mother of Jonah Hill's character. It's so funny. There's great chemistry. And Eddie and Julia, they were in SNL in the 80s together, so it's kind of a reunion for them. Then the last one is Shrinking. It's a TV series on on Apple TV. This is a comedy from the folks that did Ted Lasso, also for Apple TV, so they know what they're doing. Jason Segel plays a grieving therapist. His wife dies, and he stops going by the books and begins telling folks what he really wants to say.
Oh my gosh.
Which is hilarious and changes a bunch of folks' lives. It also stars Harrison Ford, who is now doing TV. He plays Jason Segel's boss.
But he's never going to retire, is he? My goodness.
No.
Harrison Ford is just everywhere.
So that's an episode. That's episodic. That's not a movie.
Yeah, and it's from the folks that did Ted Lasso, so you don't want to miss that.
All right, let's finally talk about music, and Friday's big for albums, music videos, even concert movies, right?
Yes. So the first one is an album from Sam Smith. You guys mentioned he's got a Grammy nomination at the Grammys. This is his fourth studio album. It's called Gloria, and he hosted
Is it the song Gloria?
Well, no. But there's a song called Gloria on the album that they did. His pronoun is they. That they did at SNL this past weekend. But this is just an album dedicated to the song from Gloria Branigan back in the day. Gloria. That was kind of like an anthem for them when they were growing up.
Okay.
So it's a great album. Just came out today. I played it all the way down when I was coming down here. It's excellent. And I'm still getting over the SNL performance. Did you guys watch last weekend? Please go look it up.
I need to.
So good.
I need to.
And then
we have to talk about Taylor.
Okay, Taylor Swift, we'll go to that one. Lavender Haze. She has a video that dropped at midnight. It is the third single from her album that you guys know broke all the records.
Yep.
This one's about her ex-boyfriend that she was in for 6 years in a relationship, and she was kind of in a lavender haze. Yeah. I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt.
I love that song. I love that song.
It already has 2.5 million views in just a few hours since being dropped at midnight.
All right, very good.
You have convinced me to listen to and watch all of it.
And we know what you're doing this weekend.
This weekend now.
All right.
Yes.
I got plans.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Welcome on a Friday. I'm Vicki Nguyen. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Friday, January 27th, calling for justice. Memphis is bracing for the release of body camera video showing the traffic stop that left a young black man dead. 5 police officers were charged in the case with crimes that include second-degree murder and kidnapping. Mixed messages. Americans are trying to make sense of an array of economic headlines. We'll give you an update on those recession fears and what the latest GDP report means for your wallet. Shocking scheme. 3 schools in South Florida are accused of selling fake nursing diplomas. Prosecutors say they did it to propel people into the field amid a severe shortage of healthcare workers. Countdown to kickoff. Top brands are building up hype for the ads that will air this Super Bowl Sunday. We have a sneak peek of the star power tapped for this year's biggest commercials. That and the halftime show, that's the show for me. It's going to be good, for sure. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin in Memphis, Tennessee, where officials are just hours away from releasing the body camera footage of the deadly traffic stop involving Tyree Nichols.
That's right. The 29-year-old died earlier this month after his family says he was severely beaten by 5 officers who were later charged with second-degree murder. Nichols' family's attorneys compared the vicious assault to the Rodney King police beating in 1991. Less than an hour ago, our colleague Tom Yamas spoke with Memphis Police Chief Sherilyn Davis about the video and the similarities of the Rodney King video. Take a listen.
He actually cries out for his mother?
At some point, one of the videos, one of the body camera videos, he does. He mentions calling out for his mother. And I can't quite quote it, but it was something to the effect, you know, that he called out for mom.
I mean, to think that a 29-year-old man would do that, the type of condition he has to be in.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about something that is completely next level.
That's right, completely next level. completely outside of, you know, humanity. I'm not even gonna say training. I mean humanity. The mindset, you know, and the reason why I think there is an analogy to Rodney King here is that there was this sort of element of groupthink in this instance. No one stepped outside to say, stop, or, you know, we can get him handcuffed a different kind of way. It was as if this was sort of, you know, one mindset.
Yeah. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us live now from Memphis. Sam, officials had said that they will release that body camera video to the public later today. We heard some of what the chief previewed there. How is the city preparing? Because there will be, it is likely, a very emotional reaction to this video.
Yeah. Sure. So how they're preparing, Vicki and Savannah, in terms of enhanced police protection. There's going to be forces out there outside at a higher level than normally would be, surveillance cameras as well, mobilely, all of that. But in terms of just how people are feeling right now, they are anxious, uncertain. Rage and anger certainly filling a lot of souls at the moment, but they don't know what they're actually going to be seeing, right? But these are extraordinary measures that we're talking about. A police chief coming out and saying this is outside the realm of humanity. Can you think of an analogous situation where that has ever happened before prior to a video like this being released? Because I cannot. So folks here certainly are bracing. Now, what's going to happen in about 6 hours? We're going to reach that window, the beginning of the window for when the video can be released. And based on the conversation that Tom had with Chief Davis, his understanding is that it's going to be posted online, and there are concerns right now that that roughly hour of video, 3 different compilation sources there, police body cam, dash cam, and surveillance video as well. They're worried it might crash the site. So they're trying to figure out right now how to get the video up there in a manner that's going to be stable. But certainly there's an intense national and international interest in what it shows, and there's so many missing puzzle pieces that need to be answered from the video, guys, whether it's the reckless driving accusations, did that actually happen leading up to this? But then certainly what actually happened in the first confrontation, because we're hearing from the district attorney and from the police chief, it wasn't the first confrontation, but after Tyre Nichols started to run, at the second confrontation, that there were brutal behavior and beatings that ensued. We need to see this with our own eyes, and sadly, it's going to break hearts and minds across the country.
Absolutely. And Sam, it does seem as though cities across the country really are preparing for reaction to this video, as you described. That certain city certainly is. Memphis is the mood there. I do want to ask about some of the details here of these 5 former officers. So the ones that were indicted in this case, 4 actually posted bonds of $250,000 to $350,000 yesterday. 1 of them did not. What happens next in this criminal case, and what do we know at this point about those officers?
That's a great question. Demetrius Haley, actually, Savannah, who was the last officer to be behind bars, just bonded out within the last hour or so at $350,000. That was the bond that was set. What happens next? Not even their attorneys know, at least the ones that we've spoken to, because the indictments have already been issued at this point. Bonds obviously already set. So there's no reason for a probable cause or reading of the charges. So they don't even know what the next step is going to be, except that the attorneys themselves, guys, have not seen the video yet. That is going to happen later this evening. The Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, said he has not seen the video yet, but has heard that it's horrific. So really, at this point, it's all a matter of trying to actually get firsthand experience for the folks who have not, which is 99.9% of us, actually seeing the brutality that we're told is about to be released.
Absolutely. Sam, also, another question some people have is the fact that there were these 2 EMS personnel that also responded to the traffic stop. Is there any indication that charges will be filed for them?
Such an important aspect to this as well, Savannah, because it speaks to the fact that we're told by the district attorney here there was a lapse in time between when that beating ended and when personnel were actually able to arrive, medical first responders, to try to care for Tyre. So the question then becomes, how long did it take and what's going to happen to those personnel that were fired? And District Attorney Mulroy said right now he's not at liberty to discuss that because of the ongoing investigation, but that what they've already done, the charges that have already been issued, does not preclude them from more charges down the road.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. Here on NBC News Daily and on NBC News Now, we will continue checking in with you throughout the day as we wait for this video to be released. Great reporting. Thank you very much.
Savannah, we turn now to the economy, which is sending mixed messages. GDP, the gross domestic product, grew more than expected in the fourth quarter last year. But despite all that growth, companies are still laying off workers. Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, joins us now. So, Caleb, let's talk about this economy. Give us a diagnosis here. Are we in a healthy place? Do we think there's going to be a soft landing? There's so many worries about recession, but I'm also hearing people pulling back and saying it's not going to be as bad as previously predicted.
Yeah, great question. And there are so many factors to weigh in right now. But if you look at GDP, that's gross domestic product, that actually grew at a 2.1% rate last year amid a 40-year high in inflation and amid the most aggressive rise in interest rates we've seen in generations. Yet consumers held in, and consumers are 70% of U.S. GDP. We kept spending. Spending was soft last quarter in December and in the fourth quarter of last year. But remember, a lot of retailers brought a lot of their sales forward. There was earlier sales for holiday goods. So are we going to have a soft landing? If you look at the labor market, you're seeing bigger layoffs in tech and in other industries. On the other hand, there's still 10 million plus jobs out there. So it's a lumpy economy right now. That said, yet the GDP report tells us not too hot, not too cold. Maybe it is getting to be a little Goldilocks here. We may see a recession, but probably a shallow one.
A lumpy economy. I've heard a lot of adjectives used. Lumpy is a new one for me, Caleb. So, yeah, as you alluded to there, consumer spending, it really did fall during November and December. And that's usually when we see things spike. That's the busy holiday shopping season. We're also hearing people's savings are dwindling as rapid credit card debt is growing. So what about the health of the consumer? We know the economy you just addressed, but what about the individual consumer?
Yeah, we know credit card debt, revolving credit in general, is at an all-time high because interest rates have been rising. That means higher credit card debt, higher home payments if you have a variable interest on your mortgage. But at the same time, the personal savings rate, and that's something we pay a lot of attention to, that actually rose to 3.4% last month from 2.9%. It's not as high as it was during the pandemic when we had all that money coming to households and nobody was spending, but it is not in a dangerous place. Consumers are in a far better place today than they were in 2008. So if we do go through a recession, hopefully it won't be that bad, and most households will hold up okay.
All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed for this Goldilocks economy just right. Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, thank you.
Let's stay on our lumpy economy and turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Now, while some industries struggled at the end of the year, big oil actually came out on top. Some of the largest oil and gas companies are on their way to breaking records. In fact, ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, Shell, and Total Energies raked in a combined $190 billion in profit for 2022.
In profit, not revenue, profit.
Wow.
Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, they're getting a lot of backlash, these companies, for their record earnings. I mean, we saw gas prices over $6 in some places. President Biden also criticized these oil companies for refusing to help lower gas prices for the consumer. So how else are people reacting, and what are these companies now doing with all that extra cash?
Yeah, as you said, a lot of blowback, and especially climate groups. One of them, Global Witness, calls the big earnings profiteering that should be countered by an increased windfall tax to help people pay for their energy bills. ExxonMobil tells CNBC it thinks it can produce the energy society needs while also being a leader in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The oil giants will be giving a lot of their profits to shareholders in the form of higher dividends and share buybacks. But if you have an S&P index fund in your 401k, then you actually are one of those shareholders. So it's getting back to in a certain, maybe roundabout way. Also today, job cuts driven by economic uncertainty continue to spread beyond the tech sector. Toy company Hasbro is eliminating 15% of its global workforce, and that's around 1,000 jobs. And finally, guys, Memphis tops a new list from House Canary of the U.S. metro areas with the biggest annual rent decreases, followed by 3 cities in Florida and 1 in Arizona. After an enormous surge during the pandemic, rents, they are beginning to come down a bit, and combined with higher mortgage rates, that is making renting more affordable than buying in most of the country. So it is good news if you are a renter and you can't own for any time soon.
Yeah, and you know what? If your pipe bursts or something, you just call a landlord. You don't have to fix it yourself.
So true. Yeah, exactly. You got to have a good landlord.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
That is true.
Depends on the landlord.
Fair point, fair point.
Deirdre, thanks so much.
We are learning more about the violent attack on Paul Pelosi. A court is set to release new body cam footage from that incident. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Federal prosecutors took down an elaborate scheme that they say helped thousands of people take shortcuts to nursing jobs. 3 schools in Florida are accused of selling fake diplomas and transcripts. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the latest.
Shocking allegations. A $100 million scheme selling thousands of nursing diplomas, now called fake by federal prosecutors.
Our healthcare professionals play an important role in our public health system. We therefore expect our healthcare professionals to be who they claim they are.
More than 24 people, a group of school administrators and recruiters, have been accused in a wire fraud operation to sell phony nursing degrees, creating what prosecutors describe as a shortcut around educational requirements set by the state nursing boards.
They prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to, 1, sit for nursing board examinations.
The investigation, known as Operation Nightingale, feds issued warrants in 5 states and say that 3 schools were involved, all in Florida: Sacred Heart Institute, Siena College of Health, and Palm Beach School of Nursing. All 3 institutions have since shut down, so efforts to reach them were unsuccessful. But federal investigators allege between 2016 and 2021, more than 7,600 students obtained fake degrees, paying out about $15,000 each for a total of $114 million.
These allegedly fraudulent documents may have allowed nurses to serve in critical healthcare roles.
More disturbing, authorities estimate about 1/3 of the people that received fake diplomas, or nearly 2,300 people, are actually practicing nursing right now.
We have not learned of nor uncovered any evidence of patient harm stemming from these individuals potentially providing services to patients.
The DOJ says this isn't just about the training of those nurses involved, but the public's potential loss of trust in the healthcare industry.
When we take an injured son or daughter to a hospital emergency room, we don't expect, really cannot imagine, that the licensed practical nurse or registered nurse treating our child took a shortcut around educational and licensing requirements.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Now to Plano, Texas, where a retired woman is fed up with unwanted visits to her home. She says men searching for sex workers have been showing up on her doorstep. NBC Dallas reporter Maria Guerrero shows us the lengths to which she is now going to make this stop.
I'm frustrated, I'm irritated, and I'm beyond done.
Instead of basking in her retirement, Elaine White has been left with sleepless nights, wondering,
how can a man, a grown man, go to a house in a neighborhood thinking they're gonna get sex?
How or why is her East Plano home being used online to lure men looking for sex workers?
As many hookers and prostitutes are out there, go get one. Leave me alone. I'm not here for that.
What are they saying to you?
They're saying they're here for an appointment for Nikki. Some are for Kelly, some are for Nikki. Now it's Rhonda.
Since last year, White says around 25 men have come to her door at all hours. Young and old, all ethnicities, locals, and from as far away as Laredo. Pressing her Ring doorbell.
Excuse me?
She's confronting some of them.
Am I supposed to meet someone here or no? This is the wrong place. Which name? Rhonda. For drugs or sex? Second one. Well, you know what? This is a bait house, and you have about 10 seconds to get away from it, or the cops are going to get you.
She says police have responded, but only make the men leave, telling her she could be the innocent victim of a sex trafficking ring posing as a massage website.
Some sex website that nasty old men go and look for sex. They pay Venmo for the services, and then they get my address and they come here.
Security signs aren't keeping Johns away. Neither is this spray-painted sign she's resorted to. Kelly does not live here.
Look at the sign on my front door.
Oh, okay.
Get the off my front porch.
Fed up, she's backing up this warning on her door.
Yes, I have my Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum loaded 4-inch barrel next to me.
Okay, now.
And I answer the door with it.
While incredibly frustrating that this keeps happening and no one is being arrested, Ms. White says she does appreciate the quick response from police anytime she calls.
This poor woman, our thanks to Maria Guerrero, but can you imagine?
Oh, my
I'm hoping
goodness.
someone more creative than I can come up with a solution for her.
Absolutely.
And she's there by herself. I mean, it's scary to think that these people are coming at all hours.
It really is. That video, oh my goodness.
But she is a tough cookie. I love how
she really is. Wow, I mean, that is just stunning. All right, up next, more prosecution witnesses are set to take the stand today in the double murder trial against Alec Murdaugh. You're watching NBC News.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nazi Germany murdered 6 million Jews and millions of others during the Holocaust. That history is now being preserved in part by many who survived.
That's right. Less than 50,000 survivors remain in the U.S. It's a generation that's sadly fading away each day. But on Holocaust Remembrance Day today, groups are making sure their stories are never forgotten.
Here's NBC's Maura Barrett with their lasting memories and a warning. Some of what you're about to see and hear may be disturbing.
I'm hoping the young people are going to grow up and be strong and not allow these kind of tragedies to happen again.
Fritzi was one of the millions of Jews persecuted during World War II. And despite passing in 2021, she continues to share her story with students every day in the Illinois Holocaust Museum's virtual reality exhibit. Opportunities to speak with living Holocaust survivors is dwindling as the population ages. It's estimated that less than 50,000 living survivors remain in the U.S. The Illinois Holocaust Museum is working diligently with remaining survivors like George Brent and Gary Berkovich to preserve their stories through different educational avenues. These two survivors were as eager to learn about each other's journeys just as they were to share their own.
On May the 20th, 1944,
We were the last vestige of Hungarian Jews that were deported and taken to concentration camps. The train stopped for a moment, and my father looked through the barbed wire window, and it says Auschwitz. When I got off the train, I couldn't say goodbye to my mother and my brother. I saw them getting off the train, and that's the last I saw of them. Later on, I knew that all women who had small children and wouldn't give up the child, even though they were able to work, were immediately taken and gassed.
George and his father were forced to work at Auschwitz. He was then transported to various camps and managed to avoid selections. But despite that, George witnessed many atrocities, like abuse and starvation.
There was the famous or infamous camp called Mauthausen and Affelpace. But they killed people by overwork them, by having to climb up the stairs, some 96 stairs, every day after day after day, carrying these huge 50-pound boulders on their backs. Most of the people who've been there in Auschwitz or Birkenau for a while looked emaciated. You could count their bones without them taking their clothes off.
My experience is very different from the George. He was not that lucky as I was, because I was born much later and I was in a different country.
Gary was born in Kharkiv, Ukraine in 1935, hundreds of miles away from George. When the war reached Gary, he and his family were forced to flee.
During that time, I experienced very horrible stuff. Our train was bombed.
He details his experience in Never Heard, Never Forget. The book puts a spotlight on Holocaust survivors from the former Soviet Union.
We were put in a teeny dugout, a hole in the ground slightly larger than the kitchen of our Kharkov apartment, and slightly deeper than the grandfather height.
And when his family moved to Turkestan, Gary says poverty was widespread amongst Jewish refugees, so much so that they starved to death.
So every morning I saw a picture like that. It was a two-wheel car. They were collecting dead bodies, put them in a cart, and went to nearby ravine, and they put them there in a massive grave. Sometimes when I do remember, I may cry.
Like Gary, George's story will also live forever through the museum's virtual reality exhibit.
It's so amazing that I am sitting there in awe to see myself on the screen and all the places that I've been to. I am not forever, but the film may be here forever, or for at least for a very, very long time.
Maura Barrett, NBC News.
What a powerful report, and to see that new technology preserving those stories that are so important.
So vital, and these museums, everything that's preserving the history and retelling these stories so that people know. Weren't we just talking yesterday about that stat? 2/3 of people under 40 didn't know about the Holocaust. I don't know how that's even possible.
I know,
so
I know. It's really
places.
frightening, and it's so important, and they're heroes for sharing their stories. Our thanks to Maura.
Yes. Well, straight ahead, companies are getting big names and shelling out big bucks for Super Bowl ads this year. You're going to get a sneak peek. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back on this Friday. We are so happy you're joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Making news right now. The National Archives and Records Administration formally requested former presidents and vice presidents to check if they're in possession of any classified documents. The NARA is hosting a conference call with representatives of the former politicians later today. This follows, of course, that slew of classified document mishaps recently with former President Trump, former Vice President Pence, and President Biden.
Plus, an FDA advisory committee is backtracking on a proposal the agency made earlier this week about normalizing an annual COVID booster. They wanted to make it like the annual flu shot. Well, the committee is now saying that there are too many questions about the virus that remain unanswered.
And the U.S. Coast Guard intercepted nearly 400 Haitian and Cuban migrants crammed onto a 50-foot sailboat in Bahamian waters this week. The boat was likely headed to the Florida Keys, according to officials. The migrants will be processed on a Bahamian island and then repatriated to Haiti.
All right, we head now to South Carolina, where witnesses are providing a jury with explosive testimony in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh.
It really is explosive. The disgraced personal injury attorney is accused of killing his wife and 22-year-old son to cover up a slew of financial crimes. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from outside the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Katie, good to see you. So far, we've heard from first responders, also a detective. They were on the scene that day that Paul and Maggie Murdaugh were killed, again, his son and his wife. What were the biggest revelations from this testimony?
Well, I think the biggest revelations have to do with the clothing that Alec Murdaugh was wearing when those first responders arrived. It has become a central focal point of arguing back and forth on both sides. What does it prove that he did not have blood on those clothes? Just now on the stand, it's clear that prosecutors are trying to make the point that he changed his clothes. They were asking the latest person on the stand, the latest first responder, to testify that could it be that these clothes just came out of the laundry? Did they look like fresh clothes? And her answer was yes. Their point being that if Alec Murdaugh, in fact, looked for signs of life on his wife or on his son, as he told investigators he did, why didn't he have some blood on him? Why was he squeaky clean? This is the question prosecutors are really driving home this morning with the witnesses on the stand. After the defense had said in opening statements they felt that Murdaugh's clothes being clean was a sign that he couldn't possibly have done this. If he had fired those powerful weapons, they said, he would have been covered from head to foot in blood. So here's some of that examination going on the stand this morning.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
Katie, can you hear us?
So again, you guys, now both sides now using that same piece of evidence. It's pretty interesting.
Katie, any minute now we are expecting to get some redacted version of the body camera video. Yeah. This is actually video the jury has seen over the past couple of days, but it's deemed too sensitive by the judge for the general public. So what are we expected to see in this redacted version?
Well, we have been given some drone footage of this property, which is 1,700 acres, which kind of gives a visual of the layout there at their house, what it looked like, how far it was from the house to the kennel. That video, it could take some time because there are a lot of grisly images that they do not want to release for sensitivity reasons. So we know that they have to be redacted. It could be later today before we get our hands on it.
All right, NBC News correspondent Katie Beck following a story we are all watching closely. Thank you so much.
Well, we have some breaking news out of California to get to now. Moments ago, a court released police video and audio recorded during the violent attack on Paul Pelosi.
The former speaker's husband was targeted last year inside the San Francisco home he shares with his wife, of course, the former speaker, Nancy Pelosi.
NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins us now. Gotti, good to have you with us. So what can you tell us about the body cam video that was just released?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, this video was released about 15 minutes ago. A warning, it's graphic. We're going to show you part of that video. In it, you see two officers from the San Francisco Police Department. They walk up to the Pelosi home. They knock several times. Now, this is one of the first videos. We understand that there may be another video from the other body cam. But this is where officers walk up, they knock, they ask each other whether or not this is the right home. They discuss that. And then at some point, you're going to see here that the door is opened. It's unclear who opens the door, but you're going to see David DePape, the suspect here, standing there. And he's going to be standing right next to Paul Pelosi. They are going to be holding on to a hammer. There you go. You see them both holding on to a hammer. The officers are pretty confused. The officers say, hi, drop the hammer. DePape says, nope. And then he starts to pull it away right here. And that's where immediately he hits Paul Pelosi. They run in, they tackle him. Paul Pelosi is on the ground underneath him, and you can tell he's unconscious. You can hear him struggling to breathe. But this is where officers rush in and they make that arrest on David DePape. Paul Pelosi again laying there on the ground. Now, this is one of 4 recordings that has been released today. We're still processing the 911 call that was just released, as well as the police interview with DePape, as well as some footage from outside of the home showing Dave DePape bring a backpack into the backyard or the side yard, pull out a hammer, and break one of the windows, and then make his way inside of the home. So this is something that, to be honest, this was not a voluntary release by the part of the defense or the prosecution. Both the defense and the prosecution opposed the release of this video. The DA's office says that they weren't going to release it per their standard policy. There were also concerns raised about possible difficulties in seating an impartial jury, but it's important to note this video was played in court already, and that's when a collective of media organizations, NBC News included, petitioned for those to be made public. A judge found that giving the compelling public interest and the fact that they were already played in court, they should be released, and so that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and you warned us, Gotti, but certainly disturbing and quite graphic. Thank you very much for walking us through that. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz for us there. Now, the Pentagon says it killed a top Islamic State leader during a raid in northern Somalia. His name, Bilal al-Sudani. U.S. officials announced yesterday they also took out 10 other ISIS fighters. They say no civilians or U.S. troops were hurt during this. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, always great to have you. So, I mean, we understand this was a risky operation, of course, at least in some ways. So we're happy to have you here to walk us through it. So U.S. specials, actually, the special forces stormed a cave up in the mountains of Somalia. Walk us through this strike, how it unfolded, and why this target was worth that risk.
It was a cave complex, and you are absolutely spot on when you say that this was a very risky and dangerous operation. Basically, anytime you have a group of U.S. military on an assault mission like this, it's going to be a very potentially dangerous situation for them. So the reason that this was such an important mission, rather than sending in a drone strike, which we often see in the cases when they're going after a terrorist, especially if there's a group of them, there were 2 reasons that according to U.S. officials, that they decided to do a ground raid here. One was the nature of the terrain. So you mentioned a cave. It was a cave complex. There was a hope that they might actually be able to capture Bilal al-Sudani alive rather than kill him. So that was one of the reasons they sent them into such a difficult place rather than some sort of a drone strike. But in addition to that, there was also a very serious effort to ensure that there were no civilians that were injured or killed in this. The U.S. officials who we spoke with yesterday said, in fact, according to their assessments, they have no indication any civilians were injured or killed in this. But as we now know, there was an effort to capture him, but in fact, he was killed. We don't know a lot of the details about what actually went down when they were there on the ground, whether there was an exchange of gunfire, explosions, or what. But at the end of the day, he and 10 other ISIS fighters were all killed in the invasion, in the operation.
Thank you so much for your reporting. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, football fans across America are gearing up to see the ads of the year during the Super Bowl. It's a little more than 2 weeks away. Companies are shelling out unprecedented amounts of money and tapping some A-list celebrities for collaborations in these ads. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung gives us a sneak peek.
Fans have come to expect supersized ads for the Super Bowl.
Oh, don't judge me, Anton.
But this year, big brands are shelling out even bigger bucks, with 30-second spots going for a record $7 million.
Getting 100 million eyeballs on your ad at one time is so valuable, and that's what drives the cost. There's no other event during the year that measures up to it.
In a trend that's continued to grow, a who's who of A-list stars has been tapped for the campaigns.
You know, I've been waiting to collab.
Rappers Jack Harlow and Missy Elliott are collaborating on an ad for Doritos.
Is it true about the love triangle?
Maybe. While Meghan Trainor is popping Pringles.
I'm not gonna flood it.
Breaking Bad's Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul are reuniting for Frito-Lay's Popcorners.
That, to my ear, sounds distinctly like flooding.
And Ozzy Osbourne is dusting off his acting skills for software company Workday.
Which one are you on so piercing?
Some brands are leaning into nostalgia, which ad agencies say plays to a wider audience. John Travolta will reprise his role of Danny Zuko for T-Mobile, performing the iconic number Summer Nights, along with Scrubs co-stars Zach Braff and Donald Faison. And Michelob Ultra is running a Caddyshack-inspired campaign, starring Serena Williams, Succession's Brian Cox, and Tony Romo.
Young Cinderella story happening right in front of our eyes.
For the first time in more than 30 years, Anheuser-Busch will no longer be the exclusive alcohol advertiser for the big game, opening the door to competitors like Heineken and Crown Royal.
No way.
M&M's is replacing their spokes candies with Maya Rudolph for their Super Bowl ads.
I love M&Ms, and you and I love me.
The comedian stepping in following the far-right media backlash last year, after the company swapped their female M&M's high heels with more sensible shoes. Downy Unstoppables is taking a different approach, keeping their star a secret.
It's pretty obvious who you are.
Hush your mouth, Super Bowl puppy. You don't know me.
While FanDuel is betting big on a familiar face, four-time Super Bowl champ Rob Gronkowski.
What the heck is Kick of Destiny?
The retired tight end will attempt to kick a field goal live during the ad.
Wait, I don't kick, I catch.
Brands emptying the playbook to keep viewers in their seats and hoping to score big.
All right, our thanks to NBC's Kaylee Hartung for that report.
Now, more and more Gen Zers are turning to dating apps to, get this, find friends.
I like this.
We'll explain the popular trend up next. There's more NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, dating apps have become the norm for Gen Z, but guess what? A lot of them aren't just using it to find love these days.
That's right. Teens and young adults are turning to these apps, things called Bumble BFF and Meetup, for platonic friendships, too, just to try to find a BFF.
That's a great idea.
I know. Well, here to tell us more is founder and president of Smart Dating Academy, Bella Gandhi. Bella, good to see you. So, all right, look, we're not talking about dating, though, right now. We are talking about just friendships. And I mean, younger generations, I think they're used to dating apps. You know, it's kind of just like something that how they go out and meet somebody. So it makes a lot of sense since it's a staple of their social lives anyway. Why do you think there are or were, do you think there still is, these stigmas associated with finding that love online? When it is something that does seem like it makes a lot of sense, do you think that that's kind of going away?
Oh, 100%. Listen, Match has been around since 1995, right?
Wow.
Basically since the internet was born. So the stigma of finding love online, gone. Is there fear of going online? 100%. That's what we do with our clients every day. Like, you're going to be okay. We're going to wrap you in bubble wrap and get you online in a smart, safe way. But the stigma, no. Well, there's no more.
Well, that is good, and that I think is part of the reason why teens and young adults are tapping into these apps, because they're like, you know what, I'm busy working, I don't meet enough people IRL. So, but what do you need to do? Okay, so it's one thing if you have an app to meet friends, but what can you do to also flex your in-person muscles too, so that if you meet someone, you can also develop a friendship?
Go to meetup groups, right? Google things that are in your area around things that you like to do. Maybe you want to learn about whiskey tasting, or pickleball is all the rage at this point. Go join groups where you can meet people, where you have a common interest, so it doesn't feel as awkward as, hey, new friend, nice to meet you, let's go have a drink. So you're doing something active with people. I send my clients of all ages, from Gen Z to boomers, to meetup groups and using Bumble BFF. It's amazing, and it's been around for years. I'm surprised it's only getting some traction now. We've been putting people on it forever. I love it.
So for someone who's like, I don't get how this would work for friends, not a romantic relationship, can you kind of explain like the conversation or how to handle yourself? Like, how do you intro yourself and how do you keep it going in a way that's not meant to be romantic?
Yeah, because used to be, we were on the playground. You want to play? Yeah. And then we would just go to the swings. But now you're like, I just want you to be a friend. Yeah. And that's an awkward thing to do.
Oh, yeah. I've looked around Bumble BFF. I have my own app, so I'll click over. There's amazing women. I'm like, I would want to be friends with her and her and her. And you can see people that are similar ages to you, what they do for work, what their interests are. It's amazing. So your profile on a lot of these apps is the same as your dating app profile. So you don't even need to do anything except toggle over from love to BFF, and you can start swiping on people.
We only have like 20 seconds. But for somebody who's like, well, why would you need an app to find a friend? Explain why, you know, it's normal people that are on there.
It is so hard to make adult friendships, right? And especially when we're moving around and we move cities, it's completely fine to find friends on these apps, and it's easy to do. Everybody's in this boat.
And it's not weird, and it's not a stigma, and go for it if you need friends.
No.
Any other advice when it comes to this, Bella, in terms of just how do you get the courage to get on these apps?
That's a good question.
You know, muster up the gumption to do it.
It's like mustering up the gumption to do anything. If finding a new relationship, romantic or a new friendship, is something that you want, then you're going to put on your big boy or big girl pants and you're going to do it. And if you need help, there's a lot of help out there. There are people like me that will hold your hand through the process. You don't have to do this alone. Don't be scared of doing it.
Vicky's calling these segments dating and relating. That's what this is, which is, this works so well.
I love that.
Yeah. It's an umbrella that fits all of us.
Yeah, it really is.
Even when we make new friends, we're dating them in the beginning, right? To see if there's a connection.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Bella, thank you so much.
Thanks.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tonight, Showtime is set to air the final part of its hit docuseries, Boys in Blue. The show follows a North Minneapolis high school football team that's coached by local police officers.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with the filmmaker about the team's challenges after George Floyd's murder.
Most of the community around North, they protect that football field. That's kind of like a sanctuary, because when football games are going on, they want to be safe.
It was my belief that something pretty positive was happening in this community.
And what did you find, especially within the community where there are so many negative experiences with police, but then these young men have their coaches who are officers?
We hear about the importance of community policing and having police officers actually live and be a part of the communities that they're supposed to be serving and protecting. We hear about that. What we experienced in that neighborhood, in the North community, was real, straight up community policing, where these cops know the kids, know their families. The families know the cops. They all live in the same neighborhood.
I'm a police officer for North Minneapolis and coach for North High School.
Kind of weird, but I'm building bonds with police.
It's not a perfect system, but it works pretty damn well. And we observed, I think, something quite special happening in the Minneapolis North community.
But for Berg's crew and the entire Minneapolis North community, the reality of violence hit home with just a couple weeks left of filming. Star quarterback Deshaun Hill Jr., who was featured heavily in the documentary, was shot and killed.
It was the most intense experience that I've ever had in, 32 years of being in this business. Never in my wildest imagination thought that one of these beautiful young men was going to be murdered right in the middle of our shooting.
His mother worried deeply about that very possibility, didn't she?
She does. I mean, the series always opened up with a scene in Deshaun Hill's living room with Tuesday, his mom, and Deshaun Sr. and D. Hill there with his two little sisters. And his mother was talking about her greatest fear is that he will be killed leaving school, going to the bus stop. You hear about how dangerous life is in so many of our cities. You hear it, but you don't quite feel it. You don't quite get it. And to have his mother sort of foreshadowing and trying to raise the alarm and ask for help, saying, like, we're in danger here. One of the blessings, I think, is that in Boys in Blue, one of the things we did was capture just how beautiful this young man was. This was an extraordinary young man, no criminal gang activity, no drugs, honor roll student, extremely gifted athlete, just coming into his own, would have had a college career playing football, no question. And at the very least, we were able to capture him. And it's something that his family, his sisters, his friends will be able to have for the rest of their lives.
We don't lose until we lose. So all I'm asking y'all, don't ever give up on me, because I won't give up on y'all.
For viewers who watch Boys in Blue, what do you hope they take away from it?
A sense of the nuance and complexity that exists in communities like Minneapolis North, where people might have stereotypes or preconceived notions about what it means to grow up in a rough neighborhood, being able to spend time with families who are struggling but determined to give their kids the best opportunities they can, spending time with other people is very healthy and very helpful. And it's very hard for us to do that with people out of our circle. And Boys in Blue, I believe, can take people into a new circle. It took me into one.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
All right, the state of Georgia is now under a state of emergency following a weekend of violent protests in Atlanta.
Governor Brian Kemp has authorized the use of 1,000 Georgia National Guard members for the next 15 days. These demonstrations came days after a deadly encounter between a protester and officials.
We'll have the latest on all these top stories and more next on NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, happy Friday. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, January 27th. City on alert. 5 Memphis police officers have been charged and booked in connection with the death of a 29-year-old black man. The community is on edge, anticipating tonight's body cam video release.
Dramatic testimony. There is new evidence in the Murdaugh double murder trial. Did a well-known South Carolina attorney kill his wife and son? First responders on the stand detailing a gruesome crime scene.
Bed of thorns? Well, that's a little dramatic. Couples are choosing to sleep apart, not for lack of love, but for a surplus of space and a few other reasons. We'll talk to an expert about how a sleep divorce, that's what it's called, could save a marriage and get you some extra Z's.
20 years later, it was 2003 when the space shuttle Columbia exploded, killing all 7 astronauts on board. Today, NASA is paying tribute to those who gave their lives as America reached for the stars.
And welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start in Memphis, Tennessee, where city officials are hours away from releasing the body camera footage of the deadly traffic stop of Tyre Nichols. The 29-year-old black man died in the hospital just 3 days after being pulled over by 5 police officers.
Now, those officers have now all been fired from the force. They're facing murder charges for Nichols' death. Our colleague Tom Yamas spoke with Memphis Police Chief Sarah Lynn Davis about the video and the energy and mindset of the officers that night.
On a scale of 1 to 10, they were at a 10.
Is that not police protocol?
No, it's not police protocol. I've been in this business for 36 years, and a lot of the aggression and, you know, the approach was over the top. And I think that's sort of what, you know, we're trying to figure out. That's still ambiguous to us.
From the get-go then?
Right. What caused that? Yes. From the get-go.
And then it just escalates from there?
It escalates from there. First scene, things went wrong as far as trying to handcuff Mr. Nichols and, you know, 2, 3 officers attempting to get the handcuffs around him. And then also the use of OC spray, you know, the use of, you know, the taser, you know, the means in which the officers attempted to get Mr. Nichols under control, it was still what I consider over the top, especially when we're speaking of a misdemeanor.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us live now from Memphis. Sam, we are hearing this body camera video will be intense to watch. It's expected to be posted online. What do we know in terms of, you know, that conversation with the chief there, the transparency aspect of this? I mean, all of this developing very rapidly. Those officers fired, now facing second-degree murder charges. How important is body camera video in this kind of accountability?
Well, look, it shows the evolution of this process, right? Because for years, the only way that the public was learning about some of these incidents, Vicki, was through cell phone video. Now, body camera video being required from officers really within the last 5 or 6 years has been a game changer when it comes to accountability. And we are within a number of hours now, probably about 5 or 6, depending upon how quickly and how effectively the city can get that video up on their website, from seeing for ourselves what happened. But just to give you a window into this, the chief of police, whom you just heard from a second ago with Tom, talked about the fact that Tyre Nichols called out for his mother, was lying on the ground and sitting up alternately, being pummeled, and that he was mumbling words incoherently, and yet these officers continued doing what they were doing. And so that speaks to a larger issue here, as Benjamin Crump just spoke behind me at the church over my shoulder. And he discussed the fact that he believes that the legacy of Tyre Nichols here should be a law. And it would be a law to require officers to intervene when a crime is being committed, even if it's the officers that are committing the crime. Here is what he said.
We got to put it on the books. We have to have notice that police officers, you have a duty to intervene when you see a crime being committed. You expect the people to say something. Well, why don't y'all show us how to do it?
Another thing that Mr. Crump said here is he applauded the blueprint, in his words, for the legal process here in Memphis, which is to say that within a matter of days, these officers were fired from their jobs. 16 days after this all happened, they're facing murder charges. And he said that is the template that should be used when these sorts of incidents crop up all over the country. It should not take a year like Raquan McDonald, for example, in Chicago, for charges to be brought, especially to your point, Vicki, if there's video from day one.
Such disturbing details that we're just starting to hear. We also heard in that interview with the police chief and our colleague Tom Yamas that Mr. Nichols was calling for his mom as this was happening. And of course, again, this is the video that will be released later tonight. And Sam, I want to ask you about just how the city's doing. The city of Memphis, as well, of course, as dozens of cities across the country, all preparing for this video to be released tonight and the potential unrest that could follow. What precautionary measures are in place to allow people to protest, hopefully peacefully, and kind of what's the energy there right now in the city? What are you seeing on the ground?
Right. As far as the energy is concerned, people right now are just uncertain. There's obviously a lot of tension, Savannah, though I will say I shudder to think what the environment would be like right now if those murder charges didn't come out prior to the release of the video. But the reality is they did. So there's certainly the chance that folks here on the ground are feeling like there's going to be some level of accountability and maybe less likely to do something destructive. Certainly the pleas from not just law enforcement, but from Tyre Nichols' mother were to be peaceful, that it undermines the very point of voicing such protests. And this is someone who just lost her son. If you're going to go out and be destructive. So hopefully they're heated. But in terms of actually the precautions that are being put into place, mounted police forces as well as sky cams, which essentially are video surveillance that are going to be out and tracking what's going on the ground. But certainly we're all hoping right now for a peaceful evening, guys.
Absolutely. All right, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, thank you for your reporting. We'll be checking in with you.
Sam, thank you. We want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now on set with us. Danny, thanks for being with us. So first, I think some people might be surprised that all 5 of these officers were granted bail, and they've all posted bond. One of them just just an hour ago or so. What goes into the decision when there are such serious charges to release someone?
In many states, the issue of bail is kind of an open one, but in Tennessee, there's a very specific statute that says all defendants, except those charged with capital offenses, that would be like a first-degree homicide, a death penalty type case. That's not what this is. This is second-degree. This is a second-degree murder. Now, because that's not a capital offense, the defendant must be bailable, and there's a limit. The outer limit, according to the statute, is $100,000. So there is a presumption, and this is part of the growing trend in the United States, to allow defendants bail as long as they're not a threat to the community and they are going to show up for court. But Tennessee has very specific laws about how much that bail can be. $100,000 appears to be the maximum, but it looks like the judge has some discretion there.
Yeah, in this case, it was $250,000 and $350,000 for some of the officers.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny, so as viewers just saw on their screen a minute ago, all 5 are charged with second-degree murder as well as kidnapping. Obviously, the body cam footage seems, like the most key piece of evidence showing what happened that night. Walk us through how that footage plays into specifically making these particular charges stick.
Not only is there body cam footage, but there's also poll cam footage, according to the press conference we heard yesterday. Why that's significant is that when officers are in a tussle, their body cam, although a lot of them are high def and look great, they may be jostled around. You might not get a very good view. It's kind of like when you see an iPhone video and it's shaky. It's going to be just as shaky if they're wrestling. However, there may be a number of body cam videos that show different vantage points. Most interesting to me is going to be that poll cam if it gives you a good perspective and it's close enough. If it's way off in the distance, may not be as helpful, but if it's right on top of them and it shows what happened from a bird's eye view, that could be compelling evidence because it allowed the prosecution to map out where everyone was at once and what they were doing.
Yeah, because there are these 5 different people. As we've seen in these cases, there are sort of these different circumstances for each of them. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, thank you, as always, for walking us through.
Danny, thank you. We turn now to the double murder trial of disgraced South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh.
Jurors are getting a look at newly released drone footage showing the family's sprawling estate where Murdaugh's wife and 22-year-old son were brutally killed in June of 2021. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from outside the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Katie, so what are we learning from today's testimony and any of this video?
Well, we're hearing more and more from these first responders about their first impressions of coming into contact with Alec Murdaugh at that scene and what they experienced and what he said. Obviously, we heard from them yesterday that right away he had a motive in his mind for why this happened. He said it had to do with a boat crash that his son Paul was involved in 2019. Another detail they seem to be focused on in court today, the prosecution specifically, is focused on Murdaugh's clothing at the scene, how there was no blood on it. Prosecutors are certainly pointing to the fact and hinting to the jury that he changed his clothes. They did ask one investigator on the stand if the clothes looked fresh, if they looked like perhaps they had come out of the laundry. She said yes. That is contradictory to Murdaugh's account of flipping his son over to try and find a pulse. Prosecutors are saying if he in fact did that, why wasn't there blood on him? Why wasn't there blood on his hands or on his clothing?
It's an interesting observation. We have seen Alec Murdaugh cry multiple times through this trial. Katie, how is the jury reacting to his emotion?
Well, we've noticed that the crying specifically happens more often when they're talking about his son's injuries in graphic detail. That seems to be the time where that happens, triggers most emotion in Alec Murdaugh from the defense table. But I think the jury is also going to realize, because they've pointed it out multiple times, that not one investigator who was on the scene that night saw a single tear from Murdaugh at the crime scene. So you're going to have this great big contrast as the jury is weighing these facts. They're watching Murdaugh cry in court, but then they're hearing the witness testimony that they did not see a single tear shed at the crime scene that night. So how they will sort of reconcile those two things is yet to be seen. But it's certainly been a point that's been made several times in court.
Well, sometimes people on a crime scene react with shock, so it'll be interesting to see, as you said, how they square all of that information. But this is a long trial with a lot of details and a lot of public interest. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck, thank you so much, Katie.
Thank you. Now, a so-called sleep divorce could maybe lead to a lot of sweet dreams. We'll break down what it is and how it's helping some couples actually stay together. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The FDA is now moving to ease restrictions on blood donations from gay and bisexual men. Under the current rules, these groups can only donate blood if they have not had sex with another man for 3 months.
For decades, the FDA has been facing pressure to change those guidelines. Some health experts say they're outdated, homophobic, and ineffective. NBC News senior medical correspondent John Torres joins us now on this. Hey, Dr. Torres, so these rules date back to the earliest days, actually, of the AIDS crisis. That was back in the early 80s. So why is the FDA trying to change them now, and when could we see a final determination on this?
And Savannah and Vicki, good afternoon. And I think what you're seeing here is a realization of a couple of things. Number one, that the blood supply is diminishing. We need more blood, and simply, especially when we have high periods of need for that. And so they're saying we need to open it up so more people can donate blood. On top of that, they're also getting a lot of advice from advocacy groups, the American Red Cross, the American Medical Association, all saying that right now it doesn't make sense the way they're doing the rules. And so those rules need to be changed to make it for everybody and not just specifically for men that are gay or bisexual. And so again, I think that's what they're looking at right now, and that's why they're proposing these new rules.
Dr. Torres, in order to donate blood, gay and bisexual men will still have to confirm they're in a monogamous relationship. That is not a rule that applies to straight couples. So right off the bat, that doesn't seem kosher across the board. Why is that? Why are they considering to change the rule but then still keep it unequal?
And Vicki, that is the one big thing they're looking at right now. And under the proposed rules, what they are saying is let's make it gender neutral. In other words, regardless of your gender, if you've had sex with a new partner within the last 3 months, if you've had multiple partners in the last 3 months, if you've had anal sex in the last 3 months, then you should not donate, regardless of your gender, and not specifically pointing out a certain group, which is what they've done over the last few decades. And part of that, again, is to make sure that the blood supply is there, but also because we now know through science that this is one of those things that could be affecting multiple genders. It's not necessarily specific for one gender or one group in particular. They need to go ahead and open this up. The recommendations right now, they're going to be looking for back feed from other people to see what they think, and then hopefully over the next few weeks or months or so, they come out with the guidelines.
All right, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Always great to see you, Dr. Torres. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now to the story we keep teasing here.
Yes.
Almost 1/3 of Americans would prefer to sleep separately from their partners, according to what I'm sure is a very reliable survey posted on a mattress review website. But it's the reason that we're going to talk about this today.
They're probably trying to sell two separate mattresses.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's real. We've heard of it. It's called a sleep divorce, and it is a creative option for those who love their spouses but might not love sharing a bed with them. So we've got psychotherapist Dr. Ravi Ludwig with us. Dr. Ravi, so there is this expectation, right? Like you get married, couples, you sleep together. That's just how it is. There's one bedroom for you. But that might not give you your best rest. And when we don't get our best rest, we might not be our best partners and our best selves. So is a sleep divorce a good idea?
Well, I think it really depends. You know, there are some people due to snoring or different sleep-wake cycle or insomnia, which is a really big problem right now, that decide they can't sleep well together and it's really disruptive to their day. Having said that, the word sleep divorce brings up such bad feelings, right? It's like,
it's too harsh. Yeah, exactly.
It's really interesting because the social brain really wants to sleep together. It can be very intimate. And you really need to look at the different options. It shouldn't be like, oh, I want to sleep well, so I'm going to have a sleep divorce. You really need to use that as a last option and look at other possibilities first.
Like what?
So if you have difficulty sleeping, you want to try sleep hygiene, you want to see medically if there's something wrong. Sometimes with snoring, you can find underlying health issues and treat that first and also have a discussion. Right? You can say to your partner, how can we sleep better together? Can we compromise in some way? Can we find a temporary solution, let's say, when there's a big event, but on the weekends and most days we sleep together because we like that idea.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, though. It's not like, oh, well, I snore. Maybe there's something wrong, so just get kicked into the other bedroom. Maybe you should see a doctor. Can this help a relationship ultimately? Like, it sounds like it would mean bad things to us right now, but how could it help a relationship?
Right. It's not one size fits all. So, you know, certain couples really, if they've tried everything else and they really feel they're getting better sleep, they like their partner more, they're able to treat each other better, they're able to have intimate time together, then that could be a positive thing. We need to have longer term studies to see what the issues are in terms of a long-term solution. But there are people that really like it. So again, whatever works.
Should you be careful to make sure you do make time for intimacy or cuddling, or what are the other things that happen in bed?
It's all in how you approach it. So it's, I'd like to try this new idea. I love your open-mindedness, but we do need to create time for social.
All right.
Dr. Ravi Ludwig, thank you so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. Of course, that's a time to honor the 6 million Jewish men, women, and children that were killed by Nazis.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch reports on how new technology is allowing survivors and their families to track down photos of their loved ones they never knew existed.
Every face has a story. But in these photos from the 1940s, only 3 people are officially identified. So to most of the world, these images are a vault.
This is I, and this is Micheline.
But Blanche Fixler has the keys, unlocking almost 80 years of history with a melody. She's remembering what her roughly 10-year-old self sang at this French children's home and how she wound up there.
What do you think about when you look at that little girl?
That little girl went through hell. Well,
she made it through.
She made it through with the help of God. Only with the help of God.
Blanche Fixler survived the Holocaust with memories of terror as the Nazis hunted her Jewish family, along with millions more people. But until last year, she had no idea these photos even existed. They show Blanche soon after the war, a connection made thanks to From Numbers to Names, an organization which says it uses artificial intelligence to identify people. The AI takes photos people upload online and compares them to established digital collections, including from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and Israel's Yad Vashem Museum. From Numbers to Names ran this photo of a young Blanche through its facial recognition program. The search turning up a pair of images appearing to show the same little girl. But in these photos, she's nameless. Then Blanche took a look.
I recognized myself right away.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a photo with just one name listed online has a longer caption, a deeper history.
And here is Rabbi Mintz, and here is my aunt, and here is my cousin Ruth.
What was that like to realize he had found you?
Well, it was very emotional, but you know what? I never got over the fact of not having a mother. Never, never. Till this day. Till this day. Yeah.
Can't replace that.
It was not the same.
Blanche says her mother, brother, and sister were all murdered by the Nazis. Her father fled their native Poland and headed east. So Blanche's aunt watched over her, hiding the roughly 6-year-old in a bed, moving her to an orphanage, helping her flee the country. This technology has unlocked fresh details from the darkest of times for Hollywood star Josh Gad and his family, too. Gad now has a photo of his great-grandmother who was killed in the Holocaust, someone whose face he had never seen.
You've heard of Sarah Rosenberg, but to see her, what does that do?
It was elation, sadness, a feeling, an overwhelming feeling of closure.
Gad says another trackdown image is a clearer version of a photo showing his grandmother.
Having this big yellow star on her that you could see with such, again, clarity. That was equally painful. That was equally emotional.
Gad is sharing his family's story in interviews and across social media at a time when he says Holocaust education is so important, with anti-Semitism festering. We tested the technology ourselves using my own family photo of my grandfather, Jack Kirsch, a Jewish-American prisoner of war held by the Nazis. These were the 10 most likely suggestions from the AI. Unfortunately, none of them a match.
It wouldn't make sense for my grandfather to have been in these settings.
But From Numbers to Names expects there may be millions more photos out there still unanalyzed. The innovation is opening up more memories that are emotional, but also hard evidence that Holocaust deniers cannot brush aside.
A picture is a real thing. It's not drawn by an artist, you know, it's not out of the figment of the imagination. It's a real thing. And if something is real, you cannot deny it.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Just remarkable technology,
really
so
is.
important for people to connect and see that history.
Absolutely. We had in our last hour, too, another really incredible one with technology. It's preserving this. It's so important. Thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that. Now, body camera video released in just the last hour shows the brutal attack.
variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now. Attorney General Merrick Garland announces the arrest of 3 men from an Eastern European criminal organization. The men are accused in a murder-for-hire plot against an Iranian-American journalist and human rights activist. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says these arrests reflect the U.S. government's efforts to hold authoritarian regimes accountable for their torture against peaceful activists.
The National Archives and Records Administration are asking former presidents and vice presidents to check to see if they're in possession of any classified documents. The NARA is actually hosting a conference call with representatives of the former politicians later today. This request comes, of course, after multiple classified records were found in President Biden's home and former office, and former Vice President Mike Pence's home, as well as at the home of former President Trump.
Looking for all those documents. All right. Well, the Better Business Bureau says scammers are using fake online marijuana dispensaries to lure victims. The fraudsters ask prospective buyers to pay with an app, and then they throw in outrageous extra fees. The BBB says to be sure to read reviews online before you pay to make sure that dispensary is legitimate. All right, well, new data shows the economy might be healthier than previously thought. GDP, which is the gross domestic product, that measures the overall economic growth, that increased more than expected in the fourth quarter of last year.
But despite that surprise jump, corporate layoffs are spreading. Look at this on your screen. Toymaker Hasbro is cutting 15% of its workforce. They join IBM and Dow, cutting thousands of jobs just this week. CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent and our friend Sharon Epperson joins us now to break this all down. Hi, Sharon. Always great to have you here.
Great to be here.
On set with us. All right, so some data is coming out better than economists expected. This is confusing, though. We see these bad headlines. Is a recession coming? Should we be worried? For somebody at home, what do they need to know about how this impacts their wallet right now?
Well, let's first look at the mixed messages that you're seeing. The mixed messages, I should say. It gets very confusing. As you said, we're seeing solid growth in the economy with the GDP being better than expected. Meanwhile, consumer spending is going down. Retail sales lower in November and December, a major part of that. Key inflation rate that the Fed watches that came out today showed that maybe we're seeing an easing a bit in the rise in inflation. So we saw an increase, but it wasn't as great as what we've seen in many months prior. And jobless claims have gone down. But we're still seeing these big headlines about layoffs and beyond tech, as you mentioned. So it's difficult to figure out all of it, but many people are still concerned that there is a recession happening, even if it is not an official recession with 2 consecutive quarters of GDP going down. We're not seeing that, but people are feeling the pain. So we're looking at more than half of the country saying, or close to half the country saying, we're already in a recession. We feel like we're in a recession, according to a new survey by Morning Consult. And 1 in 4 people say it's going to happen by the end of the year. The problem is, they're not prepared for it. They haven't done anything to prepare their finances for this kind of recession.
And that leads me to my next question,
here.
Sharon. You just teed it up so nicely. So how should people prepare? How do we get our finances in order so that we can weather this potential storm?
Well, one of the big things that people don't think about is looking at their big bills every month and seeing how they can negotiate perhaps to get some change in that bill. If you have a bundle of your internet and your phone and your wireless services, maybe you can call and get a lower rate. Doesn't hurt to go through your budget, figure out how you can do a budget cleanse, look at those large bills and what can you cut or what can you reduce. And then the other thing is to automate your emergency savings. A lot of people who are working at jobs now getting direct deposit into their checking account, you know, you can get that direct deposit into a savings account, a high yield savings account. That could be very helpful. And negotiating to lower your credit debt, credit card debt in particular. You may be able to negotiate other types of debt, but that in particular, you ask, you may get. But you got to ask.
Like asking for a lower interest rate.
Ask for a lower interest rate. And if you can't get a lower interest rate, or perhaps even if you could, you may also qualify for a 0% interest rate if you can transfer the balance from one card to another card. So you want to look into that. And the final thing is we are seeing a lot of layoffs. It's worrying a lot of people. And so even if there may not be a recession, maybe you're worried that your job is in jeopardy. It's time to do some career cushioning. We've talked about this, right? You need to shore up your resume, make sure you have everything that you've done lately on your LinkedIn so that people know what you have and what you can do, and continue to tell people as well. Build up those networks. Contact the people that you haven't contacted in a while about what you're doing now on your job. And then also make sure that you're also paying attention to what skills are needed out there now. That may have changed, so maybe it's now time to try to pick up some of those new skills. Go back to school, take a course, get a certificate, something that will make you even more marketable, because many people are saying we're still desperate for workers. Yeah, there are these high-profile layoffs.
A lot of jobs out there still.
A lot of jobs out there, too, for smaller businesses and for businesses looking for tech workers that aren't necessarily tech firms.
Right.
I would love to do a segment, though, where we have you call on speakerphone and tell us how, and we just listen to how you ask for those lower rates, because that's hard to ask, to advocate for yourself.
You know, you always have to, it's like anything you negotiate. You go in knowing what you have that they need. And if you pay your bills on time, if you have a pretty solid credit score, this is what I have going for me. I'm going to pay you back, but you need to lower my rate.
Let's do it. Sharon told me. Sharon told me to call you.
Sharon said so.
Drop that name. All right, NBC Senior Personal Finance Correspondent Sharon Epperson. Thank you so much, Sharon. And you can also get a lot more of Sharon's great advice. Just go to cnbc.com/personalfinance.
Very cool. Now, we're not even a full month into the new year, and the country has seen 6 mass killings.
According to Northeastern University, private gun violence makes up a far greater percentage of mass killings in the United States than public incidents. What is contributing to this crisis, and what can we do about it? Well, attorney and former head of the FBI's active shooter program, Catherine Schuweit, joins us now. She is also the author of Stop the Killing, How to End the Mass Shooting Crisis. We are so grateful that you were here to talk to us on this important topic. You've conducted extensive research on active shooter incidents, and you actually say there are often red flags known as leakage. And these are signs, and potentially if we are all trained to spot these signs, can we prevent some of this from happening?
Absolutely, we can. I think that we think we can't, and that's our first thing that we have to overcome, is that we have to believe that we can overcome and we can discover it ahead of time. Leakage itself is when somebody says something or does something, but leakage is the words that you hear people say where they say things like, I'm not going to be around here a long time, I'm going to make the boss pay for this. We want that kind of leakage to be reported, but often it is not.
So in two of these recent shootings, of course, that have just rocked the country this week, there was in Monterey Park. That shooting at this point by authorities has been deemed personal. And then in Half Moon Bay, the gunman attacked a former place of work. So in instances like that, if we see someone in our lives, I mean, showing some type of signs, first of all, tell us, anything else specific we should look for, but then how to approach that situation. You're right that I think we feel like we can't do anything. How can you even start?
Well, the FBI behavioral experts have done a lot of research in this area, and working with them, one of the things that surprised me the most is how much leakage is out there that's never reported. In the case of a child, now these two instances were adults, but in the case of a child, 92% of the time, FBI research shows that the leakage was heard by individuals at schools and didn't report it. Yeah. When you get to the employment world, it's still really high. Spouses and parents, teachers, faculty, coworkers, more than 50% of the time concerning statements were made, concerning behaviors occurred, and in no instance were they reported to the law enforcement.
And if someone is...
We can't fix it if we don't report it, right?
Absolutely. It's a great point, and I think it's a good reminder for everyone. If someone is ever caught in an active shooter situation, and I ask this question knowing that it is so unfortunate that I have to ask it, but we do hear about these incidents so frequently now, what is the best course of action?
Well, remember that run, hide, fight is your first mantra. That's one of the reasons why we adopted that at the federal level, because it's 3 simple words, 3 verbs everybody should understand. These are your options. There's nuances to all of them, but first you get out if you can. Go away if you can. If you can't go away, then try to hide someplace where the shooter can't see you, someplace where you're protected by a wall, and then if not, fight if you need to. That's really what we need you to do, because we know that works. We know that many times shooters save lives, and we saw that in Half Moon Bay and Los Angeles this week.
Attorney Catherine Schuweit, thank you so much. Really, really important practical advice around this tragedy. Thank you.
Well, NASA is paying tribute to all of the astronauts who gave their lives in horrific accidents. Next week marks the 20th anniversary of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster, which broke apart while re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Here's NBC's Tom Costello with the legacies of the fallen crew members.
By the dawn's early light.
From the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to Arlington National Cemetery, a poignant tribute to the men and women who gave their lives as America reached for the stars.
It is a day for us to remember not only these wonderful people, but also for us to remember the lessons.
It was 1967 when the crew of Apollo 1 was caught in a flash fire inside their space capsule.
The accident occurred at Cape Kennedy.
Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee all died.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
The Space Shuttle Challenger exploded on a cold morning in 1986. Dick Scobie, Judith Resnick, Michael Smith, Allison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, Ronald McNair, and teacher Krista McAuliffe were all killed.
There are reports that the Space Shuttle Columbia has indeed exploded over Dallas, Texas.
17 years later, Columbia was lost as it returned to Earth. On board, William McCool, Michael Anderson, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Laurel Clark, Elon Ramon, and Commander Rick Husband.
It's been tough. Every time Laura and Matthew have a milestone in their life, it breaks my heart Rick's not there to share that. It really does.
The past 20 years have been a parallel train track of joy and grief.
In all 3 accidents, investigators found human error played a role.
I absolutely did not want to become bitter. That's not going to bring the crew back.
Today's NASA leaders insist the crews and what they accomplished will never be forgotten.
We must not let the lessons of Apollo 1, Challenger, and Columbia show up in another investigation report.
Think about my dad every day, but it's not always a sad day or a sad thought.
So life goes on. We're good. I'm glad I know where he's at, and I don't worry about that. But they were moms and dads and husbands, and they lived a very balanced, loving life with their families here in Houston. And so that's the memory that I want to remain.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
More NBC News Daily right after this.
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, dating apps have become the norm for Gen Z, but guess what? A lot of them aren't just using it to find love these days.
That's right. Teens and young adults are turning to these apps, things called Bumble BFF and Meetup, for platonic friendships, too, just to try to find a BFF.
That's a great idea.
I know. Well, here to tell us more is founder and president of Smart Dating Academy, Bella Gandhi. Bella, good to see you. So, all right, look, we're not talking about dating, though, right now. We are talking about just friendships. And I mean, younger generations, I think they're used to dating apps. You know, it's kind of just like something that how they go out and meet somebody. So it makes a lot of sense since it's a staple of their social lives anyway. Why do you think there are or were, do you think there still is, these stigmas associated with finding that love online? When it is something that does seem like it makes a lot of sense, do you think that that's kind of going away?
Oh, 100%. Listen, Match has been around since 1995, right? Wow. Basically since the internet was born. So the stigma of finding love online, gone. Is there fear of going online? 100%. That's what we do with our clients every day. Like, you're going to be okay. We're going to wrap you in bubble wrap and get you online in a smart, safe way. But the stigma, no. Well, there's no more.
Well, that is good, and that I think is part of the reason why teens and young adults are tapping into these apps, because they're like, you know what, I'm busy working, I don't meet enough people IRL. So, but what do you need to do? Okay, so it's one thing if you have an app to meet friends, but what can you do to also flex your in-person muscles too, so that if you meet someone, you can also develop a friendship?
Go to meetup groups, right? Google things that are in your area around things that you like to do. Maybe you want to learn about whiskey tasting, or pickleball is all the rage at this point. Go join groups where you can meet people, where you have a common interest, so it doesn't feel as awkward as, hey, new friend, nice to meet you, let's go have a drink. So you're doing something active with people. I send my clients of all ages, from Gen Z to boomers, to meetup groups and using Bumble BFF. It's amazing, and it's been around for years. I'm surprised it's only getting some traction now. We've been putting people on it forever. I love it.
So for someone who's like, I don't get how this would work for friends, not a romantic relationship, can you kind of explain like the conversation or how to handle yourself? Like, how do you intro yourself, and how do you keep it going in a way that's not meant to be romantic?
Yeah, because used to be, we were on the playground. You want to play? Yeah. And then we would just go to the swings. But now you're like, I just want you to be a friend. Yeah. And that's an awkward thing to say.
Oh, yeah. I've looked around Bumble BFF. I have my own app, so I'll click over. There's amazing women. I'm like, I would want to be friends with her and her and her. And you can see people that are similar ages to you, what they do for work, what their interests are. It's amazing. So your profile on a lot of these apps is the same as your dating app profile. So you don't even need to do anything except toggle over from love to BFF, and you can start swiping on people.
We only have like 20 seconds. But for somebody who's like, well, why would you need an app to find a friend? Explain why, it's normal people that are on there.
It is so hard to make adult friendships, right? And especially when we're moving around and we move cities, it's completely fine to find friends on these apps, and it's easy to do. Everybody's in this boat.
And it's not weird, and it's not a stigma, and go for it if you need friends.
No.
Any other advice when it comes to this, Bella, in terms of just how do you get the courage to get on these apps?
That's a good question.
Muster up the gumption to do it?
It's like mustering up the gumption to do anything. If finding a new relationship, romantic or a new friendship, is something that you want, then you're going to put on your big boy or big girl pants and you're going to do it. And if you need help, there's a lot of help out there. There are people like me that will hold your hand through the process. You don't have to do this alone. Don't be scared of doing it.
Vicky's calling these segments dating and relating. That's what this is, this works so well.
I love that.
Yeah. It's an umbrella that fits all of us.
Yeah, it really is.
Even when we make new friends, we're dating them in the beginning, right? To see if there's a connection.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Bella, thank you so much.
Thanks.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back. Tonight, Showtime is set to air the final part of its hit docuseries, Boys in Blue. The show follows a North Minneapolis high school football team that's coached by local police officers.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer spoke with the filmmaker about the team's challenges after George Floyd's murder.
Most of the community around North, they protect that football field. That's kind of like a sanctuary, because when football games are going on, they want to be safe.
It was my belief that something pretty positive was happening in this community.
And what did you find, especially within the community where there are so many negative experiences with police, but then these young men have their coaches who are officers?
We hear about the importance of community policing and having police officers actually live and be a part of the communities that they're supposed to be serving and protecting. We hear about that. What we experienced in that neighborhood, in the North community, was real, straight up community policing, where these cops know the kids, know their families. The families know the cops. They all live in the same neighborhood.
I'm a police officer for North Minneapolis and coach for North High School.
Kind of weird, but I'm building bonds with police.
It's not a perfect system, but it works pretty damn well. And we observed, I think, something quite special happening in the Minneapolis North community.
But for Berg's crew and the entire Minneapolis North community, the reality of violence hit home with just a couple weeks left of filming. Star quarterback Deshaun Hill Jr., who was featured heavily in the documentary, was shot and killed.
It was the most intense experience that I've ever had in, 32 years of being in this business. Never in my wildest imagination thought that one of these beautiful young men was going to be murdered right in the middle of our shooting.
His mother worried deeply about that very possibility, didn't she?
She does. I mean, the series always opened up with a scene in Deshaun Hill's living room with Tuesday, his mom, and Deshaun Sr. and D. Hill there with his two little sisters. And his mother was talking about her greatest fear is that he will be killed leaving school, going to the bus stop. You hear about how dangerous life is in so many of our cities. You hear it, but you don't quite feel it. You don't quite get it. And to have his mother sort of foreshadowing and trying to raise the alarm and ask for help, saying, like, we are in danger here. One of the blessings, I think, is that in Boys in Blue, one of the things we did was capture just how beautiful this young man was. This was an extraordinary young man. No criminal gang activity, no drugs, honor roll student, extremely gifted athlete, just coming into his own, would have had a college career playing football, no question. And at the very least, we were able to capture him. And it's something that his family, his sisters, his friends will be able to have for the rest of their lives.
We don't lose until we lose. So all I'm asking y'all, don't ever give up on me, because I won't give up on y'all.
For viewers who watch Boys in Blue, what do you hope they take away from it?
A sense of the nuance and complexity that exists in communities like Minneapolis North, where people might have stereotypes or preconceived notions about what it means to grow up in a rough neighborhood. Being able to spend time with families who are struggling but determined to give their kids the best opportunities they can. Spending time with other people is very healthy and very helpful. And it's very hard for us to do that with people out of our circle. And Boys in Blue, I believe, can take people into a new circle. It took me into one.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
That's going to be good by Peter Berg.
Absolutely.
Friday Night Lights, fantastic.
Our thanks to Joe for that. And now the state of Georgia is under a state of emergency following a weekend of violent protests in Atlanta.
Governor Brian Kemp has authorized the use of 1,000 Georgia National Guard members for 15 days. These demonstrations came after a deadly encounter between a protester and officials.
Well, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do this wherever you stream. That's YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, all those places you see there on your screen. Fire TV. The news continues after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, January 27th, 2023, city on edge. Memphis awaits the release of the video that shows 5 now ex-cops beating Tyree Nichols.
We're talking about something that is completely next level.
That's right. Completely next level. Completely outside of, humanity.
How city officials there and nationwide are bracing for potential protests just a few hours from now.
And breaking news, the Pelosi attack. The judge releases police body cam video from the assault on the former House Speaker's husband. What it's revealing about what happened.
AI crackdown. Everybody's talking about ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence program that can generate text in an instant. Why one lawmaker says Congress needs to look into it.
And never forgotten, on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, how technology is helping connect people to the past. It's 11 a.m. in Las Vegas, 1 p.m. in Little Rock, and 2 p.m. in New York City.
And we begin this hour in Memphis. In just a few hours, police there will release the video of Tyree Nichols' arrest. 5 police officers are accused of brutally beating the 29-year-old man during a traffic stop. Nichols died in the hospital 3 days later.
The city's police chief today calling the footage incomprehensible. She described her reaction to NBC's Tom Yamas.
Horrific. Alarming. Disappointing. Sad.
All 5 officers have been fired and now face second-degree murder charges. As of this afternoon, they have all paid bail and been released. Attorneys for 2 of them say their clients will plead not guilty.
As the people of Memphis and the nation await this videotape, Nichols' family is urging the public to protest if they do peacefully. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. He's out in Memphis. Sam, what more are we learning about the release of this video tonight?
Kate and Aaron, good afternoon. Obviously, there is an immense amount of tension right now and uncertainty what the hours ahead are going to actually, how they will unfold, what we'll see. I will tell you this, that our understanding is it's about an hour of footage in its totality that the city is trying to put onto its website with concerns right now that it could crash. So they're buttressing that. It's a compilation of video from 3 different sources, guys. It's going to be that body cam footage, dash cam footage, and surveillance poles above the scene itself to get a fuller perspective of what's going on, but it probably isn't going to take that much perspective to see the brutality based on what we've heard, the sorts of words that have been described as the lack of humanity, heinous in the words of Memphis's police chief, what she observed. And there are just so many gaps here that need to be filled in, including Tyre Nichols, what was the reckless driving charge? Did it even occur on the tapes? Because there's already been suggestions from the police chief. You don't see anything on there, right? And then also the confrontations themselves. What happened in that first confrontation that forced Nichols to run, and then the brutal beating, according to the family, that involved tasing and pepper spray. And at one point, according to the police chief, he was lying on the ground and sitting up alternately, mumbling words incoherently, and they kept going. Now, Tom Yamas, as you mentioned a second ago, spoke with the police chief earlier today, asked her what was sort of the vibe or energy with which they approached Nichols in the first place. Here's what the chief said.
On a scale of 1 to 10, they were at a 10.
Is that not police protocol?
No, it's not police protocol. I've been in this business for 36 years, and a lot of the aggression and, you know, the approach was over the top.
And Kate and Aaron, just a little while ago, there was a press conference with Benjamin Crump, family attorney, and you're looking at 2 images of Tyre Nichols. Tyre, on one side is him in a vest and a suit, smiling. On the other, he's in a hospital bed with tubes, unrecognizable. And that is the image that the family had to look at and was projecting here as they discussed the gravity of the situation.
Yeah, it's a hard image to look at for sure. You mentioned that news conference, the family and the attorney speaking there, Sam. What did we hear from the family?
So his mother, Ro Wells, demonstrated so much grace and poise in all of this. You mentioned earlier that she told this community not to violently protest. Well, she also said she's keeping the 5 men who are accused of doing this in her thoughts as she's processing the pain of losing her son. Here is what Ro said just a little while ago.
To the 5 police officers that murdered my son, you also disgraced your own families when you did this. But you know what? I'm going to pray for you and your families, because at the end of the day, this shouldn't have happened.
Perhaps, guys, the silver lining to take away from all this is a point that Benjamin Crump made shortly ago as well, which is that this is a blueprint for how cities across the country should handle similar incidents, which is to say that these officers were fired from the force in a matter of days and within 2.5 weeks face charges. Guys, back to you.
Sam Brock, thank you.
We want to bring in NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett now to talk a little bit more about this case. And Laura, we saw the charges here come fairly quickly as these sorts of investigations go. Legally, what, if anything, does that communicate?
It communicates the prosecutors think they have a really good case, and it appears that it's likely bolstered by this video, which by all accounts everyone has described as nothing short of appalling. And why does it matter? Not just because it may shock the conscience of the jury as it will shock the conscience of the nation, but it matters legally in the sense that the defendants here are likely to say that they acted in fear and that they had a reasonable fear that their lives were in danger, or that their fellow officers were in danger. And the law gives the officers a lot of latitude in cases like this. That law recognizes you can't second guess their decisions after the fact. And so the video can help bolster the prosecution's case to say that's simply not the situation here.
You said you think the prosecutors probably have a very strong case. The second-degree murder are the charges here. Is that going to be easy to prove? And does it matter what happened before the tape? Does it matter, you know, what kind of traffic stop this was?
So these cases are never easy, even under the circumstances where you have a video. Lots of times you don't have a conviction. We heard earlier in the press conference today, Benjamin Crump run down all of the cases in which there has been a video that is shocking and yet still no conviction. It matters to the extent that there might be a precipitating event, which is one of the things we'll be looking for on that video today. But we've already heard the police chief say there was no precipitating event. So again, a lot of questions here about all of the different circumstances that led up to his death.
The defense lawyers, we're already starting to hear from some of them, and they're pointing the finger at other officers, as they've said. What do you make of that as they start to mount their defense?
Well, right now we know that they intend on pleading not guilty. The question is whether it stays that way, given all the pressure, and whether they flip on each other.
Just a couple of them.
We've heard a couple of them, I should say, that they're intending to do that. But the question is whether they stick with that once the pressure is on to flip on their fellow officers.
All right, Valerie Jarrett, we appreciate that.
Laura Jarrett.
Sorry.
My better half.
I knew I was going to do that, and I've been trying not to. Laura,
thank you.
We do have some breaking news. For the first time, we are now seeing police body camera video of the attack on the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It happened, of course, back in October. I want to warn you, this video we're about to play, if you haven't seen it, it is quite disturbing. You're going to see police at Pelosi's San Francisco home. You see the door open and the suspect and Paul Pelosi both holding onto a hammer.
Yeah, literally sitting there. Hi, guys. How you doing?
Oh, yeah.
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey.
What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on calls.
Bro,
After that, you see Paul Pelosi lying on the ground. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, tough to watch that. I want to break it down. It is shocking to see the hammer moment. On social media, people are already dissecting the body language that you see there. But combine this with the 911 call, and it does paint a picture.
Yeah, it's not just the 911 call. There is a totality of media and recordings that we're starting to see that paint a very different picture. But you're totally right. When police open up that door, it almost seems like police are confused as to what they're seeing. When you see Paul Pelosi, David DePape standing there, both holding onto that hammer, Paul Pelosi seeming to have possibly like a glass in one hand. The cops ask what's going on. They tell DePape to drop the hammer, and then he knocks Paul Pelosi unconscious right in front of them. But the full picture that's coming into view, it also includes video of David DePape breaking into the home with that hammer and then telling police later he went looking to hold Nancy Pelosi hostage, but instead found Paul Pelosi sleeping in bed. Now, Nancy was out of town, or shortly after Paul Pelosi was awakened, he was able to call 911, but David DePape is within earshot of that 911 call. And in that call, Paul Pelosi is heard trying to kind of cryptically tell another person that seems to be confused, the dispatcher, what's going on, without antagonizing DePape that is standing right next to him. So here's just a little bit of that call.
This gentleman just came into the house. And he wants to wait there for my wife to come home.
0, 2,
and so,
4 and 48.
Anyway, he told me to put the phone down.
Do you know who the person is?
No, I don't know who he is.
What is your name? Seconds.
My name is Paul Pelosi.
And at certain points during that call, the dispatcher almost says, okay, well, call us back if you need something. And you can hear Paul Pelosi say, no, and continues to talk. So it's clear that the dispatcher is also unaware of what's going on exactly inside that home, but aware enough to send those two officers over for a welfare check. And then you've got the door knock, and then we've all seen what happens next.
Yeah,
Kate?
thank goodness she had the presence of mind to at least dispatch someone. What's the latest on the case against the suspect?
Well, right now, the release of this video and the release of this information is really the latest on the case, because it comes after a petition by a coalition of press organizations, including NBC News, that was granted by a judge. Now, prosecutors and the defense were arguing against the release of this video. They were worried about misinformation, the possible tainting of a jury pool, but the judge ruling that material should be released to the public. DePape has been charged with 6 counts, including attempted murder and elder abuse. He's pleaded not guilty. He's set to be in court again next month. Guys.
All right, Gadi Schwartz, thanks so much. The Biden administration could start cracking down on crypto, and Fireball whiskey mini bottles are causing a big problem in court.
CNBC's Steve Kovac is joining us now with today's Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, let's start with the new Biden administration roadmap to reduce cryptocurrency risks. The goal is to encourage innovation while also protecting consumers and maintaining stability in the financial system. The White House is calling on Congress to not allow mainstream institutions like pension funds to, quote, dive headlong into cryptocurrency markets. Also, the outlook for Bed Bath & Beyond is getting bleaker. After defaulting on a line of credit, Bloomberg reports the retailer's efforts to find a buyer have stalled ahead of a bankruptcy filing. And the Wall Street Journal now says the company is struggling to find enough financial support to keep operating even while in bankruptcy and may need to be completely liquidated. And the company that makes whiskey, or Fireball whiskey, is being sued over miniature bottles sold at gas stations and supermarkets that are labeled Fireball Cinnamon because they allegedly give consumers the false impression they're getting whiskey when it is really a malt beverage. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
I called it whiskey before. It's a malt beverage.
Yeah, I can't even stomach that stuff, so it's
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, me either. Steve Kovac, I think we're all too old, but thank you.
Thank you.
There's new shelling in eastern Ukraine ahead why it's stoking fears that Russia may be launching a new offensive. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
New numbers just out today show inflation is cooling, but it is still having a big impact on our wallets. Consumer spending fell 0.2% in December. Bear in mind that's in spite of the holiday shopping season. But then take a look at this. A key index the Fed watches for inflation shows consumer prices were up 5% in December compared to the year before. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman is here to help us understand what's going on. So, Steve, what do these numbers say about the state of our economy right now?
Tell you the economy's cooling. You had 2 months in a row of lackluster consumer spending after a very strong October. So it was not the greatest holiday season, especially because a lot of the buying was done early on. Incomes have remained relatively strong. They're still up. Income is still growing. Wages are still growing. But overall, it tells you the economy is cooling, but inflation is cooling along with it. Even though the year-over-year rate is 5%, the past several months, we have seen inflation come down, and that year-over-year rate, if you take the last several months, is running just around 3% or 4%. So quite a bit lower, just if you take out the months that were very high inflation rates a year ago. And hopefully that'll continue. Inflation will come down, and if we're lucky, the economy will stabilize. But there is concern that the consumer may be overtaxed here.
All right, CNBC's Steve Leisman with us today. Steve, thank you.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is demanding more sanctions against Russia after the latest wave of missile and drone strikes on Ukraine. Ukraine says at least 11 people were killed Thursday. The attacks also triggered emergency power outages in several regions of the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now from Kharkiv, Ukraine. Raf, what more are we learning about those attacks that we just mentioned, and what's it like where you are?
Yeah, Kate, the big focus today here in Ukraine is getting the lights back on after that massive attack by Russian forces aimed mainly at the power grid. President Zelensky says that is not a coincidence. He says this is a deliberate tactic by the Russians to try to hurt civilians in the depths of winter. You can see here, Kate, it is below zero, and there are millions of Ukrainians now who have, at best, intermittent electricity, which means intermittent heat. Now, mercifully, there have not been more airstrikes on the cities today. The Russians appear to be following this kind of grim pattern where they launch these big waves every 10 to 14 days or so. Some analysts think that may be a sign that they do not have enough missiles to carry out attacks more regularly, but that does not mean things have been quiet. There has been very intense fighting here in the Kharkiv region and in that city of Bakhmut in the east, where the Russians have been sending wave after wave of soldiers trying to eke out something Vladimir Putin can call a victory. Okay.
Raf, there are also reports that explosions were heard near a nuclear power plant. What's going on with that?
Yeah, so this is the Zaporizhzhia plant in eastern Ukraine. It is occupied by the Russians. They are in charge of that plant, and there has been fighting around it for weeks now. The head of the IAEA, the UN nuclear watchdog, has been warning about the danger of fighting around this plant. We met him last week in Kyiv. He basically said to us that every day this war continues with such a large set of nuclear infrastructure in this country. Any day could be the day that there is a nuclear disaster here, where a stray shell hits a power plant and we see something truly awful happening. He has been trying to establish what he calls protection zones around the nuclear plants so that there won't be fighting there. Okay.
All right, Raf Sanchez for us. Raf, thank you.
And tensions are rising today in the Middle East after the deadliest Israeli raid in the West Bank in decades. Overnight, Israel carried out airstrikes in Gaza after Palestinian militants fired rockets. Those rockets were intercepted by Israel's air defense system. The escalation of violence comes ahead of Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip to that region on Sunday.
Coming up, a detective on the stand recounts his unusual conversation with Alec Murdaugh the night Murdaugh's wife and son were murdered. You're watching NBC News Daily.
love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Right now, we are awaiting the sentencing of two men who were charged with assaulting Capitol Police officers during the January 6th riot. One of the officers they attacked was 42-year-old Brian Sicknick. He died after suffering 2 strokes the following day. And while the medical examiner says Sicknick died of natural causes, the physician told the Washington Post the Capitol assault played a role in his death. More than 24 Capitol officers came down to the courthouse for today's sentencing. NBC News reporter Julia Jester has been following today's developments. So, Julia, walk us through what's happening in court now and really the significance of these sentencings.
Well, Aaron, it's been a heartbreaking day in court as 6 of Officer Sicknick's family and friends just wrapped powerful victim impact statements. Sandra Garza, his partner of 11 plus years, said, quote, "Brian was such a wonderful, warm-hearted and caring person. He suffered and his life was taken from me." His brother, Kenneth, saying, quote, "They may both be pleading for a lesser charge than homicide, but there is little doubt in my mind that their actions led to my brother's death." And his mother, Gladys, saying, quote, "You attacked my son like he was an animal. You are the animal, Mr. Cater." So really just passionate, powerful testimony from his family and loved ones. But the final statement came from fellow officer Caroline Edwards, who was also injured with chemical spray. She told the judge she felt survivor's guilt after the, quote, nightmare of Sicknick's death. She said, quote, "I felt like the absolute worst kind of officer, someone who didn't help their friend, couldn't help their friend," and said that when she closes her eyes, she can still see his face white as a sheet. Right now, the prosecution and Cater's defense are presenting to the judge, and the DOJ is asking for a sentence of 7.5 years in prison. So Cater's facing one of the longest possible sentences of any January 6th defendant on those 2 counts of assaulting law enforcement officers. Aaron?
All right, Julia Jester for us in Washington today. Julia, thank you.
Now to some dramatic video out of New York. A surveillance camera captured the moment a woman fell into a sinkhole. 2 people attempting to rescue her ended up falling in too, but fortunately, this story does have a happy ending. Greg Sergel from our NBC station in New York City reports.
Personal items like clothing and shoes were still being pulled from the sinkhole hours after drama began. Doorbell video shows a woman leaving for work before dawn when suddenly the ground beneath her feet gave way. A woman and man in the home then ran out to try and help, but they too ended up falling into that sinkhole. So you just walked out and they're all in the hole?
Yeah, like 3 together.
Homeowner Benjamin Arengo was the last man standing. The others all stuck in mud above their knees.
Really scared. They were thinking about it, keep on going down. I tell them, don't move, because you never know. You move, it's like quicksand, right?
Arengo grabbed this extension cord and a ladder, and with the help of 2 Suffolk police officers, rescued his wife and the 2 others. No one was seriously hurt. Luz Bedoya was the first to plunge into that sinkhole. Her daughter took the 71-year-old home from the hospital with minor injuries, but still very shaken. Bedoya had actually used her cell phone to call for help from inside the sinkhole.
As soon as I arrive over here, I find her, it's like, oh my God, thanks, it's really scary.
You can say 8 feet.
The sinkhole measured about 8 feet deep and 10 feet wide. Huntington Town inspectors say it may have been caused by the combination of a water pipe leak and heavy rain.
Everybody's doing okay, thank God. It could have been worse.
Oh,
it's such a freak accident. I mean, there's no way to anticipate something like that.
That suddenly the Earth's going to open up and just create this muddy hole.
Right.
They are very lucky.
Well, artificial intelligence is making its way to the floor of the U.S. House. We're going to tell you why some lawmakers want to look into that new technology while they still can. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. All those names on your screen there are places that you could see us: Peacock, Hulu, Pluto, etc., Roku. The news continues right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Protests have erupted across Haiti following a string of police killings by gangs there. Members of the police force and supporters blocked roads, forced their way into the country's main airport, and attacked the prime minister's home on Thursday. The police union says at least 15 officers have been killed in the last month amid an increasingly unstable situation in that country. Protesters are demanding a stronger national security plan from the government.
A Kansas City woman is recovering after her car was dragged nearly 8 miles by a semi-truck. Police say the driver got pinned under that truck when she skidded through a red light on an icy road. The truck driver is cooperating with the investigation.
Comedian Jay Leno is on the mend after being hurt again. Another accident. That 72-year-old says he broke his collarbone, 2 ribs, and cracked his kneecaps when he was knocked off his motorcycle last week. In November, Leno suffered third-degree burns while working on a vintage car. Despite all those injuries, Leno says he's okay and, quote, working this weekend. More power to him, yeah.
You can have it. There's new evidence today in the double murder trial of a former South Carolina lawyer.
Alec Murdaugh is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. The jury heard testimony today from one of the detectives who interviewed Murdaugh after the murders. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is at the trial in South Carolina for us. Katie, what's the jury hearing in court today about the night of the murders?
Well, Kate, prosecution certainly is hammering questions about the clothing Alec Murdaugh was wearing when first responders arrived. It has been said over and over again on the stand that that clothing had no blood on it whatsoever, and no blood on Alec Murdaugh was observed as well. The point they are making today is if he in fact did check for signs of life on his wife and son, as he told investigators he did, even going as far as to say he turned his son Paul over from being face down to check for a pulse. Why wasn't there blood on him? They are actually using this as a piece of the prosecution's case, which had previously been used by defense attorneys as defense. He doesn't have any blood on him. If he had done this crime, he would have been covered from head to toe in blood. But prosecutors are questioning why, if in fact he had checked for signs of life, there was no sign of blood on him. Here's what they had to say.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
In that same line of questioning, a witness was asked, did it look like those clothes could have just come out of the laundry? And her answer, yes.
Katie, Alec Murdaugh has more than 100 charges against him at this point, separate from this case, right? Are there any ties, any connections? Are those incidents coming up at all during arguments?
They haven't introduced that evidence yet, Aaron. We expect later in the trial they will, because that evidence speaks to motive, right? The prosecution has said from the beginning the reason behind these killings is the fact that he did it for sympathy and distraction from this mountain of financial crimes that were becoming exposed, that his life was becoming unraveled. This was the perfect storm that came to a head. That's what prosecutors are arguing. So we expect that they're going to have to paint that picture by telling the jury about some of these financial crime allegations as well, some of which Alec Murdaugh has already pled guilty to. There are quite a few, and we're talking about millions and millions of dollars of fraud and embezzlement here.
Katie Beck for us in South Carolina. Katie, thank you.
A foreign criminal group busted, charged with targeting an American for murder. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the arrest of 3 men with ties to Iran. They were accused of plotting to assassinate an American journalist who wrote critically about the regime. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. Julia, what do we know about this plot and how it was stopped?
Well, Garland didn't name her specifically, but it's come out since then that the journalist is Mahsa Ahmadinejad. She was a journalist and activist living in the United States, but she is Iranian by birth, and she was actually part of a plot. This is the second plot to take her down, murder her while she's living in the United States. These 3 men, as alleged by the Justice Department and the FBI, were paid by the Iranian government to target her at her home in New York City. And one of the men was Iranian, one from the Czech Republic, and another American. They believe the Iranian man was the ringleader of this international criminal ring, but it was essentially a murder for hire scheme where they would have been paid $30,000 by the Iranian government to carry this out. They even went so far as to try to convince some of her relatives to lure her away, ask her to go on a trip so that she could leave her apartment and they could come and find her. They have an ample amount of evidence, text messages, pictures of weapons that they used to put all of this together and deliver these charges today.
You mentioned the journalist having identified herself. I think we showed her picture here a moment ago. What more do we know about her, her work, how she's responding to all this?
Well, she's been very critical of the Iranian government, and like we said, this is the second attempt on her life, but she said she's not afraid for her life. She really puts a lot of faith in the hands of the U.S. government, so she's glad to be here. She has been critical of the Iranian regime, and there's a lot that she's put out about what that government has done to control people and to control free speech. But what Merrick Garland said today, and this is something that she also echoes, is it shows the far reach of the Iranian government if they're carrying out murder plots right here in the United States where free speech is protected. This is how far they're willing to go to shut down speech that is critical of the Iranian regime. But I will say one more thing, Aaron. What's unique about this case is that these men are in custody. Oftentimes we'll hear charges of Iranians, of Russians, of other people from those countries, and they don't get arrested. This time they are.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in D.C. today. Thank you, Julia.
A top House Democrat has proposed a new congressional resolution asking Congress to take a look into artificial intelligence programs like ChatGPT. But get this, he used ChatGPT to write the measure. Here's what he typed in, quote, "You are Congressman Ted Lieu. Write a comprehensive congressional resolution generally expressing support for Congress to focus on AI." And guess what? ChatGPT wrote that. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Zirkin is on Capitol Hill for us. Julie, what is Congressman Lieu asking for here?
Yeah, well, look, Kate, it's a non-binding resolution. So to be clear, this is not any kind of legislation or bill that would regulate AI. But what he's asking is for the House to adopt this resolution, essentially a commitment to look into this issue. He acknowledges in this resolution, which AI wrote about AI, which I think is pretty funny, that AI has a lot of good potential. There are things that it can do to really benefit Americans. And he has a computer science background. So he's coming at this from a tech perspective, which not many members of Congress have. So it's really interesting here that he introduced this resolution. Of course, this comes after Congressman Auchincloss was on the floor this week, also having a tech background, giving a speech written by AI. So this is just really fascinating as we continue to examine this conversation and what Congress will or won't do about it.
It's non-binding. Is there any conversation on the Hill about doing anything more, actual legislation to restrict or limit the use of AI?
Yeah, here's the interesting part here. We know that the founder of ChatGPT was on the Hill yesterday taking meetings. He met with Senator Warner, who's the head of the Intel Committee here in the Senate as well. And Kevin McCarthy, who's the Speaker of the House, actually had an idea for how his members could become more educated on artificial intelligence. Take a listen to what he told my colleague Kate Santelise today.
There's some things that are amazing they can do to help us find cures in medicine and others. There's also some threats out there, so we've got to be able to work together on it and have all the knowledge.
Look, here's the hard part, Kate. Congress has tried and tried and tried to regulate technology since the beginning of the internet, basically, and it's kind of hard when you have a lot of lawmakers in senior positions up here still carrying flip phones. So we'll see what happens.
I'm trying not to laugh at that, but that's kind of funny, Julie. Flip phones are back, actually. That's what my kids tell me.
Kids love them, right.
Kids love them. Julie Sorkin
Don't
on
want
Capitol.
to stay in the way of that.
Julie, thank you so much. Thanks for the laugh on a Friday.
Right. While we're on Capitol Hill, Twitter CEO Elon Musk also making the rounds there today. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy telling NBC News that Musk met with a group of House Republicans in his office today. Musk also met with the Speaker and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries yesterday. Musk tweeted the meeting with the leaders was, quote, to discuss ensuring that this platform is fair to both parties.
Democrats in the Virginia State Senate have followed through with their promise to defeat any effort to limit abortion access in that state.
On Thursday, they blocked a series of bills, including a proposed 15-week ban. The bill was considered a priority for Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin. Let's bring in NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins, who's been following this issue for a while now. So, Chloe, help us first understand what were the proposed restrictions in this bill.
The proposed restrictions included banning abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy with some narrow exceptions. So we're talking exceptions if the pregnant person's life is in danger, rape, or incest. But if a doctor broke the law, there were some pretty stiff penalties. So we're talking about up to 10 years in prison, up to $100K in fines. So that's some stunning repercussions that they could have faced. But keep in mind, as NBC has reported, the 15-week ban and other anti-abortion measures flopped in the Senate committee. It didn't even make it out to the floor for a vote. And that was a huge loss for the Virginia governor and his allies. And that's because he was on the campaign trail, really pushing for this 15-week ban, making it a campaign promise, really labeling it as this reasonable compromise. It's a fair measure or restriction on abortion in a state that allows abortion up until 26 weeks in pregnancy.
So there are more, this is a Republican-controlled legislature, right, in Virginia. Is that right?
The House.
Both?
The
House. So there are more measures out there. What's the chance that something else does, some other restrictions maybe do pass?
So if a bill passes the House, it's definitely going to be defeated in the Senate because Democrats control the Senate. So with this divided government in Virginia right now, it's not likely that we're going to see progress on the anti-abortion legislation front, making it through. So the status quo of abortion being available up until 26 weeks remains. And Virginia, when you look holistically, you take a step back out of Virginia and you look at the region, the whole region has been decimated by the overturning of Roe v. Wade when we saw all these bans and lawsuits play out. So Virginia really is, again, this abortion safe haven for many patients in the region.
All right, Chloe Atkins for us today. We appreciate the reporting. Thank you.
A new way to never forget how the stories of those who survived the Holocaust will live on thanks to virtual reality. More on that. NBC News Daily continues after this.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Second gentleman Doug Emhoff is marking International Holocaust Remembrance Day today by visiting Auschwitz, the infamous Nazi Germany concentration camp. Emhoff is the first Jewish spouse of an American president or vice president. This morning, he spoke with Morning Joe about the need to highlight Jewish history as a way to combat the rise in anti-Semitism.
We have to educate people on what the Holocaust is, what it meant, what anti-Semitism is, what it meant, and what it can mean. And it's this banality of evil that they talk about. And we have to push back on it. That's why I always say we can't normalize it. Anytime we hear it, we've got to call it out.
Emhoff is also making other stops in Poland and Berlin this week, raising awareness about the Holocaust and promoting the Biden administration's efforts against anti-Semitism.
And the tragedy of the Holocaust has been preserved in part by in-person testimonies from survivors.
But as the population grows older, one museum is making sure that their stories live on through virtual reality. NBC's Maura Barrett got a look at the new technology, and just a warning, some of what you're about to see is disturbing.
I'm hoping the young people are going to grow up and be strong and not allow these kind of tragedies to happen again.
Fritzi was one of the millions of Jews persecuted during World War II. And despite passing in 2021, she continues to share her story with students every day in the Illinois Holocaust Museum's virtual reality exhibit. Opportunities to speak with living Holocaust survivors is dwindling as the population ages. It's estimated that less than 50,000 living survivors remain in the U.S. The Illinois Holocaust Museum is working diligently with remaining survivors like George Brent and Gary Berkovich to preserve their stories through different educational avenues. These two survivors were as eager to learn about each other's journeys just as they were to share their own.
On May the 20th, 1944, we were the last vestige of Hungarian Jews that were deported and taken to concentration camps. The train stopped for a moment, and my father looked through the barbed wire window, and it says Auschwitz. When I got off the train, I couldn't say goodbye to my mother and my brother. I saw them getting off the train, and that's the last I saw of them. Later on, I knew that all women who had small children and wouldn't give up the child, even though they were able to work, were immediately taken and gassed.
George and his father were forced to work at Auschwitz. He was then transported to various camps and managed to avoid selections. But despite that, George witnessed many atrocities, like abuse and starvation.
There was the famous or infamous camp called Mauthausen, an awful place. But they killed people by overwork them, by having to climb up those stairs, some 96 stairs, every day after day after day, carrying these huge 50-pound boulders on their backs. Most of the people who've been there in Auschwitz or Birkenau for a while looked emaciated. You could count their bones without them taking their clothes off.
My experience is very different from the George. He was not that lucky as I was, because I was born much later and I was in a different country.
Gary was born in Kharkiv, Ukraine in 1935, hundreds of miles away from George. When the war reached Gary, he and his family were forced to flee.
During that time, I experienced very horrible stuff. Our train was bombed.
He details his experience in Never Heard, Never Forget. The book puts a spotlight on Holocaust survivors from the former Soviet Union.
We were put in a teeny dugout, a hole in the ground slightly larger than the kitchen of our Kharkov apartment, and slightly deeper than the grandfather height.
And when his family moved to Turkestan, Gary says poverty was widespread amongst Jewish refugees, so much so that they starved to death.
So every morning I saw a a picture like that. It was a two-wheel car. They were collecting dead bodies, put them in a cart, and went to nearby ravine, and they put them there in a massive grave. Sometimes when I do remember, I may cry.
Like Gary, George's story will also live forever through the museum's virtual reality exhibit.
It's so amazing that I am sitting there in awe to see myself on the screen and all the places that I've been to. I am not forever, but the film may be here forever, or for at least for a very, very long time.
Maura Barrett, NBC News.
It is such a heavy topic, but so important
to remember,
or to learn about. There are so many people.
Right?
What was it? The survey that said that people, 2/3 of people under 40 don't know that 6 million people, Jews, were killed in
That's
the Holocaust.
unbelievable. Yeah.
You have to learn about
Visit a museum when you can.
There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Georgia's governor is authorizing the use of the National Guard after protests intensified over a new training center for police. Governor Brian Kemp calling for 1,000 troops to be available until early February. Protests escalated last week after an activist there was fatally shot. Well, tonight, the final chapter of the 4-part docuseries, it's called Boys in Blue, is airing on Showtime.
Yeah, this show is set in North Minneapolis, a neighborhood that has struggled with crime and gang violence, and follows a high school football team where several of the coaches are former or current police officers. NBC's Joe Fryer spoke with the director, Peter Berg, about the making of this show and its message.
Most of the community around North, they protect that football field. That's kind of like a sanctuary, because when football games are going on, they want to be safe.
It was my belief that something pretty positive was happening in this community.
And what did you find, especially within the community where there's so many negative experiences with police, but then these young men have their coaches who are officers.
We hear about the importance of community policing and having police officers actually live and be a part of the communities that they're supposed to be serving and protecting. We hear about that. What we experienced in that neighborhood, in the North community, was real, straight up community policing, where these cops know the kids, know their families. The families know the cops. They all live in the same neighborhood.
I'm a police officer for North Minneapolis and coach for North High School.
Kind of weird, but I'm building bonds with police.
It's not a perfect system, but it works pretty damn well. And we observed, I think, something quite special happening in the Minneapolis North community.
But for Berg's crew and the entire Minneapolis North community, the reality of violence hit home with just a couple weeks left of filming. Star quarterback Deshaun Hill Jr., who was featured heavily in the documentary, was shot and killed.
It was the most intense experience that I've ever had in, 32 years of being in this business. Never in my wildest imagination thought that one of these beautiful young men was going to be murdered right in the middle of our shooting.
His mother worried deeply about that very possibility, didn't she?
She does. I mean, the series always opened up with a scene in Deshaun Hill's living room with Tuesday, his mom, and Deshaun Sr. and D. Hill there with his two little sisters. And his mother was talking about her greatest fear is that he will be killed leaving school, going to the bus stop. You hear about how dangerous life is in so many of our cities. You hear it, but you don't quite feel it. You don't quite get it. And to have his mother sort of foreshadowing and trying to raise the alarm and ask for help, saying, like, we are in danger here. One of the blessings, I think, is that in Boys in Blue, one of the things we did was capture just how beautiful this young man was. This was an extraordinary young man, no criminal gang activity, no drugs, honor roll student, extremely gifted athlete, just coming into his own, would have had a college career playing football, no question. And at the very least, we were able to capture him. And it's something that his family, his sisters, his friends will be able to have for the rest of their lives.
We don't lose until we lose. So all I'm asking y'all, don't ever give up on me, because I won't give up on y'all.
For viewers who watch Boys in Blue, what do you hope they take away from it?
A sense of the nuance and complexity that exists in communities like Minneapolis North, where people might have stereotypes or preconceived notions about what it means to grow up in a rough neighborhood. Being able to spend time with families who are struggling but determined to give their kids the best opportunities they can. Spending time with other people is very healthy and very helpful. And it's very hard for us to do that with people out of our circle. And Boys in Blue, I believe, can take people into a new circle. It took me into one.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Our thanks to Joe for that story. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, all those places. The news continues right after this.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, January 27th, 2023. Breaking news, the Pelosi attack. A court releases police body camera footage showing an intruder attacking Nancy Pelosi's husband and a 911 call. What it's all revealing about the heart-racing moments when officers first arrived.
Bracing for outrage, just hours from now, Memphis police will release video showing the beating of Tyre Nichols. How cities nationwide are preparing for potential protests over footage described as horrific.
Murder for hire. The Department of Justice charges 3 men in a plot against an American journalist. Why investigators believe they were targeting the woman.
And nurse warning. Why federal agents say thousands of healthcare workers might not be who they say they are. We begin with that breaking news out of San Francisco.
For the first time, we are seeing and hearing the attack on former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband.
In the body camera footage, officers are met at the door by Paul Pelosi and the suspect. Both men are seen holding onto a hammer. A warning. We're going to show you the video. It is disturbing.
Yeah, literally sitting there. Hi. How you doing?
How are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey.
What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call.
Bro,
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi just spoke about the release of this video. We want to play part of what she had to say.
I have not heard the 911 call. I have not heard the confession. I have not seen the break-in, and I have absolutely no intention of seeing the deadly assault on my husband's life.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz now in our Los Angeles newsroom. Gadi, this video is painting really a clearer picture, a very vivid picture of what really happened that night. Walk us through what we just watched and what else is being released today.
Yeah, there's so much to take in just from that video alone, and it really happens all in a matter of about 12 to 13 seconds. When you see that video, the officers seem a little bit confused when the door opens. You see Paul Pelosi and David DePape standing there. They're both holding onto a hammer. Paul Pelosi is also holding onto a glass. The police ask, what's going on? They tell him to drop the hammer. Then you hear David DePape say nope, and then he knocks Paul Pelosi unconscious. But the full picture that's coming into view also includes a lot more video and recordings that were introduced into evidence in this case. David DePape breaking into the home. There's video from the Capitol Police that were supposed to be monitoring this home with a hammer and then telling police later that he went looking to hold Nancy Pelosi hostage. But instead, he says he told police that he found Paul Pelosi sleeping in bed. Nancy Pelosi was out of town. Shortly after that, Paul Pelosi is able to call 911. Both David DePape and Paul Pelosi seeming to acknowledge the fact that that Paul Pelosi was trying to defuse the situation with this unknown intruder inside his home. But he calls 911 with DePape with an earshot, and in that call, he's heard trying to cryptically tell a confused dispatcher what's going on without antagonizing DePape. Here's a little bit of that call.
This gentleman just came into the house, and he wants to wait here for my wife to come home.
0, 2,
and so,
4 and 48.
Anyway,
do you know who the person is?
No, I don't know who he is.
What is your name? Seconds.
My name is Paul Pelosi.
At one point, that dispatcher actually says, okay, well, call us back if you need something or you're in trouble. And you hear Paul Pelosi say, no, no, no. And then the conversation continues until he is told to get the hell off the phone. And that dispatcher does send over those 2 officers for a welfare check. They're not sure exactly what they're walking into. And that's where that video picks up. Guys.
Yeah, it's really tough to listen to that whole call. Can you remind us what charges the suspect's facing now, Gotti?
Right now, he's facing 6 federal charges, including attempted murder, also elder abuse. So we understand he's going to be back in court next week. So far, he has pleaded not guilty, but his next court appearance should be next month. Back to you.
All right, Gotti Schwartz for us in L.A. today. Gotti, thank you.
The other big story we're tracking at this hour is out of Memphis, where tonight police will release the video of Tyre Nichols' arrest.
5 police officers are accused of brutally beating the 29-year-old during a traffic stop. Nichols died in the hospital 3 days later. All 5 of the officers have been fired and now face second-degree murder charges. As of this afternoon, they have all posted bail and been released.
As the people of Memphis and the nation anxiously await this video, members of the community there are paying tribute to Nichols and renewing calls for police reform. We'll talk to civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden in just a moment. But let's begin with NBC's Sam Brock, who joins us now from Memphis. Sam, this body cam footage from above, a bunch of different angles will be released in a few hours. What are we learning?
Yeah, Kate, good afternoon. We're now looking at about a 4-hour window before that video can be released, likely on the mayor's website. They're doing whatever they can right now to make sure that it doesn't crash the system, because there's obviously so much interest in this. And you laid it out perfectly a second ago, Kate. On January 7th, Tyre Nichols was stopped for a traffic infraction. 3 days later, he died after a physical confrontation with police. Now, we might not find out the why, Kate, but we're going to find out the how. And I'm told that the actual physical violence was only about 3 minutes long, but there are so many different camera angles that are going to be included in this and stitched together that it's actually about an hour of footage. We have also learned that these officers were members of the Scorpion Unit, which is a specialized unit here in Memphis that is meant to attack gang activity, auto thefts, that sort of behavior, and to really try to tamp down some of the hot spots in the city. However, according to Benjamin Crump, who spoke just an hour or two ago, they have had multiple complaints made against them since their inception in 2021, and that included, according to Mr. Crump, 4 or 5 days before this incident with Nichols, another African-American gentleman has said he was pulled out of his car by this unit while he was driving to get pizza and had a gun placed to his head. Now, police have not confirmed that, but there was a conversation between Tom Yamas and the police chief, C.J. Davis, about what this sort of interaction was like when they first approached Nichols. Here's what she said.
On a scale of 1 to 10, they were at a 10.
Is that not police protocol?
No, it's not police protocol. I've been in this business for 36 years, and a lot of the aggression and, you know, the approach was over the top.
And Kate and Aaron, you can only imagine what the situation would be like if those indictments had not come out before the videos were to be released. But of course, it did, and that might potentially diffuse some of the tension.
You know, Sam, this incident is obviously, again, raising the issue of police reform in this country. The attorney for Tyre Nichols' family talked about it today. What did he say?
So Ben Crump had plaudits for the city of Memphis here, because he said, really, for the first time in recent memory, we saw immediate action, which is to say that within days of this incident, those officers were fired from the force. Within 2.5 weeks, they were charged with murder, among a slew of other charges. And he said, really, that should be a template for the rest of the country in terms of how to handle these kinds of situations when there is physical evidence and video showing what happened. Here's what Mr. Crump said.
We now have the blueprint, America, and we won't accept less going forward in the future. We won't have black officers treated differently than white officers. We want equal justice under the law.
And of course, it is impossible to ignore the fact that the responding officers in this case were African-American. But as I talk to people in the community, it's not about the officers, it's the race of the victim that seems to be so material in these situations. Kate and Aaron.
Sam Brock for us. Sam, thank you.
Let's bring in Kristen Gibbons-Fedden now. She's a civil rights attorney and a former prosecutor as well. Kristen, the charges in this case have come fairly quickly for these 5 former officers. Like Sam said, 2.5 weeks roughly here. Legally, what, if anything, does that communicate?
I think it's reflective not only on how serious this tragic and horrific crime is, but it's also reflective of reflective of how law enforcement is treating it. Because in order to get a charge like this indicted, you have to go through the grand jury process and you have to go through the police as well as the prosecutor. So they didn't miss a beat in making sure that this was done quickly, swiftly, and in order to make sure that they had enough sufficient credible evidence to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt when needed.
Kristen, it's nice to see you again, by the way. Let's talk about these second-degree murder charges. What exactly does that mean? What do those charges say about the prosecutor's case that they might make?
Well, a second-degree murder charge means that someone killed another person with the specific intent to kill them. When we say specific intent, that doesn't mean that that officer set out when they made the stop to kill Mr. Nichols. Otherwise, that would be first degree. That's the main difference, that premeditation. For second degree murder charges, the beating, the fact that this was 3 minutes long, and the fact that at least the preliminary findings of the autopsy report that was done independently suggested that there was excessive beating due to bleeding, excessive bleeding due to excessive beating, is very indicative of being able to prove that necessary and requisite intent to make out this type of charge.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thanks for being with us today. Appreciate it.
Ford recalls hundreds of thousands of cars worldwide, and Bed Bath & Beyond warns it doesn't have enough cash to pay down its debts.
Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, let's start with Ford. The company is recalling 462,000 SUVs to fix faulty rear-view cameras that have been linked to at least 17 accidents, although no one has been injured. Also, the Wall Street Journal is reporting Bed Bath & Beyond is now struggling to avoid liquidation. It says lenders have cut off credit after a default, increasing the risk the retailer may need to close all its stores. And Bloomberg reports Bed Bath & Beyond's efforts to find a buyer have stalled ahead of an expected bankruptcy filing. And a continuing worker shortage is prompting CVS and Walmart to reduce their pharmacy hours. CVS will cut or shift hours at roughly 2/3 of its stores, and most Walmart pharmacies will close at 7 p.m. instead of 9. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks.
Up next, calling for all classified material, the message from the National Archives to former presidents and vice presidents. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're following some breaking news out of Jerusalem. Israel's foreign ministry says at least 7 people are dead and several others wounded after a gunman opened fire at a synagogue today. The gunman was reportedly shot and killed. This is being called one of the deadliest attacks on Israelis in years. It took place a day after Israeli troops killed 9 Palestinians in a West Bank raid. The escalation of violence comes ahead of Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip to the region scheduled for Sunday. A foreign criminal group busted, charged with targeting an American for murder. Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing today the arrest of 3 men with ties to Iran. They're accused of plotting to assassinate an American journalist who wrote critically of the Iranian regime. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. Julia, what else do we know about this plot, and how did they stop it?
Well, we heard of this today from the Attorney General and the FBI director. They say that 3 men, 1 from Iran, 1 from the Czech Republic, and 1 American, were all part of what they allege was a murder-for-hire plot, being paid by a group connected to the Iranian government to try to take out an Iranian journalist living in Brooklyn who had been critical of the Iranian regime. Now, her name, although they didn't name her, she's come forward, Masih Alinejad. She has said that her life has actually been threatened more than once, but she says she's not afraid and thanked the U.S. government for protecting her.
And Julia, she, as you said, she's identified herself. What else do we know about her? Where does she work? What does she write? How is she responding?
She's written for a number of publications. She's appeared on our air. She's also written a lot for the New York Times. She's living in Brooklyn, where she's been for some time. She posted a video response on Twitter today. Take a look.
Let me make it clear. I'm not scared for my life, because I knew that killing, assassinating, hanging, torturing, raping is in the DNA of the Islamic Republic. And that's why I came to the United States of America to practice my right, my freedom of expression, to give voice to brave people of Iran who say no to Islamic Republic.
It shows just how far-reaching Iran can be when they're trying to silence those who are critical of the regime. The fact she was living in Brooklyn while 3 men tried to plot a very detailed murder to lure her out of her house, use relatives to get her to go on a trip, and then try to kill her. But they were foiled by the FBI.
All right, Julia Ainsley with that. Thank you.
The National Archives wants former presidents and vice presidents to make sure they don't have records they shouldn't have. This request came after classified documents were found in the possession of President Joe Biden, former President Donald Trump, and former Vice President Mike Pence. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee is joining us now. So, Carol, the National Archives sent this letter to the teams for former Presidents Clinton, Bush, Obama, I think the Reagan White House as well. Talk to us about what specifically is being asked here.
Well, what they're asking for is for all of those who are the custodians of these presidential records and for vice presidents to go back and look through anything that they have that's not in possession of the National Archives to determine whether there are any records from their administrations that should be under the control of the National Archives. So what they're saying, Aaron, is that that includes classified documents and unclassified documents. So anything that would fall under the Presidential Records Act. And one of the things that they say in this letter is that the responsibility to comply with the Presidential Records Act does not diminish after the end of the administration. So basically saying, we've seen these instances of classified documents being where they shouldn't be. We want to make sure we have everything that's out there that should be in the possession of the National Archives. Also noteworthy that we're told from 2 sources familiar with the matter that the National Archives is expected this afternoon to be holding a call with these representatives to walk through some of this.
And we know this law applies to the Reagan administration and after. Any of the former presidents, vice presidents respond to this request at this point that we know of? Have they found anything?
Well, we don't know if anyone's found anything. There's nothing that we know of that anybody has said that they've found, but we are hearing from former President George W. Bush, who said that he would respond to the National Archives, saying that we understand its purpose and remain confident that no such materials are in our possession. So the former President Bush's office saying that they get this, they're going to comply. They don't think they have anything.
All right, Carol Lee for us in Washington today. Carol, thank you. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is demanding more sanctions against Russia after the latest wave of missile and drone strikes. Ukraine says at least 11 people were killed on Thursday. The attacks also triggered emergency power outages in several regions of that country. Monitors from the United Nations Nuclear Watchdog Agency also reporting hearing explosions near Ukraine's major nuclear power plant. That is amplifying calls for a security zone to be established around that facility.
Still ahead, Mr. Musk goes to Washington. Why the Twitter CEO visited congressional leaders. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff marked International Holocaust Remembrance Day today by visiting the site of the Auschwitz concentration camp.
Emhoff is the first Jewish spouse of a U.S. president or vice president. This trip is part of the Biden administration's push to combat anti-Semitism.
New technology is helping Holocaust survivors and their families track down photos that they didn't know even existed.
Facial recognition technology can help identify once anonymous faces in pictures. We're going to have that story for you in just a moment.
Apparently, we're having some technical difficulties with that, so we will take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Every face has a story. But in these photos from the 1940s, only 3 people are officially identified. So to most of the world, these images are a vault.
This is I, and this is Micheline.
But Blanche Fixler has the keys, unlocking almost 80 years of history with a melody. She's remembering what her roughly 10-year-old self sang at this French children's home and how she wound up there.
What do you think about when you look at that little girl?
That little girl went through hell.
Well, she made it through.
She made it through with the help of God. Only with the help of God.
Blanche Fixler survived the Holocaust with memories of terror as the Nazis hunted her Jewish family, along with millions more people. But until last year, she had no idea these photos even existed. They show Blanche soon after the war, a connection made thanks to From Numbers to Names, an organization which says it uses artificial intelligence to identify people. The AI takes photos people upload online and compares them to established digital collections, including from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and Israel's Yad Vashem Museum. From Numbers to Names ran this photo of a young Blanche through its facial recognition program. The search turning up a pair of images appearing to show the same little girl, but in these photos, she's nameless. Then Blanche took a look.
I recognized myself right away.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a photo with just one name listed online has a longer caption, a deeper history.
And here is Rabbi Mintz, and here is my aunt, and here is my cousin Ruth.
What was that like to realize he had found you?
Well, it was very emotional, but you know what? I never got over the fact of not having a mother. Never, never. Till this day. Till this day. Yeah.
Can't replace that.
It was not the same.
Blanche says her mother, brother, and sister were all murdered by the Nazis. Her father fled their native Poland and headed east. So Blanche's aunt watched over her, hiding the roughly 6-year-old in a bed, moving her to an orphanage, helping her flee the country. This technology has unlocked fresh details from the darkest of times for Hollywood star Josh Gad and his family, too. Gad now has a photo of his great-grandmother who was killed in the Holocaust, someone whose face he had never seen.
You've heard of Sarah Rosenberg, but to see her, what does that do?
It was elation, sadness, a feeling, an overwhelming feeling of closure.
Gad says another tracked down image is a clearer version of a photo showing his grandmother.
Having this big yellow star on her that you could see with such, again, clarity. That was equally painful. That was equally emotional.
Gad is sharing his family's story in interviews and across social media at a time when he says Holocaust education is so important, with anti-Semitism festering. We tested the technology ourselves using my own family photo of my grandfather, Jack Kirsch, a Jewish-American prisoner of war held by the Nazis. These were the 10 most likely suggestions from the AI. Unfortunately, none of them a match.
It wouldn't make sense for my grandfather to have been in these settings.
But From Numbers to Names expects there may be millions more photos out there still unanalyzed. The innovation is opening up more memories that are emotional, but also hard evidence that Holocaust deniers cannot brush aside.
A picture is
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
We are awaiting the sentencing of two men charged with assaulting Capitol Police officers during the January 6th riot. One of the officers they attacked was 42-year-old Brian Sicknick. He died after suffering 2 strokes the following day. While the medical examiner says Sicknick died of natural causes, the physician also told the Washington Post the Capitol assault played a role in his death. More than 24 Capitol officers came down to the courthouse for today's sentencing.
A woman and 2 men got stuck in a gaping sinkhole on Long Island, New York on Thursday. The woman who was on her way to work was the first one to be trapped in the hole. Then the 2 men got stuck trying to save her. Nobody was hurt in the end. It's not clear why the sinkhole appeared, though heavy rain may have played a role.
Comedian Jay Leno on the mend again after being hurt in a motorcycle crash. The 72-year-old says he broke his collarbone, 2 ribs, and he cracked a kneecap when he was knocked off of his bike last week. In November, Leno, we remember, suffered 3rd-degree burns while he was working on a vintage car. Despite the injuries, Leno says he's okay and working this weekend. There's new evidence today in the double murder trial of a former South Carolina lawyer.
Alec Murdaugh is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. The jury heard testimony today from one of the detectives who interviewed Murdaugh after the murders. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is at the trial in South Carolina for us. Katie, what's the jury hearing in court today about the night of the murders?
Well, Kate, prosecution certainly is hammering questions about the clothing Alec Murdaugh was wearing when first responders arrived. It has been said over and over again on the stand that that clothing had no blood on it whatsoever, and no blood on Alec Murdaugh was observed as well. The point they are making today is if he in fact did check for signs of life on his wife and son, as he told investigators he did, even going as far as to say he turned his son Paul over from being face down to check for a pulse. Why wasn't there blood on him? They are actually using this as a piece of the prosecution's case, which had previously been used by defense attorneys as defense. He doesn't have any blood on him. If he had done this crime, he would have been covered from head to toe in blood. But prosecutors are questioning why, if in fact he had checked for signs of life, there was no sign of blood on him. Here's what they had to say.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
In that same line of questioning, a witness was asked, did it look like those clothes could have just come out of the laundry? And her answer, yes.
Katie, Alec Murdaugh has more than 100 charges against him at this point, separate from this case, right? Are there any ties, any connections, or those incidents coming up at all during arguments?
They haven't introduced that evidence yet, Aaron. We expect later in the trial they will, because that evidence speaks to motive, right? The prosecution has said from the beginning the reason behind these killings is the fact that he did it for sympathy and distraction from this mountain of financial crimes that were becoming exposed, that his life was becoming unraveled. This was the perfect storm that came to a head. That's what prosecutors are arguing. So we expect that they're going to have to paint that picture by telling the jury about some of these financial crime allegations as well, some of which Alec Murdaugh has already pled guilty to. There are quite a few, and we're talking about millions and millions of dollars of fraud and embezzlement here.
Katie Beck for us in South Carolina. Katie, thank you.
Federal investigators say thousands of practicing healthcare workers are not who they say they are.
They claim schools in Florida sold phony nursing diplomas in a years-long scam with far-reaching consequences. NBC's Stephen Romo reports.
Shocking allegations, a $100 million scheme selling thousands of nursing diplomas, now called fake by federal prosecutors.
Our healthcare professionals play an important role in our public health system. We therefore expect our healthcare professionals to be who they claim they are.
More than 24 people, a group of school administrators and recruiters, have been accused in a wire fraud operation to sell phony nursing degrees, creating what prosecutors describe as a shortcut around educational requirements set by the state nursing boards.
They prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to sit for nursing board examinations.
The investigation, known as Operation Nightingale, feds issued warrants in 5 states and say that 3 schools were involved, all in Florida: Sacred Heart Institute, Siena College of Health, and Palm Beach School of Nursing. All 3 institutions have since shut down, so efforts to reach them were unsuccessful. But federal investigators allege between 2016 and 2021, more than 7,600 students obtained fake degrees, paying out about $15,000 each, for a total of $114 million.
These allegedly fraudulent documents may have allowed nurses to serve in critical healthcare roles.
More disturbing, authorities estimate about a third of the people that received fake diplomas, or nearly 2,300 people, are actually practicing nursing right now.
We have not learned of nor uncovered any evidence of patient harm stemming from these individuals potentially providing services to patients.
The DOJ says this isn't just about the training of those nurses involved, but the public's potential loss of trust in the healthcare industry.
When we take an injured son or daughter to a hospital emergency room, we don't expect, really cannot imagine, that the licensed practical nurse or registered nurse treating our child took a shortcut around educational and licensing requirements.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A top House Democrat has a new resolution aiming to crack down on artificial intelligence programs like ChatGPT. And get this, he used ChatGPT to write it. So here's what he typed. You are Congressman Ted Lieu. Write a comprehensive congressional resolution generally expressing support for Congress to focus on AI. The measure wants Congress to make sure AI is developed and used safely. Congressman Lieu is also asking for a nonpartisan commission to come up with regulations.
Twitter CEO Elon Musk is making the rounds in Washington. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy tells NBC News Musk met with a group of House Republicans in his office today. The Biden administration also confirms that he stopped by the White House. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now. Garrett, I'm sure you've been tracking Musk's movements today. What do we know about his meetings today, and do we know anything about the subject?
Well, Kate, we've been trying. Musk and Speaker McCarthy go back a long ways. They've been allies going back to McCarthy's, tenure as a regular California congressman, talking about Silicon Valley issues, tech issues. And in this case, Musk was on Capitol Hill largely to talk about his ownership of Twitter, which is going to figure prominently in some of the major investigations that House Republicans have lined up. But he also met briefly with the top Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries. Here's how Speaker McCarthy described the general thrust of Musk's meetings on Capitol Hill today.
We talked about making sure Twitter is fair on all sides. He wants to have a level playing field for everybody to have a voice. He's really defending the First Amendment, and we had a really good discussion.
We didn't hear from Musk himself in that visit to Capitol Hill today, Kate, but I don't know that that will always be the case. Again, Twitter is kind of central to a number of the investigations House Republicans want to conduct. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Musk called as a witness at some point in the not too distant future.
Yeah, Twitter's also what everyone on Capitol Hill uses to communicate right now.
True.
The White House, he was also there. The White House confirmed that he was stopped by. Do we know what that meeting was about?
Now, this was about his other business, Tesla. I mean, the White House has been a major player here, really pushing for the adoption of electric vehicles. Remember, that was a big part of the infrastructure bill. There's elements to do with semiconductors and chips and the Chips and Science Act. A lot of that dovetails with what Tesla has been doing in the electric car industry for some time. So he met with folks in the Biden administration who are focused on infrastructure, focused on the adoption of electric vehicles, electric vehicle batteries. Two very different sets of meetings about two very different issues. that's Musk's portfolio, and in a lot of ways, he's right in the middle of all these different conversations going on simultaneously here in the nation's capital, Kate.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you.
Next week marks 20 years since the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster, and as we approach that day, NASA is remembering not only the 7 astronauts killed on board, but also all who have died during decades of space exploration. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
All 7 astronauts on board Columbia died, just like the 7 who were on board the Space Shuttle Challenger and the 3 who were on board Apollo 1. You know, we usually focus on the next mission and the milestone, returning to the moon, landing on Mars, but NASA is now pausing to remember the 17 astronauts who have died over the years reaching for the heavens.
By the dawn's early light.
From the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to Arlington National Cemetery, a poignant tribute to the men and women who gave their lives as America reached for the stars.
It is a day for us to remember not only these wonderful people, but also for us to remember the lessons.
It was 1967 when the crew of Apollo 1 was caught in a flash fire inside their space capsule.
The accident occurred at Cape Kennedy.
Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee all died.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
The Space Shuttle Challenger exploded on a cold morning in 1986. Dick Scobie, Judith Resnick, Michael Smith, Allison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, Ronald McNair, and teacher Krista McAuliffe were all killed.
There are reports that the Space Shuttle Columbia has indeed exploded over Dallas, Texas.
17 years later, Columbia was lost as it returned to Earth. On board, William McCool, Michael Anderson, David Brown, Kalpana Chawla, Laurel Clark, Elon Ramon, and Commander Rick Husband.
It's been tough. Every time Laura and Matthew have a milestone in their life, it breaks my heart Rick's not there to share that. It really does.
The past 20 years have been a parallel train track of joy and grief.
In all 3 accidents, investigators found human error played a role.
I absolutely did not want to become bitter. That's not going to bring the crew back.
Today's NASA leaders insist the crews and what they accomplished will never be forgotten.
We must not let the lessons of Apollo 1, Challenger, and Columbia show up in another investigation report.
Think about my dad every day, but it's not always a sad day or a sad thought.
So life goes on. We're good. I'm glad I know where he's at, and I don't worry about that. But they were moms and dads and husbands, and they lived a very balanced, loving life with their families here in Houston. And so that's the memory that I want to remain.
Imagine losing your husband, your wife, your father, your mother, your child, and losing them in such a public way with the whole world watching. But the family said they also felt the embrace and the love of the country, and to this day they receive emails and letters from people who just want to send them a hug. Back to you.
Tom, thank you. Up next, the gift of life, why a long-standing restriction on certain blood donations may soon change. More NBC News Daily right after this.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Well, in today's mental health check, February is right around the corner, and for many people, that means an end to dry January. But what if you don't want to call it quits just yet? Today, we have an expert here with advice to help you stay on track beyond dry January. Here with me now is family and clinical psychologist, Dr. Jennifer Hartstein. Good to see you again.
Hi, nice to
Thanks
be
for being
here.
here in person. It's nice. So I was telling you during the commercial, I have been doing dry January, and I'm counting the days down to the end of January. But if we want to stay on track, at least mostly on track, what are some tips to kind of keep it going all the way through the year?
Although, you know, I think the first thing we have to do is figure out, why did we do dry January to begin with, right? I mean, I think, what was the motivation that brought you there? Why are you doing it? And then you can kind of be like, okay, I might want to keep that motivation. What changes came with it? You and I were talking about, you sleep better, you're feeling better, and maybe that's something you want to continue with. And then, like, what are the benefits to me? If I'm feeling good, is it worth continuing this? And then that helps us recommit to the thing that we are already committed to.
Yeah, I think the way I'm feeling about it is it does feel good. I don't know that I'm going to be 100% dry for the rest of the year, but I can see doing a lot less drinking.
And reduction is just as good, right? If it's making you more mindful of what you've been doing before, reducing it is actually just as powerful.
How do you stick to it? What are your tips for persisting?
for persisting, it's hard. So I like to think of it in kind of three ways, right? First, we just have to recommit. It's the recommit, it's the recommit, it's the recommit, right? If I have a long-term goal, what am I doing to stay committed to that? And how do I can maybe every day have to recommit, maybe every week, maybe every month, whatever that looks like. I want to stay connected to what that goal is. What's my motivation? Why am I doing that? Reevaluating that, and then knowing that I'm not going to be perfect. It's not going to be exactly as I imagine it. Yeah. I might have a drink, I might make a mistake, and that's okay. Just start again.
Yeah, I confess to you that I fell off the wagon one night. I was singing. I'm a singer. And I was singing in a bar, and you know, somebody handed me a whiskey, and I said, "Well, this one I can have one."
Absolutely.
It's okay.
And you started again the next day.
I went dry again the next day. But that's okay too, right? It's to kind of. I mean, is that okay to kind of?
For sure. Maybe
alternate?
It's dry-ish January, right?
Maybe
The date, right? People are saying damp January. Whatever it needs to be for you. It doesn't. What I do for January, if I did dry January, it doesn't have to look like your dry January, right? So if we make a mistake, start again like you did. You don't have to be fully abstinent, but what it does is it makes us mindful of what we're doing, and that's really important. And just like recognize it and keep moving, right? Don't beat yourself up.
Yeah. I've also found substituting drinks I really like is a really good plan.
Absolutely. Now there's a lot of non-alcoholic options too that make it easier to do.
Dr. Jennifer Hartstein, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Kate.
Well, the FDA wants to change America's blood donation guidelines, paving the way for more gay and bisexual men to participate. Doctors with the agency now say the time it's now to rethink the policy. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. Dr. John, help us understand what's happening here. Walk us through these proposed changes and how soon it would all take effect.
And Aaron, these are draft guidelines. These are proposed changes, and they're going to take comments and input over the next few weeks or months before they come out with the actual guidelines. But what they want to do here is they essentially want to make it gender neutral. So every decision here they make is based on what's happening and not on the gender. In other words, they're not going to be isolating out gay and bisexual men and saying you can't donate for a certain time period because of your sexual activities. Instead, they're going to be asking everybody about their sexual activities. And what they're going to say is, you know, if you've had a new partner within the last 3 months, if you've had multiple partners within the last 3 months, or you have had anal sex in the last 3 months, then you can't donate right now. You need to wait until you have that 3-month period of being free from all that, regardless of gender. And again, they're making it so they're not isolating out a certain group. And that is good because that has been a criticism they've received lately. And a lot of organizations, the American Medical Organization, the American Red Cross have all said, you know, we need to get away from that. We need to go ahead and make it so it is everybody getting asked the same questions and everybody looked at in the same way when it comes to blood donations, Aaron.
So we know that this sort of dates back to the restriction dated back to the AIDS epidemic and trying to sort of make sure they were understood what was happening with the blood supply. Why is the FDA making this proposal to happen now?
So there's two reasons. One is that they need blood because of COVID. Blood donations went down, and periodically we have blood supply issues. And if they do this, they estimate 2 to 4% more increase in blood donations. That's 350 to 600,000 pints a year. On top of that, policy is finally catching up to science.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Okay, every Super Bowl party has at least one person who is more interested in the commercials than the actual game.
Probably more than one person, right? And as usual, companies are getting creative with how they grab our attention. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung gives us a sneak peek at what's in store this year.
Hey there. Before we even know who's playing on Super Bowl Sunday, top brands are already drumming up anticipation for their biggest stage. The game is expected to generate a record $450 million in ad spending. Now, by dropping these expertly crafted teasers, ad agencies are hoping it will drive up excitement.
Fans have come to expect supersized ads for the Super Bowl.
Oh, don't judge me, Anton.
But this year, big brands are shelling out even bigger bucks, with 30-second spots going for a record $7 million.
Getting 100 million eyeballs on your ad at one time is so valuable, and that's what drives the cost. There's no other event during the year that measures up to it.
In a trend that's continued to grow, a who's who of A-list stars has been tapped for the campaigns.
You know, I've been waiting to collab.
Rappers Jack Harlow and Missy Elliott are collaborating on an ad for Doritos.
Is it true about the love triangle?
Maybe.
While Meghan Trainor is popping Pringles.
I'm not gonna flood it.
Breaking Bad's Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul are reuniting for Frito-Lay's Popcorners.
That, to my ear, sounds distinctly like flooding.
And Ozzy Osbourne is dusting off his acting skills for software company Workday.
Which one of you wants a piercing?
Some brands are leaning into nostalgia, which ad agencies say plays to a wider audience. John Travolta will reprise his role of Danny Zuko for T-Mobile, performing the iconic number Summer Nights, along with Scrubs co-stars Zach Braff and Donald Faison. And Michelob Ultra is running a Caddyshack-inspired campaign, starring Serena Williams, Succession's Brian Cox, and Tony Romo.
Young,
Cinderella story happening right in front of our eyes.
For the first time in more than 30 years, Anheuser-Busch will no longer be the exclusive alcohol advertiser for the big game, opening the door to competitors like Heineken and Crown Royal.
No way.
M&M's is replacing their spokes candies with Maya Rudolph for their Super Bowl ads.
I love M&M's, and you and I love me.
The comedian stepping in following the far-right media backlash last year, after the company swapped their female M&M's high heels with more sensible shoes. Downy Unstoppables is taking a different approach, keeping their star a secret.
It's pretty obvious who you are. Hush your mouth, Super Bowl puppy. You don't know me.
While FanDuel is betting big on a familiar face, four-time Super Bowl champ Rob Gronkowski.
What the heck is Kick of Destiny?
The retired tight end will attempt to kick a field goal live during the ad.
Wait, I don't kick, I catch.
Brands emptying the playbook to keep viewers in their seats and hoping to score big.
We mentioned the cost of the ad buys themselves, but add to those budgets 7- and 8-figure salaries for big-name directors and actors, and you have got a lot of money on the line here. Back to you.
I'm waiting for it. Let's close with some other trending stories right now.
One lucky private collector has just secured a piece of basketball history, LeBron James's game-worn jersey from Game 7 of the 2013 NBA Finals, just sold for $3.7 million. This is the third most valuable game-worn jersey ever sold at Sotheby's. The highest ever? Michael Jordan, of course, his jersey from the '98 Finals.
Do they wash them before they sell them? I'm just asking.
No, better not.
Okay, a new discovery shedding light on one of the largest dinosaurs ever. Paleontologists have unearthed hundreds of eggs in India belonging to titanosaurs. That's a species that ranged from 23 to 85 feet long. You know this one?
Big boy.
Researchers from the University of New Delhi say the eggs reveal new details about the titanosaur and its reproductive strategies.
And here's an age-old question. Is there life on Mars? Well, this new image of the planet that NASA just tweeted yesterday looks like the face of a bear. Absolutely. You can judge for yourself there. I think we agree. This image was taken by a high-resolution camera on board NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter.
And a moment of celebration, commemoration on Wall Street yesterday. Children and staff from Big Brothers Big Sisters of America rang the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. That ceremony in honor of 119 years of service. They've been around since 1904. Creating and supporting one-on-one mentoring relationships across America for children ages 5 and older. I know about this because I'm on the board of Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Great organization.
Great stuff. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If it's Friday, policing in America once again in the spotlight as Memphis mourns the death of Tyree Nichols and braces for the release of police body camera footage that family members, lawyers, the police chief, the head of the FBI are all calling horrific. Plus, the race to run the Republican National Committee, the latest power struggle inside the GOP, as the conservative party grapples with its future, its identity, and the influence of former President Trump. Plus, the shocking new footage released today showing the moment an assailant broke into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco home and brutally attacked her husband with a hammer. How you doing? Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I would say happy Friday, but this is not going to be a happy day. I'm Chuck Todd here in Washington. We're going to begin with the latest out of Memphis as the city and the country brace for the release of body camera footage that's going to show the traffic stop and beating of Tyree Nichols by 5 now former police officers who have been charged with second-degree murder. The video is scheduled to be released to the public at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. Nichols was 29 years old, an avid skateboarder. He was a father. He worked for FedEx, big part of the Memphis fabric, by the way, and was remembered as a near-perfect son by his mother. On January 7th, police initiated a traffic stop on Nichols. He was subsequently beaten, and he would die in the hospital 3 days later. Details about what actually happened in the incident have been very slow to be disclosed by officials. But here's what we do know at this time. As I mentioned, those 5 former police officers were charged yesterday with second-degree murder and at least 6 other assault-related charges, including aggravated kidnapping. All of them are out on bail. We've heard from Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis that officers violated their training during this interaction with Nichols. They used excessive force, and they did not provide adequate first aid. Davis told my colleague Tom Yamas today that the officers' actions were, quote, outside of humanity.
That's right. Completely next level. Completely outside of, humanity. I'm not even going to say training. I mean humanity. The mindset, and the reason why I think there is an analogy to Rodney King here is that there was this sort of element of groupthink in this instance. No one stepped outside to say, stop.
Nichols' family gave us a grim preview of what to expect from this video, describing the officers beating him with their batons, hitting him, and, quote, kicking him like he was kicking a football. In a press conference today, a lawyer for the Nichols family said that the actions taken by the police amounted to terrorism. Nichols' mother, Rovon Wells, recounted the pain of knowing her son was crying out for her during the beating multiple times.
But for me to find out that my son was calling my name and I was only feet away and did not even hear him, you have no clue how I feel right now. No clue.
Folks, it can't be overstated that every single person who has so far seen this body camera video has described how horrific they found it to be. Words that we've not seen ever used to describe other incidents. It's not just the Nichols family or lawyers, the police chief, the district attorney, and even the director of the FBI this morning.
What happened in Memphis is obviously tragic. I have seen the video myself, and I will tell you, I was appalled. I'm struggling to find a stronger word, but I will just tell you I was appalled.
As I said, the video will be released this evening. Officials expect it to prompt public protests, but they're hoping to avoid potential unrest during these protests. This afternoon, Nichols' parents once again warned about the contents of the video and pled for any protests to remain peaceful in honor of their son.
I want to say, I've never seen the video, but what I've heard is very horrific, very horrific. And any of you who have children, please don't let them see it.
We want peace. We do not want any type of uproar. We do not want any type of disturbance. We want peaceful protests. That's what the family wants. That's what the community wants.
Joining me now is Antonia Hilton, who's been on the ground in Memphis for the better part of this week. Antonia, all the officers are out on bail. Is that surprising?
To many people in this community, it is incredibly surprising. Black communities in Memphis, but frankly across this country, Chuck, are surprised by the pace of all of this and the consequences that these officers are now facing. They're grateful for them, but in some ways, the pace of all this, the swiftness with which they were first fired, not put on paid administrative leave, but fired, and then the range of the charges, from official misconduct to oppression to aggravated kidnapping to, most importantly, second-degree murder, the main charge that people kept telling me they wanted to see these officers face. It raises questions about why in the past these kinds of investigations, these kinds of consequences have not moved so quickly. The community here and, again, in communities across the country are much more accustomed to begging and pleading. Right. They sometimes wait months to see videos, not a matter of weeks. And so it raises a whole host of questions for people about what the new standard is going to be now. So if this is what officials are able to do, they're going to come out and they're going to talk to reporters like me, like Tom Yamas, and everyone else at NBC who's been here on the ground, and they're going to be forthcoming with information. Why haven't they done that in the past? And they want to make sure that's what they're going to do in the future. I think we have a clip of a bit of Tom's conversation with the Memphis police chief, Davis, and people have shouted her out. They've been grateful for her transparency, but it also means that's what's going to have to happen going forward, Chuck.
Yeah, Antonio, I'm actually playing a much more extended version of that interview after you and I are done with this hit, so we're going to hold off on that clip part because we have a longer version of it. But I was hoping you could tell me a little bit more about the conversations you've had with the family of Tyre Nichols, and frankly, you know, what you've learned about Tyre, the human being.
You know, Tyre was loved by so many people here, and he was a father. He was a skateboarder. He loved photography and sunsets. A social person, by all accounts, a really kind person who cared a lot about his city and his community. He worked at FedEx. His father also worked at FedEx. His family was kind of in a routine together, and his mother always looked forward to seeing her son and her husband come back from the same job and then spend time together at home. So this has been, you know, heartbreaking, of course, for everybody who knew and loved him, but you know, so many people in Memphis see themselves in Tyre, or they see their sons, their nephews, their cousins in Tyre. I actually happened to be here working on another education-related story here in Memphis days ago, and started talking to young kids. I mean, little students who know about what's happened here, who are talking about it in their classrooms right now. And so this is, we haven't seen the video yet, and it's sending those kinds of shockwaves through the community, and of course across the country. In fact, President Biden called the family not long ago for about 20 minutes, extending his condolences, talking to the mom about how special their son was. And so, you know, I think the hope from the family is that so much of the good that Tyre brought to the world is going to be at the forefront of people's minds, but that's not going to take away from the demands for accountability, the attention onto this police unit, and questions from the officials as, you know, of course, things proceed now.
Well, and frankly, those questions belong in Washington with all the leaders that have stood by talking about doing something but not getting anything done. Clearly, we've said there are institutional and cultural issues in police departments across America. How many more incidents do we need before that is taken up as a federal issue? Antonia Hilton, really appreciate your reporting on the ground there in Memphis. And as you brought up, and as I noted earlier, Tom Yamas had an extensive back and forth with the Memphis police chief. And I want to play a longer excerpt of it here. He began by asking her about the timing of the release of the video for this evening.
We know the response sometimes from videos that have a tendency to incite emotion and even anger. And what we wanted to do was think in terms of, you know, the impact it would have on the community, the impact it would have on business, the impact it would have on rush hour, our school system. So we thought Friday afternoon, Friday evening would be a good time to release it, to try to get people home, try to have our children safe, and have a means of being able to manage any type of response.
If I can ask you to go back to the first time you saw that video, if you can describe in one word, what was it like?
Horrific, alarming, disappointing, sad.
How would you describe the energy of the officers that pulled over Tyre Nichols?
On a scale of 1 to 10, they were at a 10.
Is that not police protocol?
No, it's not police protocol. I've been in this business for 36 years, and a lot of the aggression and, you know, the approach was over the top. And I think that's sort of what, you know, we're trying to figure out. That's still ambiguous to us.
From the get-go then?
Right.
This
What
was
caused
bad.
that? Yes, from the get-go.
And
this
then
was bad.
it just escalates from there?
It escalates from there.
From the get-go, the protocol wasn't followed.
Right.
Talk to me about what happens next, because the family has described their son being kicked like a football. We have heard comparisons to Rodney King. And when you hear attorneys for the family, they talk about just a brutal beatdown.
Absolutely.
Is that all true?
Yes, it is. It is true, and as I said before, it's hurtful. I had an opportunity to speak with the family, and this was right before they viewed the video, and I wanted to let them know ahead of time that this video is going to be hurtful, it's going to be painful for you to see this, and it may not answer your questions. It just may cause you to ask more questions. Why?
Did you have to apologize to Tyre Nichols' family? I mean, how do you have that conversation?
You naturally say, I am so sorry. You know, and that wasn't just from a police chief, that was from someone who felt her pain, who felt her loss. And, you know, words can be empty sometimes. That's why it was important for me not just to deliver condolences or apologies or I'm sorry. You know, what I wanted to deliver for this family at least was that first step of justice for them, to quickly deal with these officers within the scope of my power and to help facilitate this movement to the DA's office as well. It was obvious to me that what I saw was beyond the scope of what is condoned in this police department and any department that I've ever worked in before, and something that was not a proud moment.
The family's described him as being put up, and then he slumps down again. He's put up, they yell some curse words at him, he slumps again. Did you witness all this? I mean, was Tyre Nichols beaten to a pulp where he was completely unconscious and then the abuse sort of almost continued afterwards?
Well, you know, and now I'm going with recollection. There were times when he was laying. There were times when he was sat up. There were times when he was mumbling and saying words. But it was obvious that he was not in control of his physical self.
And there was no sense of urgency to get this man help?
In my mind, there was not.
You can see more of Tom's interview tonight on Top Story with Tom Yamas. That'll be live from Memphis. I want to bring in Mark Claxton. He's a retired New York NYPD detective and director of the Black Law Enforcement Alliance. Mark, I think what's been remarkable about this story has been essentially the police department has made the decision, let's let the public see the video, then we're going to fill in the details about the traffic stop, because it's remarkable how little we actually know of what happened. It's almost as if everybody wants to wait, let us see it for ourselves, and then perhaps questions that people may have, including a weapon, no weapon, what was the impetus, all those things. What do you make of how this has been handled so far?
Well, I think it's clear, and even based on the interview you just showed, that Chief Davis has really established and set a clear tone and tenor and has established a particular tempo to this investigation that goes outside of what is normally a police investigation and has proceeded at this point into a prosecutor's investigation. So clearly the decision has been made that based on the egregiousness of whatever evidence, video evidence that everyone has seen and we've heard about, the decision's been made to proceed at a kind of an expedited pace. And they're comfortable with this pace and comfortable that all of the questions that may come as a result of the release of the video have been in some way addressed prior to its release. And they think that is a good strategy moving forward. One, it shows that there is a major openness and honesty and integrity into the process, and they're hoping to instill that in people and also prepare people for the worst before they have to have deeper discussions about what actually is contained in that video evidence.
I think that you sort of alluded to it, and this is which is normally it seemed, when I say normally, when we've dealt with these before, there's always some internal investigation before it's handed off to a prosecutor if it's deemed an actual crime is committed here. It doesn't appear to be there was any of that, and as you said, do you think perhaps we've set a new standard that we will no longer see? You know, Chief Davis made a decision to be very public here. Not every chief would do that.
Well, knowing the law enforcement community as well as I know it, I can tell you that traditions and the manner in which they operate and proceed, especially in cases such as this, are going to be resilient and stubborn to change and resistant to change. So I'm sure people are appreciative of this level of openness that we're experiencing. But I think people will be wise not to expect or anticipate that there will be some precedent that the other law enforcement entities and agencies have to adhere to, because that's simply not the case. And that in part is the problem that we face. There is a lack of national standardization in as far as police conduct, training, and even investigating these type of incidents.
Many times these incidents have involved white police officers and African-American victims. This is a case where it's African-American officers and an African-American victim. What does that, what does that mean to you? What does that tell you? And what do you think that has, what kind of impact do you think that has had on how this investigation has gone?
What it should say to you is that these type of incidents, these kind of police interactions that lead to avoidable or unnecessary fatalities is much less about color or complexion and much more a result of the severe toxicity that exists in modern day policing. And let's be clear, racism and race always has an involvement in law enforcement, always has and continues to have significant involvement in law enforcement. But it's important that we identify what causes these deaths, these unnecessary fatalities, these interactions, these avoidable deaths, is toxic police culture, which subsumes all other, it subsumes color, race, ethnicity. It's toxic police culture, which of course sometimes can be fed by racism.
I wanted to sort of stay on this topic. These officers were part of something that was called the Scorpion Unit. And the reason it had the name Scorpion, it was an acronym for Street Crimes Operation to Restore Peace in Our Neighborhoods. Just trying to come up with an acronym that uses the word scorpion doesn't seem to automatically tell me people are interested in peace.
Not necessarily, but I don't think you have to place too much emphasis on the acronym itself, and recognize that these type of units exist in police agencies across the nation under different names and monikers. And oftentimes what happens is if they have an incident that they're trying to run away from, they'll just change the moniker or the acronym for the agency, for the entity within the police department, and continue business as usual. Even recently, much discussion has been about the reinstitution of what's called street crime unit in New York City, for example. And the key part of reinstituting or reconstituting that unit was increasing the level of accountability and dramatically increasing the level of supervision and reporting requirements for those plainclothes units, because they operate quite differently than the men and women in uniform handling day-to-day calls.
Right. Mark Claxton, appreciate you coming on and sharing your expertise with us. It's very helpful to the conversation. Good to talk to you.
Chuck.
You got it. Coming up, the race to run the Republican National Committee, it just wrapped up. I'm going to talk to a Republican congressman about what he thinks it means for his party's future. We're going to talk about some other stuff, too, because he's also calling for a sweeping ban on TikTok, not just government devices. We're talking not downloading at all in America. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. That is the chair of the RNC. Moments ago, Republicans, members of the Republican National Committee, re-elected Ronna McDaniel to another term, leading the party. A challenge from committee member Harmeet Dillon fell far short on the first ballot. McDaniel's victory comes despite a push for new blood in party leadership from many corners of the party, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Joining me now live from the RNC meeting in Orange County is our own Vaughn Hilliard. And Vaughn, this is a case where the conventional wisdom was right. I think the most remarkable thing to me is that Ronna McDaniel was up against Fox News commentators, Ron DeSantis, Charlie Kirk, you know, the loudest voices in the activist room, the loudest voices on TV, and that didn't seem to have much of an impact.
No, and that's even after a secret ballot. And that was kind of the question that we had over the last 24 hours, Chuck, was whether there were folks who were quietly full of discontent, unhappy with the fact that the party didn't win the Senate majority. They lost the White House in 2020 and only narrowly won the House, despite, in the last cycle, raising $400 million and spending $400 million, whether they would then come in with their secret ballots, even after giving a head nod to Ronna McDaniel, and vote for Harmeet Dillon. What the results show us is that that didn't happen. Ronna McDaniel pulled off about 2/3 of the vote. Harmeet Dillon pulled off just 51 votes out of 168. And so that's kind of the question that I'm now beginning to pose to some of the folks who are allies of Harmeet Dillon. You mentioned Charlie Kirk. I asked him right before the vote came out, I said, what if Ronna McDaniel does win? To what extent are you concerned about being embraced by the party that clearly you have been outspoken and pushing back against? And he told me that hopefully they listen to us. And that is kind of the question going forward here, because Harmeet Dillon was allies with the likes of Carrie Lake, who was here the other night, as her surrogate. I mean, she's been the lawyer for the likes of Project Veritas, right? She's sort of to the right of where even MAGA is at here, but yet is there questions about fundraising? Some of her allies, there's a conservative radio personality here who was right before the vote came down, said, you know, warned that fundraising would dry up for the RNC if Ronna McDaniel won again, because they asked donors to come and donate big this last go around and they didn't come up with too much. And so the question is here going forward is there kind of a grassroots part of this party that looks to the outside instead of looking at the party establishment?
Well, in many ways, Vaughn, we have already noticed that, right? Club for Growth is in some ways spent more money in Senate races than the RNC did. You know, we're sort of watching this party fracture on the media front, on the candidate front, and now apparently on the donor front. Anyway, it would be fascinating to follow. Vaughn Hilliard, I'm telling you, there's more stories behind you. Go find them. It'll be fascinating. As always, sir, thank you. Joining me now is Colorado Republican Congressman Ken Buck. I mostly want to talk to you about tech and what you're doing there, but you're a former state party chair. You're an elected Republican. I'm curious, from 30,000 feet, what message is being sent to the party that after a disappointing midterms, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Ronna McDaniel, Donald Trump, the same leadership of the party is essentially still leading the party? Does that give you comfort or concern?
No, it gives me comfort. I think Ronna McDaniel knows her job. I think she is raising a lot of money, and she will continue to raise a lot of money. Her job isn't a policy position, and she will support whoever the Republican presidential nominee is who wins the primaries. She's also responsible for helping state parties. And I could tell you, as the former chair of the Colorado State Party, she did an unbelievably good job of helping us fund Cory Gardner's campaign and President Trump's campaign. We weren't successful in either, but it wasn't a lack of effort from the RNC.
Do you think some of these louder voices that were behind the candidacy of Harmeet Dillon just don't understand how the RNC works?
No, I think there's always going to be in the Republican Party conflict. There's always going to be people who are not satisfied without 100% win, and even if they get 100% win, they're still not going to be satisfied. So it doesn't bother me. To me, it's a healthy political process to have a primary, a healthy political process to have opposition.
One more piece of politics I want to get off. This has to do with House Republicans. Earlier this week, I spoke with Victoria Spartz, your colleague from Indiana. She went on the floor of the House and really sort of condemned the idea of kicking off Ilhan Omar off of committees, that basically that the tit for tat, she thought two wrongs don't make a right. I'm curious where you are on this. Do you think, you know, this is something that should be done, and do you think the tit for tat is healthy?
I don't. I think that Nancy Pelosi ruined this institution. I think she ruined it in a lot of different ways, and one of the ways was kicking members off of committees, which hadn't been done in the past. Certainly, their own party has kicked members off committees. Steve King from Iowa, for example, was removed from committee assignments by Republicans, but that hasn't happened with the other party. She determined who would get on the January 6th commission, and put 2 Republicans on that committee. So I think that we should not engage in this tit for tat. I am opposed to the selection or the removal of Congresswoman Omar from committees. I have a little bit less certainty about Congressman Schiff and Swalwell on intelligence, just because it's a little bit different than a regular committee, but I'm going to think through that and make a decision.
Well, that's a speaker's prerogative. That's not a vote. The one where you have a say is on Ilhan Omar, and you're saying you'll vote against that resolution.
I am saying that I have a loud voice, and you know, whether it is that or others, I will. So when the Democrats appoint someone to the Intelligence Committee, typically the Republican speaker has accepted that.
Right.
To not accept that, I think there has to be a very good explanation.
Let me move to why we originally invited you. We talk about these TikTok bans, and I think a lot of people don't quite understand what they are. The state bans are not bans. People in Oklahoma can still use TikTok. It's people that use a device that the state government pays for that they can't use TikTok. Explain how your ban, you're calling for a full ban. How do you pull that off?
So originally, Senator Hawley and I wanted to ban devices on government phones. President Trump actually did that by executive order. Now we are introducing legislation that would ban TikTok in this country as long as it's owned by the Communist Chinese Party. We will not tolerate them gathering intelligence on our young people to use in a future cyber war. And so it is really important that we first educate Americans about the dangers of buying this kind of a product from China, and secondly, seek to ban them. Now, I think competition is great, and I think that having TikTok competing with Facebook is exactly what we need in this country. But we want to make sure that it's an American-owned company, or at least that we have some certainty that the data that is created by these users is kept in this country without any access from the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, what you're describing, and I've been down this road with the owners of TikTok, that's what they claim they've created with Oracle, that Oracle is going to own the data. Is that enough, or do you think a full divestment of ByteDance is what's necessary here?
Well, I think there needs to be a separation, but I am happy to attend hearings and learn more about what they claim is happening. There are still information out there that they can seek to remove people from China, giving the order to remove people on TikTok. And so I think there's a danger, and I think it's important for us to hold hearings and pass legislation if necessary.
I don't mean to pick a scab here, but I know you wanted to be the subcommittee chair of the Judiciary Committee having to do with antitrust legislation. There are reports that you're not going to be able to do that. Thomas Massie got that gavel. He's very much a libertarian, which when it comes to antitrust might mean he's total hands-off. Does that slow down this idea? Because you did seem to have some conversations with Amy Klobuchar, I think, in the Senate. Like, there's been some bipartisan discussion here. Is this slow it down, or do you think Thomas Massie will pick up this mantle?
No, I think that my good friend, Thomas Massie, will oppose antitrust legislation. He's voted against it in committee in the past, and he is ideologically opposed to the bills that we have introduced. However, it isn't the only way to move forward on this, and we're going to explore all possibilities to make sure that we protect the American people from these big tech companies.
But realistically, this does seem to slow things down, at least on your side of the fence there in the Capitol.
It motivates me more to get out and get members excited about it. So I think it slows it down in one route. It opens it up in some others.
Congressman Ken Buck, Republican from Colorado. I blew it last time. I didn't realize you didn't have Greeley in your district anymore. I keep learning all the new remaps. So, it is. I got to get re-familiared with the new map there. Anyway, Congressman Buck, thanks for coming on and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you.
Still ahead. Is the global COVID emergency over? It's a question the World Health Organization is debating today as we approach the 3-year mark of the pandemic. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Despite calls for a new direction, things still look quite the same in the Republican Party. As we mentioned, all the mix have stuck around. Ronna McDaniel was just extended as RNC chair for another term. She's led the party since 2017. You have got Kevin McCarthy, who is still the leader of the House Republicans. You have Mitch McConnell, who's still leader of the Senate Republicans. The lone Republican presidential candidate is also the current frontrunner and former President Donald Trump. And he appears stronger now than he did a month ago. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Well, joining me now, NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Simone Sanders-Townsend, host of Simone on MSNBC, is here. She's also a former senior advisor to Vice President Harris. And Brendan Buck, a former advisor to Republican speakers Boehner and Ryan. He's also an NBC News contributor. So, Scott, this is one of those, and I know we in some ways weren't surprised by it, but, you know, for a party that was so disappointed in how the midterms went, they've made zero changes. None. Not at all.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think the lesson here is it's really hard to knock off an incumbent person.
Right.
Secondly, I think these are, you know, inside politics, right? These are inside games. These are about relationships. And those are the things that we can't see. So while we see the results of the election, they didn't win back the Senate. They had a lackluster showing in winning back the House majority. You know, relationships matter. And so I think that is one of the big takeaways here is that Ronna McDaniel was playing the inside game. Mm-hmm. Mitch McConnell knows how to play the inside game perhaps as well as anyone in Washington. Yeah. And Kevin McCarthy, you know, using a bunch of carrots was able to, you know, lure some of those never Kevins back over to his side.
You know, Brendan Buck, it was interesting yesterday. Ron DeSantis very rarely likes to dip his toe into anything that might blow back on him, and he did. But I thought this was sort of a low-risk move for him because it sounds like he wants to say, well, I'm not the establishment. Sure. That's you, Donald Trump.
Yeah. He's a contrarian, so I mean, I don't think that's surprising that he did that. Look, we needed to have some type of conversation, and obviously Dylan is I think a flawed challenger to McDaniel, but at least we needed to have that conversation. So hopefully this process lit a fire under her. I think Ronna McDaniel was the better choice of these two, or I guess three people who were running. But at least now she has to confront that there's a lot of people who are unhappy with the leadership that we're doing.
It is funny that the least supposed Trumpy of the three candidates was the one Donald Trump appointed.
Right, exactly.
I mean, you know, you just get...
Well, so she's stuck, right?
Yeah.
And all of them are stuck. Like, it is, and I very much believe this.
By the way, longest serving chair in history of the Republican Party.
And yet doesn't really know what direction we want to go because she's stuck in this position of we can't live with Donald Trump and we can't live without Donald Trump. And that's probably the biggest problem that she faced, but also her opponents were facing.
Well, and let's be realistic. Harmeet Dillon was not Lee Zeldin, okay?
No.
And I think part of the issue is, and we see it with the DNC too, being the head of the RNC and DNC ain't what it used to be.
No, it's not, and I think it's very, I mean, look, Jamie Harrison is in a very different position than Ronna McDaniel is, right? Because the president of the United States is currently a Democrat.
Right.
So he does not have as much leeway, if you will.
But how powerful did Tom Perez feel?
Well,
right? And I don't mean that, no disrespect
Perez.
to Tom Perez. It's just the nature of these jobs now, I think.
Well, I think it depends on who is doing the job and how and what kind of relationships, to Scott's point, and influence that they have. I agree with you that the flawed challenger is the best way to describe Dylan's challenge to Ronna McDaniel. But the reality is, I think a lot of people were thinking about, people forget, the parties, their main job, the RNC's main job this cycle is going to be to administer a primary process to choose their presidential candidate. Yeah. That is the job. And you need a chair and officers who understand the job and can get it done.
What I want to know is, does Kevin McCarthy really want to be, it's normally the Speaker of the House, if that's the party is chair of the convention? Good luck being chair of this convention. Brendan Buck, I want to ask you a little bit of news there from Ken Buck. No relation, I assume.
No relation.
Okay.
No.
Who said he was not going to vote for the resolution to kick off Ilhan Omar off of committee. You know, we're doing our own little whip count here. It sounds like McCarthy didn't have the votes for this.
Yeah, I think what a lot of these members are finding is the things that they demanded from Kevin McCarthy actually doesn't have the support of 218 votes in the House. And maybe they'll be okay with that, but this is not the only example. They talked about bringing up the fair tax, getting rid of the income tax and replacing it with a sales tax.
I think Hakeem Jeffries would introduce that resolution, fair tax, if he wanted him to, right, Scott?
But they're realizing, you know, the House is not as conservative as they think it is. Not everyone is a Freedom Caucus member. And all these things they want, they're going to figure out. And it comes to the basic stuff of funding the government. They're probably going to realize there aren't the votes for spending cuts that they want.
I was just going to say, Scott, does this give us a hint that maybe this debt ceiling showdown is going to go down with a whimper, that there really isn't, it's a smaller group inside this conference that wants to fight?
It's a smaller group in the House, the Freedom Caucus members, the hardcore conservatives, but with this narrow majority, those guys do have a tremendous amount of leverage. And so, you know, if they want to shut it down, if they want to, you know, force a debt showdown, they can do it. They have the numbers based on what we know from this past speaker fight.
Yeah. I'm going to shift gears to Ron Klain versus Jeff Zients. You know them both.
Yes.
Simone. What it looks like to me is one is a super Paul in Ron Klain, who also knew how government worked. Jeff Zients, former budget director, knows everything how government works. But you never thought Jeff Zients wanted to micromanage a presidential campaign, right?
No, and I don't think he'll be doing that,
And I was just
given
gonna,
everything.
Is that what this is?
I think so. Look, Jeff Zients, very capable manager, right? He knows the numbers, well liked. I've worked with Jeff, sat through some very interesting meetings with him. Ron Klain is someone that has known the president for a very long time. Just, they're two different individuals, but also quite capable. I think Ron will be very missed in this White House. He played a lot of different roles, right? Ron Klain is somebody that could go out on television. Not only was he tweeting, he was going out on TV. He was actively involved in conversations in terms of how things are happening and getting done. Ron was not afraid to make a decision. I think Jeff Zients will be willing to make decisions, but it's very clear to me that the political side of some of the things that are happening as it relates to the president's impending presidential campaign, that will be ceded to, when it comes to the White House, folks like General Malley Dillon, currently Deputy Chief of Staff, and Anita Dunn.
And that's who, it's sort of how David Plouffe, David Axelrod, and was split, I guess, Jack Lew at some point there. Scott, though, how would progressives have reacted if Jeff Zients was chief of staff in the first 2 years versus how they're reacting today?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
I say that because Ron Klain was sort of a protector of the progressive movement.
Oh, I see.
And Jeff Zients, I think, more of a center.
Jeff Zients
left
is seen
Democrat.
more as Simone knows too well, you know, more of a manager type figure. And so, yeah, much different than Klain. Klain was very popular with the progressive wing, was in regular contact, had the relationships on Capitol Hill. Zients, I think, not so many relationships on Capitol Hill, but you know, he is a manager, and so he's going to be having a much different focus, and he'll let some of the other folks take on the political stuff.
Given that he's not a tweeter, does that mean maybe he can have sort of conversations with a McCarthy or a McConnell that maybe Klain couldn't?
It gives me a little comfort about the debt limit, which is, I think, the big issue of this year. I mean, he's a bit of a technocrat. I think he probably negotiated some of the previous debt limits that we dealt with. So he's probably someone who I think certainly also cares a lot more about the markets and understands that we need to come to a solution and may not be so concerned about what are progressives going to say if we fold, you know, a little bit over here. He probably just wants to get the job done. I think that's encouraging.
And there's nothing like a former budget director who knows how to help make sure that how the
Used to be
government is
chair of the
funded and
NEC
works.
as well. He's got a lot of economic experience.
Yes, he does. Simone, Scott, and Brendan, thank you for the time this week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend if you can. After the break, disturbing new footage of the break-in and violent assault against Paul Pelosi. It was released to the public today. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. A San Francisco court today released new audio and video of the attack against former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, that took place last October. And we're going to warn you, some of what you're about to see is pretty graphic. The new video includes the moment, captured by Capitol Police surveillance cameras, that the assailant, David Dupape, broke into Pelosi's San Francisco home. Also released today is video from police officers responding to the break-in. And that shows the moment that Paul Pelosi was brutally assaulted. Again, some viewers may find what we're about to show you disturbing, so take any precaution that you want to take. Here it is.
Yeah, it literally said in there. Hi, how you doing?
How are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey.
What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call back.
Bro,
Paul Pelosi spent roughly a week in the hospital after the attack and included a surgery to repair a skull fracture. Investigators say Dupape was targeting Nancy Pelosi, who at the time was Speaker of the House. She wasn't at home. He now faces both state and federal charges, including attempted murder and attempted kidnapping. Josh Letterman joins me now from Los Angeles. And Josh, I guess the question is, why 3 months later? Why not see that? I mean, I say this, we're going to see some disturbing video in a few hours of what happened in Memphis, and that was a 3-week, difference. Obviously, slightly different here, but why the delay?
Well, if it were up to the defense or the prosecutors, Chuck, we probably would never see the video that came out today. In fact, the public defender who is representing David Dupape just put out a statement saying that he thinks it is a terrible mistake to release this video. He thinks that it is disrespectful to Mr. Pelosi and also that it could be prejudicial against his client, David Dupape, in the defense here. But the media organizations, including NBC News, who appealed to the judge to release this information, made the point that this can't be secret only in terms of not showing this to the American people. A lot of this evidence was already played in an open public court hearing. And given some of the controversies and really conspiracy theories that have swirled around this case and assertions that potentially Paul Pelosi had known this individual before or wasn't under duress, all of that should be put to rest by the evidence that came out today, which clearly shows that he was struggling with this intruder for the control of this hammer, as well as the 911 tape that was released, where you can clearly hear that Paul Pelosi tells 911 operators he doesn't know this man who has invaded his home, tells them that this person says he's going to wait for Nancy Pelosi, and is clearly trying to signal to 911 that he needs help, even as this intruder is in his home, potentially threatening his life. So a lot more details here, Chuck, that really add to our picture of how this dramatic scene played out.
But once again, because of our distrust of so much of our institutions, this is a case where I think we had to err on the side of transparency. Everybody does these days. If you're going to get trust back, you're going to have to verify things first. Anyway, Josh Letterman, thank you for that report. Coming up, the FDA looks to change the nation's COVID vaccine strategy. But before we go to break, we want to take note that today marks the 78th year since the liberation of Auschwitz in 1945. And in honor of International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, the first Jewish spouse of an American vice president or president, visited the Nazi death camp today, attended a commemoration of its liberation while remembering those who were killed there. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. It has been nearly 3 years since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global health emergency, and both global and domestic health agencies are once again debating what the future of the fight against COVID should look like. A WHO emergency committee met behind closed doors in Geneva today to discuss whether to end the COVID global health emergency. But we likely won't hear anything on that decision until next week. Meanwhile, here in the United States, an FDA advisory committee unanimously voted to recommend that the bivalent formula targeting Omicron, currently available as booster shots, be used in all COVID vaccines. The recommendation won't go into effect unless adopted by the FDA. The advisory committee also discussed, but didn't vote on, potential changes to the vaccine schedule. On Monday, the FDA proposed simplifying the vaccination process with annual shots targeting the latest variant of the COVID virus, much like how flu shots work. Joining me now is Dr. Michael Osterholm, Director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota. Michael, it's actually good to talk with you. Normally, it's doomsday scenarios that we're talking about. So I guess the good news is, are you ready to say no pandemic, this is endemic, and this is what life is like now? Is that where we're headed?
Well, it's clear that we're over the pandemic in terms of in people's minds, but don't forget that 550 people died yesterday from COVID in this country, which if you compare that to the leading cause of cancer deaths in this country is lung cancer, and that's about 350 deaths a day. This is still extracting a price. But yes, I grant you, it's not at 3,300 deaths a day, but it is still a significant challenge.
And it does seem as if that the current variant that each different variant has at least, you tell me, it does feel as if the severity is less than it has been. Is that due to the changes in variants, or is that due to our ability to, our vaccinations? What do you say?
You know, Chuck, the honest answer is nobody knows. And we have to be very humble at this. Think about the following. While we've had the experience that you just referred to here in the United States, Japan, just as of the last 10 days, has had its highest peak of cases at any time in the pandemic. And their death rate actually exceeded anything we ever saw here in the United States during Omicron. They'd had two peaks, one in August, September, and one again just this past few weeks. And they were both caused by a variant, BA.5, that we had seen already that's exited the scene here in this country. You know, it's one of those things where it's not a seasonal virus yet. In the last 5 to 10 weeks, the epidemiology of COVID in the parts of Australia are no different than they were in the northeastern part of the United States. So I think we have a lot of unknowns yet. Yeah. We don't know what this is going to do.
Well, speaking of that unknown, when China made the decision to suddenly shift away from zero COVID, when you circulate COVID amongst 1 billion people, I guess what kind of variant should we expect? What have you seen so far? And as a researcher, what do you expect to learn from what was essentially, you know, nearly a third of the world on a different COVID schedule than the rest of us?
Well, you know, ironically, it was a year ago today that I co-published an op-ed in the New York Times, basically stating that zero COVID policy would never work in China and that Omicron would ultimately overrun it. Surely they were able to stop using their draconian measures of lockdowns with both the Delta and Alpha viruses, but they were not nearly as infectious as was Omicron. So is this not a surprise to see what's happened here? It's a tragedy in some of the darkest days of the pandemic. Will it result in new variants? I don't know that. No one knows. It's clear that the new variants that we've seen over the course of the pandemic, Alpha, which emerged in Europe, Beta and Gamma in South America and South Africa, Delta, which emerged in India, Omicron, which emerged in Africa. All of those occurred where there had not been a lot of immunity before. So you could say there's not a lot of immunity in China that surely could give us a new variant. But at this point, we don't have any evidence of that yet.
I know quite a few, I assume quite a few private institution heads have asked you for advice of what should COVID policy look like. Forget the government policy and all this stuff. If you were advising a business of a couple hundred people. What's a realistic COVID policy when it comes to testing, masking, and physical attendance by workers?
Well, let me just say at the outset, my goal is to see everyone get COVID twice a year in this country, but have it be nothing more than a common cold-like illness. That would be really a victory. So what we're trying to do right now is eliminate severe disease, hospitalizations, and deaths. And clearly those over age 50 make up the largest group where that occurs. So there, I think getting the bivalent vaccine is really important. The data are clear and compelling that that can reduce the likelihood of serious illness, hospitalizations, and deaths. If you're going to be in public places, wear a good respiratory protection, N95. And if you do get ill, make sure you get medical care immediately so that you can avail yourself to the antivirals. For many people under age 50, we have to acknowledge that this is a disease that is not likely to cause severe illness at this time, that many people are moving on with their lives and doing what they did before the pandemic. So I think really trying to protect those older people would be what I would tell any workplace right now.
Dr. Ostrom, it's good to get what I call just sort of straightforward advice without worrying about pleasing one constituency or another. It's just straightforward. Good to hear from you.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Thanks, Chuck.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. We're going to be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. I got two interesting exclusive. Congressman Jim Jordan, head of the Judiciary Committee and that special committee that they want to look at government, as well as the former Defense Secretary and head of the CIA, Robert Gates, where Russia was his main portfolio. Don't miss it. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with the country bracing for protests and demanding justice for Tyre Nichols, because in the next couple hours, we're expecting to see what's being called the appalling, the horrific, the alarming video of his death at the hands of police. What we're hearing tonight from the Memphis police chief and Nichols' family with new calls to break up the unit that stopped his car in the first place. Plus, the new reaction we're getting tonight from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi after the first footage has been released of the attack on her husband. What we're also learning from the 911 call released today. And part of my conversation with an HIV/AIDS expert on this new FDA guidance that would let some gay and bisexual men donate blood, seen as both a mark of progress and a sign of a long way to go for equity. We're getting into that controversy. Plus, and you know we got to cover this one, two big games on Sunday to decide who's headed to the Super Bowl. So we're taking you live to my home state of PA, where the fans, they are singing Fly, Eagles, Fly. And the new TV show based on a video game that has skyrocketed to the top of the charts. How The Last of Us could be upending what we know about the TV business right now. That's later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and listen, we have not seen the kind of thing that we are seeing tonight, with the nation on edge, Memphis holding its breath, and officials all but coming out outright and saying that the footage set to be released tonight is so bad, it is so horrific, that it is basically inevitable that people will have to protest from it. That's why they're waiting until folks get home from work, from school, to release it because of safety concerns, they say. People who have seen this footage of Tyre Nichols in some kind of altercation with 5 police officers compare it to the Rodney King video more than 30 years ago, saying Nichols was treated like a human piñata, that his last words were him crying out for his mom. The 29-year-old died later at the hospital, with the Memphis police chief today telling our own Tom Yamas that those officers, now fired, charged, and out on bond, that they went too far.
How would you describe the energy of the officers that pulled over Tyre Nichols?
On a scale of 1 to 10, they were at a 10.
Is that not police protocol?
No, it's not police protocol. I've been in this business for 36 years, and a lot of the aggression and, you know, the approach was over the top.
So now the nation waits to watch, or maybe to not watch, considering how triggering, how disturbing we think this is. Schools in Memphis even canceled after-school activities today so kids would be home. They would get home before this is released. Even President Biden himself today calling Tyre Nichols' parents. You're going to hear him on speakerphone in this video from the Washington Post.
On your comments today were moving. I don't know how you did it with Rodney. I know Tyre's dad is devastated.
Yes, sir.
These are the 5 former Memphis police officers who have all been charged with second-degree murder, among other charges. And you heard the president reference the comments from Tyre Nichols' family. They're saying today they're pleased with these charges, but they want peace tonight.
We want peace. We do not want any type of uproar. We do not want any type of disturbance. We want peaceful protests. That's what the family wants. That's what the community wants.
All of it is now reigniting this conversation around police accountability and police brutality against Black Americans. I want to bring in Priscilla Thompson now with what it is like on the ground there, because we are getting closer and closer to when this footage will be released. There are significant reasons why it is so important for people to see it, right? Because it may answer some key questions, but it is also extremely understandable to hear from people who say they don't want to watch it. They don't want to watch another Black man die at the hands of police.
Yeah, Hallie, and that's exactly what I've been hearing from people here today. There are still a ton of unanswered questions, and we heard the district attorney say he feels like a lot of those answers will be made clear when this video is released. But at the same time, the activists that I've spoken to on the ground here who have really been leading the charge on this and protesting and ensuring that this case gets action, 2 of the people I spoke to said that they don't plan to watch this video, that they don't need to see a Black man being beaten by police in order to believe that it happened. They know that it happened because they saw the photo that his family released. They see the grief that his mother, Tyre Nichols' mother and stepfather, are going through right now in all of this. And so they say they don't intend to watch the video. And that is really the mood on the ground right now. It is a mix of grief. There's also, of course, relief that these officers have been charged, but there's still a lot of anger, and there's still a call for more transparency and more answers about how all of this happened. Hallie?
So we talk about some of the questions that may be answered by the release of this footage here, and it seems like key among them is how long it took these officers to call for help once it was clear that Mr. Nichols was not responsive, that he didn't have physical control of his body. We don't know what that answer is. We've heard allusions to this from the district attorney, who suggested that there was some waiting around that happened, but that is one of the central pieces of information that we just don't know yet.
Right, and that is a huge question. When our Tom Yamas spoke with Attorney Crump and the family, I was in the room, and Attorney Crump said that what is just as concerning as the beating that he saw in that video is the amount of times that Tyre Nichols slumped over and someone pulled him back up, and it was clear that he was in distress and he was mumbling, and still no one did anything to render aid. And of course, we know that 2 personnel from the Memphis Fire Department have been relieved of their duties as a result of something that they did in the initial patient care here. We are now learning that the Memphis Fire Department has actually gotten hold of that video and will be reviewing it as part of their internal investigation. And I asked the district attorney about all of this, and also just the swift action that we've seen here with the officers being fired, with the charges being filed. And he says that he hopes that this can be a blueprint for the nation. Take a listen to some of what he shared with me.
I know in some of these other similar cases, things dragged out longer, there was less transparency. The model of taking it seriously, moving swiftly but fairly, making decisions as quickly as you can, and then releasing any video in the name of transparency relatively quickly. I think that might be a useful model for other such cases in the future.
And Hallie, I should point out another key question here is whether or not this traffic stop was even justified. The police chief told Tom Yamas earlier today that she has not been able to find any justification that Tyre Nichols was actually driving recklessly. And the district attorney echoed that, saying that they just don't have the chronological footage of that part of the incident to say whether to question the legality of the stop in the first place. Hallie?
But that is part of the key questions on this, Priscilla, right? I mean, because the people involved in this, the officers involved, were apparently part of the Scorpion unit, this specialized unit meant to fight, you know, gang violence, essentially. That's what they typically would handle, gang-related violence. And there's this question of, well, why were they involved with what by the accounts that we've heard so far, has been described as a traffic stop here. How does that come together? There is more and more scrutiny on this unit. There will be a review, and we here at NBC News are digging further into what this unit did in a city like Memphis.
Right, and that was exactly the question that I put to the district attorney earlier today. Is it normal that this unit would be involved in a traffic stop? And what he said to me is that it may have been the case that initially general assignment officers responded to this call, and then they called for backup, and because those Scorpion unit officials were in the area, those officers were in the area, that then they came over and were a part of this. But what is clear from what the police chief has told us is that those officers were on a 10 when they got there. There was no de-escalation at that point. And that is why now you're hearing people in this community calling for those special units to be disbanded, saying that they always come in super aggressive and in this way that is in no way de-escalating the situation. And we also heard from Attorney Crump earlier today saying that his office is now fielding complaints from people who are saying that this has been common knowledge, that he said that this was a foreseeable thing with the Scorpion unit being involved, because he said that they operate with impunity and that there needs to be a whole investigation into the way they operate and their practices. Hallie?
Priscilla Thompson, thank you for that. Video and 911 calls released today from that night last fall when Paul Pelosi, the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, was attacked in his home. This is the first video that we're going to show you. Again, this is all just coming out today in California. This is of the suspect. This is surveillance video outside the Pelosi home. You see him here crouched on the ground, going through some bags he brought with him. It looks like he takes something out of the bag, right? Then he's going to something, hammering, like maybe the door handle there, bashing what might be either the door or the window or whatever. Besides, look at that. That's on the right side of your screen. Before eventually getting into the house, you're going to see him basically beat whatever he's beating there on the door or the window and then get into the home. Next, you'll see the suspect face to face with Paul Pelosi and then eventually attacking him with a hammer. We are going to show this to you one time. We are going to tell you that this is disturbing.
Hi. How you doing?
Oh, yeah.
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey. What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call.
Again, it is disturbing. Police were responding to that 911 call from Paul Pelosi after this suspect broke in. Audio from that call was also released today. You can hear Paul Pelosi trying to explain what's happening in kind of a cryptic way. Listen.
This is San Francisco Police. Do you need help?
Oh, well, there's a gentleman here just waiting for my wife to come back. Nancy Pelosi.
223 and
He's just waiting for her to come back, but she's not going to be here for a day, so I guess we'll have to wait.
20
and what do you think?
18 seconds.
I think everything's good. He thinks everything's good. I've got a problem, but he thinks everything's good.
Okay. Call us back if you change your mind. 8 seconds.
No. This gentleman just came into the house, and he wants to wait here for my wife to come home.
Josh Letterman is joining us now, and you can hear it in that 911 call, Josh, with that dispatcher ultimately credited for figuring out something wasn't what it seemed to be, right, from some of those cryptic hints that Pelosi was dropping. This is the first time that we are seeing some of this evidence related to this case. Talk us through it.
Yeah, this is really filling in the gaps of what we have known about this dramatic scene that unfolded. And you can hear Paul Pelosi there clearly trying not to set off this intruder who is in his home, overhearing his conversation with police, but trying to get the signal to those 911 operator who actually asks him at one point, do you know this man who's in your house? She's clearly trying to figure out if this is some confused person or if there's a real situation here. And Paul Pelosi makes clear he doesn't know this man. He also repeatedly invokes the Pelosi name. He asks about the Capitol Police, trying to set off some alarm bells for 911 operators that there could be a threat here related to his wife, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
We did hear from the former speaker today. She came up and spoke to cameras at the Capitol about this material that was released. And she says she has no intention of ever looking at it.
That's right. Just like the Nichols family said they don't want to see the video of their beloved family member being brutally assaulted. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying she also doesn't want to watch that video as she spoke in a very brief but emotional appearance with reporters. Take a listen.
I have not heard the 911 call. I have not heard the confession. I have not seen the break-in, and I have absolutely no intention of seeing the deadly assault on my husband's wife. I won't be making any more statements about this case.
And Hallie, Congresswoman Pelosi was also asked how her husband Paul is doing. She said it's been a slow road to recovery. She anticipates it'll be another 3 months or so until he's able to make a full recovery.
Josh Letterman live for us there in California. A lot of developments on that story today. Josh, thank you. Also, some developments in the world of politics, because in just the last hour, former President Trump is congratulating Ronna McDaniel, on her win as Republican National Committee chair. This was in question. Mr. Trump had supported her push. She is going to lead the party now through the 2024 presidential election. And if you're like, wait a second, we just got done with the midterms. Why should I care about this right now? Well, because what happened today could be a preview of what's to come for Republicans in 2024. In part because Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, long speculated to be running for president, to be considering a run, created some drama when he threw his support behind the person challenging McDaniel, calling for change. Because the vote today was a secret ballot, which means nobody knows how anybody voted, but everyone was watching to see just how much sway DeSantis' endorsement could have over his party. Joining us now, Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, not a huge shocker that it's going to be Ronna McDaniel, but talk about how this does not end infighting in the party. That is what you are hearing, and our team is hearing from members of the Republican National Committee who say there is still some rebuilding that needs to happen.
Right. And, I was talking to an RNC member just yesterday and said even if Ronna McDaniel pulled off the win, that the voice of Harmeet Dillon and those who supported her bid, they would not go silent. And making the case, particularly over criticism of how money was spent by the RNC over the course of the 3 terms that Ronna McDaniel has been the chair. There's frustration. They raised $400 million, yet had little to show in terms of electoral victories. They lost the U.S. Senate and only narrowly won the U.S. House, and that comes after losing the White House in 2020 here. And this is not unlike, though, Hallie, what we saw with the Kevin McCarthy speaker race. Harmeet Daniel was challenging her arguably from the right. She had the allies of folks like Charlie Kirk. Carrie Lake was here in California standing alongside Harmeet Dillon, and they were really pressing the case that there was a grassroots desire for change. And instead of, it wasn't about necessarily moderating the message or changing the messengers, but instead executing in terms of turning out voters on behalf of the Republican candidates who were on the ballot in 2022. Yet what you saw was just about 1/3 of the members here voted for Harmeet Dillon, and Ronna McDaniel is heading here for another term in which she will oversee a presidential primary process as well over the course of the next year, Hallie.
Presidential primary process that we are seeing on full display this weekend with the former president set to hit the trail, really his first big campaign stop since he announced his candidacy.
Right, and I'll actually be taking a red-eye to get to South Carolina, which is going to be one of his stops tomorrow. He will be in New Hampshire as well, of course. These are 2 early states here. These are his first campaign stops outside of Florida, which he now calls home here. He is going to be with the likes of not only the South Carolina governor, Henry McMaster, but also with Senator Lindsey Graham. And that's particularly a state where you have 2 elected officials, one current, Tim Scott, the senator, as well as one former, the former governor, Nikki Haley, who are also considering presidential runs. So this is big for Donald Trump to begin to actually hit the circuit here. And now you hear, of course, Ron DeSantis is still considering a presidential bid. But we're looking right now at conversations about debates beginning about 6-7 months from now. I was told here in California that they're looking at August debates. So we're not too far off from serious conversations and serious debates in a Republican field that is expected to grow much beyond the likes of the former President Donald Trump, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Dana Point. Vaughn, thank you. The FDA tonight laying out a plan that could make it easier for some men who have sex with men to donate blood after decades of pressure from LGBTQ+ equality and medical groups. If this is approved, and it's not approved yet, but if it is, gay and bisexual men in monogamous relationships will be allowed to give blood. And any person who wants to donate blood is now going to get asked some detailed questions about your sex life, regardless of your gender or your sexual identification. It's a move toward tearing down a Reagan-era policy at the start of the AIDS pandemic when it was mistakenly, incorrectly thought that that only infected gay men. I spoke with Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis, a top White House medical advisor and an expert on HIV/AIDS, about why the rules even now are still different for gay men. Why do gay men have to be abstinent for 3 months or in a monogamous relationship to donate blood, but it doesn't seem like there is that same requirement for heterosexual people?
So that's actually the crux of the problem. So I'm looking at this sort of historically. Early on during the beginning, the dawn of HIV/AIDS in the United States, there was concern about the safety of the blood supply. And really, technology hadn't come to the point where blood was screened in a way that would really ensure safety. So as we've moved forward with more technology and also great ability to forecast how we can predict risk based on behavior rather than identity, we are here today with proposed guidance that really changes the game in terms of who can donate blood.
Dr. John Torres is with us now. And Dr. John, I also asked Dr. Daskalakis about, is this decision, in his view, because of the medical landscape currently? There was that big blood shortage last year. Is it because of changing social norms, or is it a little of both? He says it's a little of both. Explain why the FDA is making this move now.
And yeah, that's right. It's a combination of a lot of factors. Number one, blood supplies are down. We have a shortage because of the pandemic, but also because there are time periods when people don't donate. On top of that, policy is now catching up with science. And our own Joe Fryer actually sat down and talked with Dr. Peter Marks from the FDA, and here's what he had to say about it.
We will continue to work to try to make sure that we have policies that allow everyone who wants to donate blood to be able to donate blood within what the science allows to make sure that the blood supply remains safe.
And right now, even over a few years ago, we have a better understanding of the science behind HIV. We have a better testing for the blood supply. And so these restrictions don't need to be there anymore. And that's the direction the FDA is at least hoping to take over the next few months, Hallie.
There are still some real questions here, right, though, about the stigma that this still puts on gay men if they want to donate blood.
There is questions about that, and that is one of the things that some critics are saying, that they didn't necessarily go far enough. But what Peter Marks actually said, and some others, is that this is a step in that direction. They're going to continue to look at the science and get to that point where they can finally say, okay, we make sure the blood supply is safe. We let everybody who wants to donate, and getting that combination together, Hallie, that's the key here.
Dr. John Torres, thank you very much. In the last couple of hours, we're hearing from former Vice President Mike Pence for the very first time on camera publicly about that classified stuff that wound up at his home in Indiana. He is kind of owning it. He's basically saying, yeah, I messed up. Watch.
Those classified documents should not have been in my personal residence. Mistakes were made. And I take full responsibility.
That's as two sources tell our team that the National Archives is calling reps from the 9 people you see on your screen here, the living vice presidents and presidents, except for Jimmy Carter. He actually signed the law that gives the National Archives the power to hold on to any West Wing documents, but it didn't go into effect until 1981 when he was out of office. The archives wanted to know, hey, everybody triple check, basically. Carol Lee is outside the White House. And Carol, let's start with what we heard just late today from former Vice President Mike Pence, who in a lengthy statement here on camera publicly talked about how he believes in the importance of maintaining security for classified documents and, as we said, owned the mess up.
Yeah, Hallie, it's really a different tone than we've heard from former President Trump and President Biden. You know, former President Trump has said that these were his documents. He's fought to keep them, and which is dramatically different. And you have President Biden, who said he was surprised to learn that there were classified documents in his possession and that there's no there. So there hasn't been that sort of apology. President Biden's legal team has said this was inadvertent and it was a mistake, but the president hasn't said that. So that sets Mike Pence apart. Another thing that sets him apart is he doesn't have a special counsel investigation into his handling of classified documents, with both former President Trump and President Biden have. So, you know, it puts, I think, is going to put President Biden certainly in the spotlight in terms of whether he's going to issue some sort of similar statement publicly.
Talk about the idea of the National Archives now asking these former presidents and VPs to go back and like double check, basically, because former presidents most of them have their own libraries with somebody who gets security clearance, but there's a lot of stuff. Ex-vice presidents can take materials where they want. Explain how this works, bigger picture.
So the big picture is that the archives is saying, well, obviously there's a problem here, and so they've asked all of the former, except for Jimmy Carter, the former presidents and vice presidents, to go look through their things and make sure that they don't have any A, classified documents, and B, any government documents. It's not just classified documents that belong to the government. And so they're saying, look through your personal stuff. Maybe things that you thought were personal, they really aren't, and they actually belong to the government. And so they're going about this process to try to get their arms around what seems to be a growing problem, Hallie.
Carol Lee, live for us there outside the White House. Carol, thank you very much. Today, the country's second biggest oil company, Chevron, is announcing it is breaking records, reporting more than $36 billion in profit this past year, mostly because of high oil prices driven up in large part by the war in Ukraine. Look at this graphic. That is double what they made in 2021. Does that say it all right there? It comes as other oil and gas giants are expected to announce that they also brought in record-breaking amounts of money last year, a combined profit of $190 billion, including Chevron's number when results come out in the next couple of days, according to some of the smart analysts and people who watch these companies. President Biden has been saying he is not happy about these profits, accusing these companies of benefiting from the war in Ukraine, of not lowering gas prices here in this country. He's accused these companies of making more money than God. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver is joining us now. Caleb, it's good to be with you. A lot of, I think when people hear some of this, they think about their own bill that they pay to fill up their tank for their car, right? And how much it had been. Obviously, gas prices went down. We don't know how long they're going to stay down. They may go back up. We're almost at a year into this war in Ukraine here, this Russian invasion of Ukraine. What is going to make a difference as it relates to oil prices?
Yeah, well, oil prices, believe it or not, are down 35% from when Russia invaded Ukraine. So we had that huge spike, which drove oil prices to about $125 a barrel. They've come down meaningfully for a bunch of different reasons. Demand is part of it. But these oil companies are in the business of making money, not lowering our gas bill, not lowering how much it costs for us to fill up. So they are doing what they're supposed to do by their shareholders. And by the way, their shareholders are some of the biggest mutual fund companies in America.
Does the pressure from the White House, does the pressure from the Biden administration have any impact, do you think?
No, it doesn't, because the oil lobbies are among the biggest in the country. They spent a lot of money defending the oil industry, and oil prices are set by the market. But also, don't forget, there's OPEC out there and OPEC Plus. So it's the cartel, including Saudi Arabia and several other countries. The United States is not part of that. We export into the global market. We have to import from the global market. Right. So prices are subject to supply and demand.
Some of these energy companies have been under pressure from activists to invest properly in cleaner energy, especially during the pandemic when there was way less, as you know, demand for oil. Given the profits that we're seeing now, is it realistic to think that green energy is on their radar?
It is, because they know eventually they're going to have to make that transition just because it's a finite resource, and that's the way the world is working, plus climate change. So you hear pledges of about $10 billion by companies like Chevron for over the next 5 years. You know the number they made in terms of profit, $36 billion. $10 billion over 5 years is not a lot, yet they have to take these steps. Activists, environmentalists, and others would like them to take it a lot faster, given the state of the climate right now and given these prices.
Caleb Silver, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ahead this weekend, places along the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes should expect to see some snow over the next couple of days. Dangerous conditions and now deadly, because today 4 people were killed. Others were hurt after a van crashed in Iowa when a driver lost control on really slick roads. It's happening as we're also getting some new pictures showing just how intense the blizzard in December was in parts of New York State. This is some new body cam footage that's just been released from Buffalo Police. Look at this. You're looking at officers. I mean, they are... God, you can't even see, right? Because it's kind of a whiteout condition. Stranded people, they're responding to calls of people stuck because of the wind, because of the snow. It's hard to see ahead. I want to show you one rescue of a woman right before they took her to the hospital. Look at this.
What's going on?
Hi.
You okay?
Oh my God, I've been stuck in the traffic. I'm so happy to see you.
Are you in a medical emergency? Do you need to be in a hospital or no?
I'm having chest pain.
It's really scary stuff to see. The West is expected to get hit by the snow this weekend, with Montana, Wyoming, Colorado expecting up to 20 inches in some places. We'll keep you updated. Coming up here on the show, we're also getting a look at the new evidence in Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial. Prosecutors say he did right after killing his wife and son, in their view. Plus, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh trashing U.S. News Law School rankings. We'll tell you what he's saying coming up in the 5 Things. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. The jury in the South's so-called trial of the century is getting to hear Alec Murdaugh's first conversation with a South Carolina state police officer, along with a few expert witnesses. Remember, Murdaugh, who was once a big-time lawyer, is accused of killing his own wife and son. And the big question today, why did it look like he didn't have any blood on him the night they were killed? One of the prosecutors, in a tense moment, repeatedly asking that to a police officer today. Watch.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his T-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
It's important because Murdaugh allegedly told investigators he checked Maggie and Paul Murdaugh to see if they had a pulse. He says he even turned them over. Katie Beck is in Walterboro, South Carolina. And Katie, listen, some of this stuff is difficult to talk about. Walk us through what we're hearing in court, what we're seeing as far as new evidence that they're showing in court, nothing graphic, but kind of giving us, and importantly, jurors, a sense of the scene.
Well, we were able to get our eyes on some footage today, Hallie, of a conversation that took place between investigators and Murdaugh inside a patrol vehicle on that property just after investigators arrive on the night of the murder. And he is asked those pivotal questions you were just talking about his clothing and about what he did to find signs of life. He tells the investigators on tape, yes, I flipped them over. I tried to find a pulse. If you flipped these two bodies over, prosecutors are arguing you would have blood on your hands, you would have blood on your clothes. There would be some evidence that you made contact with these bodies. So they asked those questions in a pointed way over and over and over again to say to the jury, hey, look, this is inconsistent. If you're going to believe his story, which you can clearly hear him tell, I checked for signs of life, I touched the bodies, then why wasn't there blood anywhere to be found on him? Why was he wearing a crisp white T-shirt that, according to one witness, looked like it could have just come out of the laundry? That's exactly what the witness said. Yeah, it might have just come out of the clean laundry. They're also inferring that perhaps he changed clothes, that this was possibly a switch after the fact. So these are seeds that the prosecution is planting. The defense had used these clean clothes just days earlier to defend him, saying if he had done this murder, he would have been covered in head to toe with blood splatter. There was no blood on him. So both of them are using this evidence for different purposes, but it is a strong point to the jury today answering that question. Why isn't there a speck of blood if you had contact with both of these victims?
I wonder, Katie, how much jurors are paying attention to the way that Murdaugh is receiving some of this, some of what is being shown in court, because there's some video of Murdaugh. I mean, he's clearly, you know, red, rocking back and forth, shaking. This is a moment seeing crime scene photos of his son when those were shown to the jury.
Right.
How much is that playing?
Yeah,
like, is the jury glancing over, you know?
Yeah. Especially, Hallie, you pointed it out. When they are talking about his son Paul's injuries in graphic detail, we almost always see Alec Murdaugh have some type of emotional response. The rocking back and forth, the crying, the wiping underneath his glasses. That happens almost every time they reference Paul's injuries in any type of graphic description. But what the jury's going to have to reconcile is watching him cry at the defense table and then hearing from witnesses on the stand that they didn't see a tear from him at the crime scene. Now, people do respond differently in traumatic situations, and, you know, people are in shock. They don't always respond right away with tears. You can't always predict what people are going to do. But the bottom line is it is going to be something that sort of plants in their head. Like, we've heard witness after witness say, yeah, he was distraught, but we never saw tears. We never heard anyone, we never saw him crying. And then now seeing this man cry daily at the defense table, that's something they're going to have to sort out when they decide a verdict.
Katie Beck, live for us, watching all of it there in Waltonboro, South Carolina. And Katie, thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, in Jerusalem, a shooter has killed 7 people and seriously hurt 3 others in a terror attack today. It happened after a deadly IDF raid in the West Bank about 24 hours ago that left 9 Palestinians dead. A 10th person was killed in a separate incident the same day. Number 2, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff visiting the Auschwitz death camp in Poland to mark Holocaust Remembrance Day today. This, of course, the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz by Soviet troops in 1945. More than 1 million people were killed by the Nazis at that location alone. In total, about 6 million Jews were murdered during the Holocaust. Number 3, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh is joining the, let's call it, chorus of criticism against the annual U.S. News Law School rankings. He says it is highly problematic, talking about that at an event at Notre Dame Law School. It comes after an avalanche of dozens of law schools, 36 of them, said they're no longer going to participate in giving U.S. News information about the rankings program because they think it's just so problematic. Number 4, Hong Kong labeled CBD and its derivatives a dangerous drug today, putting it on the level, CBD, of heroin and cocaine. Remember, CBD can be sold pretty much anywhere in this country right now, but the move is keeping with Hong Kong's zero-tolerance policy toward drugs of any kind. Number 5, CVS and Walmart will shorten the opening hours of their pharmacies starting in March. They say they're dealing with a nationwide shortage of staff. Walmart is going to start closing its pharmacies 2 hours earlier, 7 p.m. CVS is going to start cutting hours at about 6,000 locations. If you need your prescription pills filled, you got to check the timing. Pay attention. A team of archaeologists in Egypt now unveiling some new discoveries that they say are more than 4,000 years old. Among them, a tomb belonging to what they're calling a keeper of secrets, along with one of the oldest Egyptian artifacts ever found, a mummy of a man wrapped in gold leaves. Megan Fitzgerald has the incredible details.
Hallie, good to be with you as always. Want to tell you about some incredible news coming out of Egypt. The Egyptian excavation team made some incredible discoveries. Now, this is a team that's led by Dr. Zahi Hawass. He is a world-renowned archaeologist, and some of what he and his team discovered include tombs. They uncovered mummies along with several statues. Now, I got to tell you about this one particular artifact that's really mind-blowing. I mean, take a look at this picture. When they opened up this tomb, they found this mummy. What you're looking at is more than 4,000 years old. They believe that this is the oldest and most complete mummy that they have seen to date. It's just incredible because it's so old and you can still make out the fact this is a human body. And also, they also uncovered several statues, including one where they believe it's a husband with his wife and his daughter. But going back to that mummy, I want you to listen to what Dr. Hawass had to say about the moments he made this discovery with his team. Take a listen.
To find a mummy sealed in a sealed sarcophagus dated back 4,300 years ago, you have to talk about the moment before I put my head inside with a flashlight. This is a moment for me I will never forget in my life.
Now, the area where they made these discoveries is the Saqqara area. This, of course, is right near the Step Pyramid. Of course, that is the oldest pyramid in Egypt. They believe that they stumbled upon an area that was a cemetery, which is why they've uncovered all of these tombs along with these statues. This is just the beginning of what they're calling significant work and discoveries in the beginning of 2023. Hallie?
Our thanks to Megan Fitzgerald for that. When we come back, the DOJ announcing some new charges in a murder-for-hire plot, why investigators say 3 men were targeting a U.S. journalist. Plus, what is up with Elon Musk? Meeting with top leaders on Congress, at the White House. We'll tell you what he hopes to do in the Capitol when we come back.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
It hasn't rained, but entire lawns are underwater in Massachusetts today. We'll explain what's going on later in the local. But first, the Justice Department charging 3 men in a murder-for-hire plot today. They say 3 members of an Eastern European crime group tried to assassinate a prominent journalist who was critical of the Iranian government. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the group had ties to Iran, that these 3 guys are now in custody. Listen.
These charges arise out of an ongoing investigation into the government of Iran's efforts to assassinate on U.S. soil a journalist, author, and human rights activist who is a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin.
The journalist is not being identified by the Justice Department, but apparently wrote critically about how Iran treats women and protesters, along with some other issues. Big tech deciding that the best defense is a good offense, with Twitter CEO Elon Musk making the rounds on Capitol Hill today. Two sources tell NBC News that Musk met with a group of House Republicans, including Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, Oversight Chair James Comer, after spending some time with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy about 24 hours ago. The Biden administration confirming Musk also popped by the White House today to talk about one of his other businesses, EVs, specifically Tesla. And TikTok bigwigs and their lobbyists are spending some time here in D.C., too, trying to fight these calls to ban the app in the U.S. over its Chinese ownership. They're calling it Project Texas. Garrett Haake knows something about Texas. He knows something about TikTok. And he knows, do you know anything about Elon Musk? Because we're wondering, like, what's his end game here? What's he up to with all these meetings with these Republicans?
Well, it's a great question. Musk and Kevin McCarthy go back a long way. They've known each other something like a decade, from just Musk being a Californian like McCarthy. They've talked about tech issues. He's done political events with McCarthy in the past. They're buds. And so the conversation last night started around McCarthy's birthday, but it ended up including a whole bunch of other issues at which he's a central player for this Republican conference. They want to talk about big tech censorship. They want to talk about the so-called Twitter files that Musk has been behind. And they want to talk about how social media is used going forward. Here's some of what McCarthy said about their meeting after it happened this afternoon.
We talked about creating, making sure Twitter is fair on all sides. He wants to have a level playing field for everybody to have a voice. He's really defending the First Amendment, and we had a really good discussion.
So, Hallie, among the other lawmakers that, Musk met with, if he's meeting with Jim Jordan, if he's meeting with James Comer, these are folks who are going to be running big-time investigations in this Congress. I expect to see Musk and Twitter at the center of those panels' work going forward.
So, we talked about it. These companies Musk doing some defense by going on offense, it seems. Same with TikTok and this idea of Project Texas, considering bipartisan frustration, I think. Some pushes from both sides of the aisle who have concerns about TikTok. We know that 30 state governments have banned TikTok on their devices in the state in some form or fashion. What is TikTok going to do? What can they do to change minds here?
Well, look, this starts during the Trump administration when Donald Trump tried to have TikTok banned outright. He wasn't able to do that. This issue shifted to the back burner for a while. Then the move to ban TikTok really picked up steam at the end of last year. You saw Congress trying to ban it from federal devices. You see all these states trying to ban it locally, or at least from lawmakers' devices in different states. There's a big movement afoot here. What TikTok has done is say they're starting this so-called Project Texas, where they would try to move all their U.S. operations fully onto U.S. soil. They're saying we'll only have American employees. We'll have a server farm somewhere in the U.S. We'll have an American company like Oracle run it for us, and see if that's enough to appease regulators, appease the feds, because the other possibilities are that they might have to divest, sell the business to someone else, or potentially get shut down. They feel like their back is up against the wall. They're trying to whip support right now around Washington, D.C. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can gather it, because every week that goes on, we're hearing more and more lawmakers who had been TikTok curious become perhaps TikTok skeptical. It appears to be moving only one direction right now, Hallie, and for the company, that's not going to work.
Who's going from TikTok curious to like TikTok diehard, right? I mean, there's not, as you point out, there's not many lawmakers who are going in that direction. There's just not.
Well, but Hallie, who is going in that direction are businesses, and I think that's the tension here. Every major media company, including this one, uses TikTok in a major way. So there is some tension here between what government wants here and what the businesses that have come to rely on TikTok to reach their customers and to sell ads are doing. Watch that space, too.
It's a great point. Garrett Haake, take your half sip and start your weekend. Thank you. Appreciate you. Coming up, the biggest night in football is almost here with the last 4 teams, including the Eagles. Ever heard of them? Fighting it out for a Super Bowl spot this weekend. We'll take you to a local Philly bar with how my people are feeling ahead of the game. Plus, the incredible moment that an abandoned dog was reunited with its owner. Get your tissues out. Don't say I didn't warn you. That's in the local.
least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
So by the time you and I talk again on Monday, we're going to know which two teams will be facing off in Super Bowl 57 with big showdowns coming on Conference Championship weekend. In the NFC, it's the San Francisco 49ers who have the audacity to take on the Eagles in the early game, 3 p.m. Eastern. The late game is the defending AFC champs, the Cincinnati Bengals, up against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium, or maybe it's Burrowhead Stadium. That's what Cincinnati's mayor is calling it, paying homage to the team's quarterback in this little feud that they're having with the Kansas City mayor. There's apparently barbecue on the line for whoever wins, but who cares about that game? I mean, whatever. We will get to that game. Let's talk about the Eagles with my girl, Deanna Durante, a reporter for our Philly station, WCAU. She's out of Monco.
I think you're getting a little glimpse.
So give me the vibe check. Go. Take it away.
I think you're getting a little glimpse of the excitement here.
I love this so much.
Hallie, can you hear him out here? One more time. I don't know if they do this in Bucks County where you're from, but here in Montgomery County, they do cheer for their Eagles. I'm just kidding. My mom's from Bucks County. I know they love them there too, Hallie. I want to introduce you to somebody else who really loves the Eagles. This is Weston. He was just here for dinner with his family. We're at the Fireside Bar and Grill in Ambler. Weston, who's your favorite player?
AJ Brown.
Why?
He's fast.
Is that what your dad told you to say? He's standing right here?
Yeah.
My man's fast. Well, thank you for telling everybody. What do you want to say to the Eagles?
Let's go Birds.
Let's go Birds. That's what's happening a lot of time now. There are a lot of all day, almost every day since we entered the playoffs here. Of course, the game is Sunday, but as you can tell, people are partying here.